रहूं रिकॉर्ड तोड़ मतों से इस विधानसभा क्षेत्र में मैं जीतूंगा।
ये पूरा एरिया जो क्या है मुझे सब मालूम है, मुझे ज्ञात है, इसलिए इधर कोई कितना फॉर्म भरता है उससे मुझे कुछ लेना देना नहीं, हमारे पार्टी को भी महायुति को भी कुछ लेना देना नहीं है।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A very good morning, viewers. Thank you for tuning into Republic TV. You're watching live this morning. I'm Priyanka Das and I'll be taking you through the top stories. The big story that we're tracking at this hour is from Maharashtra, where the former minister Nawab Malik has filed his papers as an NCP candidate, sparking controversy within the Mahayuti alliance. I'll be bringing you the details shortly, but first, let's take a quick look at the top headlines. Prime Minister to inaugurate and lay foundation for projects worth rupees 284 crore at Statue of Unity, all set to mark Diwali celebrations and Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel's birth anniversary. Amid back-to-back hoax bomb threats, Indigo Flight 6E917, Chennai to Visakhapatnam and 6E969 received fresh bomb threats. 500-year-long wait finally ends special Diwali celebrations at Ayodhya, as this marks the first Diwali where Lord Ram will be celebrated at the Sri Ram Janmabhoomi temple. Karnataka High Court to pass order today on Darshan's plea for interim bail to undergo surgery.
I'm not familiar with this report that we expelled Indian diplomats.
Yes,
no.
Indian agents who are serving here in.
I'm not aware of any such expulsion. No.
Amid India-Canada row, US refutes reports of expelling Indian diplomats, says not aware. Maharashtra Minister Nawab Malik has officially submitted his nomination papers as the NCP candidate for the Mankur Shivajinagar Assembly constituency, ahead of the elections. This has sparked controversy within the Mahayuti alliance, with the BJP announcing it will not support Malik's candidacy. Malik, who previously served as the MLA for Anushakti Nagar, opted to step aside for his daughter Sana. A major development coming in from Maharashtra ahead of the crucial assembly elections, where former Maharashtra Minister Nawab Malik has officially submitted his nomination papers as the NCP candidate for the Mankur Shivajinagar Assembly constituency. This has sparked controversy within the Mahayuti alliance, with the BJP announcing that it will not support Malik's candidature. Malik, who previously served as the MLA for Anushakti Nagar, has opted to step aside for his daughter Sana. In a major step to improve the diplomatic relations between the two countries, India and China will likely complete the process of military disengagement across the line of actual control at two friction points soon. Republic reports from the ground in Ladakh. Take a look.
The disengagement along the line of actual control is nearing its conclusion. At two friction points in Demchok and Depsang plains, the disengagement is in its last leg. India and China are retreating their troops to rear locations. big guns and ammunitions are being moved. About 80 to 90% of disengagement in Ladakh has been completed.
कि जिस तरीके से समझौता हुआ, इसमें 50 से 60 हजार सैनिक, गलवान घाटी के हालात आपको याद होंगे, जब दोनों सेनाओं के बीच में टकराव हुआ था, उसके बाद हालात बिगड़ गए थे, तनाव भारत और चीन के बीच में देखने को मिला था। दोनों ही सेनाओं के 50 से 60 हजार सैनिक हैं, जिनकी वापसी यहाँ से हो रही है। टेम्परेरीली जो टेंट वहाँ पर बनाए गए थे, उन्हें यहाँ से हटाया जा रहा है। 10 से 12 टैंक हैं, इसके अलावा यहाँ 10 से 12 टेंट हैं, और वहीं जो है करीबन 50 से 60 वाहन हैं सेना के, जिन्हें यहाँ से हटाया जा रहा है। और कुछ हिस्सों को शुरुआत में हटाया गया था, कुछ सैनिकों को पहले वापस बुलाया गया था। वहीं अब ये जो डेमचौक पॉइंट है, यहाँ से लगभग सभी जो 2020 वाली स्थिति है, उससे 2020 वाली स्थिति पर दोनों ही पक्षों के जो सैनिक हैं वहां से अब पीछे जा चुके हैं।
Military commanders of both the sides are observing the situation. Final verification of the dismantled structures will follow. The disengagement process is likely to be completed soon. While the disengagement agreement was arrived at for 2 friction points, talks are still underway for other areas. The patrolling will begin at these points once the disengagement that began last week is completed.
The Kerala government has announced the formation of a special investigation team to look into a fire accident that occurred during a Thayam performance at a temple near Nileswaram in Kasaragod. The incident has resulted in injuries to 154 people, with 8 individuals reported to have sustained serious injuries. Watch this full report for all the details.
Over 150 people injured. Around 8 people are with serious burns. Havoc broke out after a fireworks storage facility near Virarkau temple in Kerala's Kasaragod district caught fire.
A tragic incident took place in Kerala Kasaragod district. In fact, 150 people got injured in a major fire incident. The fire took place at Virarkau temple out there in Kasaragod district, and in fact it is being said when the religious function was underway, the firecrackers were burnt, and in fact one of the firecrackers got inside the store room, or in fact one of the building where the building was stored with full firecrackers, and in fact that led to the major fire incident. And in fact people are admitted, those who are injured in this very incident are admitted to various hospitals across the district of Kerala, and one of them and a few of them are in fact admitted out here at the AJ hospital located in Mangalore.
Now, the Kerala government has formed an SIT which will probe into the matter. According to police reports, the accident was triggered by the explosion of firecrackers that were improperly stored in the vicinity. Officials are also stressing the importance of following safety guidelines to avoid similar incidents in the future. Meanwhile, the injured are being treated at the hospital.
If you could share how this all incident has happened, what was going on out there at the place where this incident happened?
Actually, the incident happened around 12 o'clock in the night. I was not at the place of the incident, but one of my friend called there and he asked me to come over there. So he told me that your cousin is little injured, so please come and visit him. So I came there. So the incident was so tragic and the condition was too much severe.
Even the temple authorities face the law in the wake of the incident. Can the ruling government pass the buck for not enforcing the cracker norms and fire safety regulations at religious places?
Viewers, right now I'll bring my colleague in, Sandeep, who's joining us live from Nileswaram. Sandeep, help us understand, as we understand. that we have gotten information that about the temple authorities being arrested and also 150 people who have been injured as part of this improper storage of the firecrackers. So Sandeep, what other details do we have at this point?
See, as far as this whole incident is concerned, indeed an SIT probe has been ordered by the state government of Kerala, and in fact in the same sequence the Nileshwaram police has also booked 8 people belonging to the temple trust, and in fact 3 have been arrested of them, and one of the committee member was in fact involved in bursting the firecrackers. Now, if you go through with the whole story, how did it all happen? I spoke to various people, who relatives were also there at the spot when this incident had taken place. They say that the place was very congested, and the time when the fire was in fact, bursting out there, at that point in time, the fire storage building, the firecracker storage building was very near to that spot where the firecrackers were in fact burnt out, and the sparks of that very firecracker went into that very building, and in fact which led to the major blast, which led to injuring more than 150 people in this very whole incident. As far as our sources are concerned, they have informed us that around 6 to 7 people are in a critical condition. They have got more than 50% of burnt injuries. Yesterday I visited AJ hospital out there in Mangaluru, Karnataka, where there are 6 people who are admitted to the ICU of AJ hospital. Apart from that, the various people are admitted in the various districts or hospitals of Kerala and Karnataka. So ultimately more than 150 people getting injured into this, and the lives of 5 to 6 people are still fighting for their life at this point in time. But definitely there was negligence that can be in fact seen in this very whole story. Proper fire safety regulations were not in fact adhered to. The temple trust did not even have the permission to do that very religious function. That is what is being said by the district administration. Meanwhile, 2 investigation. Now, one inquiry has been ordered by the district magistrate, that would be led by the district magistrate. In fact, another an investigation is being ordered by the Kerala police. So ultimately 2 parallel investigations are underway. In fact, 3 people, 2 temple trust committee members, in fact 3 committee members have been booked, and one of them was involved in bursting the firecrackers. So it seems that the Kerala police has taken actions, and there are high chances that more and more people could be arrested in this very case.
Thank you, Sandeep, for those details coming in. Let's move to Karnataka. Let's now move to Karnataka, where the Forest Minister Ishwar Khandre has directed officials concerned to take disciplinary action against those who permitted the cutting of trees on a forest land, where a set was erected for a shooting of a Kannada film titled Toxic. Watch this report for all the details.
Kannada film Toxic has landed in the middle of an ongoing row between the State Forest Department and the Hindustan Machine Tools. According to the Forest Department, hundreds of trees were cut in the area to erect the movie set. Karnataka Environment Minister has directed officials to take action against those responsible for cutting trees in the area.
ಅದನ್ನು ನಾನು ಹೋಗಿ ನೋಡಿಕೊಂಡು ಬರಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ನಾನು ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಖುದ್ದಾಗಿ ಸ್ಥಳಕ್ಕೆ ಭೇಟಿ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ನಾನು ಭೇಟಿ ಕೊಟ್ಟಂತ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ನನ್ನ ಗಮನಕ್ಕೆ ಬಂದಿದೆ. ಬಂದ ಮೇಲೆ ನಾನು ಹಿಂದೆ ಏನು ನಮ್ಮ ಸ್ಯಾಟಲೈಟ್ ಚಿತ್ರಗಳಿದ್ದು 1 ವರ್ಷ ಕೆಳಗಡೆ ಇದ್ದಂಥದ್ದು ಅದು ಮತ್ತು ಈ ವರ್ಷದ ನಾವು ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ಇವತ್ತು ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ವ್ಯತ್ಯಾಸ ಕಾಣಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಇನ್ನೂ ಮರಗಳಿದೆ, ಗಿಡಗಳಿದೆ. ಈ ಗಿಡಗಳು ಯಾರ ಪರವಾನಗಿಯಿಂದ ಕಡಿದಿದ್ದಾರೆ? ಅರಣ್ಯ ಇಲಾಖೆ ಪರವಾನಗಿ ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ? ಅದು ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಂಡಿಲ್ಲ. ಅದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಕಾನೂನು ಕ್ರಮ ಆಗಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ಕಾನೂನು ಪ್ರಕ್ರಿಯೆ ಮುಂದುವರಿತದೆ. ಹೌದು, ದೂರು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೇವೆ BBMPಗೆ. BBMPಯವರು ನೋಟಿಸ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಒಂದು ಕಮಿಟಿ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ನೋಟಿಸ್ ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಮುಂದಿನ ಕ್ರಮ ತಗೊಳ್ತೀವಿ.
The minister also declared the area as reserved forest land but occupied by the HMT. As per records, the land was given to HMT without denotification of forest. Citing the Supreme Court order declaring that once a forest area always remains a forest area until denotified, Khandre said that the land occupied by the company continues to be a forest area. The minister also said that if illegal activities are found in the forest land, strict action will be taken against those responsible.
Less than a week after a meth lab was busted in Chennai, similar scenes played out in the national capital region. Cops raided a production center in the Kasana industrial area of Uttar Pradesh's Gautam Budh Nagar and recovered a massive 95 kilograms of drug in solid and liquid forms, as well as chemicals like acetone and red phosphorus. Take a look at this report.
Less than a week after a meth lab was busted in Chennai, similar scenes played out in the national capital region. A drug production center in the Kasana industrial area of Uttar Pradesh's Gautam Budh Nagar was busted. Narcotics Control Bureau, in coordination with the Delhi Police Special Cell, busted a methamphetamine manufacturing lab. 95 kgs of drugs in solid and liquid forms, as well as chemicals like acetone and red phosphorus, were seized. Chemicals like acetone, sodium hydroxide, methylene chloride, and premium grade ethanol, toluene, red phosphorus, and ethyl acetate, and imported machinery for manufacturing was also found. Special Cell of Delhi Police also participated in the operation, as the drug network had footprints across several places in NCR.
In a big win to the Delhi Police Special Cell team and the NCB Narcotics Control Bureau team, they have received some credible inputs that there is some racket drug nexus syndicate working in the garb of a factory, which was busted by the Delhi Police Special Cell team and the Narcotics Control Bureau team. Right now, we are just standing outside the premises of that drug syndicate, where that entire network used to run. Here you can see this is the premises which was sealed by the NCB over here. So at this point in time, 5 arrests have been made so far in connection with the case.
The NCP has cited an international link in the production of this expensive drug. Narcotics Control Bureau, in its official statement, said that there is an involvement of Mexican drug mafia. A Delhi-based businessman who was found inside the factory at the time of the raid, along with the Tihar jail warden, were instrumental in establishing a factory. The businessman had previously been arrested by Department of Revenue Intelligence in an NDPS case and had been lodged in Tihar jail. Mumbai-based chemist was also roped in for manufacturing the drug, and quality of the drug was tested by a member of Mexican cartel residing in Delhi. The Narcotics Control Bureau has arrested 4 people for running the drug lab. Further investigation in this case is underway.
Let's take a quick look at the top stories of this hour. Prime Minister Narendra Modi will visit Gujarat today to participate in the Rashtriya Ekta Diwas celebrations. He will inaugurate and lay the foundation stone for various development projects worth over rupees 280 crore in Ekta Nagar, Kevadia. These projects aim to enhance the tourist experience, improve accessibility, and support sustainability initiatives in the area. During the visit, the Prime Minister will also address the officer trainees of the 99th Common Foundation course in Arnab 6.0. The theme for this year's program is Roadmap for Atmanirbhar and Viksit Bharat. The 99th Common Foundation course Arnab 6.0 includes 653 officer trainees from across 16 civil services of India and 3 civil services of Bhutan. On October 31st, Prime Minister Modi will offer a floral tribute at the Statue of Unity, followed by Rashtriya Ekta Diwas celebrations. The Ekta Diwas parade will feature 16 marching contingents from 9 states, 4 Central Armed Police Forces, the NCC, and a marching band. Former Maharashtra Minister Nawab Malik has officially submitted his nomination papers as the NCP candidate for the Mankhurd Shivajinagar Assembly constituency. This decision has sparked controversy within the Mahayuti alliance, with the BJP announcing it will not support Malik's candidacy. Malik, who was arrested in 2022 in connection with a case involving Daud Ibrahim, was granted bail on medical grounds in July. City BJP President Ashish Shelar stated that they will not accept giving a ticket to someone linked to the underworld don Daud Ibrahim. He emphasized that the parties intend to actively oppose Malik. The Shiv Sena has also declared its own candidate, pledging to defeat Malik. Despite Malik's nomination, the BJP's official position remains unclear. Deputy Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis mentioned that he is unaware of any official developments regarding Malik's candidacy. As the election approaches, tensions within the Mahayuti alliance regarding Malik's candidacy are likely to impact the political landscape in Maharashtra.
मानपुर शिवाजी नगर विधानसभा क्षेत्र से नेशनलिस्ट कांग्रेस पार्टी का नामांकन भरा था। साथ ही में अपक्ष भी नामांकन दाखिल किया था और समय पे पार्टी की तरफ से एबी फॉर्म जमा कराया गया 2/55 को। और अब मैं चुनाव नेशनलिस्ट कांग्रेस पार्टी की तरफ से लड़ूंगा।
A fire at the Anjutambalam Veerarkavu temple injured 154 people when improperly stored firecrackers exploded. Eyewitnesses reported a chaotic scene as spectators, including women and children, fled after the explosion. The district collector confirmed that many of the seriously injured suffered 80% burns, with 21 people currently in intensive care. Kasaragod District Police Chief announced a special investigation team to probe the incident. The police have registered a case under the Explosive Substances Act and various sections of the Bharatiya Nyaya Sanhita. 8 individuals have been booked, including 4 in custody for negligence and lack of legal permission for the fireworks. The accident was attributed to a failure to maintain safety distances and inadequate product precautions.
Yesterday, what we have realized is that they were bursting crackers. One of the crackers has bursted and fallen on the room where crackers were stored. So that is where the explosion has happened. And since people were sitting very close to the room where storage was done, that is how many people have gotten injured. That is what we have understood till now.
Security forces neutralized 3 terrorists in an encounter in Akhnur following an attack on an army convoy. The operation was led by the Indian Army's White Knight Corps, who stated in an official announcement that their relentless operations and tactical excellence have resulted in the elimination of 3 terrorists. The encounter also led to the recovery of warlike stores from the site. Unfortunately, a Belgian Malinois dog named Phantom from the Indian Army's K9 unit made the supreme sacrifice. He was killed while helping security forces advance toward the enemy position. According to security forces, the terrorists fired on an army ambulance, prompting immediate retaliation. The area was swiftly sealed off and a coordinated search effort was initiated by the Jammu and Kashmir police and Indian security forces. 10 people died and over 36 passengers were injured after a bus crashed into the wing wall of a flyover in Rajasthan's Sikar district on Tuesday. The injured have been admitted to the Government Welfare Hospital in Lakshmangarh for treatment. The private bus was coming from Salasar and was en route to Lakshmangarh. According to the police, the incident took place in Lakshmangarh at around 2 p.m. when the bus lost control and collided with a culvert. No definite cause for the accident has been determined yet, though an investigation is ongoing. Rajasthan Chief Minister Bhajan Lal Sharma expressed grief over the incident and directed concerned officials to ensure proper treatment for the injured. Prime Minister Narendra Modi announced an ex gratia of ₹2 lakh from the Prime Minister's National Relief Fund for the next of kin of each deceased in the mishap and ₹50,000 for the injured.
12 व्यक्तियों के मरने की सूचना है। बाकी जो घायल हैं उनको कुछ को जयपुर रेफर किया गया है, बाकी एसके हॉस्पिटल में उनका सबका इलाज चल रहा है। डॉक्टर्स की टीम लगी हुई है, प्रशासन की तरफ से सारी व्यवस्थाएं मुफीज हैं। लोकल सवारियां हैं ज़्यादातर, बस भी एक रूट परमिट की बस थी तो सभी सवारियां लोकल हैं, उनका आइडेंटिफाई करके और उनके परिजनों को सूचित किया जा रहा है। 12 व्यक्तियों के मरने की सूचना है। बाकी जो घायल हैं उनको कुछ को जयपुर रेफर किया गया है, बाकी एसके हॉस्पिटल में उनका सबका इलाज चल रहा है। डॉक्टर्स की टीम लगी हुई है, प्रशासन की तरफ से सारी व्यवस्थाएं मुफीद हैं। लोकल सवारियां हैं ज़्यादातर, बस भी एक रूट परमिट की बस थी, तो सभी सवारियां लोकल हैं, उनका आइडेंटिफाई करके और उनके परिजनों को सूचित किया जा रहा है।
The Telangana government will launch its socio-economic and caste survey on November 6th. The survey will start on November 4th and 5th and conclude by November 30th. Following a decision made at a meeting held by Chief Minister Revanth Reddy recently, the deadline for submitting the data is December 9th. The survey aims to inform policies and uplift marginalized communities. This initiative aligns with Congress leader Rahul Gandhi's pledge to conduct caste surveys statewide and nationally. According to the government, 80,000 employees will be involved in conducting the survey and will receive appropriate training for it. The Telangana Commission for Backward Classes on Monday kicked off its public hearings to receive representations from the interested parties. A thin layer of smoke blanketed Delhi on Tuesday, with parts of the city recording very poor air quality. The air quality index, that's your AQI, surpassed 300. BJP President Virendra Sachdeva criticized the AAP government, claiming they deflect blame to Haryana and Uttar Pradesh despite evidence showing stubble burning incidents there. He argued that if AAP was serious about tackling pollution, they would engage in discussions rather than avoid them. BJP MP Bansuri Swaraj echoed these sentiments, emphasizing AAP's unfulfilled promises to address the stubble burning during the Punjab elections. She questioned the lack of coordination and action plans between Delhi and Punjab in combating air pollution. Viewers, it's time for a short commercial break. Lots more coming up on the other side. 500-year-long wait finally ends. Special Diwali celebrations at Ayodhya, as this marks the first Diwali where Lord Ram will be celebrated at the Sri Ram Janmabhoomi temple. Stay tuned to Republic TV for all the latest developments.
$13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Prime Minister to inaugurate and lay foundation for projects worth rupees 284 crore at Statue of Unity, all set to mark Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel's birth anniversary. Amid back-to-back hoax bomb threats, Indigo Flight 6E917 Chennai to Visakhapatnam and 6E969 received fresh bomb threats. 500-year-long wait finally ends. Special Diwali celebrations at Ayodhya, as this marks the first Diwali where Lord Ram will be celebrated at the Sri Ram Janmabhoomi temple. Karnataka High Court to pass order today on Darshan's plea for interim bail to undergo surgery. Amid India-Canada row, US refutes reports of expelling Indian diplomats, says not aware. As tensions escalate in the Middle East, Lebanese-backed army group Hezbollah announced the Deputy Secretary Sheikh Naim Qasim as Hezbollah's new leader. Qasim's appointment comes weeks after former chief Hassan Nasrallah's elimination in an Israeli airstrike in Beirut's southern suburbs. Widely regarded as Hezbollah's number 2, the 71-year-old now remains as one of the most prominent leaders of the group. Take a look at this report for all the details.
Weeks after elimination of Hezbollah chief Hassan Nasrallah, Hezbollah has announced Sheikh Naim Qasim as its new leader. Qasim has been the acting head of the terror group since the elimination of Nasrallah. Like his predecessor Nasrallah, Qasim is one of the earliest members of Hezbollah and is often regarded as Hezbollah's number 2. The terror group issued a statement saying that it has elected Qasim as the new Secretary General. Hezbollah has vowed to continue with Nasrallah's policies, quote-unquote, until victory is achieved. 71-year-old Sheikh Qasim is frequently seen as a public figure. After the killing of Nasrallah, he gave 3 televised addresses.
مرت سنة على طوفان الأقصى. هذا الطوفان هو حدث غير عادي، هو حدث استثنائي. أستطيع أن أقول بأنه بداية تغيير وجه الشرق الأوسط.
When Nasrallah took over as the leader, Qasim continued his role and became one of the key spokespersons of Hezbollah. But he is widely seen as a leader lacking the charisma and oratory skills of his predecessor. After Nasrallah went underground, Qasim was the one who attended the rallies and ceremonies and even used to sit for foreign interviews. Like his predecessor, Qasim is perceived by many as extreme, even more extreme than Nasrallah. Qasim is also sanctioned by the United States, which considers Hezbollah as a terrorist group. Qasim joined Hezbollah and served as Deputy General of the group since 1991, after the killing of Nasrallah's predecessor Abbas Musavi. Meanwhile, Israeli army chief has accused Hezbollah group of hiding casualties and stated that Hezbollah group seems in trouble. This comes after Naim Qasim, in his televised address, said that the group is focused on hurting the enemies by targeting Haifa and other parts of Israel.
The United Nations Security Council witnessed a mega showdown between Iran and Israel. Tehran warned the United States of potential consequences. Watch this report for more.
The Middle East continues to remain on the boil due to the Israel-Hamas war, followed by escalations between Israel and Hezbollah, along with Israel and Iran. The United Nations Security Council witnessed a mega showdown between Iran and Israel. Tehran warned the United States that it is complicit in Israel's attacks by providing technical expertise and advanced military equipment and will bear its consequences.
Regrettably, unwavering and unconditional support provided by the United States to Israel, coupled with its obstruction of the Security Council mandate as a permanent member, has emboldened Israel to persist in its crimes and aggression in Gaza and Lebanon, and now against Iran, gravely undermining regional peace and security. The United States' involvement in Israeli aggression through its provision of technical expertise and advanced military system to Israel has further instigated and emboldened Israel to conduct its aggressive attack against Iran. Therefore, the US government is complicit in Israeli aggression and will bear its consequences.
Israel's UN ambassador Danny Danon hit out and called Iran the puppet master behind Hamas in Gaza and Hezbollah in Lebanon, and pointed to its October 1st air offensive of at least 180 missiles into Israeli territory.
The contrast of the manner in which we executed our operation with Iran's missile attack could not be starker. While Iran recklessly aimed their missiles at entire civilian communities, cities, Tel Aviv, Haifa, Israel utilized the most precise munitions in the world to focus solely on military targets. Israel remains resolute. We will continue to act in defense of our people with precision, strength, and an unbreakable commitment to the safety of our citizens.
Israeli Ambassador Danon warned that any further Iranian military action will face swift consequences. At the United Nations Security Council, Israeli ambassador further urged the Islamic Republic to stop its reckless pursuit of dominance through violence and terror.
Russian President Vladimir Putin launched a massive exercise of nuclear forces featuring missile launches in a simulation of a retaliatory strike after showing a stern warning to the US and Kyiv's NATO allies. Here's a detailed report. Take a look.
Russian President Vladimir Putin launched a massive exercise of nuclear forces, featuring missile launches in a simulation of a retaliatory strike. Russian Defense Minister Andrei Beluzov said that the nuclear drill is intended to practice response to a nuclear strike by the enemy.
Товарищ Верховный Главнокомандующий, в соответствии с планом подготовки вооруженных сил Российской Федерации под вашим руководством проводится тренировка по управлению вооруженными силами Российской Федерации, в ходе которой будут отработаны задачи нанесения массированного ядерного удара стратегическими наступательными силами в ответ на ядерный удар противника.
According to the Russian Defense Ministry, the Russian military test-fired a Yars intercontinental ballistic missile from the Pelesk launch pad at the Kura testing range. The ministry further said that all the missiles reached their designated targets.
Товарищ Верховный Главнокомандующий, к тренировке привлекаются ракетная подводная лодка стратегического назначения Тихоокеанского флота, подвижный грунтовый ракетный комплекс ракетных войск стратегического назначения «Ярс», ракетная подводная лодка стратегического назначения Северного флота.
Russia's nuclear drills come after Vladimir Putin warned the United States and NATO allies that allowing Ukraine to use Western-supplied longer-range weapons would put NATO at war with Moscow. Putin also declared that revised document envisages possible nuclear weapons use in case of massive airstrike. The latest maneuvers follow a series of other drills of Russia's nuclear forces amid the ongoing war with Ukrainian armed forces.
Supporters of Democratic presidential candidate Kamala Harris sounded upbeat on Tuesday as they arrived for a major rally at the Ellipse. They expressed excitement about her candidacy. Here's a full report. Take a look.
Supporters of the Democratic presidential candidate Kamala Harris arrived for a major rally at the Ellipse. The supporters are enthusiastic about her candidacy and are confident that she will win.
I think she's going to win. I think that people are very passionate and excited about her candidacy. You can see tens of thousands of people have taken time off of work to come out and support her. And I think she's an amazing human being who is going to treat all races, all people of all races, religions, etc. equally.
The people lauded the Biden administration for keeping them out of recession.
I think the economy, our economy's done pretty well recovering from COVID. I think, we've had inflation unfortunately, but it's gone down, and compared to the rest of the larger world, I think we're doing pretty good. So in that sense, I think that the administration's done a pretty good job in keeping us out of a recession.
Alison Hines, a supporter of Kamala Harris, expressed uncertainty about whether the institutions would be strong enough if Donald Trump were to win.
I'm not sure that our institutions are strong enough should Donald Trump win, but I know that we have good people in place who will do their best to make sure that they do everything possible for that to happen.
A supporter of Kamala Harris emphasized that democracy will not perish as the people are determined to protect it.
Democracy will not die. These people out here will not let democracy die. We are Americans. We will fight for this country, and I don't mean in a violent way, but we will work, we will operate, we will organize. If you remember when Donald Trump was elected the first time, right after his inauguration, women came out here and we marched.
The battle lines have been drawn between the Republicans and the Democrats for the upcoming presidential elections. The big question is, who will win the 2024 US presidential polls?
The Shenzhou 19 manned spaceship with 3 astronauts on board has entered its designated orbit. After blasting off from the Jingguan Satellite Launch Center in northwest China, the Shenzhou 19 astronauts will take over command of the space station after completing an in-orbit rotation with their colleagues of the Shenzhou 18 mission. Here's a full report. Take a look.
About 10 minutes after liftoff, the spaceship separated from the rocket and entered its designated orbit. The Shenzhou 19 manned spaceship enters the predetermined orbit with astronauts in a good shape.
各号注意，我是北京。根据北京实时轨道与遥测数据监视判断，神舟19号飞船已进入近地点高度200公里，远地点高度362公里，倾角41.5度，周期1小时30分钟的预定轨道。太阳帆板展开，飞船工况正常，航天员状态良好。
The astronaut trio consists of Tsai Zhuwei, Song Lingdong and Wang Huazhou, with Tsai being the mission commander. Commander of Jiuquan Satellite Launch Center announces the spacecraft launch mission a complete success.
尊敬的各位领导、同志们，根据火箭飞行数据及北京航天飞控中心监视计算，长征2号 F149火箭已将神舟19号飞船准确送入预定轨道，帆板展开，工作正常。我宣布，神舟19号发射任务取得圆满成功。谢谢大家。
The Shenzhou 19 astronauts will take over command of the space station after completing an in-orbit rotation with their colleagues of the Shenzhou 18 mission. The new crew will perform tasks like conducting space science research and technology experiments, carrying out extravehicular activities and many more.
Now it's time for us to take a quick look at the top global stories. First up, the US State Department issued a statement saying it is deeply troubled after the passage of 2 laws by the Israeli parliament that could prevent the United Nations from providing aid and relief material to war-torn Gaza Strip. The laws ban the agency UNRWA from operating and cut all ties between the agency and the Israeli government. It's the culmination of a long-running campaign against the agency, which Israel contends has been infiltrated by Hamas. The US State Department spokesperson Matthew Miller said the development poses risk for millions of Palestinians who rely on the UNRWA for essential services, including healthcare and primary and secondary education. Israel has carried out more airstrikes and waged a bigger ground operation in northern Gaza in recent weeks, saying it is focused on rooting out Hamas terrorists that have regrouped after more than a year of war.
We are deeply troubled by this legislation. It could shutter UNRWA operations in the West Bank, in Gaza, in East Jerusalem. It poses risks for millions of Palestinians who rely on UNRWA for essential services, including healthcare and primary and secondary education. UNRWA, of course, plays a critical role in providing services to Palestinians in Gaza, the West Bank, and throughout the wider region, and particularly in Gaza. They play a role right now that, at least today, cannot be filled by anyone else. They are a key partner in delivering food, water, and other humanitarian assistance to civilians in Gaza that wouldn't have anyone else to get it from if UNRWA were to go away.
The United Nations expresses concerns over Israeli new legislation. UN spokesperson Stefan said the two laws that could hinder UNRWA's essential work in the Palestinian territory, including East Jerusalem. The United Nations emphasized that UNRWA is the principal provider of assistance for Palestinian refugees in Palestine. There is no alternative to the organization. Jurak called on Israel to act consistently with its obligations under the Charter of the United Nations and its other obligations under international law, including international humanitarian law and those concerning the privileges and immunities of the United Nations.
The Secretary General emphasized that UNRWA is the principal means by which essential assistance is supplied to Palestine refugees in the occupied Palestinian territory. There is no alternative to UNRWA. He calls on Israel to act consistently with its obligations under the Charter of the UN and its other obligations under international law, including international humanitarian law, and those concerning the privileges and immunities of the United Nations. National legislation cannot override or alter those obligations. He is bringing this matter to the attention of the General Assembly and will keep the Assembly closely informed on the situation as it develops.
Yep. Viewers, it's time for a short commercial break. Lots more coming up on the other side. Karnataka High Court to pass order today on Darshan's plea for interim bail to undergo surgery. Stay tuned to Republic TV as we bring you all the latest developments.
13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
Welcome back, viewers. Let's get started with Prime Minister Narendra Modi's announcement of expansion of the Ayushman Bharat Pradhan Mantri Jan Arogya Yojana, now providing coverage to all senior citizens aged 70 and above. The scheme is expected to benefit close to 6 crore senior citizens across India with a projected reach of approximately 4.5 crore households. Here's a full report. Take a look.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi announces expansion of the Ayushman Bharat scheme. The expansion grants additional health coverage to all senior citizens aged 70 and above. Now with the latest announcement, the senior citizens would also get the benefits of the policy with other family members. The Ayushman Bharat scheme aims to offer up to Rs 5 lakh in treatment for each individual. The scheme will benefit close to 6 crore senior citizens across the country. Just an eKYC verification can activate the new benefits. Nearly half of the scheme's beneficiaries accounts to women.
Well, let's take a quick look at the top stories from the world of business. The Telecom Regulatory Authority of India aims to finalize the updated and stricter regulations on spam calls and messages by January. TRAI will draft and circulate a consultation paper regarding the regulatory framework for telemarketers. The TRAI chief mentioned that the measures implemented over the past few months have led to a noticeable improvement in the system, but emphasized that more needs to be done. The consultation paper was released at the end of August, and the feedback received will be analyzed, followed by open house discussions. This aims to ensure that only safe and approved links can get through the SMS, so consumers are shielded from harmful or fake websites or other online threats. TRAI also pointed out that despite punitive actions, unsolicited calls from 10-digit mobile numbers continue to annoy and harass customers. GST Network on Tuesday said beginning early next year, GST taxpayers will not be able to file monthly and annual GST returns after 3 years of the original filing due date. In an advisory, the Goods and Services Tax Network said GST outward supply returns besides returns related to payment of liability and annual returns will become time-barred after the expiry of a period of 3 years from the due date. GSTN noted the said changes are going to be implemented in the GST portal from early next year. Hence, the taxpayers are advised to reconcile their records and file their GST returns as soon as possible, if not filed till now. Businesses are advised to proactively audit their filing history and address any outstanding returns within the remaining window. This action will prevent future compliance issues and penalties that may arise once a portal enforces this 3-year limit. Lots more coming up on the other side. Prime Minister to inaugurate and lay foundation for projects worth Rs 284 crore at Statue of Unity. All set to mark Diwali celebrations and Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel's birth anniversary. Stay tuned to Republic TV as we bring you all the developments on the other side. Viewers, let's take a look at the sporting story where India will take on New Zealand in the third test of the 3-match series at Mumbai from November 1st. And while India have already lost the series, the final test holds significant importance. India need all the wins they can get if they are to qualify for the World Test Championship. That's your final in 2025. So what kind of pitch will be up for grabs at the Wankhede Stadium? A rank turner or a sporting track?
While the disengagement process is almost over, the US has issued a statement welcoming the disengagement and also saying that it did not play any role in the truce talks between India and China. We'll get you the details at 8 a.m.
Asia's largest news headquarters. Setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
India-China disengagement almost over. Verifying vacation of positions still on. Patrolling to resume at Depsang and Demchok.
Closely following the developments, we understand that both countries have taken initial steps to withdraw troops from friction points along the line of actual control. We welcome any reduction in tensions along the border.
US welcomes India-China agreement on border disengagement, denies role in truce talks between India and China.
And so we deliberately chose, as Madame Drouin said in her introductory remarks, a credible, internationally read newspaper that would carry our side of the story. We chose a journalist who had a long record of background in this particular issue. He had written on it a number of times before.
Canadian minister repeats bogus plot to target Khalistanis in Canada, confirms sensitive information shared with the US media.
साल बाद ऐसा अवसर आया है जब अयोध्या में रामलला की जन्मभूमि पर बने उनके मंदिर में भी हजारों दीप जलाए जाएंगे.
Ayodhya celebrates Ram Lalla's first Diwali in Ram Mandir after a 5 years wait. Amid Waqf showdown in Karnataka, farmers in Vijaypura observe Black Diwali. Yeah. Very good morning. Thank you for tuning in to this edition of Live This Morning. I'm Samiksha Srivastava. It's of course a packed lineup. We begin first up with news that is coming in from Kishtwar, J&K, where half a dozen houses were gutted in fire. Let's play out those visuals also coming in. This is the news that's coming in from Kishtwar in J&K, where more than 6 houses and shops were gutted in fire last night. The firefighters and police rushed to contain the flames, but despite efforts, the blaze escalated, leaving several structures reduced to ashes. Let's go across to Gursimran. He's joining us live right now. Gursimran, give us more details on what exactly happened. We understand that 6 to 7 houses were gutted in fire late last night.
See, Samiksha, it was late last night when the fire broke out. This was in the Kushal area of the Kishtwar district. And soon after getting the information, it started from a single house, but it spread like a wildfire in the nearby houses and also the shops. Around 6 houses and shops have been gutted in the fire that took place. Though the Jammu and Kashmir police, along with the firefighters, they reached the spot immediately, attempted to douse the fire. And after the hectic efforts, the fire was doused. But till then, it was too late for these close to 6 houses and a shop that has been gutted in this fire. There have been several incidents of the fire taking place in the Kishtwar district. Even we saw a couple of weeks ago when more than 80 houses were gutted in the remote area of the Ward 1, and now this incident is being reported in the Kuchal area of Kishtwar district where 6 houses have been gutted in the fire.
All right, Gursimran, thank you for the moment. So, Gursimran, they're getting us details on what exactly transpired last night. For now, we switch focus to other stories. And let's now tell you about the border truce talks between India and China. It's, of course, been a big breakthrough as the disengagement process is almost complete. And the US also now having issued a statement saying that it's not been involved in any way in the mediation talks between India and China. Take a look at this report.
The disengagement along the line of actual control is nearing its conclusion. At 2 friction points in Demchok and Depsang plains, the disengagement is in its last leg. India and China are retreating their troops to rear locations. Big guns and ammunitions are being moved. About 80 to 90% of disengagement in Ladakh has been completed.
कि जिस तरीके से समझौता हुआ, इसमें 50 से 60 हज़ार सैनिक, गलवान घाटी के हालात आपको याद होंगे, जब दोनों सेनाओं के बीच में टकराव हुआ था, उसके बाद हालात बिगड़ गए थे, तनाव भारत और चीन के बीच में देखने को मिला था। दोनों ही सेनाओं के 50 से 60 हज़ार सैनिक हैं, जिनकी वापसी यहाँ से हो रही है। टेम्परेरीली जो टेंट वहाँ पर बनाए गए थे, उन्हें यहाँ से हटाया जा रहा है। 10 से 12 टैंक हैं, इसके अलावा 10 से 12 टेंट हैं, और वहीं जो है करीबन 50 से 60 वाहन हैं सेना के, जिन्हें यहाँ से हटाया जा रहा है। और कुछ हिस्सों को शुरुआत में हटाया गया था, कुछ सैनिकों को पहले वापस बुलाया गया था। वहीं अब ये जो डेमचौक पॉइंट है, यहाँ से लगभग सभी जो 2020 वाली स्थिति है, उससे 2020 वाली स्थिति पर दोनों ही पक्षों के जो सैनिक हैं वहां से अब पीछे जा चुके हैं।
Military commanders of both the sides are observing the situation. Final verification of the dismantled structures will follow. The disengagement process is likely to be completed soon. While the disengagement agreement was arrived at for 2 friction points, talks are still underway for other areas. The patrolling will begin at these points once the disengagement that began last week is completed.
And in news that you're tracking from down south in Kerala, where a massive fire broke out in Kasaragod, in which 150 people sustained injuries. In fact, it is said that 8 people are said to be in a critical situation after that explosion that had happened at a firecracker factory, which later spread to that event that was taking place at the temple premises.
Over 150 people injured. Around 8 people are with serious burns. Havoc broke out after a fireworks storage facility near Virarkau temple in Kerala's Kasaragod district caught fire.
A tragic incident took place in Kerala Kasaragod district. In fact, 150 people got injured in a major fire incident. The fire took place at Virarkau temple out there in Kasaragod district, and in fact it is being said when the religious function was underway, the firecrackers were burnt, and in fact one of the firecrackers got inside the store room, or in fact one of the building where the building was stored with full firecrackers, and in fact that led to the major fire incident. And in fact people are admitted, those who are injured in this very incident are admitted to various hospitals across the district of Kerala, and one of them and a few of them are in fact admitted out here at the AJ hospital located in Mangalore.
Now, the Kerala government has formed an SIT which will probe into the matter. According to police reports, the accident was triggered by the explosion of firecrackers that were improperly stored in the vicinity. Officials are also stressing the importance of following safety guidelines to avoid similar incidents in the future. Meanwhile, the injured are being treated at the hospital.
If you could share how this all incident has happened, what was going on out there at the place where this incident happened?
Actually, the incident happened around 12 o'clock in the night. I was not at the place of the incident, but one of my friend called there and he asked me to come over there. So he told me that your cousin is little injured, so please come and visit him. So I came there. So the incident was so tragic and the condition was too much severe.
Even the temple authorities face the law in the wake of the incident. Can the ruling government pass the buck for not enforcing the cracker norms and fire safety regulations at religious places?
Now, while an SIT has been set up to probe as to what exactly led to this explosion and why is it that the police failed to control the situation, an FIR has been registered. In fact, 8 temple officials have been booked under non-bailable charges in this case. Let's listen in to the voices coming in. The kin of those who sustained injuries in this temple fire. Listen in.
This incident happened yesterday midnight.
Okay.
Yeah, while I was sleeping at 12:15, I know it from my son's friend.
Okay.
I rushed that place immediately. And at that time, it is a very, very pathetic condition. Ambulance are rushing here and there because people are scattered here and there, and 2 local hospitals are there. Some NK Balashta Memorial Hospital and one Tejaswini Cooperative Hospital, and we searched there, but there is no patients there. All are shifted to District Hospital Kanjangad and Periyaram Medical College and other hospitals, nearby hospitals. Okay. And we searched my relative, my brother's son, Anub. And at District Hospital Kanjangad, I met him, and immediately I took a discharge from that house and they referred to Mangalore.
How did this incident took place? How did it all happen? How many people were there?
I didn't know, but from the news I know, because at that time I was not there.
Okay,
so
okay.
From the
later on, what did you got to know from the people out there?
Yeah, people are saying that it is a irresponsibility of the committee and did not take any precautions while making the firecracking. That is the happening of this.
How many people were there where this?
At that time, I thought that about 350 or below 500.
Below 500.
500 people are gathered
and
there.
Was it a very congested place?
Yeah, it is a very congested. That is why this incident happened there. That is why. Because this congested place, not taking any precautions.
How did that building caught fire? Where
the storage of the crackers and the firing of the crackers are just about 3 or 4 meters distance. That is happened. That is why yesterday at midnight also the collector also, our honorable collector also said that matter.
Let's also go across to Sandeep. He's joining us from Nileshwaram, Kasargod. Sandeep, once again, if you can take us through the probe details so far. There's of course been negligence on part of the police officials, as is evident in these visuals also that surfaced. Talk to us about the kind of probe that has been initiated into this negligence which led to at least 150 people sustaining injuries.
See, Samiksha, as far as the spot is concerned, we are present at the same spot. This is the temple and this is the ground, and just parallel to this, there is a storeroom in which the firecrackers were stored. At that point in time, this whole place was in fact with the people. There were children, there were women sitting, there were senior citizens, and as my video journalist Sunny is showing you, just parallel to this very room, Sunny, if you could show both, just parallel to this very room, there were the firecrackers that were in fact burnt out, and that is just 2 to 3 meters away from this very room. And at that point in time, the sparks from the firecrackers that were burst at that point in time, those sparks got hit to this very room, and this whole storeroom got blasted at that point in time. And in fact, the women's, the senior citizens, the small children who were sitting out here, they got attached to this fire. And in fact, as far as this whole ground is concerned, Samiksha, Sunny, this whole ground was jam-packed. There were around more than 500 to 1,000 people at that very point in time, and this blast led to catch all the people. The people who were here, they got connected to this very fire. And in fact, this led to injured more than 150 people. You can see the slippers also. Show the slippers. You can understand at that very point in time, there was a stampede-like situation, Samiksha, at this very spot. More than 500 people, 500 to 1,000 people had gathered here for that very religious function, and that point in time there was stampede-like situation. People did not get a chance to in fact move away from this very place. And what our sources have told, that the temple trust did not had in fact permission from the local administration as well. Now an SIT probe has been ordered, an FIR has been in fact registered in this very case, and in fact 3 people have been arrested, Samiksha, from the temple trust. 5 people have been arrested in this, 5 people are still absconding in this very matter. So 3 arrested, 5 absconding, and the search operation is underway. Meanwhile, a parallel probe has also been ordered by the district administration, district magistrate, to make a parallel inquiry whether there was fire safety norms that were in fact followed by the temple trust or not, whether the temple trust had the permission to to collect all these people at the same point in time, so the rules and regulations were followed or not. That is something that is being inquired by the district administration, Samiksha.
Yes, Sandeep, just last question before we let you go. If you can once again run us through the sections under which this FIR has been registered, one, and tell us more about these 3 temple trustees who've been taken into custody.
See, as far as the sections are concerned, these are the new sections of Bharatiya Nyaya Sanhita. They have been booked under the sections of negligence and illegal gathering. These are the sections that have been in fact pressed against the temple trust people. As far as the people who have been arrested are concerned, they are the temple trust committee members, and in fact one of the committee member was also involved in in lighting up the fire out here, for bursting the firecrackers also. So ultimately it was no one but the committee members themselves were involved in bursting up the fire at that point in time. So Samiksha, at this point in time 3 people from the committee, temple committee, have been in fact booked, and in fact 5 are still absconding, for which the search operation is still underway and an SIT probe has been ordered.
All right, Sandeep, we leave it at that. We will, of course, keep coming back to you through the day for more updates. For now, we switch focus to other news that you're tracking from across the country. And the air quality in the national capital remains in the very poor category. In fact, teams have also been deployed to enforce a firecracker ban, as the air quality has been deteriorating and is now reaching in the hazardous category. Let's go across to Gopi. She's joining us live from Akshardham, But these visuals that speak for themselves, there is low visibility, of course. Gopi, it looks like it is, of course, not a good morning for the Delhiites. But talk to us more about this firecracker ban. How exactly is the police officials, the Delhi government and the centre is working in tandem to ensure that there is complete firecracker ban?
Well, in fact, Samiksha, we are standing at the Akshardham flyover, and as we know, today morning's air quality index of ITO as well as Anand Vihar is poor and very poor category. While past 3 days we have seen that there is rise in the air quality index as predicted by the Central Pollution Control Board. Now, speaking of the high level meeting which was convened day before yesterday, a virtual meeting was convened which was co-chaired by the Agriculture Minister Shivraj Singh Chauhan as well as Environment Minister Bhupender Yadav along with other ministers. They had a chalk-out plan for stubble burning wherein around 8,000 nodal officers in fact have been deployed to keep a tab on stubble burning in Punjab, while there is also regular check happening in Uttar Pradesh and Haryana. Speaking of crackers ban, even in Delhi, around 1,200 officers have been deployed at various hot spots of the city who are going to keep a tab on firecrackers burning. While speaking of other measures which have been taken by the Delhi government and the central government, one is the ban on tandoors and fuel wood. Second being that there is a high dip in private vehicles usage as the parking rates have been increased at various metro stations and various parking slots. It has in fact been doubled. Also, during the construction, in the construction sites, there's a lot of dust that rises which leads to pollution. So there is a heavy sprinkling of water being done on the roads of Delhi as well as at the construction sites. So these are a few measures which are being taken by the Delhi government along with the central government. As you can see, there is in fact a thin layer of smog that we can still see. We are standing right here on the Akshardham flyover, and these are the visuals from the Akshardham flyover where you can see a thin layer of thin fog here. Back to you, Samiksha.
All right, Gopi, thank you for the moment. So Gopi there getting us the latest on the measures being taken by the Delhi government. Let's shift focus to other story that we're tracking. This one coming in from the state of Karnataka, where Minister Ishwar Khandre has directed stern action against those officials who allowed cutting of forests, the trees in a forested land for a Kannada movie, Toxic. Take a look at this detailed report.
Kannada film Toxic has landed in the middle of an ongoing row between the State Forest Department and the Hindustan Machine Tools. According to the Forest Department, hundreds of trees were cut in the area to erect the movie set. Karnataka Environment Minister has directed officials to take action against those responsible for cutting trees in the area.
ಅದನ್ನು ನಾನು ಹೋಗಿ ನೋಡಿಕೊಂಡು ಬರಬೇಕು ಅಂತೇಳಿ ನಾನು ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಖುದ್ದಾಗಿ ಸ್ಥಳಕ್ಕೆ ಭೇಟಿ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ನಾನು ಭೇಟಿ ಕೊಟ್ಟಂಥ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ನನ್ನ ಗಮನಕ್ಕೆ ಬಂದಿದೆ. ಬಂದ ಮೇಲೆ ನಾನು ಹಿಂದೆ ಏನು ನಮ್ಮ ಸ್ಯಾಟಲೈಟ್ ಚಿತ್ರಗಳಿದ್ದು 1 ವರ್ಷ ಕೆಳಗಡೆ ಇದ್ದಂಥದ್ದು ಅದು ಮತ್ತು ಈ ವರ್ಷದ ನಾವು ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ಇವತ್ತು ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ವ್ಯತ್ಯಾಸ ಕಾಣಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಇನ್ನೂ ಮರಗಳಿದೆ, ಗಿಡಗಳಿದೆ. ಈ ಗಿಡಗಳು ಯಾರ ಪರವಾನಗಿಯಿಂದ ಕಡಿದಿದ್ದಾರೆ? ಅರಣ್ಯ ಇಲಾಖೆ ಪರವಾನಗಿ ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ? ಅದು ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಂಡಿಲ್ಲ. ಅದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಕಾನೂನು ಕ್ರಮ ಆಗಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ಕಾನೂನು ಪ್ರಕ್ರಿಯೆ ಮುಂದುವರಿತದೆ. ಹೌದು, ದೂರು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೇವೆ BBMPಗೆ. BBMPಯವರು ನೋಟಿಸ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಒಂದು ಕಮಿಟಿ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ನೋಟಿಸ್ ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಮುಂದಿನ ಕ್ರಮ ತಗೊಳ್ತೀವಿ.
The minister also declared the area as reserved forest land but occupied by the HMT. As per records, the land was given to HMT without denotification of forest. Citing the Supreme Court order declaring that once a forest area always remains a forest area until denotified, Khandre said that the land occupied by the company continues to be a forest area. The minister also said that if illegal activities are found in the forest land, strict action will be taken against those responsible.
And let's now switch focus to news that we are tracking from the national capital. In fact, this is regarding a drug bust by the Delhi police days after a meth lab was busted in Chennai area. These are raids that were carried out in Gautam Budh Nagar, in which 95 kgs of drugs was seized. Here's a detailed report.
Less than a week after a meth lab was busted in Chennai, similar scenes played out in the national capital region. A drug production center in the Kasana industrial area of Uttar Pradesh's Gautam Budh Nagar was busted. Narcotics Control Bureau, in coordination with the Delhi Police Special Cell, busted a methamphetamine manufacturing lab. 95 kgs of drugs in solid and liquid forms, as well as chemicals like acetone and red phosphorus, were seized. Chemicals like acetone, sodium hydroxide, methylene chloride, and premium grade ethanol, toluene, red phosphorus, and ethyl acetate, and imported machinery for manufacturing was also found. Special Cell of Delhi Police also participated in the operation, as the drug network had footprints across several places in NCR.
In a big win to the Delhi Police Special Cell team and the NCB, Narcotics Control Bureau team, they have received some credible inputs that there is some racket drug nexus syndicate working in the garb of a factory, which was busted by the Delhi Police Special Cell team and the Narcotics Control Bureau team. Right now, we are just standing outside the premises of that drug syndicate, where that entire network used to run. Here you can see this is the premises which was sealed by the NCB over here. So at this point in time, 5 arrests have been made so far in connection with the case.
The NCP has cited an international link in the production of this expensive drug. Narcotics Control Bureau, in its official statement, said that there is an involvement of Mexican drug mafia. A Delhi-based businessman who was found inside the factory at the time of the raid, along with the Tihar jail warden, were instrumental in establishing a factory. The businessman had previously been arrested by Department of Revenue Intelligence in an NDPS case and had been lodged in Tihar jail. Mumbai-based chemist was also roped in for manufacturing the drug, and quality of the drug was tested by a member of Mexican cartel residing in Delhi. The Narcotics Control Bureau has arrested 4 people for running the drug lab. Further investigation in this case is underway.
And with that, we head into a very short break. 500-year-long wait finally ends. Special Diwali celebrations at Ayodhya. Ayodhya, this marks the first Diwali where Lord Ram will be celebrated at Sri Ram Janmabhoomi Temple.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
And a quick check of the headlines. Prime Minister to lay foundation stone for projects worth 284 crore rupees at Statue of Unity, all set to mark Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel's birth anniversary. Amid back-to-back hoax bomb threats, Indigo Flight 6E917 Chennai to Visakhapatnam and 6E969 receive fresh bomb threats. 500-year-long wait finally ends. Ayodhya gears up to celebrate Diwali at the Ram Temple. Karnataka High Court to pass order today on actor Darshan's bail plea. Actor to seek bail on medical grounds. Amid India-Canada row, US refutes reports of expelling Indian diplomats, says not aware. Now, with the conflict in West Asia that's only been widening, Lebanese-backed armed group Hezbollah has announced Deputy Secretary Sheikh Naim Qasim as Hezbollah's new leader. Qasim's appointment comes weeks after former chief Hassan Nasrallah was eliminated in an Israeli airstrike in Beirut in southern suburbs. Widely regarded as Hezbollah's number 2, the 71-year-old now remains as one of the most prominent leaders of the Hezbollah group.
Weeks after elimination of Hezbollah chief Hassan Nasrallah, Hezbollah has announced Sheikh Naim Qasim as its new leader. Qasim has been the acting head of the terror group since the elimination of Nasrallah. Like his predecessor Nasrallah, Qasim is one of the earliest members of Hezbollah and is often regarded as Hezbollah's number 2. The terror group issued a statement saying that it has elected Qasim as the new Secretary General. Hezbollah has vowed to continue with Nasrallah's policies, quote-unquote, until victory is achieved. 71-year-old Sheikh Qasim is frequently seen as a public figure. After the killing of Nasrallah, he gave 3 televised addresses.
مرت سنة على طوفان الأقصى. هذا الطوفان هو حدث غير عادي، هو حدث استثنائي. أستطيع أن أقول بأنه بداية تغيير وجه الشرق الأوسط.
When Nasrallah took over as the leader, Qasim continued his role and became one of the key spokespersons of Hezbollah. But he is widely seen as a leader lacking the charisma and oratory skills of his predecessor. After Nasrallah went underground, Qasim was the one who attended the rallies and ceremonies and even used to sit for foreign interviews. Like his predecessor, Qasim is perceived by many as extreme, even more extreme than Nasrallah. Qasim is also sanctioned by the United States, which considers Hezbollah as a terrorist group. Qasim joined Hezbollah and served as Deputy General of the group since 1991, after the killing of Nasrallah's predecessor Abbas Musavi. Meanwhile, Israeli army chief has accused Hezbollah group of hiding casualties and stated that Hezbollah group seems in trouble. This comes after Naim Qasim, in his televised address, said that the group is focused on hurting the enemies by targeting Haifa and other parts of Israel.
Now, the United Nations Security Council witnessed a mega showdown between Iran and Israel. This as Iran warned the United States of potential consequences. Here's a detailed report.
The Middle East continues to remain on the boil due to the Israel-Hamas war, followed by escalations between Israel and Hezbollah, along with Israel and Iran. The United Nations Security Council witnessed a mega showdown between Iran and Israel. Tehran warned the United States that it is complicit in Israel's attacks by providing technical expertise and advanced military equipment and will bear its consequences.
Regrettably, unwavering and unconditional support provided by the United States to Israel, coupled with its obstruction of the Security Council mandate as a permanent member, has emboldened Israel to persist in its crimes and aggression in Gaza and Lebanon, and now against Iran, gravely undermining regional peace and security. The United States' involvement in Israeli aggression through its provision of technical expertise and advanced military system to Israel has further instigated and emboldened Israel to conduct its aggressive attack against Iran. Therefore, the US government is complicit in Israeli aggression and will bear its consequences.
Israel's UN ambassador Danny Danon hit out and called Iran the puppet master behind Hamas in Gaza and Hezbollah in Lebanon, and pointed to its October 1st air offensive of at least 180 missiles into Israeli territory.
The contrast of the manner in which we executed our operation with Iran's missile attack could not be starker. While Iran recklessly aimed their missiles at entire civilian communities, cities, Tel Aviv, Haifa, Israel utilized the most precise munitions in the world to focus solely on military targets. Israel remains resolute. We will continue to act in defense of our people with precision, strength, and an unbreakable commitment to the safety of our citizens.
Israeli ambassador Danon warned that any further Iranian military action will face swift consequences. At the United Nations Security Council, Israeli ambassador further urged the Islamic Republic to stop its reckless pursuit of dominance through violence and terror.
Now, Russian President Vladimir Putin launched a massive exercise of nuclear forces that featured missiles that were launched in simulation of a retaliatory strike by issuing a stern warning to the US and Kiev's NATO allies. Here's another detailed report.
Russian President Vladimir Putin launched a massive exercise of nuclear forces, featuring missile launches in a stimulation of a retaliatory strike. Russian Defense Minister Andrei Beluzov said that the nuclear drill is intended to practice response to a nuclear strike by the enemy.
Товарищ Верховный Главнокомандующий, в соответствии с планом подготовки вооруженных сил Российской Федерации под вашим руководством проводится тренировка по управлению вооруженными силами Российской Федерации, в ходе которой будут отработаны задачи нанесения массированного ядерного удара стратегическими наступательными силами в ответ на ядерный удар противника.
According to the Russian Defense Ministry, the Russian military test-fired a Yars intercontinental ballistic missile from the Pilesk launch pad at the Kura testing range. The ministry further said that all the missiles reached their designated targets.
Товарищ Верховный Главнокомандующий, к тренировке привлекаются ракетная подводная лодка стратегического назначения Тихоокеанского флота, подвижный грунтовый ракетный комплекс ракетных войск стратегического назначения «Ярс», ракетная подводная лодка стратегического назначения Северного флота.
Russia's nuclear drills come after Vladimir Putin warned the United States and NATO allies that allowing Ukraine to use Western-supplied longer-range weapons would put NATO at war with Moscow. Putin also declared that revised document envisages possible nuclear weapons use in case of massive airstrike. The latest maneuvers follow a series of other drills of Russia's nuclear forces amid the ongoing war with Ukrainian armed forces.
And with the countdown having begun for the US presidential race, the voting that is set to take place on 5th of November, supporters of Democratic presidential candidate Kamala Harris sounded upbeat on Tuesday as Kamala Harris arrived for another campaign rally. Take a look at this report.
Supporters of the Democratic presidential candidate Kamala Harris arrived for a major rally at the Ellipse. The supporters are enthusiastic about her candidacy and are confident that she will win.
I think she's going to win. I think that people are very passionate and excited about her candidacy. You can see tens of thousands of people have taken time off of work to come out and support her. And I think she's an amazing human being who is going to treat all races, all people of all races, religions, etc. equally.
The people lauded the Biden administration for keeping them out of recession.
I think the economy, our economy's done pretty well recovering from COVID. I think, we've had inflation, unfortunately, but it's gone down, and compared to the rest of the larger world, I think we're doing pretty good. So, in that sense, I think that the administration's done a pretty good job in keeping us out of a recession.
Alison Hines, a supporter of Kamala Harris, expressed uncertainty about whether the institutions would be strong enough if Donald Trump were to win.
I am not sure that our institutions are strong enough should Donald Trump win, but I know that we have good people in place who will do their best to make sure that they do everything possible for that to happen.
A supporter of Kamala Harris emphasized that democracy will not perish as the people are determined to protect it.
Democracy will not die. These people out here will not let democracy die. We are Americans. We will fight for this country, and I don't mean in a violent way, but we will work, we will operate, we will organize. If you remember when Donald Trump was elected the first time, right after his inauguration, women came out here and we marched.
The battle lines have been drawn between the Republicans and the Democrats for the upcoming presidential elections. The big question is, who will win the 2024 US presidential polls?
Well, the countdown has, of course, begun for the US presidential race. The countdown having begun for the votes, for the voting to happen on 5th of November. For now, here's a look at other stories that we are tracking. The US State Department has issued a statement saying that it is deeply troubled after the passage of two laws by Israeli parliament that could prevent the UN from providing aid and relief materials to war-torn Gaza Strip. The laws ban the agency UNRWA from operating and cut all ties between the agency and the Israeli government. It is the culmination of a long-running campaign against the agency, which Israel contends has been infiltrated by Hamas. The US State Department spokesperson said that the development poses risks for millions of Palestinians who rely on the UN relief agency.
We are deeply troubled by this legislation. It could shutter UNRWA operations in the West Bank, in Gaza, in East Jerusalem. It poses risks for millions of Palestinians who rely on UNRWA for essential services, including healthcare and primary and secondary education. UNRWA, of course, plays a critical role in providing services to Palestinians in Gaza, the West Bank, and throughout the wider region, and particularly in Gaza. They play a role right now that at least today cannot be filled by anyone else. They are a key partner in delivering food, water, and other humanitarian assistance to civilians in Gaza that wouldn't have anyone else to get it from if UNRWA were to go away.
United Nations also expressed concerns over Israel's new legislation. The UN spokesperson said that the two laws could hinder UNRWA's essential work in the Palestinian territory, including East Jerusalem. The UN emphasized that UNRWA is the principal provider of assistance for Palestinian refugees in Palestine.
The Secretary General emphasized that UNRWA is the principal means by which essential assistance is supplied to Palestine refugees in the occupied Palestinian territory. There is no alternative to UNRWA. He calls on Israel to act consistently with its obligations under the Charter of the UN and its other obligations under international law, including international humanitarian law, and those concerning the privileges and immunities of the United Nations. National legislation cannot override or alter those obligations. He is bringing this matter to the attention of the General Assembly and will keep the Assembly closely informed on the situation as it develops.
Now, in news from China, the Shenzhou 19-manned spaceship with 3 astronauts on board has entered its designated orbit after blasting off from a satellite launch center in northwest China. The Shenzhou 19 astronauts will take over command of the space station after completing an in-orbit rotation with their colleagues of the Shenzhou 18 mission. Here's full report.
About 10 minutes after liftoff, the spaceship separated from the rocket and entered its designated orbit. The Shenzhou 19 manned spaceship enters the predetermined orbit with astronauts in a good shape.
各号注意，我是北京。根据北京实时轨道与遥测数据监视判断，神舟19号飞船已进入近地点高度200公里，远地点高度362公里，倾角41.5度，周期1小时30分钟的预定轨道。太阳帆板展开，飞船工况正常，航天员状态良好。
The astronaut trio consists of Tsai Zhuwei, Song Lingdong and Wang Huazhou, with Tsai being the mission commander. Commander of Jiuquan Satellite Launch Center announces the spacecraft launch mission a complete success.
尊敬的各位领导、同志们，根据火箭飞行数据及北京航天飞控中心监视计算，长征2号 F149火箭已将神舟19号飞船 准确送入预定轨道，帆板展开，工作正常。我宣布，神舟19号发射任务取得圆满成功。谢谢大家。
The Shenzhou 19 astronauts will take over command of the space station after completing an in-orbit rotation with their colleagues of the Shenzhou 18 mission. The new crew will perform tasks like conducting space science research and technology experiments, carrying out extravehicular activities and many more.
Canadian minister repeats bogus plot to target Khalistanis in Canada, confirms sensitive information on India shared with the US publication.
$13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
Director, the taste of success.
Welcome back. Now, Prime Minister Modi, while announcing the expansion of Ayushman Bharat Pradhan Mantri Jan Arogya Yojana that would provide coverage to all senior citizens aged above 70 and above years, said that the opposition ruled states, primarily the National Capital and West Bengal, governments have been blocking, rather stalling the centre's schemes on health. Here's the full report.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi announces expansion of the Ayushman Bharat scheme. The expansion grants additional health coverage to all senior citizens aged 70 and above. Now with the latest announcement, the senior citizens would also get the benefits of the policy with other family members. The Ayushman Bharat scheme aims to offer up to Rs 5 lakh in treatment for each individual. The scheme will benefit close to 6 crore senior citizens across the country. Just an eKYC verification can activate the new benefits. Nearly half of the scheme's beneficiaries' accounts to women.
And a quick check of business stories that we're tracking. The Telecom Regulatory Authority of India aims to finalize updated and stricter regulations on spam calls and messages by January. The TRAI will draft and circulate a consultation paper regarding the regulatory framework for telemarketers. The TRAI chief also mentioned that the measures implemented over the past few months have led to noticeable improvement in the system, but emphasized that more needs to be done. GST network on Tuesday said beginning early next year, GST taxpayers will not be able to file monthly and annual GST returns after 3 years of the original filing due date. In an advisory, Goods and Services Tax Network said that GST outward supply returns, beside returns related to payment of liability and annual returns, will become time barred after the expiry of a period of 3 years from the due date. We head into a very short break. Canadian minister repeats bogus plot to charge to target Khalistanis in Canada, confirms sensitive information shared with US media.
$13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
sources, the disengagement process along the line of actual control between India and China is all set to be completed today. So stay tuned to Republic TV as we bring you all the latest developments at 9 a.m.
Big news is coming on that Nawab Malik contesting election from NCP party as he has received that AB form.
पार्टी मेरे साथ खड़ी रही। अजीत पवार संकट के समय मेरे परिवार के साथ मेरे साथ खड़े रहे। मेरा कर्तव्य है कि मैं अजीत पवार जी के साथ खड़ा रहूं। रिकॉर्ड तोड़ मतों से इस विधानसभा क्षेत्र में मैं जीतूं।
ये पूरा एरिया जो क्या है मुझे सब मालूम है, मुझे ज्ञात है, इसलिए इधर कोई कितना फॉर्म भरता है उससे मुझे कुछ लेना देना नहीं। हमारे पार्टी को भी महायुति को भी कुछ लेना देना नहीं है।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Viewers, thank you for tuning in Public TV. You're watching Live and Breaking. I'm Priyanka Das and I'll be taking you through the top stories of the hour. The big story we're tracking at this hour is of Prime Minister Modi. He's also going to be inaugurating projects worth over 280 crores in Gujarat. Lots more on that, but first let's take a quick look at the top headlines. India-China disengagement almost over. Verifying vacation of positions on patrolling to resume at Depsang and Demchok.
We're closely following the developments. We understand that both countries have taken initial steps to withdraw troops from friction points along the line of actual control. We welcome any reduction in tensions along the border.
US welcomes India-China agreement on border disengagement, denies role in truce talks.
And so we deliberately chose, as Madame Drouin said in her introductory remarks, a credible, internationally read newspaper that would carry our side of the story. We chose a journalist who had a long record of background in this particular issue. He had written on it a number of times before.
Canadian minister repeats bogus plot to target Khalistanis church, confirms sensitive information shared with US media. Ayodhya celebrates Ram Lalla's first Diwali in Ram Mandir after a 500-year wait. Amid Waqf showdown in Karnataka, farmers in Vijaypura observe Black Diwali. The disengagement process along the line of actual control, that's LAC, between India and China is set to be completed today. According to defense sources, both sides are verifying the vacation of positions and removal of the structures at key friction points along the border. This verification marks a critical step towards stabilizing the LAC after recent tensions. A big news break coming in alongside the LAC, where India and China have sort of confirmed in terms of the disengagement along the line of actual control, which is all set to be completed today. Do note, viewers, that prior to the BRICS Summit of 2024, this news had also come into the limelight as India and China had both agreed to disengage really alongside the friction points along the line of actual control between the India and China border areas. This verification marks a critical step towards stabilizing the LAC after the recent tensions between the border areas. The United States has also welcomed this move between India and China about the disengagement alongside the LAC, that's your line of actual control. But the US has also said that they played no role in it. In fact, their truce was come to between India and China by themselves with no involvement of the US officials. In fact, the US officials have denied vehemently that there was no involvement from their side in terms of the resolution process. A major news break coming in along the story of the line of actual control disengagement between India and China, which is all set to be completed today. The United States has welcomed the recent agreement between India and China on the border disengagement, but has clarified that they did not play any role in it in terms of the truce talks. In fact, the US officials have vehemently denied any involvement in the resolution process and emphasized that negotiations were independently managed by India and China.
So we're closely following the developments. We understand that both countries have taken initial steps to withdraw troops from friction points along the line of actual control. We welcome any reduction in tensions along the border.
And does the U.S. played any role in
No, we have talked to our Indian partners and been briefed on it, but we did not play any role in this resolution. Go ahead.
Viewers, let's take a quick look at the top stories from around the world. At a major rally near the White House, Democratic candidate Kamala Harris pledged to put quote-unquote country above party. With just 1 week left before Election Day, Harris committed to working for all Americans. Thousands gathered in support, expressing confidence in her campaign.
I think she's going to win. I think that people are very passionate and excited about her candidacy. You can see tens of thousands of people have taken time off of work to come out and support her. And I think she's an amazing human being who is going to treat all races, all people of all races, religions, etc., equally. And she's going to just raise the bar.
Iran denounced 2 new laws passed by Israel's parliament that would block the United Nations Agency for Palestinian Refugees, that's UNRWA, from continuing its work in the region. The laws passed on Monday ban UNRWA operations and severed its ties with the Israeli government.
Israeli apartheid regime continue to use starvation as a weapon. For over 2 weeks, all humanitarian aid to Gaza has been halted. The blockade has suspended efforts to deliver essential vaccination and other life-saving services indefinitely. These actions are more than a denial of aid. They are a direct attack on the dignity and rights of Palestinians.
China launched its Shenzhou 19 crewed spaceship, sending 3 astronauts to its space station for a 6-month mission. Among the crew is China's first female space engineer. The spaceship took off from the Jiuquan Satellite Launch Center at 4:27 a.m. Beijing time atop a Long March 2F rocket and entered orbit around 10 minutes after launch. Atlanta police detained an armed suspect following reports of gunshots at the Four Seasons Hotel. SWAT and local police established a perimeter around the hotel and issued a shelter-in-place advisory, which was later lifted though nearby streets remain closed.
To the residents of the Four Seasons, as mentioned, we will try to get you back into your units as fast as possible. Of course, it's still an active crime scene on the 33rd floor, and the 32nd and 34th floors are sealed off for precautions. And then 13th Street, there's evidence that he's thrown over the balcony, so we still have that closed off as well. To the residents of the Four Seasons, as mentioned, we will try to get you back into your units as fast as possible. Of course, it's still an active crime scene on the 33rd floor, and the 32nd and 34th floors are sealed off for precautions. And then 13th Street, there's evidence that he's thrown over the balcony, so we still have that closed off as well.
In response, reports of the US suspending Indian diplomats following rising India-Canada tensions, the State Department spokesperson Matthew Miller clarified, "I'm not aware of any such developments." The statement comes amid speculations of the US aligning with Canada on diplomatic actions against India, which Miller has now addressed as unfounded. In response to reports of the US suspending the Indian diplomats following the rising tensions between India and Canada, now America's State Department spokesperson Matthew Miller has clarified, "I'm not aware of any such developments." In fact, the statement comes amid the speculations of the US aligning with Canada on diplomatic actions against India, which Miller has now addressed as unfounded.
Sir, after the killing of Sikh leader Hardeep Singh Nijjar in Canada by Indian agents, Canadian authorities expelled all Indian agents serving in the Indian High Commission. And there are some unconfirmed reports that same action took place here in Washington, D.C. Could you confirm or deny State Department expelled the Indian agents serving in High Commission here in D.C.? Or?
I'm not familiar with this report that we expelled Indian diplomats.
Yes, no. Indian agents who are serving here in.
I'm not aware of any such expulsion. No, Ryan.
Sir, after the killing of Sikh leader Hardeep Singh Nijjar in Canada by Indian agents, Canadian authorities expelled all Indian agents serving in the Indian High Commission. And there are some unconfirmed reports that same action took place here in Washington, D.C. Could you confirm or deny State Department expelled the Indian agents serving in High Commission here in D.C.? Or?
that we what I'm not familiar with this report that we expelled Indian diplomats.
Yes, Indian agents who are serving here in.
I'm not aware of any such expulsion. No, Ryan.
Karnataka Forest Minister Ishwar Khandre has directed officials concerned to take disciplinary action against those who permitted cutting of trees in a forest land, where a set was erected for shooting a Kannada movie titled Toxic. Watch this report for all the details.
Kannada film Toxic has landed in the middle of an ongoing row between the State Forest Department and the Hindustan Machine Tools. According to the Forest Department, hundreds of trees were cut in the area to erect the movie set. Karnataka Environment Minister has directed officials to take action against those responsible for cutting trees in the area.
ಅದನ್ನು ನಾನು ಹೋಗಿ ನೋಡಿಕೊಂಡು ಬರಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ನಾನು ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಖುದ್ದಾಗಿ ಸ್ಥಳಕ್ಕೆ ಭೇಟಿ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ನಾನು ಭೇಟಿ ಕೊಟ್ಟಂತ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ನನ್ನ ಗಮನಕ್ಕೆ ಬಂದಿದೆ. ಬಂದ ಮೇಲೆ ನಾನು ಹಿಂದೆ ಏನು ನಮ್ಮ ಸ್ಯಾಟಲೈಟ್ ಚಿತ್ರಗಳಿದ್ದು ಒಂದು ವರ್ಷ ಕೆಳಗಡೆ ಇದ್ದಂಥದ್ದು ಅದು ಮತ್ತು ಈ ವರ್ಷದ ನಾವು ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ಇವತ್ತು ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ವ್ಯತ್ಯಾಸ ಕಾಣಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಇನ್ನೂ ಮರಗಳಿದೆ, ಗಿಡಗಳಿದೆ. ಈ ಗಿಡಗಳು ಯಾರ ಪರವಾನಗಿಯಿಂದ ಕಡಿದಿದ್ದಾರೆ? ಅರಣ್ಯ ಇಲಾಖೆ ಪರವಾನಗಿ ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ? ಅದು ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಂಡಿಲ್ಲ. ಅದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಕಾನೂನು ಕ್ರಮ ಆಗಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ಕಾನೂನು ಪ್ರಕ್ರಿಯೆ ಮುಂದುವರಿತದೆ. ಹೌದು, ದೂರು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೇವೆ BBMPಗೆ. BBMPಯವರು ನೋಟಿಸ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಒಂದು ಕಮಿಟಿ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ನೋಟಿಸ್ ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಮುಂದಿನ ಕ್ರಮ ತಗೊಳ್ತೀವಿ.
The minister also declared the area as reserved forest land but occupied by the HMT. As per records, the land was given to HMT without denotification of forest. Citing the Supreme Court order declaring that once a forest area always remains a forest area until denotified, Khandre said that the land occupied by the company continues to be a forest area. The minister also said that if illegal activities are found in the forest land, strict action will be taken against those responsible.
Viewers, let's take a quick look at the stories from across the country in our segment Bharat in 2 minutes. Pulwama police in Jammu and Kashmir apprehended a terror associate along with 10 grenades on Tuesday. The police averted a potential attack in the Pulwama district. The arrest took place during a joint operation conducted at a checkpoint along Pulwama's circular road involving the Pulwama SOG, 55 Rashtriya Rifles and CRPF 182 Battalion. Twelve flats housing around half a dozen families of displaced Kashmiri Pandits were gutted in a fire on the outskirts of Jammu city on Tuesday. The fire reportedly started in one of the old quarters in the Purku camp area and quickly spread. Fire service personnel and equipment were rushed to the scene to extinguish the blaze. Though no one was reported hurt, most of the household goods and a two-wheeler was gutted. Praising the Indian Navy's efforts towards self-reliance and innovation, Defence Minister Rajnath Singh called it an innovative Navy, adding that India has made significant strides in reducing its dependence on imports. While addressing the Swavlamban conference in 2024, Rajnath Singh said that the Indian Navy's commitment to innovation and humbleness is clearly visible in the program they are carrying out.
आत्मनिर्भरता को लेकर इंडियन नेवी का प्रयास बेहद सराहनीय है। मैं कई मौकों पर और कई मंचों से इंडियन नेवी की इस बात को लेकर तारीफ भी कर चुका हूं। मेरी दृष्टि में इंडियन नेवी एक प्रकार से इनोवेटिव नेवी है। इनोवेशन और आत्मनिर्भरता के प्रति आपका संकल्प आपके द्वारा कराए जा रहे इस कार्यक्रम में भी स्पष्ट रूप से दिखाई दे रहा है।
The Narcotics Control Bureau, in collaboration with the Delhi Police Special Cell, has dismantled a methamphetamine manufacturing factory located in the Kasana industrial area of Gautam Budh Nagar. During a coordinated raid, authorities have recovered approximately 95 kilograms of methamphetamine in both solid and liquid forms. The police arrested 5 people, including a Delhi-based businessman, alongside a suspect of a Mexican drug cartel's involvement. The Karnataka High Court is expected to pronounce today its order on the interim bail plea filed by actor Darshan Tugudipa, who is currently in jail as an accused in the Arnab Goswami murder case. Justice Vishwajit Shetty reserved the order yesterday on the interim bail application after hearing detailed arguments from the actor's legal representative, senior advocate C.B. Nagesh, and state public prosecutor P. Prasanna Kumar. The Kerala government has announced the formation of a special investigation team to look into a fire accident that occurred during the Thayam performance at a temple near Nileswaram in Kasaragod. The incident has resulted in injuries to 154 people, with 8 individuals reported to have sustained serious injuries. Watch this full report for all the details.
Over 150 people injured. Around 8 people are with serious burns. Havoc broke out after a fireworks storage facility near Veerarkau temple in Kerala's Kasaragod district caught fire.
A tragic incident took place in Kerala Kasaragod district. In fact, 150 people got injured in a major fire incident. The fire took place at Veerarkau temple out there in Kasaragod district, and in fact it is being said when the religious function was underway, the firecrackers were burnt, and in fact one of the firecrackers got inside the store room, or in fact one of the building where the building was stored with full firecrackers, and in fact that led to the major fire incident. And in fact people are admitted, those who are injured in this very incident are admitted to various hospitals across the district of Kerala, and one of them and a few of them are in fact admitted out here at the AJ hospital located in Mangalore.
Now the Kerala government has formed an SIT which will probe into the matter. According to police reports, the accident was triggered by the explosion of firecrackers that were improperly stored in the vicinity. Officials are also stressing the importance of following safety guidelines to avoid similar incidents in the future. Meanwhile, the injured are being treated at the hospital.
If you could share how this whole incident has happened, what was going on out there at the place where this incident happened?
Actually, the incident happened around 12 o'clock in the night. I was not at the place of the incident, but one of my friend called there and he asked me to come over there. So he told me that your cousin is little injured, so please come and visit him. So I came there. So the incident was so tragic and the condition was too much severe.
Even the temple authorities face the law in the wake of the incident. Can the ruling government pass the buck for not enforcing the cracker norms and fire safety regulations at religious places?
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh has left New Delhi for a 2-day visit to Tawang, Arunachal Pradesh, where he will engage with armed forces personnel. Singh will also attend the inaugural ceremony of a museum dedicated to Major Raling Now Bob Khating, a distinguished Indian Army officer. Ayodhya is celebrating a historic Deepavali as Ram Lalla observes his first Diwali in the newly constructed Ram Mandir after a 500-year wait. This momentous occasion marks a significant milestone for devotees, bringing immense joy and spiritual fervor to the city as it embraces the festival of lights in a grand manner. Viewers, my colleague Ritu Singh is joining us live from Ayodhya. Ritu, help us understand, what is the environment like? Is there a joyous sort of fervor around all across Ayodhya in this sort of momentous occasion, really?
कह रही हैं वो बिल्कुल यहाँ पर देखने को भी मिल रहा है। अगर हम दियों की तस्वीर आपको सबसे पहले दिखाएं, इस वक्त मैं राम की पैड़ी पर मौजूद हूँ। अयोध्या की राम की पैड़ी यहाँ पर बेहद खूबसूरत नजर आ रही है। दियों की तस्वीर मैं सबसे पहले आपको दिखा रही हूँ। यहाँ पर देखिए जो रिकॉर्ड यहाँ पर बनाया जा रहा है, जो गिनीज बुक ऑफ वर्ल्ड रिकॉर्ड्स में से यहाँ पर शामिल किया जाएगा। 25 लाख दिए राम की पैड़ी पर महज यहाँ पर लगाए गए हैं और 25 लाख दिए एक साथ जलेंगे, तो ये कहीं ना कहीं त्रेता की याद दिलाने वाला है। 28 लाख दिए बिछाने का काम किया गया है और इसके अलावा अगर कहे 25 लाख तो सिर्फ राम की पैड़ी पर दिए लगाए गए हैं, इसके अलावा 30 लाख दिए पूरे अयोध्या में सजाए गए हैं, यानी कि पूरी अयोध्या नगरी जो है वो जगमग होने वाली है। असल राम राज्य का जिक्र जो हम कर रहे थे वो राम राज्य यहाँ पर नजर आ रहा है। इस वक्त जो राम की पैड़ी की तस्वीर है यहाँ पर देखिए, दर्शकों के लिए भी खूबसूरत तस्वीर मैं आपको दिखा दूं किस तरीके से यहाँ पर एक पहल की गई है। दर्शक दीर्घा तक बनाई गई है। इस दर्शक दीर्घा के जरिए यहाँ पर लोग बैठ करके इस पूरे दीपोत्सव को देख पाएंगे। इस जो विहंगम दृश्य है इसको देख पाएंगे, इन सभी के साक्षी बन पाएंगे। और ये तस्वीर इसके साथ साथ सरयू की भी आपको दिखा दे किस तरीके से यहाँ पर नजर आ रही है। ये खूबसूरत जो पल है, यहाँ पर सीएम योगी आदित्यनाथ भी पहुंचेंगे। 2:30 बजे उनका कार्यक्रम है पहुंचने का। इसके अलावा अगर कहें तो जो दिए हैं वो 16 बाय 16 के ग्रिड्स में लगाए गए हैं। ये आप समझिए कि किस तरीके से ये अवध यूनिवर्सिटी के जो वॉलंटियर्स है उन्होंने इसे लगाने का काम किया है और थोड़ी ही देर में यहाँ पर इसमें जो ऑयल भरने का काम है वो भी शुरू हो जाएगा। और साथ ही साथ शाम को 25 लाख दिए जब जलेंगे, खुद सीएम यहाँ पर मौजूद रहेंगे। सीएम इसमें यहाँ पर अपनी सहभागिता दर्ज कर पाएंगे। इसके अलावा अगर कहें तो हेलीपैड पर वहां पर भी कार्यक्रम है और संस्कृति यहाँ पर देखा जाए तो उसका एक विहंगम संगम देखने को मिलने वाला है। जो तस्वीर है वो बेहद खूबसूरत होने वाली है। दीपोत्सव उसके अपने आप में कई मायने हैं। 14 साल का वनवास जब काट कर अयोध्यापति लौटे थे, अयोध्या नरेश लौटे थे, उस समय क्या नजारा रहा होगा। हूबहू ऐसा लग रहा है कि वही वाली अयोध्या यहाँ पर नजर आ रही है और वही अयोध्या नगरी की जो खूबसूरती है वहां पर देखने को मिल रही है। आपको बता दें कि जिस तरीके से 500 सालों का इंतजार, यानी कि 5 सदियों का इंतजार लोगों ने किया, प्राण प्रतिष्ठा उसके बाद हुई, सभी की आंखों में आंसू थे। हम और आप इसके साक्षी बने थे जब प्राण प्रतिष्ठा हुई, राम लल्ला अपने अलौकिक दरबार पहुंचे, सभी उस वक्त भाव विभोर थे। और इस वक्त अगर मैं तस्वीर कहूं तो अयोध्या की दीपोत्सव अपने आप में बेहद खूबसूरत होती है और ये अयोध्या की दीपोत्सव की झलकियां जो मैं आपको दिखा रही हूँ राम की पैड़ी से, यहाँ पर लोगों का पहुंचना शुरू होगा। अब यहाँ पर तमाम तैयारियां चल रही है। अवध यूनिवर्सिटी के जो वॉलंटियर्स हैं थोड़ी देर में यहाँ पर पहुंचने वाले हैं। वो यहाँ पर जो दिए लगाए गए हैं इन सभी में सरसों के तेल का भरने का जो कार्य है वो पूरा करेंगे। इसके बाद शाम को जब मुख्यमंत्री यहाँ पहुंचेंगे, तमाम मंत्री यहाँ पर पहुंचेंगे, तब यहाँ पर दीपोत्सव मनाई जाएगी। और ऐसा मानो प्रतीत हो रहा है कि जिस तरीके से त्रेता में दिवाली मनाई गई होगी उस समय, क्योंकि बिजली नहीं थी, तकनीक नहीं थी, टेक्नोलॉजी इस कदर नहीं थी, लाइट्स की व्यवस्था नहीं थी, तब दियों को जला करके अमावस की रात को उजागर किया गया था। और ऐसा ही यहाँ पर नजारा देखने को मिल रहा है। जो यहाँ पर पारंपरिक तौर पर जो दिए लगाए जाते हैं अयोध्या में, अयोध्या को बेसब्री से इंतजार अपने राजा का था, राजा राम का था, और वो इंतजार पहले ही 22 जनवरी 2024 को पूरा हो चुका है। और इस इंतजार के बाद अब तो खुशी के जो पल है वो यहाँ पर देखने को मिल रहे हैं। दियों को लगाया गया है, दियों से जगमग अयोध्या नजर आने वाली है। ये तस्वीर जो है अपने आप में बहुत कुछ बयां कर रही है। ये बयां कर रही है कि असल राम राज्य की जो परिकल्पना थी, जो एक सोच थी, वो यहाँ पर पूरी होती हुई नजर आ रही है। जो आपको दियों की तस्वीर में आपको दिखा रही हूँ, ये देखिए, ये जो दिए लगाए गए हैं 16 बाय 16 के ग्रिड ग्रिड में किस तरीके से यहाँ पर नजर आ रही है। ये जो दिए हैं यहाँ पर अपने आप में एक विश्व स्तर की जो रिकॉर्ड है वो कायम करते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं। तो यानी कि राम राज्य जो है वो यहाँ पर देखने को मिल रहा है। अयोध्या तैयार है भव्य दीपोत्सव के लिए। एक ब्रेक के लिए रुकेंगे और ब्रेक के उस पार आपको और भी तस्वीरें दिखाएंगे।
13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
India-China disengagement almost over, verifying vacation of positions on, patrolling to resume at Dipsang and Demchok.
We're closely following the developments. We understand that both countries have taken initial steps to withdraw troops from friction points along the line of actual control. We welcome any reduction in tensions along the border.
US welcomes India-China agreement on border disengagement, denies role in truce talks.
And so we deliberately chose, as Madame Durand said in her introductory remarks, a credible, internationally read newspaper that would carry our side of the story. We chose a journalist who had a long record of background in this particular issue. He had written on it a number of times before.
Canadian minister repeats bogus plot to target Khalistanis, confirms sensitive information shared with US media. As NCP fields controversial leader linked to Dawood gang Nawab Malik, Mahayuti faces internal revolt over Nawab Malik's candidacy. Three temple officials in custody as SIT probes Kasargod fire mishap. Amid Waqf showdown in Karnataka, farmers in Vijaypura observe Black Diwali.
500 साल बाद ऐसा अवसर आया है जब अयोध्या में रामलला की जन्मभूमि पर बने उनके मंदिर में भी हजारों दीप जलाए जाएंगे।
And Ayodhya set to celebrate Ram Lalla's first Diwali in Ram Mandir after a 500 years wait. A very good morning. It's 9:30. We start this edition with the news break that's coming in from Canada. In fact, once again, Canada has repeated the bogus charges surrounding that plot to target Khalistanis in Canada. Not just that, the Canadian minister has admitted to having shared intel information on India with US publication. It's Canadian minister who's reiterated allegations of India's involvement in a purported plot to target Khalistani activists in the country. The minister has also admitted to having shared intel with US media on India. Listen in to that statement that's coming from David Morrison, Trudeau government minister, who's admitted to having shared sensitive information against India with the US media.
We were talking to different audiences. And so we deliberately chose, as Madame Drouin said in her introductory remarks, a credible, internationally read newspaper that would carry our side of the story. We chose a journalist who had a long record of background in this particular issue. He had written on it a number of times before. And through the Washington Post, we were speaking directly to our friends in the United States. We were speaking to our allies in the United Kingdom and elsewhere. And we were also speaking directly to Indians.
And joining us on the broadcast is Bhavna Dahya. She's a foreign expert, founder, International Council on Human Rights, Peace and Politics. Appreciate you joining us on the broadcast. That's a statement coming in from the Canadian minister who's admitted that he did share intel information on India with the US publication. Where do you see India-Canada relations heading here on, given that that's the first admission coming in from Canada on sharing crucial information with the US media?
Well, first of all, thank you so much for having me. And yes, there's just so much to talk about this matter. And I think with the rise of course, this nationalism and populism around the world today, each state is in pursuit of national power. And there's national interest defined in terms of power. And what better power than data today, right? It's intel. I think this deliberate leak of sensitive intelligence to the Washington Post by a senior Canadian official, and again, the timeline, just before crucial meetings with India's national security advisor, I think this represents not just a breach of diplomatic protocol, but a very calculated attempt to weaponize media narratives against India. This unprecedented action shows a very troubling departure from established diplomatic norms. I think this is more than just a diplomatic faux pas. It signals a very big paradigm shift in how Western nations are attempting to recalibrate their diplomatic leverage against emerging powers like India. Now, amidst all of this, I think the future of India-Canada relations, they have to be built on mutual respect. they have to be built on strategic trust and recognition of changed global realities. Now, this old paradigm of Western nations again and again attempting to influence India's policy choices through media pressure on public diplomacy is obsolete, right? What we need more is a mature partnership that acknowledges India's rise as a global power and Canada's potential role as a strategic partner, and not just, weaponizing media narratives to, again, challenging India's power here. Right. So I think this so-called securitization and weaponization of intelligence for narrative building against India, this demonstrates a fundamental misunderstanding of modern India's diplomatic resilience. When a G7 nation resorts to media leaks before diplomatic dialogues, I think it exposes the limitations of traditional Western diplomatic tools here. The India-Canadian relationship, I think it's much more nuanced. It has been built over 7 decades of diplomatic engagement. We have a 1.6 million strong Indian diaspora. This leak doesn't just breach protocols here. I think it betrays the trust of generations of Indo-Canadians who've served as a living bridge between our nations. This deliberate leak to the Washington Post, again, also, yes.
Yes, and just a follow-up question to that, the open appeasement of the Khalistanis comes just with months to go for the Canada elections. How do you see this changing the political dynamics in Canada, given that elections are due next year in 2025?
I think, this speaks much more than, politics and diplomacy here. I think it's also much more about bilateral economic relations too, with bilateral trade reaching $8 billion annually, and educational partnerships, which is more now modeled on political side here. I think critical cooperation is much more needed. And again, looking at the strategic consequence of this leak, this goes much beyond political relations. It goes much beyond bilateral relations. It challenges the entire framework of, how India-Canadian relationships are being seen. And of course, again, at this critical juncture, I think it needs to be much more built around recognizing and acknowledging 3 non-negotiable principles: respect for India's strategic autonomy, adherence to established diplomatic protocols, and also recognition of India's legitimate role in shaping the emerging world order. Now, it's just so funny that how when domestic and diplomatic issues happen within domestic territories of Western nations, they're just domestic issues to be dealt with, the policies around there. But when something related to India and something related to emerging powers happen with this, which is again related to something amidst and inside their borders, it becomes a very significant political and a very big international issue that needs to be defined through the lens of human rights, through the lens of international law, and it's just so it becomes very problematic there. Now, I think the future of India-Canada relations will not just be determined by isolated incidents like this Morrison leak, especially, and also the outcome of the elections now, but I think by our ability to construct a new diplomatic architecture that now reflects contemporary global realities. This specifically requires moving beyond traditional Western diplomatic frameworks to, again, embrace a more nuanced and a multi-dimensional engagement that needs to go beyond the weaponization of security, the weaponization of frameworks of intelligence leaks. I think it needs to be much more about Canada now realizing India's potential role in the emerging world order.
Stay with us. Let's also put out more newsbreak that's coming in. We're given to understand that Diwali celebrations that were set to take place in the Parliament in Canada have now been cancelled. The event stands cancelled after Canada's opposition leader, Pierre Poilievre, has announced cancellation of the event that was slated to take place. This decision, as we understand, has drawn criticism from overseas friends of India-Canada, who labelled the cancellation as discriminatory, and organizers are now demanding an apology, describing the act as insensitive and against the Indian community in Canada. Ms. Dhaya, your first response to this, how do you view this? The leader of opposition has announced cancellation of a Diwali event that was to take place in the Parliament.
of this specific cancellation of Diwali celebrations, especially, I think this can be now seen as a strategic movement, a strategic push on the side of Canada to cover up for the intelligence leak, because we have seen time and again in international law and also in international relations that how a lot of countries, especially Western nations, have this tendency of covering up their leads of engaging into these strategic intelligence leaks, and also especially the significant opprobrium that they've been now inviting, especially from India and also from other countries as well. So I think now this can be seen as this strategic move to cover up the kind of the kind of mess that Canada has now brought itself into. Of course, because this cannot just be seen as a bilateral issue now. This becomes more of an issue for international law. So of course, it needs to be something much more robust to cover it up, right? So I think now this becomes a strategic move to shift attention from what is actually happening on ground and what is more important to be noticed here. And I think this now becomes a move to shift attention from intelligence leaks to now taking it up to, kind of an issue which can be resolved bilaterally, a kind of an issue which can be seen more on the side of cultural diplomacy, right? Because now this cancellation of a very important festival in Canada, now this can be seen on the lens of cultural diplomacy. This can also be seen as, a move on the side of Canada to shift away into attention from very, very critical arenas like intelligence to much more soft power side cultural diplomatic issues.
All right, Ms. Dahiya, we have to leave it at that. Appreciate you speaking to us. What remains to be seen is whether an MEA gives its response to that first admission coming in from the Canadian minister. For now, here's a look at other stories that we are tracking. At a rally near the White House, Democratic candidate Kamala Harris pledged to put quote-unquote country above party with just 1 week left before the election day, which is on 5th of November. Kamala Harris committed herself to working for all Americans as thousands gathered in support, expressing confidence in her campaign.
I think she's going to win. I think that people are very passionate and excited about her candidacy. You can see tens of thousands of people have taken time off of work to come out and support her. And I think she's an amazing human being who is going to treat all races, all people of all races, religions, etc., equally. And she's going to just raise the bar.
Iran has denounced two new plans passed by Israel's parliament that would block the UN Agency for Palestinian Refugees from continuing its work in the region. The laws passed on Monday ban UNRWA operations and sever its ties with the Israeli government.
Israeli apartheid regime continue to use starvation as a weapon. For over 2 weeks, all humanitarian aid to Gaza has been halted. The blockade has suspended efforts to deliver essential vaccination and other life-saving services indefinitely. These actions are more than a denial of aid. They are a direct attack on the dignity and rights of Palestinians.
China has launched its Shanghai 19 crew spaceship, sending 3 astronauts to its space station for 6 months mission. Among the crew is China's first female space engineer. The spaceship took off from the satellite launch center on Tuesday and entered orbit around 10 minutes after the launch. Atlanta police detained an armed suspect following reports of gunshots at Four Seasons Hotel in Georgia. Local police even established a perimeter around the hotel and issued a shelter-in-space advisory, which was later lifted, though nearby streets remain shut.
To the residents of the Four Seasons, as mentioned, we will try to get you back into your units as fast as possible. Of course, it's still a active crime scene on the 33rd floor, and the 32nd and 34th floors are sealed off for precautions. And then 13th Street, there's evidence that he's thrown over the balcony, so we still have that closed off as well.
And back home, shifting focus to news that we are tracking from the state of Karnataka amid the Waqf showdown. Farmers in Vijaypura staged a Black Diwali, and this after those legal notices were sent to the farmers in Vijaypura to vacate their land. The farmers have expressed their concerns over the potential loss of their properties, intensifying the tensions in the region. The protest by the farmers highlights the ongoing struggle between the local farmers and the administration regarding land rights, prompting calls for dialogue and resolution. So, farmers in Vijaypura, they observed a Black Diwali as a mark of protest amid the Waqf showdown. In fact, this comes days after notices were sent to the farmers in Vijaypura to vacate their land as the Waqf board claimed the properties in an attempt to usurp the properties of the farmers in the region. We will just go across to our reporters on the ground and Kannada newsroom, but these are scenes from Vijaypura last evening when the farmers, hundreds and thousands of them, observed a Black Diwali, and this as a mark of protest against the Karnataka government over lack of action after those notices were sent to the farmers to vacate their land. And while the farmers in the state have been completely up in arms, particularly in Vijaypura region, a statement that's now coming in from Prahlad Joshi, who's called out the state government, saying that the state backs pro-Islamic fundamentalist elements in the state, and that the state government has been anti-Hindu. That's the charge that's being made by Prahlad Joshi in the backdrop of the showdown surrounding the Waqf board claiming properties of the farmers in the state. Let's listen into that statement coming in from Prahlad Joshi.
प्रदेश में इसीलिए एंटी सोशल, एंटी हिंदू एक्टिविटी, प्रो इस्लामिक फंडामेंटलिस्ट एक्टिविटीज आर टेकिंग प्लेस बिकॉज ऑफ द कांग्रेस पार्टी एंड इट्स गवर्नमेंट सपोर्ट. So this is what is happening. Thousands of acres they are trying to grab it. The people who are enjoying that property, their agricultural land, from 40 years, 60 years, 70 years, they have been given notice. What Waqf land says? If somebody says, mera tata, mera dada, mera ye, wo, if they are इधर नमाज करते थे ऐसे बोल दिया तो उनको प्रॉपर्टी उनके नाम पे हो जाए. ये कानून है जी देश का. ये स्वीपिंग पावर दिया सोनिया गांधी, मनमोहन सिंह.
We head into a very short break, but our special coverage to continue from Ayodhya as the holy city celebrates Ram Lalla's first Diwali in the Ram Mandir after 500 years wait.
Director, the taste of success.
And let's now tell you the latest on the border standoff, rather the truce between India and China. The joint patrolling at the friction points Depsang and Demchok is set to take place in just days from now, as the disengagement process is almost over. So days after the landmark truce deal that was struck between India and China, the disengagement process, as we understand along the line of actual control, is set to be completed by today. These are sources in defense who say that the disengagement is in its final leg. Both sides, the PLA and the Indian Armed Forces, have been verifying the vacation of those positions and removal of structures at key friction points, Depsang and Demchok. And once the disengagement process is over, the joint patrolling that will take place at these friction points along the eastern Ladakh region. So this comes 5 years after the Galwan clash, in which 20 of our Jawans were killed in action. As we speak, sources in defense say that the verification process is underway, which would be a crucial step towards stabilizing the LSE after the recent tensions.
Republic reports from the Anjuthambalam Veerakavu temple located in Kerala, where the fire took place. This is the storeroom which led to the blast, and in fact which led to injured more than 150 people in the blast. The Kerala government has ordered SIT probe. 3 people have been arrested from the temple trust. 5 people are being searched on. They are absconding and the search operation is underway. Stay tuned to Republic TV for more on this.
കത്തി അടുത്ത് അണിയറക്കാം ആളുണ്ടായിരുന്നു.
much more coming up. We track the first Deep Utsav in Ayodhya after the consecration of the Ram temple. All this and much more coming up. Do not go anywhere.
Largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A very good morning. We are live and breaking. I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest coming in. A top story will be the focus on the Kasaragod tragedy where fireworks exploded leading to over 150 plus people being injured, some of them critically injured. We're coming to know that 3 people are in custody as the investigation continues. We'll tell you everything that you need to know and all the details coming in. But as usual, the headlines we are tracking. Let's get started. India-China disengagement almost over, verifying vacation of position zone, patrolling to resume at Depsang and Demchok.
Closely following the developments, we understand that both countries have taken initial steps to withdraw troops from friction points along the line of actual control. We welcome any reduction in tensions along the border.
US welcomes India-China agreement on border disengagement, denies role in truce talks.
And so we deliberately chose, as Madame Durand said in her introductory remarks, a credible, internationally read newspaper that would carry our side of the story. We chose a journalist who had a long record of background in this particular issue. He had written on it a number of times before.
Canadian minister repeats bogus plot to target Khalistanis. Charge confirms sensitive information shared with US media. As NCP fields controversial Neta Nawab Malik, Mahayuti faces internal over Malik's candidacy. 3 temple officials in custody as SIT probes Kasaragod fire mishap. Amid rough showdown in Karnataka, farmers in Vijaypura observe Black Diwali.
500 साल बाद ऐसा अवसर आया है जब अयोध्या में रामलला की जन्मभूमि पर बने उनके मंदिर में भी हजारों दीप जलाए जाएंगे.
Ayodhya celebrates Ram Lala's first Diwali in Ram Mandir after a 500-year wait. We start off with the big breaking update coming in right now, and that is coming from Karnataka and the Muda scam. We're coming to know that the ED has now detained the former Muda commissioner for questioning. Natesh, for questioning in connection with the Muda case. Natesh, who held office from 2020 to 2022, is alleged to have allotted 14 sites to Parvati, wife of Karnataka CM Siddaramaiah. The investigation follows a series of ED raids implicating builder Manjunath and former commissioner Dinesh Kumar, who reportedly altered Parvati. I repeat, Parvati, who is the wife of Siddaramaiah's application. And we're coming to know more details as this investigation follows a series of ED raids implicating a builder Manjunath, former commissioner Dinesh Kumar, and Rakesh Papanna, a close associate of the CM, is also under ED scrutiny in the case. Let's go across to my colleague Sri Lakshmi from our Republic Canada newsroom. Sri Lakshmi, a very good morning to you. And today we are coming to know that in the Muda scam, which is being investigated very, very closely, the ED has detained a former Muda commissioner. And there are many other names which I just read out for our viewers, which have popped out. The ED and other investigative agencies are looking at these names for connections. Go ahead, Sri Lakshmi, take us through the latest details coming in.
Morning, Shivangi. We have Deepavali celebration in 2 days here in Karnataka, but before that only it seems CM Siddaramaiah may have to face a lot of problems due to this Muda investigation. Enforcement Directorate is intensifying the investigation, and we can see that one Rakesh Papanna, who was very close to CM Siddaramaiah, and said that another person called Jairam, who is a builder who has built a lot of properties, who is also very close to Siddaramaiah, were investigated by Enforcement Directorate, and it is also investigating ex-Commissioner Natesh, who is said to have been Commissioner during the time of this site distribution to CM's wife Parvati. He has distributed 928 sites on 50-50 ratio, which is in controversy now. So, but Natesh yesterday said that he has not done it on his own. He has just done it on the order of the government. Now, Enforcement Directorate officials have taken the custody of him, took him to Enforcement Directorate office in Bangalore and investigated him. It is said that he has not cooperated with the Enforcement Directorate officials. Later on, they took him into custody. Now, see, on one hand, Mysuru Lokayukta is investigating the Muda scam, and it is supposed to complete its investigation within a span of 3 months and submit the report to the court. On the other hand, Enforcement Directorate is also intensifying under PML Act, Money Laundering Act of this Muda case. So, just after the Deepavali, Siddaramaiah may get more distress due to this Muda case intensifying. Political pressure, it is very much likely that political pressure may also likely to mount up upon him. Shivangi.
All right, hold on, Sri Lakshmi, hold on. I will be coming back to you because we're getting one more breaking from Karnataka. One big development is coming in. In Vijaypura, farmers have marked Black Diwali in protest against the Waqf Board's claims on their land, which they assert is unlawful. The farmers have expressed their grievances over the potential loss of their properties, intensifying their tensions in the region. As the festive season unfolds, these protest viewers highlight the ongoing struggle between local farmers and the authorities regarding land rights, prompting calls for dialogue and resolution. And let's go back to Sri Lakshmi from Republic Kannada newsroom. Sri Lakshmi, a Black Diwali being observed by the farmers of Vijaypura, we have told our viewers this time and again in our special reports, their land is being claimed by the Waqf. The BJP has also assured Sri Lakshmi justice in this case. Please take us through the latest details we're learning of today.
Well, Shivangi, Republic Kannada has been very strongly supporting the farmers of Vijaypura, not just the farmers of Vijaypura, but wherever the Waqf Board is claiming that the property belongs to common citizen is its own. So now, according to the law, the property, according to Indian Constitution, the property has to go to the farmers. So Republic Kannada is very strongly backing up farmers of Karnataka. We can see farmers in Vijaypura have gathered more strength after that, and later on even BJP team, awakened by Republic Kannada, BJP team also visited the farmers over there. They collected the documents from them. Then in the leadership of ex-DCM Govinda Karajola, they held a meeting in DC office over there and questioned about all those notices which have been served to these farmers. Then District Commissioner, it is said that District Commissioner has responded saying that they have withdrawn all those notices which have been served to, farmers. But in the mutation records, it has been mentioned and still showing that the property belongs to Waqf Board. Since then, farmers are protesting in front of DC office and that premises. They are cooking over there. They have spent the night over there. They are saying that they are celebrating Dark Diwali over there. Shivangi, this reminds me of Dark Diwali celebrated by Melukote Brahmins during the time of Tipu Sultan era. This raises big question that whether we are living in a Sharia law or Tipu Sultan era or in an Indian constitution. Are we living under Indian constitution? That's what big question raised by farmers. They are saying that come what may, whether it is bloodshed or come what may, they are not going to give up their fight. They are fighting to retain their own land, which is their ancestral property, which is their birthright. So protest may continue even today also, Shivangi.
Right. Also, the BJP has formed a panel to meet the Vijaypura farmers. That's a big development coming in right now because this issue, which Republic has been highlighting, has caught the eye of the Siddaramaiah government and also the BJP. If you could take our viewers through the latest details and all the action being taken from the BJP and other political parties to address the concerns of these farmers.
Okay, well, Shivangi, yesterday, Congress leader MB Patil, who is also a district in charge minister, took a U-turn saying that farmers' lands will not be snatched. Come what may, they'll serve justice to farmers. But he has no answer to the question that why these farmers have been served these many thousands of notices when it is a mistake, an error in Gazette notification itself. Without taking note of Gazette notification, the government has served notices. Is it that way, or is it joining hands with Waqf Board, to grab the lands of farmers, thousands of acres of lands? Now, farmers are intensifying their protest because earlier this Congress leader and Waqf Minister Zamir Ahmad Khan had given a deadline to the farmers to submit their land records, which remembers them of Razak rule. You can remember during Razak rule, farmers were forced to give taxes and they were forced to, submit their whatever the crop they grow to the king or whoever Nawab who is ruling. Now the question is, Farmers of Vijayapura, are they entitled to live their life peacefully or not? This is the big question. Why district administration disturbing them so much in the name of, Waqf Adalat, which conducted by Minister Zamir Ahmad Khan. On the other hand, BJP is very strongly protesting this, saying that, yesterday Harish Punja, BJP MLA Harish Punja, Govind Karjol and many other leaders visited Vijayapura. They visited many villages over there, met farmers, held meeting with farmers. They collected those documents and notices which have been served, and then they came back to district commissioner office, held a meeting over there. They are still there, BJP leaders. And today, it seems they're taking the protest forward. MLC and Vidhana Parishad leader Chalwadi Narayan Swami had also visited the place where the farmers are protesting, and he showed his support to them. Today, the protest may intensify more. Shivangi.
All right, hold on. Well, thank you so much for joining us here, Shri Lakshmi. We're getting some more breaking updates coming in. Let's go to the big breaking update we're tracking right now. Following PM Modi's call to action in his Mann Ki Baat, the Ministry of Home Affairs has established a high-level committee to probe the growing threat of digital arrest scams. Headed by the Joint Secretary of Internal Security, the committee will coordinate with various agencies to address this issue comprehensively. States have been asked to submit detailed reports signaling a major clampdown on these digital fraud networks. So there's a big update coming in. MHA launching a high-level probe into digital arrest scam. And this coming in as following PM Modi's call to action in his Mann Ki Baat, the Ministry of Home Affairs establishing a high-level committee to probe the growing threat of digital arrest scams. This entire high-level committee is being headed by the Joint Secretary of Internal Security. The committee will coordinate with various agencies to address this issue comprehensively. States have been asked to submit a detailed report signaling a major clampdown on these digital fraud networks. So that is one of the big updates coming in. I want to go across to my colleague, our senior executive editor Abhishek Kapoor, for us to really understand why the significant development is coming in. Abhishek, if you could take our viewers through the latest on this breaking update. All right, we'll go to Abhishek Kapoor, our senior executive editor, in just a short while. But as you can see, that this is the big update coming in right now. This is a committee which has been formed, and this committee will look at the digital arrest scam. PM Modi had cautioned against digital arrest fraud and explained the modus operandi and 3 steps to digital security. Now, PM Modi, after addressing the nation on Mann Ki Baat on Sunday, October 27th, he played an audio-video clip that showed a man donning a police uniform and asking the person who's a victim on the other end to share his Aadhaar number to get a mobile number blocked. And referring to this clip, PM Modi says the audio is not just for information. This is not an entertainment audio. It has emerged with a deep concern. The conversation you just heard pertains to the fraud of digital arrest. All right, let's go across to my colleague and senior executive editor Abhishek Kapoor joining us once more. Abhishek, I just read out what PM Modi said in his Mann Ki Baat, and after that, the MHA is taking action in this case. A high-level committee has been formed.
Yes, this is a big action on the specific scam of digital arrest and the larger cyber fraud that's been going on. This high-level committee is going to be headed by Secretary of Internal Security in the Ministry of Home Affairs, and there is going to be a special campaign, so to say, to carry out a major clampdown on this whole scam in association or in coordination with all the respective state police forces, Shivangi, and we are getting to hear that the Cyber Crime Coordination Center that's part of the Ministry of Home Affairs is going to be the nodal agency. And there have been about 6,000 complaints across the country specific to the digital arrest scam, and all those would be investigated. And as per information that we are gathering, this is effectively a result of Prime Minister mentioning about this menace in his Mann Ki Baat. So the Ministry of Home Affairs galvanizing into action, and through the mechanism of this special team or the high-level committee that's going to be headed by the Secretary Internal Security and which is going to coordinate with respective state forces. We are going to see a major crackdown on this scam, which has been really troubling the citizens, particularly the elderly, those who are not very well versed with handling these digital gadgets and the internet, and have been gullible enough to be scammed. Now, effectively, a mechanism rolling out by which systems would be put in place, including, for example, on the tech side, with about a major crackdown going on mobile phones, on SIM cards, on IMEI numbers, which have been used for cybercrime. So effectively, a focused campaign after the Prime Minister mentioned about this in his Mann Ki Baat address.
All right. Thank you, Amishi, for getting us those details. MHA taking action after PM Modi in Mann Ki Baat very clearly saying that these digital arrest scams has to be controlled. It's a dangerous game. A dangerous game. That's what PM Modi has called these scams. We move ahead, viewers, to some of the other stories we're tracking in our next segment, Bharat in 2 minutes. Let's get started. A total of 10,905 nomination papers have been submitted for the upcoming Maharashtra Assembly elections, representing 7,995 candidates across 288 seats. Last date for filing nomination was Tuesday, with scrutiny scheduled for today. The assembly polls will take place on November 20th, with results counted on November 23rd. Police have arrested 3 people, including Bharat Han, and that's the temple committee president, and Chandrasekharan, the secretary, following fireworks at a temple in Kasaragod, Kerala. Indian Railways has announced additional services for Chhath and Diwali. The Executive Director of Information Publicity for the Railway Board shared that 164 special trains will run on October 30th, with over 7,000 extra trips, generating more than 1 crore seats to accommodate travellers heading to cities in Bihar and UP.
छठ एवं दीपावली के अवसर पर यात्रियों को उनके गंतव्य स्थान पर पहुंचाने के लिए रेलवे द्वारा व्यापक प्रबंध किए गए हैं। इसी क्रम में 30 अक्टूबर को हम लोग 164 विशेष गाड़ियों का परिचालन कर रहे हैं। ये गाड़ियां सिकंदराबाद, अहमदाबाद, कोट्टयम, उज्जैन, भोपाल, नई दिल्ली, पुणे, मुंबई, यशवंतपुर, बेंगलुरु, नागपुर जैसे कई शहरों से बिहार तथा उत्तर प्रदेश के विभिन्न शहरों के लिए चलाई जाएगी। हम लोग हावड़ा, कटक, उदयपुर, जयपुर, लखनऊ और फिरोजपुर से भी विशेष गाड़ियों का परिचालन कर रहे हैं।
Fire broke out in Kishtwar in Jammu and Kashmir late last night, destroying many houses and shops. Firefighters and police tried to contain the flame, but the fire spread rapidly, leaving many people and many properties reduced to ashes. And we're getting some big breaking updates coming in right now. Viewers, in a suspected sabotage attempt, detonators were discovered in Haridwar-Dehradun railway track near Moti Chur station. A swift investigation led the Haridwar Government Railway Police to identify and arrest a man, Ashok from Rampur, UP, captured through CCTV footage near the track. Authorities have recovered multiple detonators, and further interrogation is ongoing to determine the motive behind this alarming incident. Detonators placed on a railway track. Viewers, this is the Haridwar-Dehradun track. Thankfully, they were discovered on time, and this is being seen as a suspected sabotage attempt. Let's go ahead and play out what the police is saying.
घटना हुई है, ये दिनांक 27 तारीख की घटना है, जिसमें की सूचना हमें मिली थी कि मोतीचूर रेलवे ट्रैक पर एक डेटोनेटर मिला है, जिसको कि रेलवे विभाग द्वारा जो है यूज़ किया जाता है। इस पर सेंसिटिवली हमने काम किया है। हमारी जो थाने की टीम है वो वहाँ पर पहुँची थी और सीसीटीवी कैमरास को देखा गया तो एक संदिग्ध अभियुक्त उसमें जो है हमने आइडेंटिफाई किया है। इस पर हमने मुकदमा भी पंजीकृत किया है, जिसमें कि 288 BNS की धारा में हमने मुकदमा पंजीकृत किया है। है और जो अभियुक्त है उसके खिलाफ वैधानिक कार्रवाई की गई है। साथ ही मैं आपको ये भी बताना चाहूँगी, जो पिछले दिनों जो घटनाएं हुई हैं उसको लेकर भी हम लोग काफ़ी सेंसिटिव हैं और लगातार हम इस ओर सतर्क दृष्टि रखे हुए हैं। लगातार हम लोग चेकिंग भी कर रहे हैं और आरपीएफ के साथ हमारा कोऑर्डिनेशन में हम लोग ट्रैक्स पर चेकिंग भी करते हैं। संदिग्ध जो है उनके खिलाफ हम लोग सत्यापन की कार्रवाई भी लगातार चला रहे हैं।
जनता से क्या अपील करेंगी मैम?
देखिए, जनता से यही अपील रहेगी कि ये काफ़ी सेंसिटिव मामले रहते हैं जिसमें कि ट्रैक पर कोई भी चीज़ रखना जो है, क्योंकि जो रेलवे ट्रेन है उसमें काफ़ी बड़ी संख्या में जो लोग ट्रैवल करते हैं तो सेंसिटिविटी काफ़ी बढ़ जाती है। तो सब लोग इस ओर सतर्क पे रहें और अगर ऐसी कोई सूचना उनके पास भी आती है तो हमसे भी शेयर करें और लोगों को अवेयर भी करें कि इस तरीके की चीज़ें ना उनके द्वारा की जाए।
मैडम, ये किस जगह से मिला है रेलवे लाइन से?
देखिए, ये मोतीचूर के पास सूचना मिली थी। मोतीचूर जो हमारा किलोमीटर नंबर 31 है उसके आसपास की हमारे पास ये सूचना थी।
And viewers, let's move ahead right now. We will talk about sports and all the big sports stories making the headlines for all our sports enthusiasts. Delhi Seema Harshit Rana was called up to the India squad for the third test against New Zealand in Mumbai. As per reports, the pacer is in all probability to make his debut as well. Madhya Pradesh's Rajat Patidar has delivered an explosive inning in the Ranji Trophy, scoring the 5th fastest century in 68 balls against Haryana. His 13th first-class century helped overturn a first innings deficit, injecting life into his domestic season after a difficult start with the bat. Kane Williamson will not travel to India for the third test in Mumbai to ensure he is fit for the upcoming 3-test series against England for the Universed. New Zealand have already taken, and for the unversed in the developments, we can tell you viewers that New Zealand has taken a lead in the series already. Left arm spinner Harsh Dubey's 6-wicket burst propelled Vidarbha to a massive 266-run win over Uttarakhand on the 4th and final day of their Ranji Trophy match. Premier doubles player Rohan Bopanna and his Australian partner Matthew Ebden have clinched a spot in the prestigious season-ending ATP finals, marking India's 4th appearance in the tournament. Stefano Tsitsipas has now forced his way into the second round of Paris Masters after beating Roberto Baena of Spain in ATP 1000 event opener. Tsitsipas hit 36 winners to Baena's 15 to secure a straight set win. Player draft for the inaugural Lanka T10 Super League will take place on November 10th in Colombo. The tournament is scheduled from December 12th to 22nd, featuring 6 franchise teams and showcasing local and international players in cricket's fastest format. Australian wicketkeeper batter Matthew Wade has announced his retirement from international cricket and will step into an assistant coaching role with the national side. India's off-spinner Deepti Sharma has climbed to a career-high second position in the latest ICC Women's ODI rankings for bowlers. This promotion comes as a reward for a recent impressive form, showcasing her skill and consistency on the field. Let's have a look at this raw video coming in where a massive fire has erupted late last night. This is in Kishtwar area, engulfing and destroying over half a dozen homes and shops. The blaze escalated, leaving many structures reduced to ashes. The cause of the fire remains under investigation. Those are the pictures coming in of the blaze destroying homes, shops in Kishtwar area, and Half a dozen structures have been burned as a fire has ravaged some areas.
Republic reports from the Anju Tembalam Veerakavu temple located in Kerala where the fire took place. This is the storeroom which led to the blast and in fact which led to injured more than 150 people in the blast. The Kerala government has ordered SIT probe. 3 people have been arrested from the temple trust. 5 people are being searched on. They are absconding and the search operation is underway. Stay tuned to Republic TV for more on this.
Director, the taste of success.
Viewers, top headlines we're tracking right now. India-China disengagement almost over, verifying vacation of positions on patrolling to resume at Depsang and then Chowk.
We're closely following the developments. We understand that both countries have taken initial steps to withdraw troops from friction points along the line of actual control. We welcome any reduction in tensions along the border.
US welcomes India-China agreement on border disengagement, denies role in truce talks.
And so we deliberately chose, as Madame Durand said in her introductory remarks, a credible, internationally read newspaper that would carry our side of the story. We chose a journalist who had a long record of background in this particular issue. He had written on it a number of times before.
Canadian minister repeats bogus plot to target Khalistanis. Charge confirms sensitive information shared with US media. MHA sets up high-level committee to investigate digital arrest scam, seeks report from states and coordinate with other agencies. Accused of allotting 14 sites to Siddaramaia's wife, ex-Muda Commissioner Natesh in ED custody. Amid rough showdown in Karnataka, farmers in Vijaypura observe Black Diwali.
$500 साल बाद ऐसा अवसर आया है जब अयोध्या में रामलला की जन्मभूमि पर बने उनके मंदिर में भी हजारों दीप जलाए जाएंगे।
Ayodhya celebrates Ram Lala's first Diwali in Ram Mandir after a 500-year wait. Viewers, we're live breaking. I'm Shivangi Shukla. We start off with the top story coming in continuation of the contentious narrative surrounding the Niger case. A Canadian minister reiterated allegations of India's involvement in a purported plot to target Khalistani activists. Now, this minister also admitted to sharing intelligence with US media. Now, further fueling diplomatic tensions, this statement, viewers, adds to the ongoing debate about the complexities of international relations in the context of the Khalistani movement.
We were talking to different audiences. And so we deliberately chose, as Madame Durand said in her introductory remarks, a credible, internationally read newspaper that would carry our side of the story. We chose a journalist who had a long record of background in this particular issue. He had written on it a number of times before. And through the Washington Post, we were speaking directly to our friends in the United States. We were speaking to our allies in the United Kingdom and elsewhere. And we were also speaking directly to Indians.
So getting these top updates coming in right now on Republic TV. Those are the pictures, viewers, where we are seeing that once again the diplomatic row continues. The continuation of the contentious narrative surrounding the Niger case. A Canadian minister reiterates allegations of India's involvement in a purported plot to target Khalistani activists. Minister also admitted to sharing intelligence with US media, further fueling diplomatic tensions. The statement adds to the ongoing debate about the complexities of international relations in context of the Khalistani movement. Let's move ahead right now. An intensified anti-terror operation across Jammu and Kashmir. Security forces have apprehended 2 associates of the Lashkar-e-Taiba within 24 hours, uncovering arms and ammunition. Joint raid in Pulwama yielded 10 hand grenades, while a separate intelligence-driven bust in Kupwara led to another arrest along with weapons. These breakthroughs follow a series of terror incidents, with officials tightening vigilance across the valley to dismantle terror networks. Major crackdown on terror in Jammu and Kashmir. Those are pictures, viewers, coming in of the arms and ammunition and other material which has now been uncovered. A joint raid in Pulwama yielded 10 hand grenades, while one more intelligence-driven bust in Kupwara has led to another arrest along with the weapons. These weapons and these breakthroughs follow a series of terror incidents. I want to go across to my colleague, Arabat. Arabat, in the past few weeks now, we've told our viewers about these terrible attacks by the terrorists where they've targeted army convoys. They have targeted some of our forces. They've once again tried to stir up chaos in Jammu and Kashmir, in Ganderbal, in other areas. If we could take our viewers through the latest details coming in and the latest crackdown on terror.
Yeah, absolutely, Shwangi. As we have seen after back-to-back terror incidents in the parts of the Jammu and Kashmir, we have seen that the intelligence-based input was received by the Pulwama police along with the other security agencies. After that, we have seen that the yesterday operation was launched, in which we have seen that the one Lashkar terrorist associate who was in touch with the Pakistan-based handler, and a huge kg of arms ammunition have been recovered. In fact, we have also accessed the visuals and stills of that very recovery, 10 hand grenades and other sensitive things. After this operation, we have seen another operation in the North Kashmir, Kupwara sector. We have seen that the BSF has launched this operation. So far, one individual who is affiliated with the Lashkar have been detained by the joint security forces. Also, a huge kg of arms ammunition has also recovered from this. It clearly indicates that there are continuously attempts by the Pakistan-based terrorists to create attacks in the Kashmir, and the operation which is underway in the North Kashmir Kupwara was told to do. This consignment was sent to the Sopore area, where we have been told by the sources, and this is the big win for the forces. Also, a major tragedy have been averted by the joint security forces by busting these two Lashkar terrorist associates. In fact, this is the big win after the back-to-back terror incidents in the Kashmir Valley. Yashwagi.
All right, and thank you for joining us there with all those details, Rawat. We will be coming back to you as we keep a close eye on the massive crackdown on terror in Jammu and Kashmir. Now, we move ahead to the national capital. Delhi's air quality dropped to very poor on Tuesday with a thin smog layering the city. Delhi BJP leaders pointed to stubble burning incidents in Punjab, reporting 108 cases on October 26th. Take a look at this report to understand the latest coming in.
It's not a good morning from Delhi. We are standing right here at Akshardham flyover. As you can see, there is a thin layer of smog which has been covered in the Akshardham flyover as well as the highway which is adjoining the Akshardham flyover. The reason being the air quality index of Delhi has risen from poor to very poor, while severe in many other places. While the Central Pollution Control Board have predicted that AQI might reach up to 400, reasons are many. One also includes stubble burning which is happening in the adjoining states of Delhi, which includes Punjab, Haryana and Uttar Pradesh. While there's ban on crackers in Diwali, during Diwali in Delhi, we will have to wait and watch how and what steps are taken by the nodal officers which are being assigned here at various spots in Delhi. Including this, there are various other measures taken by the central government and along with the Delhi government, which includes that there is hike in the fare of parking, as well as there is ban on tandoors and usage of fuel wood and coal wood. I am Gopi with Vijay Surender Rawat for Republic.
And viewers, let's move ahead. Ayodhya celebrating a historic Deepavali as Ram Lalla observes his first Diwali in the newly constructed Ram Mandir after a 500-year wait. This momentous occasion marks a significant milestone for devotees, bringing immense joy and spiritual fervor to the city as it embraces the festival of lights in a grand manner. Let's go across to my colleague Ritu, who is on the ground and showing us the preparations.
अयोध्या की राम की पैड़ी यहाँ पर बेहद खूबसूरत नजर आ रही है। दियो की तस्वीर में सबसे पहले आपको दिखा रही हूँ। यहाँ पर देखिए जो रिकॉर्ड यहाँ पर बनाया जा रहा है, जो गिनीज बुक ऑफ वर्ल्ड रिकॉर्ड्स में से यहाँ पर शामिल किया जाएगा। 25 लाख दिए राम की पैड़ी पर महज यहाँ पर लगाए गए हैं और 25 लाख दिए एक साथ जलेंगे, तो ये कहीं ना कहीं त्रेता की याद दिलाने वाला है। 28 लाख दिए बिछाने का काम किया गया है और इसके अलावा अगर कहे 25 लाख तो सिर्फ राम की पैड़ी पर दिए लगाए गए हैं, इसके अलावा 30 लाख दिए पूरे अयोध्या में सजाए गए हैं, यानी कि पूरी अयोध्या नगरी जो है वो जगमग होने वाली है। असल राम राज्य का जिक्र जो हम कर रहे थे वो राम राज्य यहाँ पर नजर आ रहा है। इस वक्त जो राम की पैड़ी की तस्वीर है यहाँ पर देखिए, दर्शकों के लिए भी खूबसूरत तस्वीर मैं आपको दिखा दूं किस तरीके से यहाँ पर एक पहल की गई है। दर्शक दीर्घा तक बनाई गई है। इस दर्शक दीर्घा के जरिए यहाँ पर लोग बैठ करके इस पूरे दीपोत्सव को देख पाएंगे। इस जो विहंगम दृश्य है इसको देख पाएंगे, इन सभी के साक्षी बन पाएंगे। और ये तस्वीर इसके साथ साथ सरयू की भी आपको दिखा दे किस तरीके से यहाँ पर नजर आ रही है। ये खूबसूरत जो पल है, यहाँ पर सीएम योगी आदित्यनाथ भी पहुंचेंगे। 2:30 बजे उनका कार्यक्रम है पहुंचने का। इसके अलावा अगर कहें तो जो दिए हैं वो 16 by 16 के ग्रिड्स में लगाए गए हैं। ये आप समझिए कि किस तरीके से ये अवध यूनिवर्सिटी के जो वॉलंटियर्स है उन्होंने इसे लगाने का काम किया है और थोड़ी ही देर में यहाँ पर इसमें जो ऑयल भरने का काम है वो भी शुरू हो जाएगा। और साथ ही साथ शाम को 25 लाख दिए जब जलेंगे, खुद सीएम यहाँ पर मौजूद रहेंगे। सीएम इसमें यहाँ पर अपनी सहभागिता दर्ज कर पाएंगे। इसके अलावा अगर कहें तो हेलीपैड पर वहां पर भी कार्यक्रम है और संस्कृति यहाँ पर देखा जाए तो उसका एक विहंगम संगम देखने को मिलने वाला है। जो तस्वीर है वो बेहद खूबसूरत होने वाली है। दीपोत्सव उसके अपने आप में कई मायने हैं। 14 साल का वनवास जब काट कर अयोध्यापति लौटे थे, अयोध्या नरेश लौटे थे, उस समय क्या नजारा रहा होगा, हूबहू आपको ऐसा लग रहा है कि वही वाली अयोध्या यहाँ पर नजर आ रही है और वही अयोध्या नगरी की जो खूबसूरती है वहां पर देखने को मिल रही है। आपको बता दें कि जिस तरीके से 500 सालों का इंतजार, यानी कि 5 सदियों का इंतजार लोगों ने किया, प्राण प्रतिष्ठा उसके बाद हुई, सभी की आंखों में आंसू थे। हम और आप इसके साक्षी बने थे जब प्राण प्रतिष्ठा हुई, रामलल्ला अपने अलौकिक दरबार पहुंचे, सभी उस वक्त भाव विभोर थे। और इस वक्त अगर मैं तस्वीर कहूं तो अयोध्या की दीपोत्सव अपने आप में बेहद खूबसूरत होती है और ये अयोध्या की दीपोत्सव की झलकियां जो मैं आपको दिखा रही हूँ राम की पैड़ी से, यहाँ पर लोगों का पहुंचना शुरू होगा। अब यहाँ पर तमाम तैयारियां चल रही है। अवध यूनिवर्सिटी के जो वॉलंटियर्स हैं थोड़ी देर में यहाँ पर पहुंचने वाले हैं। वो यहाँ पर जो दिए लगाए गए हैं इन सभी में सरसों के तेल का भरने का जो कार्य है वो पूरा करेंगे। इसके बाद शाम को जब मुख्यमंत्री यहाँ पहुंचेंगे, तमाम मंत्री यहाँ पर पहुंचेंगे, तब यहाँ पर दीपोत्सव मनाई जाएगी। और ऐसा मानो प्रतीत हो रहा है कि जिस तरीके से त्रेता में दिवाली मनाई गई होगी उस समय, क्योंकि बिजली नहीं थी, तकनीक नहीं थी, टेक्नोलॉजी इस कदर नहीं थी, लाइट्स की व्यवस्था नहीं थी, तब दियों को जला करके अमावस की रात को उजागर किया गया था। और ऐसा ही यहाँ पर नजारा देखने को मिल रहा है जो यहाँ पर पारंपरिक तौर पर जो दिए लगाए जाते हैं अयोध्या में। अयोध्या को बेसब्री से इंतजार अपने राजा का था, राजा राम का था, और वो इंतजार पहले ही 22 जनवरी 2024 को पूरा हो चुका है। और इस इंतजार के बाद अब तो खुशी के जो पल है वो यहाँ पर देखने को मिल रहे हैं। दियों को लगाया गया है, दियों से जगमग अयोध्या नजर आने वाली है। ये तस्वीर जो है अपने आप में बहुत कुछ बयां कर रही है। ये बयां कर रही है कि असल राम राज्य की जो परिकल्पना थी, जो एक सोच थी, वो यहाँ पर पूरी होती हुई नजर आ रही है। जो आपको दियों की तस्वीर मैं आपको दिखा रही हूँ, ये देखिए, ये जो दिए लगाए गए हैं 16 बाय 16 के ग्रिड में किस तरीके से यहाँ पर नजर आ रही है। ये जो दिए हैं यहाँ पर अपने आप में एक विश्व स्तर की जो रिकॉर्ड है वो कायम करते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं। तो यानी कि राम राज्य जो है वो यहाँ पर देखने को मिल रहा है। अयोध्या तैयार है भव्य दीपोत्सव के लिए।
देखिए, आज का दिन जो है वह रामलला के लिए ही नहीं पूरे देश के लिए बहुत ही भव्य दिव्य है, क्योंकि भगवान श्री राम के ये जो दीपोत्सव मनाया जा रहा है वो है अपने आप में अद्वितीय और विलक्षण है। दर्शन करने वाले, देखने वाले जिस रूप से देखेंगे उसी रूप से उनको फल की प्राप्ति होगी। और यह दीपोत्सव ही नहीं, तमसो माँ ज्योतिर्गमय, यह सारे संसार के लिए प्रकाश है। और वह प्रकाश है जो अपने काम, क्रोध, मोह, लोभ, मत्सर को समाप्त करके इसको और सीधे प्रकाश को देने वाला है। वो है आज का दिन जो बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण है। इसलिए भगवान श्री रामलला के जन्मोत्सव के बाद का पहला यह उत्सव है, दीपोत्सव है। और दीपोत्सव इसके पहले भी हो चुका है, लेकिन वह बात नहीं रही जो आज की है, तो उस समय भगवान श्री राम का प्राण प्रतिष्ठा नहीं हुई थी और दीपोत्सव मनाया गया था। और आज जो है वो प्राण प्रतिष्ठा हो चुकी है और उनके साथ साथ ये दीपोत्सव दोनों का प्रकाश दिखाई दे रहा है, विराजमान भगवान श्री रामलला और दीपोत्सव। इसलिए यह बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण, बहुत ही दिव्य और बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण सभी के लिए है, पूरे देशवासियों के लिए है।
Viewers, getting some breaking news right now where Kannada actor Darshan, who has been applying for bail, has been granted interim bail for 6 weeks on medical grounds in the ongoing Arnab Goswami case. The court approved the temporary relief after Darshan cited health issues requiring medical attention. His legal team will continue to pursue a permanent resolution as the 6-week bail period progresses. Big update coming in on Republic TV. Kannada actor Darshan has been granted interim bail for 6 weeks now. This is on medical grounds. But the Karnataka High Court was due to pass the order today, and that has happened on Darshan's plea for interim bail to undergo surgery. So this is the big update coming in on Republic TV, viewers. And actor Darshan has been applying for bail for quite a while now. This is coming in as the court has noted that medical reports recommend that Darshan undergo a surgery to address medical issues related to his spine and feet. And this is in connection, viewers, as the investigation into the Arnab Goswami murder case continues. That's a big update coming in right now on Republic TV. And Darshan should be examined by a surgeon at the private hospital Mysuru. So all these observations were already being made in the court, and finally now we have come to know that actor Darshan has got some relief in terms of an interim bail which has been granted. So this is the big update coming in. The court was supposed to pronounce its orders on the interim bail application today itself, that is October 30th. Darshan was arrested on June 11th and is currently was lodged in the prison. He has been filing for bail applications since September. All right, we move ahead right now, viewers, to other news coming in our next segment, Bharat in 2 minutes. A total of 10,905 nomination papers have been submitted for the upcoming Maharashtra Assembly elections, representing 7,995 candidates across 288 seats. The last date for filing nomination was Tuesday, with scrutiny scheduled for today. The Assembly polls will take place on November 20th, with results counted on November 23rd. Police have arrested 3 people, including Bharathan, the temple committee president, and Shekharan, the secretary, following a fireworks accident in the temple in Kasaragod, Kerala. The Indian Railways has announced additional services for Chhath and Diwali. The Executive Director of Information and Publicity for the Railway Board shared that 164 special trains will run on October 30th, with over 7,000 extra trips, generating more than 1 crore seats to accommodate travellers heading to cities in Bihar and Uttar Pradesh.
छठ एवं दीपावली के अवसर पर यात्रियों को उनके गंतव्य स्थान पर पहुंचाने के लिए रेलवे द्वारा व्यापक प्रबंध किए गए हैं। इसी क्रम में 30 अक्टूबर को हम लोग 164 विशेष गाड़ियों का परिचालन कर रहे हैं। ये गाड़ियां सिकंदराबाद, अहमदाबाद, कोट्टयम, उज्जैन, भोपाल, नई दिल्ली, पुणे, मुंबई, यशवंतपुर, बेंगलुरु, नागपुर जैसे कई शहरों से बिहार तथा उत्तर प्रदेश के विभिन्न शहरों के लिए चलाई जाएगी। हम लोग हावड़ा, कटक, उदयपुर, जयपुर, लखनऊ और फिरोजपुर से भी विशेष गाड़ियों का परिचालन कर रहे हैं।
Fire broke out in the Kishtwar area of Jammu and Kashmir late last night, destroying several homes and shops. Firefighters, police tried to contain the flames, but the fire spread rapidly, leaving multiple properties reduced to ashes.
As Diwali is just a day away, the air quality index rises from poor to very poor and severe in many parts of Delhi, while the Central Pollution Control Board has said that AQI might rise to 400. Now we will be back with the rolling coverage. Stay tuned with Republic TV.
We're live and breaking. Let's have a look at all the other stories making the headlines from across the globe. At a major rally near the White House, Democratic candidate Kamala Harris pledged to put quote-unquote country above party with just 1 week left before Election Day. Harris committed to working for all Americans. Thousands gathered in support, expressing confidence in her campaign.
She's going to win. I think that people are very passionate and excited about her candidacy. You can see tens of thousands of people have taken time off of work to come out and support her. And I think she's an amazing human being who is going to treat all races, all people of all races, religions, etc., equally. And she's going to just raise the bar.
Iran announced 2 new laws passed by Israel's parliament that would block the UN Agency for Palestinian Refugees from continuing its work in the region. The laws passed on Monday ban UNRWA operations and sever its ties with the Israeli government.
Israeli apartheid regime continue to use starvation as a weapon. For over 2 weeks, all humanitarian aid to Gaza has been halted. The blockade has suspended efforts to deliver essential vaccination and other life-saving services indefinitely. These actions are more than a denial of aid. They are a direct attack on the dignity and rights of Palestinians.
China now has launched its Shenzhou 19 crewed spaceship, sending 3 astronauts to its space station for a 6-month mission. Among the crew is China's first female space engineer. Spaceship took off from the Jiuquan Satellite Launch Center at 4:27 a.m. Beijing time atop a Long March 2F rocket and entered orbit about 10 minutes after launch. Atlanta police detained an armed suspect following reports of gunshots at Four Seasons Hotel. SWAT and the local police established a perimeter around the hotel and issued a shelter-in-place advisory, which was later lifted, though nearby streets remain closed.
To the residents of the Four Seasons, as mentioned, we will try to get you back into your units as fast as possible. Of course, it's still a active crime scene on the 33rd floor, and the 32nd and 34th floors are sealed off for precautions. And then 13th Street, there's evidence that he's thrown over the balcony, so we still have that closed off as well.
Getting you more updates, viewers. Accused of allotting 14 sites to Siddaramaia's wife, ex-Muda commissioner in ED custody now.
जो दिए हैं यहाँ पर अपने आप में एक विश्व स्तर की जो रिकॉर्ड है वो कायम करते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं। तो यानी कि राम राज्य जो है वो यहाँ पर देखने को मिल रहा है। अयोध्या तैयार है भव्य दीपोत्सव के लिए। एक ब्रेक के लिए रुकेंगे और ब्रेक के उस पार आपको और भी तस्वीरें दिखाएंगे।
Big news is coming on that Nawab Malik contesting election from NCP party as he has received that a B form.
पार्टी मेरे साथ खड़ी रही। अजीत पवार संकट के समय मेरे परिवार के साथ मेरे साथ खड़े रहे। मेरा कर्तव्य है कि मैं अजीत पवार जी के साथ खड़ा रहूं। रिकॉर्ड तोड़ मतों से इस विधानसभा क्षेत्र में मैं जीतूंगा।
ये पूरा एरिया जो क्या है मुझे सब मालूम है, मुझे ज्ञात है, इसलिए इधर कोई कितना फॉर्म भरता है उससे मुझे कुछ लेना देना नहीं। हमारे पार्टी को भी महायुति को भी कुछ लेना देना नहीं है।
ಕತ್ತಿ ಆಡ್ತಿ ಆಣಿಯಾರಕ ಡೈನಿ ಹಾಲ್ ಡೈನು
Big news is coming on that Nawab Malik contesting election from NCP party as he has received that AB form.
पार्टी मेरे साथ खड़ी रही। अजीत पवार संकट के समय मेरे परिवार के साथ मेरे साथ खड़े रहे। मेरा कर्तव्य है कि मैं अजीत पवार जी के साथ खड़ा रहूं। रिकॉर्ड तोड़ मतों से इस विधानसभा क्षेत्र में मैं जीतूंगा।
ये पूरा एरिया जो क्या है मुझे सब मालूम है, मुझे ज्ञात है, इसलिए इधर कोई कितना फॉर्म भरता है उससे मुझे कुछ लेना देना नहीं। हमारे पार्टी को भी महायुति को भी कुछ लेना देना नहीं है।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Very good morning. It's 11 a.m. We are focusing on the big story coming in from Canada. It's Justin Trudeau's security advisor who's admitted to having shared intel on India with the US publication. We'll get you that statement coming in from the Canadian minister, starting first up with the headlines. India-China disengagement almost over, verifying vacation of positions on, patrolling to resume at Depsang and Demchok.
And so we deliberately chose, as Madame Durand said in her introductory remarks, a credible, internationally read newspaper that would carry our side of the story. We chose a journalist who had a long record of background in this particular issue. He had written on it a number of times before.
Canada admits to having shared sensitive information on Khalistani on Niger plot with US media. MHA sets up high-level panel to investigate digital arrest scam, seeks report from states and coordinate with other agencies. And it's a big relief for actor Darshan in Rashtriya Swami murder case. Darshan gets 6 weeks interim bail on medical grounds. Accused of allotting 14 sites to Siddaramaya's wife, ex-Muda Commissioner Natesh in ED custody now. Amid Waqf showdown in Karnataka, farmers in Vijaypura observe Black Diwali.
500 साल बाद ऐसा अवसर आया है जब अयोध्या में रामलला की जन्मभूमि पर बने उनके मंदिर में भी हजारों दीप जलाए जाएंगे.
And Ayodhya celebrates Ram Lala's first Diwali in Ram Mandir after a 500 years wait. And we begin first up with a big news break that's coming in from the state of Karnataka. It's actor Darshan, the primary accused, one of the main accused in Rashtriya Swami murder case, who's been given interim bail on medical grounds. The conditions that have been attached to the interim bail include surrendering of passport. And that being said, it's also being said that he could be shifted to hospital later in the evening by today. Let's go across to Sri Lakshmi. She's joining us live from the Kannada newsroom. Sri Lakshmi, that's of course a big relief coming in for actor Darshan. But once again, if you can quickly give us the timeline of the case one and of course the conditions that have been attached to his bail plea, rather the interim bail to him.
Well, Samiksha, remember it is like 5 months, since 5 months, 141 days, Darshan is in jail. First of all, he was in Parapanagrahara, Bengaluru Central Jail. Later on, a preferential treatment case came upon him. And then because of that case, he was again shifted to Ballari Jail. So it was said that he was expected to get bail today. Karnataka High Court has granted interim bail to Darshan on medical grounds. Popular criminal lawyer C.V. Nagesh had presented his argument on behalf of Darshan. Earlier also 2 times they had submitted bail plea to the court, but it was rejected.
Why do I always
because 3,900 plus pages of charge sheet was submitted to the court by the police. And loopholes of the charge sheet was highlighted by the Darshan's lawyer C.V. Nagesh, but at that point of time Darshan did not get bail. Now today Karnataka High Court has ordered for an interim bail for Darshan because it is said that Darshan is having severe backache, foot numbness and many other physical problems which may eventually lead to paralysis. So those reports were submitted to the court, and even Ballari jail officials have also submitted Darshan health report after examining him by a doctor over there. Later on, now today morning, Judge Vishwajit Shetty of Karnataka High Court had given an order saying that Darshan is granted 6 weeks of interim bail. It is said that soon after getting the bail, once if the Ballari jail officials receive the order copy, by today evening itself, Darshan likely to be released from the jail. His family members have come to Ballari to take him along with, and it is said that he may celebrate Diwali. But court has put certain conditions for this interim bail. Every week his medical reports has to be submitted to the court, and Darshan is allowed to get a treatment in a hospital of his choice. Earlier he had asked for treatment in Mysore.
Again, depends on all of those depends on the health condition, the medical reports of Darshan.
ಯಾವಾಗ ರಿಲೀಸ್ ಆಗ್ತಾರೆ ದರ್ಶನ್?
If we get the certified copies today, we'll try to finish all the formalities today itself, because there's a long weekend from tomorrow. So we'll try to,
Deepavali.
Yes, for Deepavali and Kannada Rajyotsava. So we'll try to finish all the formalities today itself. Probably by today and or tomorrow morning we should release. Thank
Your name, sir?
Lakshmika.
All right, Sri Lakshmi, we will keep coming back to you for more updates. For now, the conditions that have been attached to the interim bail that's been granted to actor Darshan include that he cannot leave the country. He will have to surrender his passport. It's a 6-week relief that's been given to actor Darshan. For now, we switch focus to more news break coming in. This is from Pulwama, where a terror hideout has been busted. In fact, details coming in that Lashkar handler who's also been arrested by the JNK police and the forces in a joint operation. An 18-year-old who's been apprehended with grenades, 10 grenades that have also been recovered from this terror hideout that's been busted. So a Lashkar handler who's been apprehended by the security forces and the JNK police, and 10 grenades, as we told you, that have been found at this terror hideout spot. The visuals on your screens of the 18-year-old handler who has links with terror outfit Lashkar, who's been apprehended in a joint operation. Let's go across to Arawat. He's joining us live with more details. Arawat, give us more details of this anti-terror operations. It's not just the Lashkar handler who's been arrested, but also those 10 grenades that have been recovered from the terror hideout location.
Yeah, absolutely, Samiksha. This is the big win for the forces after the back-to-back terror incidents in the parts of the Jammu and Kashmir. This arrest comes same when the terror attack took place in the Akhnur in the Jammu. Then we have seen that the mega anti-terror operation was launched by the joint security forces in the various districts of the Kashmir Valley, and they apprehended one individual in the South Kashmir's Kupwara area, and the huge recovery was made. Also 10 hand grenades, which is also a big win for the forces, that the major tragedy have been averted by the forces. Also, the same kind of operation is also underway right now in the North Kashmir's Kupwara sector, where another individual who still you are watching on the Republic. He is the same individual from the Kupwara who have been detained by the Jammu and Kashmir police and other security agencies after an input was received by the BSF about the presence of Lashkar involvement persons, and then after we have seen that the mega anti-terror operations are still underway in the parts of the Kashmir Valley. And also this is a big win for the security agencies after we have seen back-to-back terror incidents in the Jammu and Kashmir. At the same time, we have seen that the Lashkar sleeper cells have been once again activated in the parts of Kashmir, but we have seen at the same time that the forces are alert to foil every single nefarious attempt by the Pakistan-based terrorists and their handlers in the Kashmir Valley. So far, if we'll talk about the Pulwama operation, one individual has been arrested who is affiliated with Lashkar from last couple of the years, and 10 hand grenades have been seized during the interrogation. Also, an other operation is underway in North Kashmir's Kupwara, where one terrorist handler who was affiliated with Lashkar have been detained by the joint security forces. Back to Samiksha.
All right, Aravat, thank you for the moment. For now, let's take a look at other stories that we're tracking. This is Bharat in 2 minutes. A total of 10,905 nomination papers have been submitted for the upcoming Maharashtra elections, representing 7,995 candidates across 288 seats. The last date for filing nomination was Tuesday, with scrutiny scheduled for today. The assembly polls will take place on 20th, with results counted on 23rd of next month. In Kasaragod, police arrested 3 people, including the temple committee chief and the secretary, following a fireworks accident that left more than 150 people injured. The Indian Railways has announced additional services for Chhath and Diwali. The Executive Director of Information and Publicity for the Railway Board shared that 164 special trains will run on 30th of October with more than 7,000 extra trips, generating more than 1 crore seats to accommodate travellers heading to cities in Bihar and UP.
छठ एवं दीपावली के अवसर पर यात्रियों को उनके गंतव्य स्थान पर पहुंचाने के लिए रेलवे द्वारा व्यापक प्रबंध किए गए हैं। इसी क्रम में 30 अक्टूबर को हम लोग 164 विशेष गाड़ियों का परिचालन कर रहे हैं। ये गाड़ियां सिकंदराबाद, अहमदाबाद, कोट्टयम, उज्जैन, भोपाल, नई दिल्ली, पुणे, मुंबई, यशवंतपुर, बेंगलुरु, नागपुर जैसे कई शहरों से बिहार तथा उत्तर प्रदेश के विभिन्न शहरों के लिए चलाई जाएगी। हम लोग हावड़ा, कटक, उदयपुर, जयपुर, लखनऊ और फिरोजपुर से भी विशेष गाड़ियों का परिचालन कर रहे हैं।
In news from Kishtwar, where a fire broke out late last night that destroyed several houses and shops. Firefighters and police tried to contain the flames. However, at least 6 houses and shops were gutted in the fire. And a news that is coming in from the state of Uttarakhand, where a person has been apprehended for placing detonators on the Dehradun-Haridwar highway, railway track rather. Beg your pardon, the visuals on your screens are of the detonator that's been recovered by the Uttarakhand police from the Dehradun-Haridwar railway track. In fact, that's the visual on your screens of the detonator that was placed on the railway track. So another train derailment plot that's been thwarted, that's been foiled by the cops, which once again puts questions as to why is there a sinister plot to target trains. Let's listen in to that statement also coming in from the police on this train derailment plot that's been foiled.
घटना हुई है, ये दिनांक 27 तारीख की घटना है, जिसमें की सूचना हमें मिली थी कि मोतीचूर रेलवे ट्रैक पर एक डेटोनेटर मिला है जिसको कि रेलवे विभाग द्वारा जो है यूज़ किया जाता है। इस पर सेंसिटिवली हमने काम किया है। हमारी जो थाने की टीम है वो वहाँ पर पहुँची थी और सीसीटीवी कैमरास को देखा गया तो एक संदिग्ध अभियुक्त उसमें जो है हमने आइडेंटिफाई किया है। इस पर हमने मुकदमा भी पंजीकृत किया है, जिसमें कि 288 BNS की धारा में हमने मुकदमा पंजीकृत किया है और जो अभियुक्त है उसके खिलाफ वैधानिक कार्रवाई की गई है। साथ ही मैं आपको ये भी बताना चाहूंगी, जो पिछले दिनों जो घटनाएं हुई हैं उसको लेकर भी हम लोग काफ़ी सेंसिटिव हैं और लगातार हम इस ओर सतर्क दृष्टि रखे हुए हैं। लगातार हम लोग चेकिंग भी कर रहे हैं और RPF के साथ हमारा कोऑर्डिनेशन में हम लोग ट्रैक्स पर चेकिंग भी करते हैं। संदिग्ध जो है उनके खिलाफ हम लोग सत्यापन की कार्रवाई भी लगातार चला रहे हैं।
जनता से क्या अपील करेंगी मैम?
देखिए, जनता से यही अपील रहेगी कि ये काफ़ी सेंसिटिव मामले रहते हैं जिसमें कि ट्रैक पर कोई भी चीज़ रखना जो है, क्योंकि जो रेलवे ट्रेन है उसमें काफ़ी बड़ी संख्या में जो लोग ट्रैवल करते हैं, तो सेंसिटिविटी काफ़ी बढ़ जाती है। तो सब लोग इस ओर सतर्क पे रहें, और अगर ऐसी कोई सूचना उनके पास भी आती है तो हमसे भी शेयर करें और लोगों को अवेयर भी करें कि इस तरीके की चीज़ें ना उनके द्वारा की जाए।
मैडम, ये किस जगह से मिला है रेलवे लाइन?
देखिए, ये मोतीचूर के पास सूचना मिली थी। मोतीचूर जो हमारा किलोमीटर नंबर 31 है, उसके आसपास की हमारे पास ये सूचना।
And with just days to go for the Diwali festivities, the air quality has been deteriorating in the national capital. It remains in the very poor category. The national capital, while it chokes, the Delhi government has sought the assistance of the centre to manage the crisis. Here's a detailed report.
It's not a good morning from Delhi. We are standing right here at Akshardham flyover. As you can see, there is a thin layer of smog which has been covered in the Akshardham flyover, as well as the highway which is adjoining the Akshardham flyover. The reason being, the air quality index of Delhi has risen from poor to very poor, while severe in many other places. While the Central Pollution Control Board have predicted that AQI might reach up to 400, reasons are many. One also includes stubble burning which is happening in the adjoining states of Delhi, which includes Punjab, Haryana and Uttar Pradesh. While there's ban on crackers in Diwali, during Diwali in Delhi, we will have to wait and watch how and what steps are taken by the nodal officers which are being assigned here at various spots in Delhi. Including this, there are various other measures taken by the central government and along with the Delhi government, which includes that there is hike in the fare of parking, as well as there is ban on tandoors and usage of fuel wood and coal wood. I am Gopi with Vijay Surender Rawat for Republic.
Now in news from down south in Kerala, this is the Kasaragod fire mishap in which the state government has formed an SIT to probe the negligence on part of the police officials that led to more than 150 people sustaining injuries and at least 8 who are said to be in a critical condition. As we speak, 3 temple officials who have already been taken into custody for the negligence that has come to light at the temple premises at the time of the event. Listen in to the voices coming in, the kin of those who sustained injuries in this fire mishap.
This incident happened yesterday midnight.
Okay.
Yeah, while I was sleeping at 12:15, I know it from my son's friend.
Okay.
I rushed that place immediately. And at that time, it is a very, very pathetic condition. Ambulance are rushing here and there because people are scattered here and there, and 2 local hospitals are there. Some NK Balashna Memorial Hospital and one Tejaswini Cooperative Hospital, and we searched there, but there is no patients there. All are shifted to District Hospital Kanjangad and Periyaram Medical College and other hospitals, nearby hospitals.
Okay.
And we searched my relative, my brother's son, Anub. And at District Hospital Kanjangad, I met him, and immediately I took discharge from that house and they referred to Mangalore.
How did this incident took place? How did it all happen? How many people were there?
I didn't know, but from the news I know, because at that time I was not there.
Okay.
So from the
later on, what did you got to know from the people out there?
Yeah, people are saying that it is a irresponsibility of the committee and did not take any precautions while making the firecracker. That is the happening of this.
How many people were there where this?
At that time, I thought that about 350 or below 500.
Below 500.
500 people are gathered
and
there.
Was it a very congested place?
Yeah, it is a very congested. That is why this incident happened there. That is why. Because this congested place, not taking any precautions.
How did that building caught fire? Where
the storage of the crackers and the firing of the crackers are just about 3 or 4 meters distance. That is happened. That is why yesterday at midnight also the collector also, our honorable collector also said that matter.
Injured in the fire that took place at the Anju Tembalam Veerakavu temple out here in Kerala. We are at this very temple, and we'll explain you how this whole incident had happened on that very night when the procession, religious procession was underway at this very ground of the temple. There were more than 1,000 people who had gathered out here in this very premises, and when the religious function was underway, the firecrackers were burnt at that very point in time. Just parallel to the temple, there is a storeroom. There is a storeroom wherein the firecrackers were stored, and just 2 meters away, 2 to 3 meters away, this is the spot. This is the spot where the firecrackers were burnt, and in fact one of the committee member of the temple trust was also involved in bursting out these very firecrackers. At that point in time, there were children, there were senior citizens, there were women who were present here. They were present here in the temple premises and near the storeroom also. And in fact, as you see, the slippers of this very whole incident can tell you the story how it would have happened. Now, when the firecrackers were bursted out, the sparkles of the sparks of this very firecrackers got into this very storeroom, and this whole storeroom got in fact blasted. At that very point in time, after the blast took place, the people who were standing here got injured due to this very blast, and the fire was so major. You can see there was a stampede-like situation. You can see the slippers of the women's. You can see the slippers of men. The devotees who were in fact standing here. You can understand the people who would have been here at that very point in time, what experience they might have had. And the bricks, the bricks are in fact, this whole wall has broken. You can understand the intensity. You can understand the intensity of this very fire, that this blast, that the rocks like bricks are in fact broken after this very blast, and in fact more than 150 people are injured in this very case, and in fact they are taking treatment at multiple hospitals across the Kerala district. And in fact if you go through with the investigation part, in fact as far as the investigation is concerned, an SIT probe has been ordered by the Kerala government in this very case, and an FIR has been in fact registered against the committee members of the temple trust, and 3 people have been arrested from the temple trust. One of them was in fact involved in bursting up the firecrackers. 3 have been arrested. There are 5 more committee members. 5 more committee members who are still absconding. The Nileshwaram police is in fact carrying out the search operation in this very case. And not only that, what we have got to know that after an SIT probe, a parallel inquiry has also been ordered by the Kerala government. The administration has come into action. A district magistrate has been in fact appointed to do a parallel inquiry whether the rules and regulations were followed, whether the fire safety norms were followed. It is being said that the temple trust did not have the permission to do such kind of procession, or they did not have they did not had the permission to carry out this major function also. So they even did not have they did not had the permission of bursting crackers also at that very point in time, because they did not had done the fire audit also of this very temple. So there are multiple lapses that have been in fact appeared in the inquiry. So hence a parallel inquiry has also been ordered by the district administration. Meanwhile, investigation part is also being done by the Kerala police, by the Kerala's Nileshwar police in this very case.
And shifting focus to news that we are tracking from Canada, it's the first admission that's coming in from the Trudeau government. It's the security advisor of Justin Trudeau who is admitted to having shared intel with the US publication on Niger death probe. Something which has once again put lens on why exactly has Canada shared information on India with the US media. Listen in to that statement coming in from the Canadian minister accepting to the fact that the country has shared crucial information with US.
We were talking to different audiences. And so we deliberately chose, as Madame Drouin said in her introductory remarks, a credible, internationally read newspaper that would carry our side of the story. We chose a journalist who had a long record of background in this particular issue. He had written on it a number of times before. And through the Washington Post, we were speaking directly to our friends in the United States. We were speaking to our allies in the United Kingdom and elsewhere. And we were also speaking directly to Indians.
And we head into a very short break. Disengagement almost over, according to sources in defense. Joint patrolling to resume next.
Director, the taste of success.
News is coming on that Nawab Malik contesting election from NCP party as he has received that AB form.
पार्टी मेरे साथ खड़ी रही। अजीत पवार संकट के समय मेरे परिवार के साथ मेरे साथ खड़े रहे। मेरा कर्तव्य है कि मैं अजीत पवार जी के साथ खड़ा रहूं। रिकॉर्ड तोड़ मतों से इस विधानसभा क्षेत्र में मैं जीतूंगा।
ये पूरा एरिया जो क्या है मुझे सब मालूम है, मुझे ज्ञात है, इसलिए इधर कोई कितना फॉर्म भरता है उससे मुझे कुछ लेना देना नहीं। हमारे पार्टी को भी, महायुति को भी कुछ लेना देना नहीं है।
very good morning and thank you for tuning in. You're watching Live and Breaking at 11:30. I'm Suesha Samant. In this edition, we'll get you the latest on the disengagement at the LAC as it is at its final stages. That and much more. First, a quick check of the headlines we're tracking. India-China disengagement almost over, verifying vacation of positions on patrolling to resume at Depsang and Demchok.
And so we deliberately chose, as Madame Durand said in her introductory remarks, a credible, internationally read newspaper that would carry our side of the story. We chose a journalist who had a long record of background in this particular issue. He had written on it a number of times before.
Trudeau minister confirms shared intel on India with US publication on Nijjar murder plot. MHA sets up high-level committee to investigate digital arrest scam, seeks report from states and coordinates with other agencies. Actor Darshan gets 6 weeks interim bail on medical grounds in Renuka Swami murder case. Accused of allotting 14 sites to Siddaramaya's wife, ex-Mura Commissioner Natesh in ED custody. Amid Waqf showdown in Karnataka, farmers in Vijaypura observe Black Diwali.
500 साल बाद ऐसा अवसर आया है जब अयोध्या में रामलला की जन्मभूमि पर बने उनके मंदिर में भी हजारों दीप जलाए जाएंगे.
Ayodhya celebrates Ram Lala's first Diwali in Ram Mandir after 500 years of waiting. First up, we get you details of the disengagement process along the line of actual control between India and China that is set to be completed today. This, according to defense sources, we are learning that both sides are verifying the vacation of positions and removal of structures at key friction points along the border. This verification that marks a critical step towards stabilizing the LAC after recent tensions. Joining me on the broadcast is former wing commander and defense and security analyst Praful Bakshi. Very good morning to you, sir, and thank you for joining us. Certainly a day that will go down in history. After 4 long years, the standoff that is seeming some sort of a resolution in terms of the disengagement process to culminate today. Do take us through the details of how long the struggle has been and what can one expect to happen from here on.
Thank you very much for having me over on your channel. This is indeed a very, very important day as we have approaching close to the finishing of disengagement in Demchok and Depsang, 2 major points, and after that the normal patrolling will start. We have been having this problem with China actually before 1962, the end of late 50s it started off, and we were not prepared to face the Chinese aggression. We lost 48,000 square kilometers to China, and we were very reluctant to face them. In fact, we were always very apologetic and very, very shy in even taking action against, except for 2 major incidents which happened in 1967 in Nathula and Samdrang Chong, where 2 generals, Sundarji and General Rathore, they actually attacked Chinese and killed 500. General Sundarji inducted a whole brigade in Samdrang Chong. against the government's decision. So the situation has entirely changed. We have come a very long way. Now the government sees through all that. Army has been strengthened. Our infrastructure is increasing and strengthening on the border from Ladakh to east and south of Arunachal, and that is where it is most required. Demchok and Depsang, as you see, the 62 war actually started there. And Depsang plain is very, very important for us because it is a vast country where tank engagements can take place. In fact, both the countries have even brought in their tanks. So this aspect will become extremely important. And as I can take you to the map of it, the Demchok itself is very important because it is connecting the main connecting road, which is going to Aksai Chin. The next meeting, we are going to talk about Aksai Chin and what is going to happen in that. So all in all, we have begun very well, and this engagement is nearly complete. The patrolling will start, and thereafter, the patrolling around Prangsong Lake, from the various points up to the point 13A, 10A, all those points where it will be clarified. We will only should make statement when we see it happening on the ground. Before that, we should not even discuss because there are a lot of,
right.
There are many a lip, there will slip between the cup and the lip. That's what, as you say, see. But I would tell you one thing. We don't have to send our logistics back. Our logistics line should be strengthened. Our infrastructure would be further strengthened.
All right, so many thanks for speaking to Republic. And like I said, that with regards to the Indo-China relations, this is a day that will certainly go down in history as we also move on to more news coming in with regards to the bomb threats that have been on the rise. In the latest, we are learning that 6 flights, including 5 Indigo and 1 Air India flight that has received bomb threats at Hyderabad's RGI airport, prompting immediate checks by CRPF personnel. Security teams cleared all flights after thorough inspections, found no explosives, allowing normal operations to resume. Six flights at the Hyderabad airport that have received a bomb threat as the menace continues to be on the rise. And Aneri will join us shortly to take us through the latest details as we understand that the flights have been cleared. The security teams have carried out thorough inspection. No explosives were found and normal operations have been allowed to resume. Aneri, what's the latest?
Well, what we have been seeing is that back-to-back bomb threat calls, which we have been seeing is that all across the country we have been getting such bomb threat calls, and now the Rajiv Gandhi International Airport here in Hyderabad has also received a bomb threat call. Around 6 flights, 5 Indigo flights, and also one Air India flight has received a bomb threat call. Is what 5 Indigo flights and one Indigo flight has received the bomb threat call, and also at the same time all the flights are being checked by the officials there, the CRPF officials, bomb squad and also dog squad who were present there have been checking all these flights. And also now what we are being told through our sources is that the flights have been given clearance as they did not find anything, because this was said to be an Hawks call which was received to the airport authorities, and after that all the SOPs, all the measures were taken by the airport authorities, and now the flights have been given a clearance. But yes, back-to-back such bomb threat calls which we have been seeing, well, not only in Hyderabad but all across the country, we have been seeing such bomb threat calls which have been receiving from various accounts through various mails and tweets as well.
All right, Aneri, many thanks for getting us those details. Moving on, as the Shiv Sena faction led by Eknath Shinde has nominated Avinash Rane to contest in Anushakti-Nagar, challenging Sana Malik, daughter of NCP leader Nawab Malik. Now, Sana Malik, vying to retain her father's constituency, has faced stiff competition as Rane has stepped in with the backing of the Shinde group. This move signals an intensified battle in a key Mumbai constituency. It is Avinash Rane versus Sana Malik that the battle will ensue in Anushakti Nagar, where Nawab Malik's daughter will fight Shiv Sena faction leader Avinash Rane, who comes from the Eknath Shinde faction. Needless to say, it's not going to be an easy battle to fight, and both sides, the Mahayuti and the Mahavikas Aghadi, that are pitting their best leaders against each other, as this is going to be a fierce battle in the Maharashtra polls, where it is also a battle of prestige for both the MVA and the Mahayuti. Now, the MVA has been reflecting differences with regards to seat sharing, and certainly something that has been a long drawn obstacle for them to sort. On the other hand, the Mahayuti certainly faces challenges, given the fact that the Lok Sabha performance was not very good. But in terms of this particular fight, let me also cut across to Shavan Sen joining us from the newsroom. Shavan, Avinash Rane versus Sana Malik, and clearly both pitting their best candidates to ensure that their person wins. But how do you see this battle ensuing?
Well, this is an all-out war within the Mahayuti, particularly between the Chief Minister and the Deputy Chief Minister. Eknath Shinde taking on Ajit Pawar. What is abundantly clear is that Eknath Shinde, who's been extremely unhappy with the fact that Ajit Pawar has basically relented to what Nawab Malik essentially wanted. Now, just for our viewers outside Mumbai, Anushakti Nagar, which also happens to be a constituency in heart of Mumbai, it's rather the eastern suburban Mumbai. What we are given to understand is that Nawab Malik essentially fielded his daughter Sana Malik. This was after there were reports essentially emerging that perhaps Ajit Pawar may not be in a position to field Nawab Malik from that very constituency. It was Nawab Malik who has been representing this constituency. It turns out that Sana Malik, who was fielded by the NCP, thereafter there was a change in the strategy. Nawab Malik immediately went in threatening that he will still continue to fight from Mankur Shivajinagar constituency. In fact, he had already filed his nomination as an independent, and immediately after that he's actually given a statement to the media that almost sounded like an ultimatum to Ajit Pawar. And within a span of less than 60 minutes, you have Ajit Pawar relenting to the demand that was made by Nawab Malik, and the ANB form, the nomination form, was basically given to Nawab Malik from that very constituency where he had filed as an independent. Now, let me just give you the larger picture here. The larger picture is this, that the BJP has been extremely uncomfortable, particularly the Deputy Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis, who had taken on Nawab Malik when Nawab Malik was with Sharad Pawar. This was with regards to an alleged link with Dawood gang, and the fact that large amount of land was allegedly usurped by Nawab Malik, and his links to the underworld. That is exactly what the BJP had exposed at some point in time. Now, with Ajit Pawar cozying up with Nawab Malik, it perhaps raises more questions about whether at all this entire alliance is now becoming completely untenable, perhaps pushing the BJP to the corner right now, forcing the BJP to take some action against Ajit Pawar, who has actually fielded Nawab Malik.
Shavan, do stay on with us, because Krishna Hegde from the Shiv Sena Eknath Shinde faction is joining us on the phone line. Thank you for speaking to Republic. In terms of this growing rift within the Mahayuti itself, is there even a sense of resolution that can come about Are the parties trying to solve it, or the BJP likely to step in? How would you reflect on this decision to cut on each other?
No, it is not a question of cutting on each other, but let me tell you that even within the Mahavikas Agadi, that is the Congress, Uddhav Thackerayji's party and Sharad Pawarji's party, they also have, common candidates fielded in 5 to 6 constituencies. And similarly, in our Mahayuti, that is the Shiv Sena, Bharatiya Janata Party and the Ajit Pawar NCP, we also have, fights in 4 or 5 constituencies where a couple of the parties have put up candidates. As you are aware, there are a huge chunk of 288 seats at stake, and it is difficult when 6 parties are there to have a unanimous choice of candidates in each and every seat. And therefore, it is a decision taken by our Mukhya Neta Shri Eknath Shinde ji to field Avinash Rane against Sana Malik and Suresh Patil against Nawab Malik. These are technically our seats. Sana Malik seat was held by our father earlier, Nawab Malik. But it is our party decision. It is the decision of Eknath Shinde ji, who is the top leader of our party. And I think there is also a date of 4th November before all the withdrawals can take place. And we will see उसके बीच में क्या होता है, दूध का दूध और पानी का पानी हो जाएगा.
All right, Mr. Hegre, thank you for speaking to us on this matter. I request you to stay on as I quickly want to go back to Shravan with regards to what you've said. Shravan, is the Mahayuti really in denial of the fact that they have their differences on the rise and they need to resolve it at the earliest?
Because we try and go back to Krishna Hegre right now, because we need a second confirmation to come in from Eknath Shinde's camp right now, because the list that they had initially put out does not make a mention of a candidate from Anushakti Nagar. So what has really changed in the last 24 hours? Because the question here is that, is this a decision that the party is taking, because they seem to have been completely embarrassed by the decision that has been taken by Nawab Malik as well as Ajit Pawar, and the fact that it perhaps makes it an extremely uncomfortable position for the Bharatiya Janata Party, and perhaps the Bharatiya Janata Party is also putting some amount of pressure on Eknath Shinde to take some sort of an action, send across a strong message that perhaps a politician linked to Dawood gang cannot be acceptable. We'll try and see if we can go back to Krishna Hegre once again as to what's really happening on the ground, because this is a massive war that is erupted within the Mahayuti right now, and Eknath Shinde perhaps is flexing his muscles right now, sending across a very strong message that it is unacceptable. Krishna Hegre is joining us. Mr. Hegre, one question that I want to ask you. We have the official list of the candidates that have been announced by your party. It makes no mention of your candidate from Anushakti Nagar, but however this list came out much earlier. What has happened in the last 24 hours that you have last minute decided to field a candidate from Anushakti Nagar as well as from Mankod Shivaji constituency?
No, from the Mankod Shivaji Nagar constituency, the candidate was finalized much earlier. And the other thing is that there is no disarray or no trouble inside the Mahayuti.
What about Anushakti Nagar? You have clarified as far as Mankod is concerned. What about Anushakti Nagar? Was this a last minute decision?
See, I have not seen the official list as yet, but let me tell you one thing very clearly, that there is no rift within the Mahayuti. All the 3 leaders are working in tandem with each other, that is Devendra Fadnavis, Ajit Dada Pawar and Eknath Shinde ji, and we are going to win the forthcoming elections. However, like I said earlier, in some seats, even Mahavikas Agadi is facing this problem, where almost in 5 or 6 seats, and we are also having this issue in 2 or 3, 4 seats, and we will sort it out between ourselves. The important thing is that, I want to mention here very specifically that Nawab Malik was the minister in the NCP Congress government as well. And when he bought this property in 2005, that's the Goawala compound, he was part of the NCP and the Congress and not part of the Shiv Sena. Secondly, this is the internal issue of Ajit Dada's party, and I am sure that Ajit Pawar ji will sort out the internal issue of the party. However, all three leaders will work for the Mahayuti candidates, official candidates, and ensure their victory across the state.
Well, thank you very much, Krishna Hegde, for putting this into perspective. However, even Krishna Hegde makes no official comment as far as the candidate from Anushakti Nagar is concerned. There is some amount of confusion that has basically emerged right now, Suvesh, with regards to whether at all this was a last-minute decision taken by the Chief Minister himself, because they have to perhaps go in for some sort of a damage control, because you have the Mahavikas Aghadi training their guns at the Mahayuti right now, saying that if you have raised questions about the alleged underworld link with Nawab Malik, how exactly has he been now given a ticket to contest from Mankur Shivaji Nagar constituency? That remains, perhaps the biggest bone of contention right now.
Shravan, we'll continue to get more voices on the story as we continue to delve into what exactly is happening inside the Mahayuti and these changing equations that are emerging. We have to step into a very short commercial break right now. We'll be back on the other side with the very latest. To stay tuned. Deepotsav celebration that will feature 30 lakh earthen lamps illuminating the holy city. The handmade diyas have been laid in the sun for them to dry. Folk artists performed traditional dances as the city prepared for the Deepotsav celebration in Ayodhya, where 30 lakh diyas will light up the banks of the Saryu River. As part of the much-awaited Deepotsav, tableau depicting scenes from the life of Lord Ram will be showcased in today's celebrations in Uttar Pradesh's Ayodhya. Widows celebrated Diwali at the Yamuna Keshi Ghat in Uttar Pradesh's Vrindavan, dressed in white saris and holding diyas. The women were seen performing aarti and dancing joyfully at the ghat. The tallest building in the United States, One World Trade Center, was illuminated with vibrant colors in celebration of Diwali. Time now for a short commercial break. On the other side, we'll get you details as actor Darshan has been granted 6 weeks interim bail on medical grounds in the Arnab Goswami murder case. Staying with Republic, and well, in a horrific tragedy, a massive fire that broke out in an under construction banquet hall that is based out of Noida in sector 74. In fact, it happened at about 3:30 in the morning when an electrician was unfortunately killed in this fire accident. Now, fire services were rushed to the spot within 10 minutes after a call was received on the fire breaking out. The authorities said that the cause of the fire is yet to be ascertained. Getting you all the details in this report.
One electrician lost his life in a massive fire that broke out in an under-construction banquet hall in Noida today. As many as 15 fire tenders arrived at the scene after 10 minutes of fire broke out.
देखिए, ये हम जहाँ खड़े हैं ये थाना 113 क्षेत्र के अंतर्गत आता है। सेक्टर 74 सरफाबाद गाँव है ये, और यहाँ पर ये लोटस ग्रैंडियोर नामक बैंक्वेट हॉल था, जिसमें रात 3:30 बजे पुलिस को सूचना मिली इसमें आग लग गई है। तुरंत ही 10 मिनट के अंदर ही इसमें फायर टेंडर आ गए थे और 15 गाड़ियाँ लगी इसको बुझाने में। आग पे काबू पा लिया गया है। अभी हल्की हल्की कहीं चूँकि ये लकड़ी और फाइबर का बना हुआ है तो कहीं कहीं अभी थोड़ा जल रही है। इसमें पूरा सर्च ऑपरेशन चलाया गया। तो एक जो इलेक्ट्रीशियन है, परविंदर नाम है उसका, उसकी डेथ हो गई है। बाकी सारी स्थिति सामान्य है।
An investigation has been launched to identify the cause of the fire.
Republic reports from the Anjutambalam Veerakavu temple located in Kerala where the fire took place. This is the storeroom which led to the blast, and in fact which led to injured more than 150 people in the blast. The Kerala government has ordered SIT probe. 3 people have been arrested from the temple trust. 5 people are being searched on. They are absconding and the search operation is underway. Stay tuned to Republic TV for more on this.
largest news headquarters. Setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
India-China disengagement almost over, verifying vacation of positions on patrolling to resume at Depsang, Demchak.
And so we deliberately chose, as Madame Durand said in her introductory remarks, a credible, internationally read newspaper that would carry our side of the story. We chose a journalist who had a long record of background in this particular issue. He had written on it a number of times before.
Canadian minister repeats bogus plot to target Khalistanis charge, confirms sensitive information shared with US media. All-out war in Mahayuti, Shinde Sena fields candidate against Nawab Malik's daughter Sana Malik. MHA sets up high-level committee to investigate digital arrest scam, seeks report from states and coordinates with other agencies. Actor Darshan gets 6 weeks interim bail on medical grounds in the Renuka Swami murder case. Accused of allotting 14 sites to Siddaramaya's wife, ex-Muda Commissioner Natesh in ED custody.
500 साल बाद ऐसा अवसर आया है जब अयोध्या में रामलला की जन्मभूमि पर बने उनके मंदिर में भी हजारों दीप जलाए जाएंगे.
Ayodhya celebrates Ram Lala's first Diwali in Ram Mandir after a 500-year wait. Thank you for staying with Republic. I'm Sueshla Sawant, and well, we also get you more on the Maharashtra politics that is ensuing ahead of the polls. Now, BJP has gone on to up the ante against Anil Deshmukh. Critics argue that Deshmukh himself had once accused former police commissioner Parambir Singh, who he had held responsible for misconducts on several accounts. BJP has alleged that Anil Deshmukh is attempting to hide his misdeeds, but it was him who had hired officers like Parambir Singh and Sachin Vaze. We'll try and get you more voices on this story, as the BJP has gone on to criticize Anil Deshmukh after what his book reveals, especially in terms of the former Mumbai police commissioner, the very controversial man Parambir Singh and Sachin Vaze, where BJP is saying that it was Anil Deshmukh himself who had placed both Parambir Singh and Sachin Vaze in such powerful positions, and of the charges that have emerged against them and how these are tainted officers. It is Anil Deshmukh who is responsible. And the former Home Minister of Maharashtra, who's trying to hide his misdeeds by now taking other names. However, he cannot get away from how he was the one who had actually placed Parambir Singh and Sachin Vaze, and he is responsible for the various misconducts that had happened in Mumbai.
Anil Deshmukh is every day speaking lie and lie. Whole world knows that BJP government did not order inquiry in Waze scam. People went to High Court. First Paramveer Singh, then CP of the state, who was appointed as a CP by Anil Deshmukh himself. He made allegation against Anil Deshmukh when he was Home Minister. Then some activists went to Mumbai High Court. Mumbai High Court ordered probe by CBI. And when Anil Deshmukh was jailed, even that time also, there was MVA government in the state. When Paramveer Singh made allegation, after that, almost 8 months, MVA government was in power. So question does not arise. BJP has no connection whatsoever with allegations regarding Anil Deshmukh or inquiry regarding Anil Deshmukh. And Anil Deshmukh should come clean about confessional statement given by his 2 private secretaries. They have already given confessional statement to the ED and CBI that they were taking money, they were doing extortions on the behalf of Anil Deshmukh. Anil Deshmukh himself told to his private secretaries to make the list of hotels, to collect monthly hafta of 100 crores. So Anil Deshmukh, instead of making any allegation against BJP, should explain to the people about this.
A full frontal attack by the BJP against Anil Deshmukh, as we'll continue to get you further reactions. For the moment, we also shift our focus to the Aknur encounter, where in the latest we are learning that security forces have neutralized Jaish terrorists who were found using advanced DMR communication sets to maintain a secure line, evading tracking attempts by Indian forces. This communication strategy that is part of the larger Jaish network that is based on DMR systems. This is yet another revelation in terms of how the Jaish has been functioning, and they are using advanced technologies in order to beat any sort of tracking attempts by our forces. But this, as we now understand, that they were using advanced DMR communication sets in order to secure their line so they could carry out any sort of terror attacks. But after the encounter, where investigation continues, Republic has learned from its sources that investigative agencies have now gathered details on how they were using advanced technology in order to evade any sort of tracking attempts by our forces. The communication strategy that is part of the larger Jaish network, and they have been operating on DMR systems in order to evade any sort of attempts by Indian forces. Gursimran, with us on the broadcast to take us through the details. Gursimran, this certainly is an eye-opener, given how terror attacks from here on may also be carried out by the Jaish and what our forces need to be extremely aware of. But do take us through the details of the DMR systems that are being used by the Jaish network and how it may change our way of functioning too.
See, now during this encounter, the security forces have recovered some of the wireless communication devices from these terrorists, which turn out to be working on the DMR communication systems. That is what we are getting to know. These are the secure communication lines that have been established for the interpersonal communication between the terrorists by the Jaish group, so that they do not come. Because see, what happens that in this kind of a system, the DMR-based communication system, the wavelengths are not intercepted by the systems, and that is what is a major challenge for the security forces, and that has now been been exploited by the Jaish-e-Mohammed to create its own communication system. These communications are end-to-end encrypted communications because these are based on a limited frequency. So at max they can go up to 10 kilometers from 1 kilometer to 10 kilometer range in an open space where there is no barriers, and that is what these communication systems are all about. These are the digital mobile radio systems being used by the Jaish that have been used on their own private frequency. These are not on the public frequency, and when it is on the private frequency it cannot be traced down by any of the intercepting systems, and that is why it has become a really challenging thing for the Jammu and Kashmir police as well as the agencies that are operating in Jammu and Kashmir, because yesterday also one of the similar radio set has been recovered by the forces during the encounter. A couple of radio sets have been recovered from the encounter site by the Jammu and Kashmir police along with the Indian Army, and this suggests that all three terrorists, they were planning that once they will execute attack, they will split. They will not be united, they will split, and then they will use these communication devices, these DMR communication system, to communicate with each other so that they can be in touch despite being at different places. And that was the sole reason that we have seen in the recent past that the terrorists have stopped using the mobile phones. They are now using these kind of communication sets where their frequency and the wavelength cannot be intercepted by any of the intercepting agency, and they are free from any of the surveillance so that they can escape from the clutches of the law.
Gursimran, many thanks for getting us those details. Let's also play out for our viewers that report that you filed earlier, in which you described the underground hall in Jogwan village that was used as a bunker by these terrorists to hide from the forces.
3 Jaish terrorists have been neutralized by the security forces in 28 hours long operation that happened in the Jogwan area of Aknoor, and right now we are inside that very basement where the terrorists were actually hiding. And since this was one of the build-up areas that there was a structure there where terrorists could take shelter, so terrorists exactly did the same. The terrorists were here, they were giving a tough time to the security forces, but the forces, after a relentless operation that went on for more than a day's time, they neutralized these terrorists. And on the walls, the markings that you see, these are the bullets that were fired by the security forces. Heavy exchange of fire has taken place between the terrorists and the security forces. The terrorists try to ensure that they do not get caught. Even the rocket launchers were also fired at the location of the terrorists, and these pillars that were a support system of this very hall that is here, this has completely been destroyed. And on the other side, on the wall, that you see the markings of the heavy shelling that has taken place, so as these terrorists can be neutralized. And the visuals that you on screen, these are of the heavy shelling that has taken place. The terrorists were also heavily armed, they were firing at the security forces, and as you see here also, these are some of the remains of the explosives that have been fired at the terrorists by the security forces, and also the vice versa, because these terrorists that have recently infiltrated into the Indian territory, as per the inputs from the line of control in this very sector only, they were carrying the huge cache of arms and ammunition, and this was the sole reason. This is also a marking that how rocket was fired at the terrorist location. And not only this, because the nearby areas have also been destroyed in this ongoing operation, in which the terrorists were neutralized by the security forces in a relentless operation of 28 hours. There is a huge recovery of arms and ammunition that has been done by the security forces in the ongoing Aknoor operation, and also as we speak, the search operation in the area is underway to ensure that there is no explosive that has been put in place in the nearby areas. Not only the damage has been done inside the hall, but if we move out also, there has been a damage to the sheets and the upper areas where the terrorists were actually firing, because the terrorists were not firing at a single place. They were firing in open so that the maximum damage can be inflicted. If Sarjeevan can show you the upper side also, where there is a sheet, a tin that is there, that has also been shattered by the bullets of these terrorists. The main motive of the terrorists was to inflict maximum damage, no matter to whom they are damaging, because they knew that outside this hall is only the security forces and they can inflict maximum damage to them. And as the terrorists opened the fire and tried to rush outside, they were neutralized by the security forces in a 2-day-long operation that happened in the forward area of the Jogwan in Aknoor.
All right, shifting focus to Karnataka in terms of actor Darshan, who was seeking bail. Now, in the latest, what happened in court, where he has been granted 6 weeks of interim bail. Not just that, what transpired in court, this primarily on the grounds of his health that was stated by his lawyers. And actor Darshan, who is out of jail at the moment as he gets interim bail for 6 weeks. In fact, his legal team that will continue to pursue a permanent resolution as the 6-week bail period progresses. But what happened in court, where the court has approved temporary relief after Darshan cited health issues requiring immediate medical attention. Cutting across to Sri Lakshmi, joining us from the Kannada newsroom to take us through the details of what happened in court, Sri Lakshmi, and what his lawyers may do further in order to ensure that he stays out.
Right, famous criminal lawyer C.V. Nagesh is arguing on behalf of Darshan. Last 2 times, Darshan could not get bail because C.V. Nagesh highlighted the loopholes of the charge sheet, which is of 3,000 plus pages. But at that point of time, though the argument in the court was extremely interesting, Darshan did not get any bail. Now, this time, C.V. Nagesh applied for bail plea on medical grounds, saying that Darshan is suffering from severe backache and foot numbness. He may have to undergo surgery. As per the doctor's report, doctor who was examined in Ballari jail, as per those reports, it said that he has to undergo surgery.
All right, we may have lost that audio line with Sri Lakshmi, but we'll try and go back to her at a later point as for the moment we shift focus. And well, in a horrific tragedy of a massive fire that broke out in an under construction building, in fact it was a banquet hall in Noida sector 74 where fire broke out at about 3:30 in the morning. Fire tenders were immediately rushed to the spot, and the investigative agencies that are still looking into why the fire broke out in the first place and what caused it, we're getting you all the details in this report.
One electrician lost his life in a massive fire that broke out in an under-construction banquet hall in Noida today. As many as 15 fire tenders arrived at the scene after 10 minutes of fire broke out.
देखिए, ये हम जहाँ खड़े हैं ये थाना 113 क्षेत्र के अंतर्गत आता है। सेक्टर 74 सरफाबाद गाँव है ये, और यहाँ पर ये लोटस ग्रैंडियोर नामक बैंक्वेट हॉल था, जिसमें रात 3:30 बजे पुलिस को सूचना मिली इसमें आग लग गई है। तुरंत ही 10 मिनट के अंदर ही इसमें फायर टेंडर आ गए थे और 15 गाड़ियाँ लगी इसको बुझाने में। आग पे काबू पा लिया गया है। अभी हल्की हल्की कहीं चूँकि ये लकड़ी और फाइबर का बना हुआ है तो कहीं कहीं अभी थोड़ा जल रही है। इसमें पूरा सर्च ऑपरेशन चलाया गया तो एक जो इलेक्ट्रीशियन है, परविंदर नाम है उसका, उसकी डेथ हो गई है। बाकी सारी स्थिति सामान्य है।
An investigation has been launched to identify the cause of the fire.
And we now take a quick check of the other top stories that are making news this morning. Stories from across the country in brief in Bharat in 2 minutes. A total of 10,905 nomination papers that have been submitted for the upcoming Maharashtra Assembly elections, representing 7,995 candidates across 288 seats. The last date for filing nominations was Tuesday, with scrutiny scheduled for today. The Assembly polls will take place on the 20th of November, with results counting on 23rd November. Police has arrested 3 people, including Bharat Ratan, the temple committee president, and Chandrasekharan, the secretary, following fireworks accident at a temple in Kasaragod. The Indian Railways has announced additional services for Chhath and Diwali. The Executive Director of Information and Publicity for the Railway Board shared the 164 special trains will run on October 30, with over 7,000 extra trips, generating more than 1 crore seats to accommodate travellers heading to cities in Bihar and Uttar Pradesh.
छठ एवं दीपावली के अवसर पर यात्रियों को उनके गंतव्य स्थान पर पहुंचाने के लिए रेलवे द्वारा व्यापक प्रबंध किए गए हैं। इसी क्रम में 30 अक्टूबर को हम लोग 164 विशेष गाड़ियों का परिचालन कर रहे हैं। ये गाड़ियां सिकंदराबाद, अहमदाबाद, कोट्टयम, उज्जैन, भोपाल, नई दिल्ली, पुणे, मुंबई, यशवंतपुर, बेंगलुरु, नागपुर जैसे कई शहरों से बिहार तथा उत्तर प्रदेश के विभिन्न शहरों के लिए चलाई जाएगी। हम लोग हावड़ा, कटक, उदयपुर, जयपुर, लखनऊ और फिरोजपुर से भी विशेष गाड़ियों का परिचालन कर रहे हैं।
A fire broke out in the Kishtwar Kulchal in Jammu and Kashmir area late night, destroying several homes and shops. Firefighters and police tried to contain the flames, but the fire spread rapidly, leaving multiple properties reduced to ashes. And moving on, as amid the diplomatic row between India and Canada, Canadian opposition leader Pierre Poilievre cancelled the Diwali celebrations that were slated to happen at Parliament Hill, which disappointed the Indian diaspora. They not just called this act racist, but also have demanded an apology. Let's take a look at what happened. Amid a diplomatic standoff with India, Canadian opposition leader Pierre Poilievre cancelled Diwali celebrations for the Indo-Canadian community slated to take place at Parliament Hill. Overseas friends of India-Canada who had organized the event neither received any prior information nor any explanation on the cancellation of the event. Meanwhile, the organizers wrote an open letter expressing disappointment over the decision, demanding an apology. The Indian diaspora called it an insensitive and discriminatory act. India-Canada relationship has hit an all-time low after Ottawa alleged Indian diplomats' involvement in the killing of Khalistani separatist Hardeep Singh Nijjar.
Republic reports from the Anju Tembalam Veerakavu temple located in Kerala where the fire took place. This is the storeroom which led to the blast, and in fact which led to injured more than 150 people in the blast. The Kerala government has ordered SIT probe. 3 people have been arrested from the temple trust. 5 people are being searched on. They are absconding and the search operation is underway. Stay tuned to Republic TV for more on this.
13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
Thank you for staying with Republic, and on to more sports news now. Shreyas Iyer may have captained the Kolkata Knight Riders to an Indian Premier League trophy in 2024, but he may not be with the franchise in the coming year, that is the 2025 season. Multiple rumours that are making the rounds that KKR have only just started talks with the skipper. As such, a number of other teams have been linked with a move for Shreyas, who would provide a captaincy opportunity too. Let's take a look at this report.
अपने आप में एक विश्व स्तर की जो रिकॉर्ड है वो कायम करते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं। तो यानी कि राम राज्य जो है वो यहाँ पर देखने को मिल रहा है। अयोध्या तैयार है भव्य दीपोत्सव के लिए। एक ब्रेक के लिए रुकेंगे और ब्रेक के उस पार आपको और भी तस्वीरें दिखाएंगे।
Director, the taste of success.
Viewers, top headlines we're tracking right now. All-out war in Mahayuti. Shinde Sena fields candidate against Nawab Malik's daughter, Sana Malik.
BJP has no connection whatsoever with allegations regarding Anil Deshmukh or inquiry regarding Anil Deshmukh. And Anil Deshmukh should come clean about confessional statement given by his two private secretaries.
After Anil Deshmukh charge against Parambir and Vazir, BJP doubles down. Attack says attempt to hide own black deeds. Actor Darshan gets 6 weeks interim bail on medical grounds in Rashtriya Ekta Diwas murder case. India-China disengagement almost over, verifying vacation of positions on patrolling to resume at Depsang, Demchok.
And so we deliberately chose, as Madame Durand said in her introductory remarks, a credible, internationally read newspaper that would carry our side of the story. We chose a journalist who had a long record of background in this particular issue. He had written on it a number of times before.
Canadian minister repeats bogus plot to target Khalistani's charge, confirms sensitive information shared with US media. Viewers, we are live and breaking up. Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest coming in. Getting some big breaking updates coming in from Karnataka. Karnataka CM Siddaramaiah addressed the alleged Waqf land grab controversy in Bengaluru, clarifying that no eviction notices have been issued to farmers occupying their disputed lands. Reaffirming his earlier statement, Siddaramaiah emphasized that the government has no plans to displace individuals who have held possession of these properties for years, aiming to quell concerns among local residents over potential evictions. Big update coming in right now, viewers, on Republic TV. We are keeping a focus on the big allegations which the farmers have said there in Vijaypura, that their land has been claimed as Waqf property. We have been highlighting this issue for you for a while now. And the latest coming in, Karnataka CM Siddaramaiah has addressed the alleged Waqf land grab controversy in Bengaluru, clarifying that no eviction notices have been issued to farmers occupying their disputed lands. I want to go ahead and play out the statement of the CM.
Politics in this. You have not issued any notice to the farmers. See, we are not going to evict anybody who has been in possession of the property since many years. Politics in this. You have not issued any notice to the farmers. See, we are not going to evict anybody who has been in possession of the property since many years.
All right, let's go across to my colleague, Sri Lakshmi, joining us from Republic Canada newsroom. Sri Lakshmi, I'm coming across to you. If you could take our viewers through the latest that we are learning of. Now, we were telling our viewers that this issue of the farmers in Vijaypura has reached different political parties. Now, CM Siddaramaiah has also commented on this issue, saying that no notice has been sent. If you could take our viewers through latest details coming in.
Well, Shivangi, this is a story broken by Republic Kannada, and only after the frequent follow-up of the story by Republic Kannada and asking tough questions and challenging, after that, now we can see that the whole government and ministers and CM taking a big U-turn in this case. And now Siddaramaiah is saying that no notice have been served. Now at this point of time, we are raising the big question that whether the CM is lying, whether Chief Minister of Karnataka is lying to the farmers, because farmers are showing the notice that have been served to them since 20-30 days. A minister who works under Siddaramaiah, Zamir Ahmad Khan, who is a Waqf board minister, has come in front of camera and told it officially that notices have been served and the farmers are supposed to present their document to the Tahsildar. And District in Charge Minister M.B. Patil has also said that, earlier he had said that the farmers are supposed to submit the records, original records, to the Waqf board. If it is Waqf property, Waqf is going to acquire it. Now, M.B. Patil has also taken a U-turn, and DCM D.K. Shivkumar is also saying that no, we are going to withdraw all those notices that has been served to farmers. Are this government playing with the lives of the farmers? That's the big question which farmer leaders are asking at this point of time in Vijaypura, because they are protesting since 2-3 days, day and night. They're saying that they're celebrating dark Diwali because their land has been snatched by the Waqf board. In the mutation records, it is still showing that the land belongs to Waqf board. That has not been yet changed. district administration itself is arguing that on the guidance of the Waqf board, on the guidance instructions of the minister, the DC has taken these steps. Yesterday, BJP team went over there, had a meeting with the district officials, and there also they showed the notices which have been served to the farmers. And if this is the confusion, then why this government, entered into this complications? Is government hand in glove with Waqf board to grab the land of the farmers there in Karnataka? Or no clarity regarding this? Whether Siddaramaiah has been informed about this by his own ministers or not is a big question at this point of time. Are they confusing the farmers? Are they themselves confused regarding this? The protests are still going in Vijaypura, and in many places, in Bidar, in Chitradurga, in many places, again the Waqf board is claiming that many properties still, which are now belong to common people, are belonging to Waqf
All right,
board.
I'll come back to you.
The issue is escalating.
We're getting some more breaking updates coming in. We're getting some more breaking updates coming in right now. Karnataka Deputy CM D.K. Shivakumar has also addressed this entire issue, and this is what he is saying, accusing the BJP of politicizing the issue by visiting Vijaypura. Shivakumar reassured farmers that their land use rights would remain unaffected, emphasizing that notices issued during the BJP regime are now being corrected under the current administration. Announced directives to the Revenue Department, the Tehsildars and DCs to cancel improper mutations in the RTC, reiterating that the government is committed to protecting farmers' rights and will not allow political interference to disrupt the matter. Big update coming in right now. The Karnataka Deputy CM has addressed this ongoing issue, the Waqf property dispute, and accusing the BJP of politicizing the issue by visiting Vijaypura. The BJP had formed a panel to visit the farmers, and this happened yesterday. If I can go back to Sri Lakshmi, who's joining us, we are seeing many different versions come out, Sri Lakshmi. One is definitely, like we said, that no farmer-owned land will be designated as Waqf property. That is what the Congress has said. Even though one side, one minister said that we will take back the notice, Siddaramaiah is saying that no notice was served. And now we see the Deputy CM of Karnataka politicizing the entire issue. Go ahead, Sri Lakshmi.
Well, Shivangi, it's been around 30 days that these notices were served, and it's been many days, around 15 days, that these farmer leaders are protesting in Vijaypura. And if the notices are to be withdrawn, then why D.K. Shivakumar has not responded to the farmers' grievances? Since 15 days, what were they doing? Since 15 days, why CM has not reacted? Anything about the grievances of Vijaypura farmers? Anything about Waqf board trying to grab lands of the farmers, lands of the common citizen of Karnataka? Now, only after Republic Kannada raising this issue and standing firmly for the farmers, and until and unless the farmers get justice, Republic Kannada is standing with them in ground zero there in Vijaypur and in studio in Bangalore as well. So now they're taking these U-turns. We can clearly see that D.K. Shivakumar is saying that we are going to withdraw. If you are up to withdraw the notices, why did you even serve it to them? Why are you creating panic in the lives of the farmers there in Vijaypura? Why are farmers were being insisted to show the documents to the Tehsildar? These are the big questions at this point of time. Or why this Waqf is trying to grab the lands in every other district of Karnataka? Why is government not aware of this fact that Waqf is, providing fault documents and saying that this land, belongs to Waqf?
Yes, many versions coming out from the Karnataka government Karnataka government on the farmer issue, but we're getting one more big breaking. This time, Tejasvi Surya, remember, had spoken to Republic and said justice will be served. Now, a former appeal has been made to the JPC chairperson regarding the concerns of farmers in Karnataka's Vijaypura district and nearby areas who were alleged wrongful claims of their land as Waqf property. Now, the letter highlights that these farmers have reportedly received notices and experienced changes in official land records, such as the RTC and mutation registers, without due legal process being followed. Their appeal calls for a delegation of affected farmers to be heard as witnesses by the committee with a request for public hearing in the region to assess the scope of the issue directly. So this is a big update coming in right now. The BJP MP Tejasvi Surya has requested the JPC, Joint Parliamentary Committee chairperson, to call a delegation of farmers from Karnataka who have been affected by having their land allegedly being claimed by the Waqf property, a story that Canada had broken for you. Let's go ahead to you, Sri Lakshmi. Take us through this appeal by Tejasvi Surya. Tejasvi Surya has also clearly said, speaking to the public a few days ago, that there will be justice for these farmers and the ones who are trying to grab their land will be taken to task. Go ahead, Sri Lakshmi.
Yes, Shivangi, Tejasvi had alleged that this government is violating the rules of natural justice and serving notices to these farmers without even hearing, and even changing the records of the land records of the farmers without even giving. Many farmers are not even being served the notice. Without giving any notice, the land records have been changed. That's what Tejasvi had, criticized this government for. Whether this is Siddaramaiah government which is following Indian constitution, or it is something, some other government which is following Sharia law. That's what the big question he had raised. Now, he had complained to Joint Parliamentary Committee which needs to address this issue, because in Karnataka, this Waqf board issue is becoming a major complication, because in every other district, Waqf is claiming that one or the other land belongs to Waqf, which is already owned by normal citizens of Karnataka since their ancestral time, since 500, 600 years. There's a temple which belongs to Chalukya time. And now this Waqf board is claiming that the temple land belongs to the Waqf board. These such kind of instances are coming up in several districts like Chitradurga, like Bidar, in like many other places. So now it is high time to clear the policies of the Waqf board. There's Anwar Manipadi report which also talks about many illegalities which is happening in the Waqf board and by the Waqf members. Now, this is high time that to chalk out a clear policy, since the central government is coming up with this Waqf board amendment bill. Now it is high time to talk about all these complications that had been created by the Waqf board since several years. Shivangi.
All right, hold on, Sri Lakshmi, because we have to once again hear what the Karnataka Deputy CM D.K. Shivakumar had said a short while back, where he has accused the BJP of politicizing the issue. The BJP has formed a panel to visit the farmers. Let's listen in to what the Karnataka Deputy CM said a short while back.
I'm telling, say, BJP is fully politicalizing the issue. We are not affecting any farmer. Earlier also in the BJP regime, they had given issue notices, but we are correcting. We have given instruction to all the revenue department, Tahsildar, DC, see that all that mutations which has been done in the RTC should be cancelled. All the lands which has been used by the farmer will continue as a farmer's land. We don't want to interfere with that. We will not disturb any farmer. This is the decision of the government. We stand by it. It is not they are trying to communalize the issue. We will not allow it. BJP is trying to make a politicals. We don't want any politics. We want farmers. Their right to be upheld.
So in the Jayanagar constituency, the MLA has said that no funds have been given.
We have given 40 crores to him. It is all politicalized. He came and met me. I have given to all the MLAs. It is a special grant. We have given to all the 27 MLAs because that is a very small constituency. In other capacity, we have given more than 40 crores. I look at it.
All right. Okay, we're going to go ahead to one more update we have got, where Kannada actor Darshan has now got his interim bail for 6 weeks now. Now, remember that this is in regard with the Rashtriya Swamy murder case, and actor Darshan has been appealing for bail for quite a while, since September. Now, this is he's got bail on the grounds of the medical operations that he has to go through. Now, the court approved the temporary relief after Darshan cited health issues requiring medical attention. His illegal team will continue to pursue a permanent resolution, as a 6-week bail period is progressing. Let's go ahead to my colleague joining us on this. Let's go ahead to you, Sri Lakshmi, because, you know, we are tracking the story very closely from Republic Kannada newsroom. Rashtriya Ekta Diwas murder case, a case which shocked the nation. It shocked the kind of details which came out of the Rashtriya Ekta Diwas murder case. Now, actor Darshan has been in prison. He's got bail, at least for now.
Yes, well, Shivangi, it's after 5 months, after 141 days, that Darshan is coming out from the jail. Now, currently, we can see even the visuals that Darshan is coming out from Ballari jail after receiving the order copy of the interim bail that has been issued by the High Court of Karnataka. The jail officials, it seems, have received the copy of the interim bail. So why only Darshan has been given permission to come out of the jail. His wife and his family members have come to Ballari to receive him out of the jail, and now he'll be shifted to a hospital of his choice, maybe Apollo of Mysuru. He has to undergo treatment according to his medical reports. That's what his lawyer C.V. Nagesh had presented earlier in the morning in the High Court of Karnataka today while presenting his argument. And he has to undergo a surgery. It is said that he has got severe back pain and urinary problem and foot numbness as well, which may eventually lead to paralysis. But now the court has given permission to take treatment, but on conditions of submitting his passport.
All right.
He's not.
Sri Lakshmi, look at the pictures we're getting for our viewers. Sri Lakshmi, look at the pictures we're getting for our viewers. Actor Darshan is leaving the Ballari prison. These are pictures coming in, Sri Lakshmi. If you could just take our viewers through what we are seeing. He's accompanied by police officials, 3 of them.
Yes, Shivangi, we can clearly observe that he's finding it difficult even to walk. It is said that he has got, issues with his kidneys, urinary problem, back pain as well, and foot numbness, as I said earlier. We can clearly see that he's even finding it difficult to walk. He appears to be a bit low on his energy. And but anyway, it is said that he's happy because he has got interim bail for 6 weeks to get treatment and to get treatment in the hospital of his choice. So he's coming out of the jail now. He's coming to visit his family members. There he's supposed to finish a few more legal procedures because the conditions which are being given by the court need to be fulfilled. The legal procedure with regarding those conditions need to be fulfilled over there. His wife Vijayalakshmi has come to pick him up, and his family members have come over there. In few seconds, he is going to meet his family members and his wife, who very she tried very hard to get a bail for him. And on the other hand, this Pavitra Gowda, who is A1 of the A1 of this case, who is still in Parapanagrahara jail in Bengaluru. Now, Darshan may be shifted after all those legal procedures. It appears that Darshan may be shifted to a hospital, either in Mysuru or a hospital of his choice in Bengaluru. Now it is said that as of now he is going to opt a hospital in Mysuru, probably Apollo Hospital in Mysuru. That's what we are getting the news from our sources. Anyway, Darshan is coming out from Ballari jail. He's looking a bit fresh, though he's in pain. It is said that he is suffering from back pain since few days. He had asked for a comfortable chair and comfortable bed, and those things have been provided in the jail. Now he had got this interim bail to get his treatment done. Shivangi.
All right, thank you for joining us there, Sri Lakshmi. Those are pictures coming in. Exclusive on Republic. Actor Darshan walking out of jail. He's got interim bail for now for some medical procedures that he has to go through. This is in connection to the Rashtriya Ekta Diwas murder case, the details of which have shocked a lot of people, given the fact it was a brutal murder from what the investigation is showing. We have to move ahead right now, viewers, because we're tracking some more stories coming in. The MHA sets up high-level committee to investigate digital arrest scam, seeks report from states and coordinate with other agencies. Amid buff showdown in Karnataka, CM assures that farmers in Vijaypura will not be evicted. Accused of allotting 14 sites to Siddaramaia's wife, ex-Muda Commissioner Natesh in ED custody. Ayodhya celebrates Ram Lalla's first Diwali in Ram Mandir after a 500-year wait.
We understand that both countries have taken initial steps to withdraw troops from friction points along the line of actual control. We welcome any reduction in tensions along the border.
US welcomes India-China agreement on border disengagement, denies role in truce talks.
Republic reports from the Anju Tembalam Veerakavu temple located in Kerala where the fire took place. This is the storeroom where which led to the blast and in fact which led to injured more than 150 people in the blast. The Kerala government has ordered SIT probe. 3 people have been arrested from the temple trust. 5 people are being searched on. They are absconding and the search operation is underway. Stay tuned to Republic TV for more on this.
Getting some more updates coming in for you here in the next segment, Bharat, in 2 minutes. Starting off with this update coming in where an electrician was killed in a major fire that broke out in an under-construction banquet hall in Uttar Pradesh's Noida Sector 74. The fire occurred at around 3:30 a.m. today. As many as 15 fire tenders reached the site within 10 minutes. The police said that it took a long time to extinguish fire.
आज थाना क्षेत्र 113 के अंतर्गत ग्राम सरफाबाद के पास सेक्टर 74 में ये लोटस ग्रैंडियोर नामक एक काफ़ी बड़ा शादी घर है। इसमें रात लगभग 3:30 बजे आग लगने की सूचना मिली थी। 10 मिनट के अंदर 3:40 पे तुरंत फायर की गाड़ियां आ गई थी। इसमें 15 गाड़ियां लगाई गई। काफ़ी बड़ा स्ट्रक्चर है। अभी ये अंडर कंस्ट्रक्शन भी था और बुझाने में इसमें काफ़ी टाइम लग गया। अभी पूरा रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन चलाया जा रहा है।
27 people were arrested in Uttar Pradesh's Muzaffarnagar on Tuesday for buying and selling illegal weapons on social media sites like Facebook and Instagram. So when the accused were delivering the consignment to the buyers, the police arrested all of them.
पुलिस को मुखबिर के द्वारा सूचना प्राप्त हुई थी कि जो बीती रात है इसमें एक पिस्टल डिलीवरी होनी है। इसके संबंध में सीओ सिटी साहब को टीम बनाकर और कार्रवाई करने के लिए निर्देशित किया गया था। पुलिस द्वारा इसमें फील्डिंग लगाई गई और जब ये कंसाइनमेंट डिलीवर करने आए तो जो खरीदने वाले और जो बेचने वाले जो थे वो एक साथ पुलिस ने जो है वो मौके से गिरफ्तार किए हैं।
Ruling BJP is contesting 148 assembly seats in Maharashtra, the highest among half a dozen major political parties in the ruling and opposition camps, followed by the Congress, which is contesting 103 seats. Nearly 88,000 candidates, including those from major political parties in the ruling Mahayuti as well as the opposition Maha Vikas Aghadi, filed nominations for the 288 assembly seats in Maharashtra on Tuesday. viewers, the big story we're tracking is amidst a diplomatic row between India and Canada, Canadian opposition leader has cancelled the Diwali celebrations, saying that this will not happen. Now, this was slated to take place at Parliament Hill, and this has disappointed the Indian diaspora. Take a look at this report that we are tracking.
Amid a diplomatic standoff with India, Canadian opposition leader Pierre Poilievre cancelled Diwali celebrations for the Indo-Canadian community slated to take place at Parliament Hill. Overseas friends of India-Canada who had organised the event neither received any prior information nor any explanation on the cancellation of the event. Meanwhile, the organisers wrote an open letter expressing disappointment over the decision, demanding an apology. The Indian diaspora called it an insensitive and discriminatory act. India-Canada relationship has hit an all-time low after Ottawa alleged Indian diplomats' involvement in the killing of Khalistani separatist Hardeep Singh Nijjar.
ये जो दिए हैं यहाँ पर अपने आप में एक विश्व स्तर की जो रिकॉर्ड है वो कायम करते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं। तो यानी कि राम राज्य जो है वो यहाँ पर देखने को मिल रहा है। अयोध्या तैयार है भव्य दीपोत्सव के लिए। एक ब्रेक के लिए रुकेंगे और ब्रेक के उस पार आपको और भी तस्वीरें दिखाएंगे। News is coming on that Nawab Malik contesting election from NCP party as he has received that AB form.
पार्टी मेरे साथ खड़ी रही। अजीत पवार संकट के समय मेरे परिवार के साथ मेरे साथ खड़े रहे। मेरा कर्तव्य है कि मैं अजीत पवार जी के साथ खड़ा रहूं। रिकॉर्ड तोड़ मतों से इस विधानसभा क्षेत्र में मैं जीतूंगा।
ये पूरा एरिया जो क्या है मुझे सब मालूम है, मुझे ज्ञात है, इसलिए इधर कोई कितना फॉर्म भरता है उससे मुझे कुछ लेना देना नहीं। हमारे पार्टी को भी महायुति को भी कुछ लेना देना नहीं है।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Very good afternoon and thank you for tuning in. You're watching Live and Breaking at 1. I'm Suesha Sound. We continue to get you the inside political scoop ahead of the Maharashtra polls. Yes, the cracks within the Mahayuti that are getting wider. It is the Shinde faction of the Shiv Sena that has fielded a candidate against Nawab Malik's daughter, Sana Malik, in Anushakti Nagar. That is the top headline this afternoon. First, a quick check of what else is making news. All-out war in the Mahayuti. Shinde Sena fields candidate against Nawab Malik's daughter, Sana Malik.
BJP has no connection whatsoever with allegations regarding Anil Deshmukh or inquiry regarding Anil Deshmukh. And Anil Deshmukh should come clean about confessional statement given by his two private secretaries.
After Anil Deshmukh charge against Parambir Singh and Sachin Baze, BJP doubles down the attack, says attempt to hide own black deeds. Actor Darshan gets 6 weeks of interim bail on medical grounds in the Arnab Goswami murder case. India-China disengagement almost over, verifying vacation of positions on, patrolling to resume at Depsang, Demchok.
And so we deliberately chose, as Madame Durand said in her introductory remarks, a credible, internationally read newspaper that would carry our side of the story. We chose a journalist who had a long record of background in this particular issue. He had written on it a number of times before.
Canadian minister repeats bogus plot to target Khalistani charge, confirms sensitive information was shared with the United States media. First up, we get you the latest details from Karnataka over Waqf emergency, where farmers had claimed that it is the Waqf board that has called for ownership on over 1,200 crores of land. Now, in the latest, we are learning that Republic Kannada's expose on the unauthorized addition of Waqf board names in Indi Taluk's land records, there is relief for the farmers. The Revenue Department has now removed the Waqf board name from the land record of farmer Yamanappa Kenegal, with similar corrections set for 41 properties in that taluk where unauthorized mutations were recorded. You would remember how a Karnataka minister himself had stated that there was an error in the Gazette notification, and even as the farmers have been up in arms calling this a black Diwali for them, there is a correction that is expected. Let me cut across to Sri Lakshmi joining us from the Kannada newsroom over this relief that is coming in for farmers. What are the details?
Well, Suesha, this is a big impact of Republic Kannada, and this is a huge victory for the farmers of Vijaypura district. And now in Vijaypura district, in Tenehalli village, there is a farmer, Yamunappa Kenganala. He was, up to consume poison. That upset he was since his land was being snatched by Waqf board. But Republic Kannada very strongly stood behind him, stood for the justice, and now in his land records, mutation records, the name Waqf board has been removed by the officials. This is the big victory for the farmers and big impact of Republic Kannada as well. This has happened in only, as of now, in one single taluk of Vijaypura, but this has to happen in all over the district. It is said that around 4,000 to 5,000 notices were served earlier. Whether this government is going to withdraw all those notices is the big question. That's what the farmers are protesting for. Now, the DCM has said that this issue has happened because of the confusions, and they are being cautious about the developments. Big question at this point of time is this issue is happening since 15-20 days. Farmers were up to consume poison and to lose their life. Why were these CM and DCM and other ministers were not aware of these happenings in Vijaypura? And it's only after Republic Canada asking tough questions, now they are awakened, and now they are responding to the grievances of the farmers. Now they are saying that they are withdrawing these notices. But on the other hand, Suisha, in many other districts as well, this Waqf board is claiming many other properties as which belong to Waqf board. But on the other hand, people are showing that the records wherein these lands belong to them as ancestral property. What about those lands? Whether Siddaramaiah is going to, give clarity on those lands as well. Now, all these issues have happened in the wake of central government taking up to amend this Waqf board bill. How it goes forward from here onwards, we have to wait and watch. Suesha.
Absolutely, Sri Lakshmi. Let's also remember how the BJP has been protesting what has happened. In fact, a 5-member delegation that was also there to meet with the farmers yesterday. Now, in terms of farmers getting relief and this issue really getting over, we continue to track every single detail. For the moment, we move on. Yes, shifting focus to the politics that is ensuing ahead of the polls in Maharashtra, where the cracks within the Mahayuti are widening. Now, in the latest, we are learning that it is an all-out war where the Shinde faction has now pitted a candidate to fight against Nawab Malik's daughter, Sana Malik, in Anushakti Nagar. Sana Malik, who's vying to retain her father's constituency, facing stiff competition as Rani steps in with the backing of the Shinde group. This move that signals an intensified battle in the key Mumbai constituency. And we have been trying to get more voices both from within the Shinde faction and the Ajit Pawar faction, where we're also learning that there is a chance that BJP might have to step in, is what we're picking up from our sources. In the meanwhile,
तरह से जनता ने मुझसे आग्रह किया कि मैं चुनाव लड़ूं, और उनके आग्रह पे मैं चुनाव लड़ रहा हूं। लोग वहाँ त्रस्त हैं, ड्रग माफिया से त्रस्त हैं, गुंडों से त्रस्त हैं, पूरी तरह से बदहाली गुंडा राज फैला हुआ है। तो हमें तो जनता ने वहाँ चुनाव लड़ने के लिए आमंत्रित किया है। कोई भी विरोध करे, बीजेपी विरोध करे, शिंदे सेना विरोध करे, जनता का विश्वास हमारे साथ है, जनता का समर्थन हमारे साथ है। हम दोनों विधानसभाओं में चुनाव जीतेंगे। यहाँ तक सवाल है भारतीय जनता पार्टी का। अजीत पवार जी ने उनके साथ पॉलिटिकल एडजस्टमेंट किया है। विचारों से समझौता ना एनसीपी का है ना नवाब मलिक का है। जो भी हमारी आइडियोलॉजी है वो स्पष्ट है। हम धर्मनिरपेक्ष समाजवादी लोकतांत्रिक व्यवस्था में विश्वास करने वाले लोग हैं और निश्चित रूप से उसी आइडियोलॉजी के साथ राजनीति करते रहेंगे। जहाँ तक महाराष्ट्र के चुनाव का सवाल है, जिस तरह की परिस्थिति है, कांटे का मुकाबला है, ये बात स्पष्ट है कि बिना अजीत पवार के कोई भी सरकार महाराष्ट्र में बन नहीं सकती और अजीत पवार जी विचारों से समझौता कर नहीं सकते।
जो आदमी जो आपके सामने जो कैंडिडेट हैं वो लगातार जीत हासिल करते आ रहे हैं, कैसे आप उनको कैसे फाइट आप देखते हैं उनके सामने? देखिए, जनता वहाँ त्रस्त है। जिस तरह की राजनीति वहाँ हो रही है, जो फिल्मों में पॉलिटिकल लोगों को दिखाया जाता था उनका कैरेक्टर, तो लोग उन्हें विलन के रूप में देख रहे हैं। लोग सारी जो चीज़ें वहाँ पे गुंडागर्दी है, ड्रग है, जो भी दिन दहाड़े कत्ल हो रहे हैं, हमें लगता है ये सब चीज़ों से लोग परेशान हैं और इन्हीं परेशानियों को लेकर लोगों ने मुझे बुलाया कि आप चुनाव लड़े। तो मुझे लगता है कि गुंडागर्दी का खात्मा, ड्रग का खात्मा, ये विषय चुनाव के हैं। इन्हीं मुद्दों पे चुनाव होगा और जनता ने विश्वास करके मुझे बुलाया। मैं जीतने के बाद पूरी तरह से ड्रग माफिया का खात्मा कर दूंगा, गुंडागर्दी से मुक्ति दिलाएंगे, शांति बहाल करेंगे, तनाव के में जो ज़िंदगी लोग बिता रहे हैं, लोगों का तनाव दूर करने का काम करेंगे, खुशहाली लाएंगे और पूरी तरह से पढ़ने लिखने का इंतज़ाम अच्छे से हो, इलाज का इंतज़ाम हो, सारी चीज़ें बदलेंगे, माहौल बदलने का प्रयास करेंगे और कोई भी माहौल यह बदलाव अकेले व्यक्ति नहीं कर सकता, लोगों के सहयोग से हम बदलाव करेंगे और हालात को बदलने की पूरी कोशिश करेंगे।
एन वक्त पर आपको नॉमिनेशन जो आपने फाइल किया अजित दादा पवार ने एन टाइम पे दिया, पहले नहीं दिया था, कैसे देखते हैं?
नहीं, मुझे कहा गया था पर्चा दाखिल कीजिए, हम AB फॉर्म भेजेंगे। हमने पर्चा दाखिल किया, लेकिन प्रिकॉशन के तौर पे इंडिपेंडेंट भी फॉर्म भरा जाता है कि कभी कुछ लेट हो जाए AB फॉर्म आने में, तो वो कम से कम इंडिपेंडेंट जो पर्चा भरा है वो तो वहाँ पे वैलिड हो जाए। तो समय के भीतर पर्चा पहुँच गया और 2:55 को हमने वो सबमिट कर दिया और आज स्कूटनी में हम NCP के अधिकृत उम्मीदवार के तौर पे हमारा फॉर्म स्वीकृत हुआ है।
क्या महायुति में कोई आप जिस तरह के तो बीजेपी ने अपने स्टैंड लिया,
महायुति मेरे खिलाफ हो, बीजेपी मेरे खिलाफ हो, उससे हमें कोई चिंता नहीं। हमें अपेक्षित था कि हमारा विरोध बीजेपी करेगी, हमें अपेक्षित था कि शिंदे साहब के लोग हमारा विरोध करेंगे, फिर भी हम इन सभी लोगों के विरोध के बावजूद चुनाव जीतेंगे।
All right, so you just heard from Nawab Malik, where questioned on whether the Mahayuti is opposing him by and large, but he's adamant on his decision when it comes to fielding his daughter and of course him. This even as we understand that the BJP is refusing to campaign for Nawab Malik, reflecting an out-and-out rift within the Mahayuti itself when it comes to the Ajit Pawar faction versus Shiv Sena, Eknath Shinde faction and the BJP combined. BJP had also put out a very strong message to the Ajit Pawar faction through Eknath Shinde that the BJP is strictly against Nawab Malik. But here we are learning that the BJP has refused to campaign for Nawab Malik, the much controversial man who has an underworld link that has emerged time and again. But let's also cut across to more reactions that have come in.
देखिए, ऐसा है कि हमारी विधानसभा में जहाँ से NCP ने मुझे उम्मीदवार बनाया है शिवाजी नगर मानखुर से, वहाँ पे शिंदे सेना ने अपना उम्मीदवार खड़ा कर दिया है सुरेश बुलेट पाटिल। उसका समर्थन भारतीय जनता पार्टी कर रही है और मेरी बेटी के यहाँ पे भी इसी तरह की परिस्थिति है। तो अगर भारतीय जनता पार्टी या शिवसेना शिंदे गुट हमारा विरोध कर रही है तो उससे हम लोगों को कोई चिंता का विषय नहीं है। ये अपेक्षित था कि इस तरह की चीज़ें होंगी और जो भी चीज़ें हैं दोनों विधानसभाओं में हम भारी मतों से जीतेंगे।
And moving on, as the National Security Guard in coordination with Jammu and Kashmir Police is conducting a comprehensive mock drill for area familiarization and response readiness in Jammu. This first time drill in Jammu and Kashmir's Aknoor area that aims to enhance NSG's capability to respond to terror situations in the region. NSG commandos are training to effectively tackle complex terror incidents, ensuring rapid and skilled responses in high-risk zones. These are deferred pictures that we are playing out for our viewers as I cut across to Gursimran joining us live from Aknoor. Gursimran, a much needed exercise that is happening on the ground. Take us through all the details.
See, the NSG team that has been deployed in the Jammu after the spate of terror incidents that we have witnessed in the Jammu region, they are now being inducted into the area familiarization exercise that they are conducting along with the Jammu and Kashmir police. As we speak, the mock drill is being conducted at a hotel in Jammu, one of the biggest hotel where majority of the VVIPs during their visit to Jammu and Kashmir stay. And for any complex situation, including the terror incident situation, they are being trained that how they can tackle that situation. These trained commandos of the NSG have arrived, we are told, a couple of weeks earlier. Their last team that landed in Jammu, it was a day prior to the attack that took place in the Aknoor, and they were here, and that's why we saw the NSG team also coming for the encounter in the Aknoor, though they did not took part since there was no situation that required the expertise of the NSG, but they were at the spot for any contingency. Now as we speak, the teams of the NSG has already arrived at a private hotel, one of the biggest in the Jammu, where we witnessed majority of the VVIPs during their visit stay, and now they are going to conduct a mock drill exercise. This is not only to ensure the synergy between the Jammu and Kashmir police and the NSG, but also to ensure that the NSG commandos are well aware of the areas where they are going to operate in days to come, looking into the complexity and also the challenges that is being forced by the Pakistani terror groups in the Jammu region. Back-to-back terror attacks, also the targeted killings in the Kashmir Valley, everything keeping that in view. These teams are sent for the area familiarization in the Jammu region as well as in the Kashmir Valley.
All right, Gursimran, many thanks for getting us those details as we continue to keep a close watch on how the security apparatus is developing in Jammu and Kashmir, given the recent spate of terror attacks. Also, as we shift our focus to the other top stories we're tracking very closely this afternoon, stories in brief in Bharat in 2 minutes. An electrician was killed in a major fire that broke out in an under-construction banquet hall in Noida, Sector 74. The fire that occurred at around 3:30 in the morning as 15 fire tenders were rushed to the spot within 10 minutes of that call that was made. The police said that it took a long time to extinguish the fire and the reason for the fire is yet to be ascertained.
आज थाना क्षेत्र 113 के अंतर्गत ग्राम सरफाबाद के पास सेक्टर 74 में ये लोटस ग्रैंडियोर नामक एक काफी बड़ा शादी घर है। इसमें रात लगभग 3:30 बजे आग लगने की सूचना मिली थी। 10 मिनट के अंदर 3:40 पे तुरंत फायर की गाड़ियां आ गई थी। इसमें 15 गाड़ियां लगाई गई। काफी बड़ा स्ट्रक्चर है, अभी ये अंडर कंस्ट्रक्शन भी था और बुझाने में इसमें काफी टाइम लग गया। अभी पूरा रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन चलाया जा रहा है।
At least 7 people were arrested in Uttar Pradesh's Muzaffarnagar on Tuesday for buying and selling illegal weapons on social media sites like Facebook and Instagram. When the accused were delivering the consignment to the buyers, the police arrested all of them.
पुलिस को मुखबिर के द्वारा सूचना प्राप्त हुई थी कि जो बीती रात है इसमें एक पिस्टल डिलीवरी होनी है। इसके संबंध में COCT साहब को टीम बनाकर और कार्रवाई करने के लिए निर्देशित किया गया था। पुलिस द्वारा इसमें फील्डिंग लगाई गई और जब ये कंसाइनमेंट डिलीवर करने आए तो जो खरीदने वाले और जो बेचने वाले जो थे वो एक साथ पुलिस ने जो है वो मौके से गिरफ्तार किए हैं।
The ruling BJP is contesting 148 assembly seats in Maharashtra, the highest among half a dozen major political parties in the ruling and opposition camps, followed by the Congress, which is contesting 103 seats. Nearly 8,000 candidates, including those from major political parties in the ruling Mahayuti, as well as the opposition Mahavikas Aghadi, filed nominations for the 288 assembly seats in Maharashtra on Tuesday. And shifting focus to Karnataka now, this is in connection with actor Darshan, who has finally been granted interim bail for 6 weeks on medical grounds. Now, something that his lawyers were pitching in the court as they're also trying to work on a permanent resolution to keeping actor Darshan out. His lawyers had cited medical grounds basis which the court has now granted him 6-week bail in the Renuka Swami murder case. Cutting across to Sri Lakshmi, joining us on the broadcast with further details of what transpired in the court. And even as his lawyers are working to keep him out of jail, this is a 6-week interim bail that has been granted to him.
Well, Suesha, this is just only a temporary relief for Darshan since this is a 6-week interim bail granted by the Karnataka High Court, and famous criminal lawyer who is presenting for Darshan is trying to get a permanent bail for him, and the court is yet to hear the main case. Now, police have submitted around 3,900 pages of charge sheet, and we can remember that this is a heinous murder case of Renuka Swami, a boy from Chitradurga, and it is said that Darshan is facing the charges of murder. Saying that this Renuka Swami had sent Instagram messages, ugly messages to Darshan's friend and close ally Pavitra Gowda, who is A1 in this case. Now Darshan is A2, and now it is only after 5 months of him spending in the jail and 141 days of jail days. Now Darshan is out on bail from Ballari today. It's said that he'll be shifted to a hospital since he needs to get his surgery done as soon as possible on conditions of him presenting the reports of the surgery and other medical reports to the Karnataka High Court every week. Court has granted him bail. He is supposed to surrender his passport. He has, he should not tamper the evidences. And it is also mentioned that he is not allowed to act in any movie during this period. Suesha.
But even to understand the further legal strategy that his lawyers may adopt, Sri Lakshmi, given the grave charges that have been pressed against actor Darshan and the other accomplices in this case allegedly, to how they are going to tackle with this. For now, they are of course stating medical grounds. What next?
As of now, as I said, this is interim relief for Darshan to get his physical ailments corrected and to get his surgery done. But as you rightly said, the charge sheet which has been filed by the police is very strong, and it mentions that Darshan was present at the time of murder of Renuka Swami at Patangere shed where the murder has taken place. Now, police have collected several documents, around thousands of documents, and they have presented all this to the court. Special Public Prosecutor Prasanna Kumar has also been arguing and presenting a very strong argument against Darshan and Pavitra Gowda, and around 17 others are there in this case. Now, this is first of its kind in Karnataka, and the way Renuka Swami was murdered was, a huge shock to the whole nation. And the evidences like the statements by security guards and mobile tower locations, CDR which has been collected by the police, all these are there. So case may get even more complicated after 6 weeks. We are yet to wait and watch. Suesha.
Absolutely. Those pictures first on Republic of actor Darshan walking out of jail, but let's also understand the kind of political clout he does have on many accounts of the kind of privileges he did enjoy in jail. We wait and watch what happens next. For the moment, Sri Lakshmi, thank you for joining us. We take a quick check of the headlines we are tracking. MHA sets up high-level committee to investigate digital arrest scam, seeks report from states and coordinates with other agencies. Amid Waqf showdown in Karnataka, Chief Minister assures farmers in Vijaypura will not be evicted. Accused of allotting 14 sites to Siddaramaya's wife, a former Muda Commissioner Natesh is in ED custody.
साल बाद ऐसा अवसर आया है जब अयोध्या में रामलला की जन्मभूमि पर बने उनके मंदिर में भी हजारों दीप जलाए जाएंगे.
Ayodhya celebrates Ram Lala's first Diwali in Ram Mandir after a 500-year wait.
We understand that both countries have taken initial steps to withdraw troops from friction points along the line of actual control. We welcome any reduction in tensions along the border.
US welcomes India-China agreement on border disengagement, denies role in truce talks. And well, this Diwali that is especially significant for Ayodhya as it marks the first celebration at the newly built Ram Janmabhoomi temple. Preparations are on in full swing to make the festival as grand as possible. Now, this year's Deepotsav that will feature 18 vibrant tableaux portraying significant events from the life of Lord Ram and set to lit up 28 lakh diyas in Ayodhya. Prime Minister Narendra Modi emphasized the significance of this year's Diwali as Lord Ram returning home after a 500 years wait. This is a special report.
22 जनवरी 2024 तो आप सभी के जहन में होगी ही, जब रामलला अपने अलौकिक दरबार में विराजे थे। आपको याद होगा जब बेसब्री से अयोध्या वासियों को इंतजार था रामनगरी में अयोध्यापति के आगमन का, और टेंट से निकल करके अब अयोध्यापति अयोध्या नरेश जो है अपने अलौकिक दरबार में पहुंच चुके हैं और भव्य नजारा इस वक्त रामनगरी में नजर आ रहा है। मैं इस वक्त यहीं पर मौजूद हूं, राम की पैड़ी की तस्वीर आपको दिखा रहे हैं लगातार। यहाँ पर दियों को बिछाने का जो काम है वो लगभग पूरा है और कल दीपोत्सव है। दीपोत्सव अगर अयोध्या का जिक्र करे तो अपने आप में काफी अहम हो जाता है। दीपोत्सव की जो यहाँ पर तस्वीर है वो बेहद ही विहंगम नजर आ रही है, अलौकिक नजर आ रही है, दिव्य नजर आ रही है। मानो जो रामनगरी है वो सच में त्रेता की अयोध्या की याद दिला रही है। रामनगरी में ये वही तस्वीर है जो अब रही होगी उस त्रेता काल में जब राम वापस लौटे होंगे 14 साल वनवास काट करके। यहाँ पर वो तस्वीर आपको दिखाएंगे 16-16 की ग्रिड में। देखिए यहाँ पर दिए लगाए गए हैं, मैं आपको तस्वीर दिखाती हूँ इन दियों की। आप देख रहे हैं किस तरीके से यहाँ पर ये दिए लगाने का जो काम है अवध यूनिवर्सिटी की तरफ से किया गया है और 30,000 से ज्यादा जो वॉलंटियर्स हैं उन्होंने इन दियों को लगाने का काम किया है। बेहद खूबसूरती के साथ इन्हें सजाया गया है और पिक्टोग्राफिकली यहाँ पर देखिए किस तरीके से ये तस्वीर नजर आ रही है। अगर आप देखेंगे जो दृश्य है मेरे पीछे वो दृश्य भी बेहद खूबसूरत है। लाइटें यहाँ पर किस तरीके से लगाई गई हैं और ड्रोन का जो ये नजारा है ये भी आप जरा देखिए। जो तस्वीर है वो अपने आप में बहुत कुछ बयां करती है राम राज्य को लेकर के। राम का जिक्र जब भी आता है तो ये वही तस्वीर है, वही त्रेता की याद दिलाती है जब राम पहुंचे होंगे, वापस आए होंगे और उस वक्त दिवाली मनाई हो गई होगी। और क्योंकि उस वक्त बिजली नहीं थी, वहां पर तकनीक नहीं थी, तो दियों से रोशन किया गया था अमावस की रात को और वही नजारा अभी भी हम देख पा रहे हैं यहाँ पर। और ये कोशिश यहाँ पर सरकार द्वारा की गई है, ये पहल जहां अब 25 लाख दिए जलाए जाएंगे दीपोत्सव में। अपने आप में एक विश्व कीर्तिमान यहाँ पर अवध यूनिवर्सिटी के जो वॉलंटियर्स है वो स्थापित करते हुए नजर आएंगे। और ये जो तस्वीर है ये असल राम राज्य की एक कल्पना है, एक तस्वीर है जो पेश की जा रही है। कैमरा पर्सन उज्जवल के साथ अयोध्या से मैं ऋतु।
Time now for a short break. On the other side, Canadian minister repeats bogus plot to target Khalistani charge, confirms sensitive information was shared with the US media.
$13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
Hot war in Mahayuti. Shinde Sena fields candidate against Nawab Malik's daughter, Sana Malik. Cracks within the Mahayuti alliance continues to grow. BJP refuses to campaign for Daud-linked Neta Nawab Malik.
BJP has no connection whatsoever with allegations regarding Anil Deshmukh or inquiry regarding Anil Deshmukh. And Anil Deshmukh should come clean about confessional statement given by his two private secretaries.
After Anil Deshmukh charge against Parambir and Baze, BJP doubles down, attacks his attempt to hide own black deeds. Actor Darshan gets 6 weeks interim bail on medical grounds in Renuka Swami murder case. India-China disengagement almost over, verifying vacation of positions on patrolling to resume at Depsang, Demchok.
And so we deliberately chose, as Madame Drouin said in her introductory remarks, a credible, internationally read newspaper that would carry our side of the story. We chose a journalist who had a long record of background in this particular issue. He had written on it a number of times before.
Canadian minister repeats bogus plot to target Khalistani. Charge confirms sensitive information shared with US media. And first up, we cut across to breaking news coming in. The Shiv Sena faction led by Eknath Shinde has nominated Avinash Rane to contest in Anushakti Nagar, challenging Sana Malik, who is the daughter of NCP leader Nawab Malik. Sana Malik, who's trying to retain her father's constituency, facing stiff competition as Rane has stepped in with the backing of the Shinde group. This move also signals an intensified battle in a key Mumbai constituency, and by and large what is happening within the Mahayuti itself, where it is the Shinde faction that is pitting a strong candidate against Nawab Malik's daughter, Sana Malik. We know what's been transpiring in the Ajit Pawar faction of NCP, and Nawab Malik, who had spoken just a short while ago, as we'll play out that reaction, has said that he will continue to take the decisions that he is. Now, we've also learned that the BJP has refused to campaign for Nawab Malik, and the decision of going ahead with Nawab Malik is something that the BJP and even the Eknath Shinde of the Shiv Sena is not in favor of. Let me cut across to Meenakshi, who joins us live on the broadcast. Meenakshi, couple of developments that have happened since yesterday, but especially with regards to Nawab Malik's daughter, now not just fighting out of Anushakti Nagar, but she will face stiff competition by Eknath Shinde's strong leader Rane, and also the statement that was made by Nawab Malik a short while ago, where he says that he will not budge. The BJP is also refusing to campaign for him. How is the Mahayuti expected to function further?
This election is turning into NCP versus Shiv Sena Shinde group election. That is coming on. That we know, as you have told, that Shiv Sena Shinde group Avinash Rane filed nomination from the seat of Anushakti Nagar, where he will contest NCP candidate Sana Malik, and the other side Nawab Malik, the constituency of Mankhur Shivaji Nagar, he will contest from NCP, and the other side Suresh Patil will contesting from Shiv Sena Shinde group. Now we have asked the several leaders of NCP that what you will do now. They are saying we will fight as we have planned in Mankhur Shivaji Nagar, and our candidate is Nawab Malik, and we will discuss it with Shiv Sena Shinde group, and we are sure that they will support Nawab Malik as well. They are saying this. And the other side, we have spoken with lots of leaders of Shiv Sena Shinde group. They are saying we are not supporting Nawab Malik as a candidate of NCP, as a candidate of Mahayukti. We have already filed nomination of Suresh Patil, who is contesting from Mankhurd Shivaji Nagar, and he is the candidate of Mahayukti. Now the question is, who is the real candidate of Mahayukti? Is Suresh Patil or is Nawab Malik? Another side is Sana Malik or is Avinash Rane? The Maha war begin in Maharashtra. And the other side, BJP, they want that they will not support Nawab Malik as a candidate of Mahayukti, and they want that Nawab Malik not allowed to use their flag, BJP flag, during election campaign. They are not with Nawab Malik. They cleared it. Now question is, what is the alliance now? Is the alliance is on now, because there is a lot of question regarding this seats, the Mankhurd Shivaji Nagar seat, and the other side, that Anushakti Nagar seat. That's why I have started to saying that is the election of the election is turning into NCP versus Shiv Sena Shinde group, because same alliance, same constituency, but both are giving their candidate one seat, two candidates of same alliance from Mankhurd Shivaji Nagar, and one seat, two candidates from same alliance in Anushakti Nagar as well.
Then actually do stay on with us, as we'll also put out further details as far as this rift is concerned. We are learning from our sources that the BJP has refused to campaign for Nawab Malik for the very reason as he is linked to the underworld. Not just that, sources also tell Republic that the BJP has asked the Eknath Shinde camp of the Shiv Sena to put out a very strong message to Ajit Pawar-led NCP that they do not support Nawab Malik. Let's listen in to the latest statement that has come in from Nawab Malik on this issue.
ऐसा है कि हमारी विधानसभा में जहाँ से एनसीपी ने मुझे उम्मीदवार बनाया है शिवाजी नगर मानखुर से, वहाँ पे शिंदे सेना ने अपना उम्मीदवार खड़ा कर दिया है सुरेश बुलेट पाटिल। उसका समर्थन भारतीय जनता पार्टी कर रही है और मेरी बेटी के यहाँ पे भी इसी तरह की परिस्थिति है। तो अगर भारतीय जनता पार्टी या शिवसेना शिंदे गुट हमारा विरोध कर रही है तो उससे हम लोगों को कोई चिंता का विषय नहीं है। ये अपेक्षित था कि इस तरह की चीज़ें होंगी और जो भी चीज़ें हैं दोनों विधानसभाओं में हम भारी मतों से जीतेंगे।
Meenakshi, I want to come back to you because Nawab Malik is very clear he will not budge. He is confident of his victory. He's also going on to say that he has the support of people. But with regards to keeping the Mahayuti together, what is the strategy for moving forward?
That's the main question. I have asked this question to Nawab Malik yesterday, and he said he was confident and he has a full trust on Ajit Pawar also, and NCP has full trust on him. And they are not bothered about BJP supported them or Shiv Sena Shinde group supported them. I think it's a war between NCP and Shinde group and BJP in the same alliance, Mahayukti alliance.
Right, Meenakshi, I'm sorry I'm having to interrupt you here, but we also have on the phone line with us Maharashtra Cabinet Minister Deepak Kesarkar. Deepak ji, can you please firstly confirm to us whether the Eknath Shinde faction has pitted Mr. Rane against Sana Malik in the Anushakti Nagar constituency, and what really is happening within the Mahayuti?
Because we had made it very clear that in any case we are not going to support Nawab Malik. So it was really not necessary to field his candidature on NCP symbol. So otherwise it would give a wrong message to the entire Maharashtra because he is connected to Daud gang, and unless it is proved that he is innocent, I don't think that our Mahayuti will support him.
it is now clear that you are uncomfortable with Ajit Pawar. So why don't you come out of the alliance? Why are you still in alliance with Ajit Pawar?
Hello.
Mr. Kesarkar, you have had the BJP demanding action against Nawab Malik. Today, your alliance partner is giving a ticket. How are you comfortable with a Dawood-linked politician? We'll try and reconnect with Mr. Deepak Kesarkar in a short while from now. Now, this is the first response that has come in from the Maharashtra government. In fact, Eknath Shinde's faction has already fielded at least two candidates, one against Nawab Malik and the other is against Nawab Malik's daughter. Now, this happens to be the biggest fight currently in Maharashtra. Within the Mahayuti, there is a war that has erupted between the Chief Minister and the Deputy Chief Minister. You have Eknath Shinde, who's already fielded a candidate. Remember this at a time when the BJP had basically raised concerns about Nawab Malik. They had made it very clear, told Ajit Pawar that you cannot have Nawab Malik on your side. But despite that warning coming in from the BJP, you have Ajit Pawar giving that ticket to Nawab Malik. And look at what has really happened. In a span of just 60 minutes, from filing as an independent candidate to becoming a candidate of the NCP. This after Nawab Malik had given an ultimatum to Ajit Pawar that he will only contest as an NCP candidate. So what really happened when the BJP had put out that ultimatum to the NCP? Why exactly did Ajit Pawar relent? We are talking about a Dawood-linked politician. A Dawood-linked politician who was arrested by the central agencies. You've had Devendra Fadnavis taking on Nawab Malik. So what is happening within the Mahayuti right now that you've had the NCP giving this ticket to Nawab Malik? There is a growing demand. There is a growing demand that the ticket should be taken away from Nawab Malik. Nawab Malik should not be allowed to contest. So much so the BJP senior leaders right now in Maharashtra have come out in the open. Let's put out the breaking news. The breaking news essentially coming in that the BJP has refused to campaign for Nawab Malik.
Oh yes, absolutely, Shravan. In fact, the BJP has put up a poster outside the Maharashtra BJP head office where the poster has a picture of Devendra Fadnavis and the poster that says, and I quote, "The wait is over. On 23rd November, he is coming again to write a new story for Naya Maharashtra." So the BJP is very clear that they are pitching Devendra Fadnavis as the CM face. This amid the tension that is ongoing in the Mahayuti, where the BJP will not support Nawab Malik, and the question that looms large, Shravan, to what happens as far as the unity of the Mahayuti is concerned, and whether the BJP and Eknath Shinde, Shiv Sena combined could call it quits with the Ajit Pawar faction of NCP.
Well, in fact, there are two breaking news now coming in. One with regards to BJP refusing to campaign for Nawab Malik. You have had a senior BJP leader, Ashish Shelar, coming on record saying that their position is very clear. Devendra Fadnavis had given that ultimatum to the NCP that they cannot induct Ajit Pawar. Now you have a senior leader of the Bharatiya Janata Party in Mumbai saying that they are not going to campaign for Ajit Pawar. There is a response that has come in also from Nawab Malik saying that if they do so, then they are also not going to campaign for the BJP. So it's an all-out war currently in Mahayuti, with the BJP making it very clear, taking out their daggers, now making it very clear that they are not going to stand with Nawab Malik. There are allegations still sticking on as far as Nawab Malik's alleged links with the underworld is concerned. And that's the biggest fight right now, the fight over a Dawood-linked politician. Now, as far as Devendra Fadnavis, the pitch for Devendra Fadnavis as the Chief Minister, there are posters now that have been put outside the Mumbai headquarters of the BJP just short while back of calling him as the BJP's Chief Ministerial face.
Shravan, to stay on as we are watching very closely to whether this could be the biggest standpoint inside the Mahayuti. At this point, we also have several political reactions coming in. Let's listen in.
ये भारतीय जनता पार्टी के कार्यालय में भारतीय जनता पार्टी के कार्यकर्ताओं की भावना है। देवेंद्र जी जब पिछले 7.5 साल लगभग सत्ता में थे तो महाराष्ट्र में का एक नया इतिहास उन्होंने लिखा, नए प्रकल्प लाए, समृद्धि जैसा प्रकल्प पूरा किया, मेट्रो का काम किया, किसानों के बहुत सारे सवाल उन्हें सॉल्व किए। तो भारतीय जनता पार्टी कार्यकर्ताओं को लग रहा है कि 23 तारीख को जब इलेक्शन का रिजल्ट आएगा तो नेचुरल है इस महायुति सत्ता में आने की इसमें किसी को शक नहीं है। तो ऐसी स्थिति में देवेंद्र जी फिर से एक बार महाराष्ट्र के विकास की कमान संभालेंगे, इस सब कार्य को तो लगता है।
इसमें एक अलग टैगलाइन है, नई गाथा, नए,
बिल्कुल क्या नई गाथा नहीं है, जो एक विकास के प्रकल्प उन्होंने पिछले जो पूरे किए 14 के बाद ही समृद्धि जैसा महामार्ग जो पहले किसी ने सोचा नहीं था, बहुत सारे शहरों में मेट्रो आई, ये पहले किसी ने सोचा नहीं था, ये नई गाथा ही थी उस समय, ऐसे ही नई गाथा जिससे सामान्य नागरिक।
Get the first response coming in from the NCP's Sharad Pawar faction. Mahesh Tapse is joining us on this broadcast. Mr. Tapse, you have Nawab Malik now coming out in the open saying that they are not going to campaign for the BJP. There is an all-out war that is emerged. You are on the sidelines right now, watching this entire thing unfold within the Mahayuti.
See, who the BJP has to campaign for is purely the prerogative of the Bharatiya Janata Party. They took Ajit Pawar in their fold, they took Eknath in their fold, and Ajit Pawar took Nawab Malik in his fold. And BJP has been very actively vocal about whatever dealing Mr. Nawab Malik has done. Although we don't find any truth in that, but nevertheless, it's their political stand which they have taken to choose. It is a stand which Nawab Malik has taken to choose. And now,
Mr. Tapse, how can you take a high moral ground? Mr. Tapse, how can you take a high moral ground? For the longest time, you were associated with Nawab Malik. The BJP has made their point very clear that they are not going to stand with Nawab Malik. So their position is very clear. What's your position? Because there are reports now emerging that Nawab Malik is basically being pitted by none other than your supreme leader.
No, I'm sorry. I think there's a mistaken identity. I belong to the Sharad Pawar faction of NCP. I don't belong to Ajit Pawar.
I'm referring to your faction. I'm referring to Sharad Pawar faction. I'm making that very clear. My question is with regards to the fact that there are reports emerging that Nawab Malik is essentially doing this, all of this at the behest of your faction.
Nothing. Nawab Malik is nowhere connected with us. His daughter is the candidate of Ajit Pawar, and whether the BJP wants to campaign for him or does not want to campaign for him, it is absolutely their internal issue. We don't have anything to do with that. We will definitely campaign for our candidate who is pitted against Sana Malik, and our cadre will work for Fawad Ahmed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mahesh Tapse. That was NCP leader from the Sharad Pawar faction, dismissing reports that Nawab Malik is still associated with the Sharad Pawar faction, and whether at all this is almost like a dummy candidate of Sharad Pawar being fielded from there. Now there were certain reports that were essentially emerging, Suesha, but once again NCP's Sharad Pawar faction clearly denying all those links.
Fast-paced developments on this story, Shravan, and we trust you to keep us ahead on it. For the moment, we do shift our focus also to take a quick check of the other top stories making news this afternoon. Stories in brief in Bharat in 2 minutes. Thank you, Shravan. An electrician was killed in a major fire that broke out in an under-construction banquet hall in Uttar Pradesh's Noida, Sector 74. The fire that occurred at around 3:30 in the morning. As many as 15 fire tenders reached the site within 10 minutes. The police said that it took a long time to extinguish the fire.
आज थाना क्षेत्र 113 के अंतर्गत ग्राम सरफाबाद के पास सेक्टर 74 में ये लोटस ग्रैंडियोर नामक एक काफी बड़ा शादी घर है। इसमें रात लगभग 3:30 बजे आग लगने की सूचना मिली थी। 10 मिनट के अंदर 3:40 पे तुरंत फायर की गाड़ियां आ गई थी। इसमें 15 गाड़ियां लगाई गई। काफी बड़ा स्ट्रक्चर है, अभी ये अंडर कंस्ट्रक्शन भी था और बुझाने में इसमें काफी टाइम लग गया। अभी पूरा रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन चलाया जा रहा है।
At least 7 people were arrested in Uttar Pradesh's Muzaffarnagar on Tuesday for buying and selling illegal weapons on social media sites like Facebook and Instagram. When the accused were delivering the consignment to the buyers, the police arrested all of them.
पुलिस को मुखबिर के द्वारा सूचना प्राप्त हुई थी कि जो बीती रात है इसमें एक पिस्टल डिलीवरी होनी है। इसके संबंध में सीओ सिटी साहब को टीम बनाकर और कार्रवाई करने के लिए निर्देशित किया गया था। पुलिस द्वारा इसमें फील्डिंग लगाई गई और जब ये कंसाइनमेंट डिलीवर करने आए तो जो खरीदने वाले और जो बेचने वाले जो थे वो एक साथ पुलिस ने जो है वो मौके से गिरफ्तार किए हैं।
The ruling BJP is contesting 148 assembly seats in Maharashtra, the highest among half a dozen major political parties in the ruling and opposition camps, followed by the Congress, which is contesting 103 seats, nearly 8,000 candidates, including those from major political parties in the ruling Mahayuti as well as the opposition. Mahavikas Aghadi filed nominations for the 288 assembly seats in Maharashtra on Tuesday. Time now for a short commercial break. On the other side, we get you details as actor Darshan walks out of jail on 6 weeks interim bail on the basis of medical grounds in the Arnab Goswami murder case.
Director, the taste of success. Thank you for staying with Republic. And well, amid the diplomatic standoff between India and Canada, Canadian opposition leader Pierre Poilievre cancelled the Diwali celebrations event that was slated to take place at Parliament Hill, which highly disappointed the Indian diaspora that not just called this act racial but has also demanded an apology. Let's take a look at what happened. Amid a diplomatic standoff with India, Canadian opposition leader Pierre Poilievre cancelled Diwali celebrations for the Indo-Canadian community slated to take place at Parliament Hill. Overseas friends of India-Canada who had organized the event neither received any prior information nor any explanation on the cancellation of the event. Meanwhile, the organizers wrote an open letter expressing disappointment over the decision, demanding an apology. The Indian diaspora called it an insensitive and discriminatory act. India-Canada relationship has hit an all-time low after Ottawa alleged Indian diplomats' involvement in the killing of Khalistani separatist Hardeep Singh Nijjar. Time now for a short commercial break. On the other side, getting your details after Anil Deshmukh charge against Parambir and Vazeed, BJP doubles down the attack, saying it is an attempt to hide his own dark deeds.
batter Smriti Mandhana finally packed a knock befitting her caliber as India defeated New Zealand by 6 wickets in the deciding game to seal the 3-match women's ODI series 2-1. BCCI Secretary Jay Shah hailed the Harmanpreet Kaur-led Indian women's team for a phenomenal victory against recently crowned T20 World Cup winner New Zealand in a 3-match ODI series at the Narendra Modi Stadium. Bengaluru Bulls pulled off a comeback that will be remembered for a while now, clinching a stylish 34-33 victory against Dabang Delhi KC to register their first win of season 11 of the Pro Kabaddi League. East Bengal produced an utterly dominant show to crush Bangladesh's Basundhara Kings 4-0 in their AFC Challenge League. East Bengal looked a far cry on the day, opening the scoring as early as the first minute through Dimitros Diamatos. Al Tawoon defeated Al Nasser 1-0 at Al Awal Park in a closely fought round of 16 match in the King Cup of Champions. Walid Al Ahmad used a defensive breakdown in the 71st minute to score the only goal for the game.
ये जो दिए हैं यहाँ पर अपने आप में एक विश्व स्तर की जो रिकॉर्ड है वो कायम करते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं। तो यानी कि राम राज्य जो है वो यहाँ पर देखने को मिल रहा है। अयोध्या तैयार है भव्य दीपोत्सव के लिए। एक ब्रेक के लिए रुकेंगे और ब्रेक के उस पार आपको और भी तस्वीरें दिखाएंगे। Big news is coming on that Nawab Malik contesting election from NCP party as he has received that AB form.
पार्टी मेरे साथ खड़ी रही। अजीत पवार संकट के समय मेरे परिवार के साथ मेरे साथ खड़े रहे। मेरा कर्तव्य है कि मैं अजीत पवार जी के साथ खड़ा रहूं। रिकॉर्ड तोड़ मतों से इस विधानसभा क्षेत्र में मैं जीतूं।
ये पूरा एरिया जो क्या है मुझे सब मालूम है, मुझे ज्ञात है, इसलिए इधर कोई कितना फॉर्म भरता है उससे मुझे कुछ लेना देना नहीं। हमारे पार्टी को भी महायुति को भी कुछ लेना देना नहीं है।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A very
good afternoon, viewers. It's 2 p.m. and you're watching Republic TV. I'm Deepak Suresh Kumar. The political tensions in Maharashtra are soaring because there's a feud within the Mahayuti alliance over fielding Nawab Malik by the Ajit Pawar NCP. We'll get you all the latest action from ground zero, but first a quick check on the headlines. All-out war in Mahayuti. Shinde Sena fields candidate against Nawab Malik's daughter, Sana Malik. First response from Maharashtra Minister says Mahayuti is not going to support Dawood-linked politician Nawab Malik.
BJP has no connection whatsoever with allegations regarding Anil Deshmukh or inquiry regarding Anil Deshmukh. And Anil Deshmukh should come clean about confessional statement given by his two private secretaries.
After Anil Deshmukh charge against Parambir and Waze, BJP doubles down, attacks as attempt to hide own black deeds. Actor Darshan gets 6 weeks interim bail on medical grounds in the Rashtriya Swami murder case. India-China disengagement almost over, verifying vacation of positions, patrolling to resume at Depsang and Demchok.
And so we deliberately chose, as Madame Durand said in her introductory remarks, a credible, internationally read newspaper that would carry our side of the story. We chose a journalist who had a long record of background in this particular issue. He had written on it a number of times before.
Canadian minister repeats bogus plot to target Khalistanis. Judge confirms sensitive information shared with US media. First up, viewers, the Shiv Sena faction led by Eknath Shinde has nominated Avinash Rane to contest in Anushakti Nagar, challenging Sana Malik, the daughter of NCP leader, a Dawood-linked politician, Nawab Malik. Now, Sana Malik is vying to retain her father's constituency, and she is facing a stiff competition as Rane steps in with the backing of the Shinde group. Now, this move signals an intensified battle in a key Mumbai constituency. Remember, the political tensions between the Mahayuti alliance partners continues to soar with each passing minute, and this after NCP's Ajit Pawar faction fielded Nawab Malik. Who's Nawab Malik? Nawab Malik is somebody who has close ties with the underworld don Dawood Ibrahim. Now, he is also facing several charges, money laundering, helping Dawood's aides in Mumbai, and several other charges as well. Now, let's tell you who Nawab Malik is. He's a candidate from the Mankhurd Shivajinagar constituency, allegedly linked to notorious D gang. He has been arrested by the Enforcement Directorate in 2022 for his alleged link with the underworld don, Dawood Ibrahim. In fact, he also has money laundering charges against him as well. Now, let's give you more information about who Nawab Malik really is and why the Mahayuti partners are against him. He paid Dawood's sister for land grab in Kurla. This is a case that Nawab Malik is facing. He bought 3 acres with Hasina Parker. Along with this, he is also facing several other charges as well. We'll tell you more about that. He also met Hasina Parker several times to seal this particular land deal in Kurla. He has been accused of grabbing land owned by Dawood's victim. This clearly goes on to show the extent of his deep links with the D gang. But now, a day after Nawab Malik has filed his nomination, the Shinde Sena has fielded Avinash Rane against Nawab Malik's daughter, Sana Malik. And the political face-off continues to escalate, with the BJP and the Shiv Sena now clearly stating that they will not campaign for a politician who has links with the D gang, a clear stance that the BJP has been on ever since the Mahayuti alliance was formed. In fact, even when Nawab Malik was being included into the party's fold, the Mahayuti alliance partners also protested against it. And despite the opposition, even at the nascent stages, now NCP's Ajit Pawar faction has now fielded Nawab Malik from the Mankhurd Shivajinagar constituency. Now, with each passing minute, viewers, the political war of words are continuing to escalate. In fact, the Congress has also waded in. It has called out the hypocrisy of the BJP, and the opposition is on the fence watching how things unfold within the Mahayuti alliance. We have Meenakshi also joining us live from Ground Zero. Meenakshi, Sana Malik has been fielded, and against her is Shinde Sena's Rane. How do you see this battle unfolding, and will the Mahayuti alliance partners campaign for either Sana Malik or her father?
This election turning into a war, Maha war, NCP versus Shiv Sena Shinde group, NCP versus BJP. In same alliance, as you have told that the Mankhurd Shivajinagar, one constituency, two candidates from Mahayuti, one is Nawab Malik from NCP and the other is Suresh Patil from Shiv Sena Shinde faction. And the other side, Anushakti Nagar, there is the same alliance, two candidates from same constituency, Sana Malik from NCP and the other side Avinash Rane from Shiv Sena Shinde group. What is the alliance now? BJP are saying they are not supporting Nawab Malik, and they have already cleared their position that they have cleared that they are not supporting and Nawab Malik and not to allow use BJP's flag, and BJP will not work for Nawab Malik during election campaign. And the other side, we are trying to get reaction from Avinash Rane, what he will say on this. And the other side, Shiv Sena Shinde group, they are saying we have already said that the official candidate of Mahayuti is Avinash Rane and the other side Suresh Patil. They are the Mahayuti candidate, official candidate. Now the question is what Nawab Malik will do.
Right, Meenakshi, stay on with us because this is an all-out war that has escalated within the Mahayuti alliance. In fact, the BJP has clearly stated that they will not campaign for a politician who has deep links with the D gang. Meenakshi, the BJP has made it very clear that they will not campaign for Nawab Malik because of his checkered past.
Yes, Ashish Chelar. Ashish Chelar yesterday told that, cleared their position that they will not campaign for Nawab Malik, who is linked with Dawood gang D company. They have cleared their position, and the other side, Shiv Sena had cleared their position. They have said that the official candidate of Mankhurd Shivajinagar is Suresh Patil. BJP from the first day, BJP is saying that they will not support Nawab Malik. Earlier in this month, Ashish Chelar, who is the Mumbai chief of BJP, he said that we will not with that person who has linked with Dawood company, who has linked with terrorism, who has linked with D company, Dawood Ibrahim. We will not support. They have cleared their position earlier in this month, and after filing a nomination from NCP, BJP has cleared their position. They will not campaign for Nawab Malik, and also their workers will not campaign for Nawab Malik. Nawab Malik not allowed to use their flags also. And I have asked this question yesterday, Nawab Malik, that BJP will not support you. BJP cleared their position earlier in this month, and what will you do? He said, people is with me, NCP is with me, Ajit Pawar is with me. I am not bother BJP is with me or not. That means he has full confidence on NCP, full confidence on Ajit Pawar, and Ajit Pawar backs him. That prove that Ajit Pawar backing him, and Ajit Pawar proved that he always with Nawab Malik. There is some rumors that Nawab Malik will
right, Meenakshi, now the BJP has made its stance very clear, and in fact Nawab Malik has also spoken about the snub by the Saffron party. Let's listen in.
देखिए, ऐसा है कि हमारी विधानसभा में जहाँ से एनसीपी ने मुझे उम्मीदवार बनाया है शिवाजी नगर मानखुर से, वहाँ पे शिंदे सेना ने अपना उम्मीदवार खड़ा कर दिया है सुरेश बुलेट पाटिल। उसका समर्थन भारतीय जनता पार्टी कर रही है, और मेरी बेटी के यहाँ पे भी इसी तरह की परिस्थिति है। तो अगर भारतीय जनता पार्टी या शिवसेना शिंदे गुट हमारा विरोध कर रही है तो उससे हम लोगों को कोई चिंता का विषय नहीं है। ये अपेक्षित था कि इस तरह की चीज़ें होंगी, और जो भी चीज़ें हैं दोनों विधानसभाओं में हम भारी मतों से जीतेंगे। देखिए, ऐसा है कि हमारे विधानसभा में जहाँ से एनसीपी ने मुझे उम्मीदवार बनाया है शिवाजी नगर मानखुर से, वहाँ पे शिंदे सेना ने अपना उम्मीदवार खड़ा कर दिया है सुरेश बुलेट पाटिल। उसका समर्थन भारतीय जनता पार्टी कर रही है, और मेरी बेटी के यहाँ पे भी इसी तरह की परिस्थिति है। तो अगर भारतीय जनता पार्टी या शिवसेना शिंदे गुट हमारा विरोध कर रही है तो उससे हम लोगों को कोई चिंता का विषय नहीं है। ये अपेक्षित था कि इस तरह की चीज़ें होंगी, और जो भी चीज़ें हैं दोनों विधानसभाओं में हम भारी मतों से जीतेंगे।
Well, now moving on, viewers, the BJP in Maharashtra has upped the ante against Anil Deshmukh. Now, critics have argued that Deshmukh himself, once accused by the former police commissioner Parambir Singh, is responsible for various misconducts, and the Saffron party has also alleged that Anil Deshmukh is attempting to hide his misdeeds. But it was him who had hired officers like Parambir Singh and Sachin Waze.
Anil Deshmukh is every day speaking lie and lie. Whole world knows that BJP government did not order inquiry in Waze scam. People went to High Court. First Parambir Singh, then CP of the state, who was appointed as a CP by Anil Deshmukh himself. He made allegation against Anil Deshmukh when he was Home Minister. Then some activists went to Mumbai High Court. Mumbai High Court ordered probe by CBI. And when Anil Deshmukh was jailed, even that time also, there was MVA government in the state. When Parambir Singh made allegation, after that, almost 8 months, MVA government was in power. So question does not arise. BJP has no connection whatsoever with allegations regarding Anil Deshmukh or inquiry regarding Anil Deshmukh. And Anil Deshmukh should come clean about confessional statement given by his 2 private secretaries. They have already given confessional statement to the ED and CBI that they were taking money. They were doing extortions on the behalf of Anil Deshmukh. Anil Deshmukh himself told to his private secretaries to make the list of hotels, to collect monthly hafta of 100 crores. So Anil Deshmukh, instead of making any allegation against BJP, should explain to the people about this.
Some big breaking news coming in from Karnataka after Kannada movie Toxic landed in a controversy over allegations of cutting trees around the shooting area. Union Minister H.D. Kumaraswamy has said, and I quote, there has been illegal entry by the government into HMT property. We have already filed a litigation petition in court and are waiting for the court's order. Remember, the Toxic movie has run into a major controversy for allegedly felling trees in HMT land. Now, this has a lot of forest cover. In fact, the Forest Department has also reacted on this. But first, let's listen in to what HD Kumaraswamy had to say.
ಅತಿಕ್ರಮ ಪ್ರವೇಶನೂ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಇದರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಈಗಾಗಲೇ ನ್ಯಾಯಾಲಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಇವತ್ತು ತಕರಾರು ಅರ್ಜಿ ಹಾಕಿದೆ. ನ್ಯಾಯಾಲಯದ ತೀರ್ಪು ಕಾಯ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇವೆ. ನಾವು ಕಾನೂನಿನ ವ್ಯಾಪ್ತಿಯೊಳಗೆ HMTಯ ನಮ್ಮ ಒಂದು ಹೆವಿ ಇಂಡಸ್ಟ್ರಿಗೆ ಏನು ಬರುತ್ತೆ, HMTಯಿಂದ ಕಾನೂನಿನ ವ್ಯಾಪ್ತಿಯ ಮುಖಾಂತರ ಹೋರಾಟ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ ಹೊರತು ಪ್ರಚಾರಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರವಾಗಿ ಈ ವಿಷಯವನ್ನು ನಾವು ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಳ್ಳೋದು. ಅತಿಕ್ರಮ ಪ್ರವೇಶನೂ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಇದರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಈಗಾಗಲೇ ನ್ಯಾಯಾಲಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಇವತ್ತು ತಕರಾರು ಅರ್ಜಿ ಹಾಕಿದೆ. ನ್ಯಾಯಾಲಯದ ತೀರ್ಪು ಕಾಯ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇವೆ. ನಾವು ಕಾನೂನಿನ ವ್ಯಾಪ್ತಿಯೊಳಗೆ HMTಯ ನಮ್ಮ ಒಂದು ಹೆವಿ ಇಂಡಸ್ಟ್ರಿಗೆ ಏನು ಬರುತ್ತೆ, HMTಯಿಂದ ಕಾನೂನಿನ ವ್ಯಾಪ್ತಿಯ ಮುಖಾಂತರ ಹೋರಾಟ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ ಹೊರತು ಪ್ರಚಾರಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರವಾಗಿ ಈ ವಿಷಯವನ್ನು ನಾವು ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಳ್ಳೋದು.
Well, that was HD Kumaraswamy, who says that a litigation has been filed in the court and they're waiting for the court's order. We have Smita joining us live from our Kannada newsroom. Smita, what is this controversy about and what is exactly HD Kumaraswamy's allegation against Siddaramaiah government?
You know, as we heard HD Kumaraswamy speaking that if the allegation that cutting down of the tree by the Toxic movie team comes under the HMT land, they will fight it legally instead of taking a cheap publicity because, you know, the movie includes a superstar from Karnataka, that is Yash. He wants to face every allegation legally. They have also got into the court. They have filed a petition in a court is what HD Kumaraswamy was saying. But now, just few seconds ago, we got Republic Kannada got the information through the social media platform of HMT, the official Twitter handle of HMT, that they have declared that the land, the alleged land, does not belong to HMT anymore, but it is under the control of Canara Bank. We are also getting the information that 20 acres of the land which was previously belonging to HMT had been sold to Canara Bank, and now where the movie set has been formed and where the movie was the actions regarding the movie was happening, that land is particularly now the property of Canara Bank. But will this make any changes in the legal procedures is the question which the answer is not yet particularly known. But Forest Minister Ishwar Khandre have clearly ordered to look into the details of the case. If the trees, hundreds of trees were cut down by the movie team just for the sake of building a temporary set in that land, severe action has to be taken against who are responsible. It may be the producer or anybody who gave the direction to cutting down the trees. But we also contacted the movie team. Republic Kannada spoke to the Toxic movie team also, but they are telling by the time they entered the land, there were no trees in the land. Everything was cleared and there were only small bushes which they cleared is what they are saying. But now we have a committee formed under BBMP officials who will look into the matter thoroughly and will find out whether the trees were there when the movie team entered the land or not, whether the movie team was responsible for cutting down of the tree or not. The BBMP committee will take care of this. But as Kumaraswamy was telling, the central ministry under him will take this issue seriously and they will fight it legally if needed, what HD Kumaraswamy is saying.
Right, Smita, now this is the controversy. Viewers, many thanks, Smita, for joining me with those details. Well, in fact, yesterday Ishwar Khandre had also mentioned about satellite images of before and after, and he clearly says that there is a loss of forest cover as well. Now, let's move on to another story that we're tracking from Karnataka. This time, it is on Darshan, because this particular actor, who was arrested on June 11th for his alleged role in the murder of Renuka Swami, has now been granted interim bail for the period of 6 weeks because his team has cited an important surgery. But there was heated arguments in the court because the prosecutor said that the surgery could be performed at any government hospital, but then the High Court also intervened and said that the state cannot decide on which medical facility the under trial must consult. In fact, Darshan's team had also applied for bail in September, but that bail plea was quashed by the court. And now finally an interim bail plea has been granted to actor Darshan, accused number 2 in the Renukaswamy murder case, for 6 weeks on medical grounds. And his team have said that the surgery will be performed in Mysuru, and that was the question that was raised by the public prosecutor. Why should Darshan go all the way to Mysuru to get his surgery done? Why can't he get it done at a government hospital in Ballari? In fact, a medical report was also submitted in a closed envelope to the Karnataka High Court before the interim bail order was pronounced. We have Smita back with us. Smita, you know, in September we saw how his bail plea was quashed, and now suddenly there is a medical concern for Darshan. And let's not forget, this was the same Darshan who had a gala time in the Bangalore Central Prison, which is also called Parappana Agrahara. And suddenly, where are these medical issues cropping up from?
In the lower court, when Darshan's bail plea was heard, the lawyer who argued in favor of Darshan, C.V. Nagesh, he had, put his argument in the basis of the merit of the case, where his plea was rejected, clearly rejected by the lower court, and then they moved to the higher court with the medical grounds. And as we tracked down C.V. Nagesh argument in high court, he was saying that it's not only after that Darshan was shifted to jail that he have the medical issues, but this medical complication or the ill health was from several years. He was undergoing continuous, medical treatments. But now, as he moved to the court under the accusation of Renukaswamy's murder case, as he didn't get the proper medical attention, the problem, especially his back problem and also nerve-related problem have aggravated, which calls for an emergency surgery, is what C.V. Nagesh had argued in front of the High Court. Now the High Court has heard him and have agreed to give an interim bail of 6 weeks. But there is an update as we have got the information from the sources from the court that Darshan will not go to Mysore, but he will be coming to Bangalore, as court have clearly said that the treatment should be under its jurisdiction. As we know that High Court is in Bangalore, and probably he has to take all the medical treatments or the surgery within the limits of Bangalore. And now we are also getting the information that two people, namely Dhanveer and also his Darshan's brother, have went to the Sessions Court to fulfill the formalities regarding the bail condition, maybe the surety and also surrendering the passport and all. That procedure have been completed, and the Session Court, the judge have passed the order for the Ballari, jail officials to start the process of releasing Darshan on bail. Probably, if the order reaches the Ballari jail official, Darshan might get released by today evening. But we are also getting the visuals from both Ballari Central Jail's premises and also from Darshan's home in Bangalore. Many people calling themselves as Darshan fans are gathering also in front of Ballari jail and also in front of Bangalore, Darshan's house in R.R. Nagar. But they have to wait for a long time, probably hours together. If at all the process in the jail completes today also, it will take minimum to 5 to 6 hours for Darshan to reach Bangalore by road. So the fans are eagerly waiting to see Darshan, but we also have to remember that this is not a complete clean sheet for Darshan. This is just an interim bail on the grounds of ill health, that he is getting released from the jail, that too for a very short period of 6 weeks. Again, after completion of 6 weeks of the interim bail duration, he have to surrender himself to the court. But fans. They are celebrating Darshan release, and we are getting the visuals that people are gathering in a huge number in front of Ballari Jail, and also
that's indeed really shocking, the kind of patronage these fans are giving for their actor, because he's not just an actor now, he's a murder accused. Let the people not forget that he is involved in the killing of a fan of their favorite actor Darshan. But Darshan, like we know, is facing multiple charges. He'll be out on interim bail for 6 weeks. We'll have to wait and watch about how the scenes will unfold as he is released. Let's move on, viewers, because in a horrific tragedy, a massive fire broke out in an under-construction banquet hall in Uttar Pradesh's Noida Sector 74 this morning around 3:30 a.m. An electrician was killed in the fire accident. In fact, the fire services also reached the spot within 10 minutes after the fire broke out in the building, and the fire was brought under control. The authorities said that the cause of the fire is uncertain.
One electrician lost his life in a massive fire that broke out in an under-construction banquet hall in Noida today. As many as 15 fire tenders arrived at the scene after 10 minutes of fire broke out.
देखिए, ये जहाँ खड़े हैं ये थाना 113 क्षेत्र के अंतर्गत आता है। सेक्टर 74 सरफाबाद गाँव है ये, और यहाँ पर ये लोटस ग्रैंडियोर नामक बैंक्वेट हॉल था, जिसमें रात 3:30 बजे पुलिस को सूचना मिली इसमें आग लग गई है। तुरंत ही 10 मिनट के अंदर ही इसमें फायर टेंडर आ गए थे और 15 गाड़ियां लगी इसको बुझाने में। आग पे काबू पा लिया गया है। अभी हल्की हल्की कहीं चुकी है, लकड़ी और फाइबर का बना हुआ है, तो कहीं कहीं अभी थोड़ा जल रही है। इसमें पूरा सर्च ऑपरेशन चलाया गया, तो एक जो इलेक्ट्रीशियन है, परविंदर नाम है उसका, उसकी डेथ हो गई है। बाकी सारी स्थिति सामान्य है।
An investigation has been launched to identify the cause of the fire.
Republic reports from the Anju Tembalam Veerakavu temple located in Kerala, where the fire took place. This is the storeroom which led to the blast, and in fact which led to injured more than 150 people in the blast. The Kerala government has ordered SIT probe. 3 people have been arrested from the temple trust. 5 people are being searched on. They are absconding and the search operation is underway. Stay tuned to Republic TV for more on this.
13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
News is coming on that Nawab Malik contesting election from NCP party as he has received that AB form.
पार्टी मेरे साथ खड़ी रही। अजीत पवार संकट के समय मेरे परिवार के साथ मेरे साथ खड़े रहे। मेरा कर्तव्य है कि मैं अजीत पवार जी के साथ खड़ा रहूं। रिकॉर्ड तोड़ मतों से इस विधानसभा क्षेत्र में मैं जीतूंगा।
ये पूरा एरिया जो क्या है मुझे सब मालूम है, मुझे ज्ञात है, इसलिए इधर कोई कितना फॉर्म भरता है उससे मुझे कुछ लेना देना नहीं। हमारे पार्टी को भी, महायुति को भी कुछ लेना देना नहीं है।
Director, The Taste of Success.
An all-out war in Mahayuti. Shinde Sena fields candidate against Nawab Malik's daughter, Sana Malik. First response from Maharashtra minister says the Mahayuti is not going to support Dawood-linked politician Nawab Malik.
BJP has no connection whatsoever with allegations regarding Anil Deshmukh or inquiry regarding Anil Deshmukh. And Anil Deshmukh should come clean about confessional statement given by his two private secretaries.
After Anil Deshmukh charge against Parambir and Vajay, BJP doubles down the attack, says attempt to hide own black deeds. Actor Darshan gets 6 weeks interim bail on medical grounds in Arnab Goswami murder case. India-China disengagement almost over. Verifying vacation oppositions on. Patrolling to resume at Depsang and Nemchok.
And so we deliberately chose, as Madame Durand said in her introductory remarks, a credible, internationally read newspaper that would carry our side of the story. We chose a journalist who had a long record of background in this particular issue. He had written on it a number of times before.
Canadian minister repeats the bogus plot to target Khalistani charge. He confirms the sensitive information was shared with US media. Very good afternoon. You're watching Republic TV. I'm Rashtriya with you, and we are now going to bring you the latest on the issues that are making news each and every year. Hindu saints have hit out at Sanatan Beaters, questioning the cracker ban in and around Hindu festivals. In fact, Hindu saints have said that as soon as Sanatani festivals arrive, the critics become active. They say that in the new year, fireworks happen all over the world. Then no one gets upset that so much fireworks will harm the environment. So the question is, why is this lobby active only during the Sanatan festivals? So many of leaders from the Hindu community, the Sanatan community, from the spiritual world are speaking out. And there is this space of over cracker ban viewers. There's always a social media debate, remember, every year on firecracker. Let's take a listen into the various reactions that have come in on this.
भी सनातन हिंदू धर्म के त्यौहार आते हैं तो कोई ना कोई कानून की डंगा की बात करता है, रोक लगाता है, रोक लगाने की मांग करता है। अब किसी ने हमको, अब कल ही हमने एक न्यूज़ देखी थी, उसमें कहा है कि जितने दियों में तेल जलाया जाता है, घी जलाया जाता है, इतना अगर गरीबों में बांटते हैं तो भला हो जाएगा। हम उन महाशय महामूर्खानंद को कहना चाहते हैं कि इस देश में बकरीद भी तो होती है, बकरीद बंद करवा दो, उतने रुपया जो लाखों के बकरे काटे जाते हैं, जीव हिंसा भी बचेगी, उन रुपयों को गरीबों में बांट दो। एक साहब ने कहा कि जो है पटाखों से प्रदूषण होता है, 1 जनवरी को इनका ज्ञान फिर गायब हो जाता है। हैप्पी न्यू ईयर के नाम से पूरी दुनिया में पटाखे होते हैं, तब प्रदूषण नहीं होता है। लेकिन दिवाली आती है तो प्रदूषण होता है, होली आती है तो पानी खराब होता है, और खून खराबा होता है तब नहीं मानते, तब ये स्टेटमेंट नहीं देते, तब ये मांग नहीं करते, तब ये कानून लाने की बात नहीं करते। ये दो पक्षीय नियम लगाने की जो बातें करते हैं, ऐसे लोगों के ऊपर ही हमें सुतली बम रखवाना है। भैया हम तो दिवाली अच्छे से मनाएंगे, आप सबको दीपावली की ढेर सारी शुभकामनाएं, और दिवाली है अच्छे से मनाओ।
That was Bageshwar Dham Pandit Dhirendra Shastri, and now we'll get you more reactions coming in from across the political parties.
तो ये तो सभी सुप्रीम कोर्ट का भी कहना है, हाई कोर्ट का भी कहना है, सभी कोर्ट्स का कहना है कि प्रदूषण के मद्देनज़र जो है हमें पटाखे नहीं, हमें दिए जलाने चाहिए। ये लाइट्स का त्यौहार है, ये दिए जला के, मोमबत्ती जला के हम अपना त्यौहार मनाएं, ना कि पटाखे जलाएं। पटाखे जलाने से प्रदूषण होता है। प्रदूषण से कोई ऐसा नहीं है कि किसी पे एहसान कर रहे हैं, हम अपने ऊपर ही एहसान कर रहे हैं। जो प्रदूषण होगा वो हम ही उससे भुगतेंगे, हमारे बच्चे ही, छोटे छोटे बच्चे वही उससे भुगतेंगे। तो इसमें कोई हिंदू और मुसलमान और इसका कोई वो नहीं है, सबकी सांसें ज़रूरी है, सबकी ज़िंदगी ज़रूरी है।
देखो जी, पॉल्यूशन से बचने के लिए हर उपाय करना चाहिए, लेकिन जो एक दिन के त्यौहार को बैन करने की कोशिश कर रही है आम आदमी पार्टी, हम उसके खिलाफ हैं।
So remember the political face-off unfolding as usual. We see every year, viewers, the debate around firecrackers. Of course, there is the big problem of air pollution. There is this problem of smog that covers the atmosphere in North India every year this time around. But of course, now there is a political face-off that is unfolding on that. Viewers, we are getting now a special guest on the broadcast on that. Now, Praveen Khandelwal, who is the BJP MP from Delhi, is joining us live on the broadcast. Thanks so much, Mr. Khandelwal, for joining us here. Now, Aam Aadmi Party Supremo and Arvind Kejriwal, who is the former Chief Minister, of course, he has also now made a statement that it's a festival of lights and there is no problem in banning firecrackers. How do you react to this, sir?
Well, I was just listening to Mr. Kejriwal. And I was really astonished to listen to him. Today he is saying that burning of crackers result into pollution. My simple question is, why when Kejriwal came out from Tihar jail, why the workers of Aam Aadmi Party were allowed to burn crackers in such a large manner? At that time, certainly there was not any threat to our pollution or to our environment. So this is selective politics of Kejriwal, which is bent upon in castigating certain important restrictions on the Hindu community when a question of celebration of their festival arises. So one day burning of crackers is certainly not going to make pollution to that level, there are certain other factors also which contribute for pollution in the city. What is done by Kejriwal and Aam Aadmi Party in last 10 years? They have utterly failed in getting any sustainable solution. And now they are making excuses, and then they are pointing purposely the Hindu festivals for all his nonsense what he has committed in last 10 years.
Right, sir. In fact, my colleague Suresha also joins us from the newsroom, and I'm also joined by Mr. Alok Kumar of the VHP. Mr. Alok Kumar, there are multiple reactions coming in from the Hindu community. Saints and various spiritual leaders are speaking out against this call for banning of crackers on Diwali night. There is this narrative about pollution. At the same time, BJP and other saffron parties or the saffron groups are saying that this is a deliberate attempt to, target a Hindu festival, sir.
I'm sure it is. This is a very unbalanced order. I could understand if they had restricted it to what they call green crackers. I would have understood it if they had banned the more harmful crackers or other things. But a total ban is something that is not acceptable. It is a known fact established by the studies that the crackers do not cause a very serious pollution. The industrial pollution, the vehicular pollution, they are the major contributors. The building activities and the parali burning are the major factors. They don't control any of them. I see in the newspapers reports saying that the pollution in Delhi has decreased, calibrating it, and then telling us it has now come to the quality poor from very poor. So it is every day, it is everywhere, it is serious. It is dangerous to live in Delhi on all the other days. Not targeting that, not working on that, but focusing on to the Diwali crackers. There is a certain lobby which tries to berate and take out the pleasure and happiness of all Hindu festivals, of the colors in Holi, of the crackers in Diwali. I condemn these attacks. I condemn these orders.
There's a deliberate attempt every year to target a Hindu festival, while there have been multiple instances, as even Bageshwar Dham Sarkar Pandit Dhirendra Shastri was also saying, that there are many other festivals where you can talk about a violation of maybe the rules or the laws, or there is harm to nature that is being carried out, but why only Diwali? But do you think that there is a big problem at the same time when it comes to pollution? There is the smog problem already. The children are also having problems, respiratory problems, and it will multiply after Diwali, as we see every year.
I said that there could be a middle path. There are crackers which are not so harmful. There are crackers which the Supreme Court called as green. An absolute ban is destroying a festival, is destroying the festivity, is finishing the gaiety of the festivals, and this cannot be acceptable even in the name of pollution, because it doesn't cause that much pollution. I'm not against regulation, I'm against the ban.
There should be regulation, or even regulation will be a problem for the BJP, because the fact remains that there are respiratory problems. There is a massive problem of pollution that is witnessed every year right after the festival of Diwali.
There is a problem of pollution even without Diwali. Yeah. And as I said, when it comes to the quality, poor, air quality is poor, then they printed in banner headlines to celebrate. It has come down from very poor to poor. Why don't they work on that? Why don't they work on vehicular pollution? The pollution from parali, from building activities, the industrial pollution. Why do they hit only the Diwali?
All right. Thanks so much, Mr. Alok Kumar, for joining us on that story. Viewers, I believe Mr. Khandelwal is not right now with us, as we will be continuing with more reactions on that. Suyesha is my colleague who is joining us from the newsroom right now. Suyesha, while the politics, of course, unfolds, intensifies this time around, once again, we see that the political face-off is unfolding over the cracker ban. There's Hindu community leaders who are talking about the Sanatan beaters, that why only Diwali is targeted. Why is Holi targeted? We see this debate and these posts on social media every year. At the same time, we do understand that the problem of air pollution is real.
Oh yes, absolutely, Rakshita, and exactly how you said it, that this is a debate that has been happening year on year, rather intensifying with every passing year, because we understand how pollution is a big problem, and this is not a problem restricted just to the state government, but even the centre, that has been pulled up by the top court, calling out the toothless, quote-unquote, environmental laws, where the centre has also been called out for not being able to implement strong enough measures to ensure that pollution is a problem that is addressed. Similarly, the Delhi government, of course, facing flack on that front, because we've seen how the AAP always hid behind the fact that because they did not have the government in Punjab earlier, so they could not control stubble burning. But that is again a huge criticism that they face now, because now they have the government in Punjab, then why not be able to control the stubble burning? Now, just because it is the BJP that is in power in Haryana, the AAP government calls out the state of Haryana, but what about fingers pointing at them when it comes to stubble burning in Punjab? But stubble burning, of course, being a huge problem. This time around the year, we see how pollution levels spike massively. Women, children, elderly people especially, who face the brunt of it. Doctors themselves have come out and said that the respiratory problems that people are facing has particularly seen a hike in the national capital and the NCR, and there are so many cases that are being reported in hospitals because of pollution. But you see, this is a very sensitive debate, because at one end we see where the BJP, the VHP, the Sears stand, where they say that do not target our festivals. Holi and Diwali are festivals that are emotional for us, they are very important to us, so do not target our festivals. As far as the problem of pollution is concerned, yes, we completely stand for a solution to it, but when it comes to the Aam Aadmi Party, they also have to bring in strong enough measures to address that problem. Now, Arvind Kejriwal himself is saying, as far as Diwali is concerned, that this is the festival of lights. So instead of burning crackers, let's go ahead and light diyas, but not burn crackers. But then again, the very tradition, the very core of the festival of Diwali, which also comes from burning crackers, we understand that it will have its consequences post Diwali, because there will be a major spike in the AQI, in the pollution levels that we will see, and we particularly see this time of the year, because it is winters, how the air is suspended, the pollution particles are suspended, and that causes a lot of respiratory issues. But here again we see, Rakshita, that there is an all-out war that is happening, this debate that is intensifying, where it is the AAP versus BJP. Over here, we also see how the BHP, the BJP and the Sears stand on one side, saying that do not target our festivals, but pollution, certainly, that is a huge issue, and both the state and the centre need to come together to be able to solve this problem.
Point, you need to come together for a solution, because the politicking will continue. We do understand that there are sentiments that are connected with everybody when it comes to the spirit of Diwali. In fact, across communities, the sentiment of Diwali resonates, and the several rituals and the traditions resonate with people from all parts of the society, from all corners of society, from right from the young to the old. And at the same time, there is this issue of pollution that, again, something that affects the young and the old alike. And that's what is something that the politicians need to understand, that there should be a solution to this situation. Let's take a listen in once again to what Aam Aadmi Party Chief Arvind Kejriwal had to say on that.
तो ये तो सभी सुप्रीम कोर्ट का भी कहना है, हाई कोर्ट का भी कहना है, सभी कोर्ट्स का कहना है कि प्रदूषण के मद्देनज़र जो है हमें पटाखे नहीं, हमें दिए जलाने चाहिए। ये लाइट्स का त्यौहार है, ये दिए जला के मोमबत्ती जला के हम अपना त्यौहार मनाएं, ना कि पटाखे जलाएं। पटाखे जलाने से प्रदूषण होता है। प्रदूषण से कोई ऐसा नहीं है कि किसी पे एहसान कर रहे हैं, हम अपने ऊपर ही एहसान कर रहे हैं। जो प्रदूषण होगा वो हम ही उससे भुगतेंगे, हमारे बच्चे ही, छोटे छोटे बच्चे वही उससे भुगतेंगे। तो इसमें कोई हिंदू और मुसलमान और इसका कोई वो नहीं है। सबकी सांसें ज़रूरी है, सबकी ज़िंदगी ज़रूरी है।
देखो जी, पॉल्यूशन से बचने के लिए हर उपाय करना चाहिए, लेकिन जो एक दिन के त्यौहार को बैन करने की कोशिश कर रही है आम आदमी पार्टी, हम उसके खिलाफ हैं।
All right, so those were reactions coming in from the opposition leader, BJP leader Manoj Tiwari, and also, of course, there was Arvind Kejriwal earlier talking about how the courts have said that pollution needs to be controlled, firecrackers need to be controlled, and now we'll also take a listen into what Bageshwar Dham Sarkar Dhirendra Krishna Shastri should, what does he have to say on that?
ये देश का दुर्भाग्य है कि जब भी सनातन हिंदू धर्म के त्यौहार आते हैं तो कोई ना कोई कानून की रंगा की बात करता है, रोक लगाता है, रोक लगाने की मांग करता है। अब किसी ने हमको, अब कल ही हमने एक न्यूज़ देखी थी, उसमें कहा है कि जितने दियों में तेल जलाया जाता है, घी जलाया जाता है, इतना अगर गरीबों में बांटते हैं तो भला हो जाएगा। हम उन महाशय महामूर्खानंद को कहना चाहते हैं कि इस देश में बकरीद भी तो होती है, बकरीद बंद करवा दो। उतने रुपया जो लाखों के बकरे काटे जाते हैं, जीव हिंसा भी बचेगी, उन रुपयों को गरीबों में बांट दो। एक साहब ने कहा कि जो है पटाखों से प्रदूषण होता है, 1 जनवरी को इनका ज्ञान फिर गायब हो जाता है। हैप्पी न्यू ईयर के नाम से पूरी दुनिया में पटाखे होते हैं, तब प्रदूषण नहीं होता है। लेकिन दिवाली आती है तो प्रदूषण होता है, होली आती है तो पानी खराब होता है, और खून खराबा होता है तब नहीं मानते, तब ये स्टेटमेंट नहीं देते, तब ये मांग नहीं करते, तब ये कानून लाने की बात नहीं करते। ये दो पक्षीय नियम लगाने की जो बातें करते हैं, ऐसे लोगों के ऊपर ही हमें सुतली बम रखवाना है। भैया हम तो दिवाली अच्छे से मनाएंगे। आप सबको दीपावली की ढेर सारी शुभकामनाएं, और दिवाली है, अच्छे से मनाओ।
So, of course, the political face-off continues. The war of words also unfolding in the atmosphere of festival. We'll get you more details on that. But right now, we sip into Bharat in 2 minutes, where you get you all a quick roundup of stories from across the country. A total of 10,905 nomination papers have been submitted for the upcoming Maharashtra Assembly elections, representing 7,995 candidates across 288 seats. The last date for filing nominations was Tuesday, with scrutiny scheduled for today. Assembly polls will take place on the 20th of November, with results counted on the 23rd of November. Police have arrested 3 people, including Bharathan, the temple's committee president, and Chandrasekharan, the secretary, following a fireworks accident at the Veerakavu temple in Kasaragod of Kerala. The Indian Railways has announced additional services for Chhath and Diwali. The executive director of Information and Publicity for the Railway Board shared that 164 special trains will run on 30th of October, with over 7,000 extra trips, generating more than 1 crore seats to accommodate travellers heading to cities in Bihar and Uttar Pradesh.
छठ एवं दीपावली के अवसर पर यात्रियों को उनके गंतव्य स्थान पर पहुंचाने के लिए रेलवे द्वारा व्यापक प्रबंध किए गए हैं। इसी क्रम में 30 अक्टूबर को हम लोग 164 विशेष गाड़ियों का परिचालन कर रहे हैं। ये गाड़ियां सिकंदराबाद, अहमदाबाद, कोट्टयम, उज्जैन, भोपाल, नई दिल्ली, पुणे, मुंबई, यशवंतपुर, बेंगलुरु, नागपुर जैसे कई शहरों से बिहार तथा उत्तर प्रदेश के विभिन्न शहरों के लिए चलाई जाएगी। हम लोग हावड़ा, कटक, उदयपुर, जयपुर, लखनऊ और फिरोजपुर से भी विशेष गाड़ियों का परिचालन कर रहे हैं।
Fire broke out in the Kishtwar school chal in Jammu and Kashmir late last night, destroying several houses and shops. Firefighters and police tried to contain the flames, but this fire spread rapidly, leaving multiple properties reduced to ashes. All right, viewers, it's a very, very short break, but we'll get you the latest coming in from Maharashtra. It's an all-out war in Mahayuti as Shinde Sena fields a candidate against Nawab Malik's daughter, Sana Malik.
$13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
जनवरी 2024 तो आप सभी के जहन में होगी ही, जब रामलला अपने अलौकिक दरबार में विराजे थे। आपको याद होगा जब बेसब्री से अयोध्या वासियों को इंतजार था रामनगरी में अयोध्यापति के आगमन का, और टेंट से निकल करके अब अयोध्यापति अयोध्या नरेश जो है अपने अलौकिक दरबार में पहुंच चुके हैं और भव्य नजारा इस वक्त रामनगरी में नजर आ रहा है। मैं इस वक्त यहीं पर मौजूद हूँ, राम की पैड़ी की तस्वीर आपको दिखा रहे हैं लगातार। यहाँ पर दियों को बिछाने का जो काम है वो लगभग पूरा है और कल दीपोत्सव है। दीपोत्सव अगर अयोध्या का जिक्र करें तो अपने आप में काफी अहम हो जाता है। दीपोत्सव की जो यहाँ पर तस्वीर है वो बेहद ही विहंगम नजर आ रही है, अलौकिक नजर आ रही है, दिव्य नजर आ रही है। मानो जो रामनगरी है वो सच में त्रेता की अयोध्या की याद दिला रही है। रामनगरी में ये वही तस्वीर है जो अब रही होगी उस त्रेता काल में जब राम वापस लौटे होंगे 14 साल वनवास काट करके। यहाँ पर वो तस्वीर आपको दिखाएंगे 16-16 की ग्रिड में। देखिए यहाँ पर दिए लगाए गए हैं, मैं आपको तस्वीर दिखाती हूँ इन दियों की। आप देख रहे हैं किस तरीके से यहाँ पर ये दिए लगाने का जो काम है अवध यूनिवर्सिटी की तरफ से किया गया है और 30,000 से ज्यादा जो वॉलंटियर्स हैं उन्होंने इन दियों को लगाने का काम किया है। बेहद खूबसूरती के साथ इन्हें सजाया गया है और पिक्टोग्राफी के लिए यहाँ पर देखिए किस तरीके से ये तस्वीर नजर आ रही है। अगर आप देखेंगे जो दृश्य है मेरे पीछे वो दृश्य भी बेहद खूबसूरत है। लाइटें यहाँ पर किस तरीके से लगाई गई हैं और ड्रोन का जो ये नजारा है ये भी आप जरा देखिए। जो तस्वीर है वो अपने आप में बहुत कुछ बयां करती है राम राज्य को लेकर के। राम का जिक्र जब भी आता है तो ये वही तस्वीर है, वही त्रेता की याद दिलाती है जब राम पहुंचे होंगे, वापस आए होंगे और उस वक्त दिवाली मनाई हो गई होगी। और क्योंकि उस वक्त बिजली नहीं थी, वहां पर तकनीक नहीं थी, तो दियों से रोशन किया गया था अमावस की रात को और वही नजारा अभी भी हम देख पा रहे हैं यहाँ पर। और ये कोशिश यहाँ पर सरकार द्वारा की गई है, ये पहल जहां अब 25 लाख दिए जलाए जाएंगे दीपोत्सव में। अपने आप में एक विश्व कीर्तिमान यहाँ पर अवध यूनिवर्सिटी के जो वॉलंटियर्स है वो स्थापित करते हुए नजर आएंगे। और ये जो तस्वीर है ये असल राम राज्य की एक कल्पना है, एक तस्वीर है जो पेश की जा रही है। कैमरा पर्सन उज्जवल के साथ अयोध्या से मैं ऋतु।
Right, viewers, there is now the debate over firecracker ban once again unfolding. Hindu saints hitting out at Sanatan Betas, questioning the cracker ban in and around Hindu festivals. Stay tuned to Republic TV. We'll get you more on that and more.
सांग और साथ ही डेमचोक 2 पॉइंट्स पर जो सेनाओं की वापसी का समझौता भारत और चीन के बीच में हुआ है, तमाम जो टेम्परेरी इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर्स बनाए गए थे उन्हें वापस दोनों सेनाओं की तरफ से लिया जाना है।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Watching live and breaking at 3 p.m. I'm Suesha Samant. Our top focus this minute is on the rift within the Mahayuti that is getting stronger. Yes, it is the Shinde faction of the Shiv Sena that is going all out against the Ajit Pawar faction of the NCP, and all for one man, Nawab Malik. Remember, even the BJP that has refused to campaign for him. We'll get you the latest details on the story. First, a quick check of the headlines we're tracking. And services within the Mahayuti that are now out in the open clear face-off over Dawood-linked politician Nawab Malik. It is the first response from Maharashtra minister, says Mahayuti is not going to support Dawood-linked politician Nawab Malik. Political face-off intensifying over cracker ban. Hindu saints hit out at Sanatan beaters. AAP says we should light diyas instead.
There is no connection whatsoever with allegations regarding Anil Deshmukh or inquiry regarding Anil Deshmukh. And Anil Deshmukh should come clean about confessional statement given by his 2 private secretaries.
After Anil Deshmukh charge against Parambir Singh and Sachin Vaze, BJP doubles down the attack, saying there is an attempt to hide his own misdeeds. Actor Darshan gets 6 weeks interim bail on medical grounds in the Renuka Swami murder case. Yes, first up, details on how the Shiv Sena faction that is led by Eknath Shinde has pitted one of their own strong candidates against Nawab Malik's daughter, Sana Malik, who is now contesting from Anushakti Nagar. This certainly has become a huge face-off because this is the Mahayuti where the cracks are widening, and BJP coming in support of the Eknath Shinde faction of the Shiv Sena, saying that they will not campaign for Dawood-linked politician Nawab Malik. Nawab Malik, who also spoke on this issue and said that he will not budge irrespective of what happens, as he says that he receives that support from Ajit Pawar faction of the NCP. Remember, we are yet to hear from Ajit Pawar, but what really is the future of the Mahayuti given how things are turning up? The Shinde faction of the Shiv Sena and the BJP are very, very strong on their position as far as Nawab Malik is concerned. They are saying they will not support him. Not just that, we also got you details of how there are huge posters outside the BJP head office in Maharashtra, where they are pitching Devendra Fadnavis as the CM face. How exactly is the Mahayuti going to deal with these issues that are brewing inside ahead of the Maharashtra polls? We continue to get you more and more reactions from the BJP and the Eknath Shinde faction of the Shiv Sena on how exactly they are now going to deal with this matter. Earlier sources had also said that the BJP may have to intervene as far as Nawab Malik's candidature and even his daughter's candidature is concerned. But BJP and Shinde faction, as speaking to Republic, have been very clear that they will not campaign, they will not support Nawab Malik in any which way owing to his underworld links. Will Ajit Pawar go out to still support Nawab Malik? Will the NCP put at stake its alliance in the Mahayuti with the BJP and the Eknath Shinde faction of Shiv Sena only for this one man, Nawab Malik? Nawab Malik, who had also spoken a short while ago, said that he enjoys huge support. The people are with him and he is not going to budge as far as his or his daughter's candidature respectively are concerned. Not just that, you would remember how he had first come out as an independent candidate, but soon things changed as the Ajit Pawar faction of the NCP supported him. Now, reports also suggest that all this could have been orchestrated by the Sharad Pawar faction of the NCP, which is something that has been completely denied by the Sharad Pawar faction. But who really is fueling such a move so far on the face of it? This is certainly reflecting the cracks within the Mahayuti. Yes, an all-out war within the Mahayuti camp as the BJP has gone on to openly say that they will not campaign for Dawood-linked politician Nawab Malik. They've also gone on to clearly state that this is something that must be conveyed to the Ajit Pawar faction of the NCP for the very reason that the Eknath Shinde faction of the Shiv Sena has taken this decision of pitting their own candidate against Sana Malik in the Anushakti Nagar constituency. Listen in.
देखिए, ऐसा है कि हमारी विधानसभा में जहाँ से एनसीपी ने मुझे उम्मीदवार बनाया है शिवाजी नगर मानखुर से, वहाँ पे शिंदे सेना ने अपना उम्मीदवार खड़ा कर दिया है सुरेश बुलेट पाटिल। उसका समर्थन भारतीय जनता पार्टी कर रही है और मेरी बेटी के यहाँ पे भी इसी तरह की परिस्थिति है। तो अगर भारतीय जनता पार्टी या शिवसेना शिंदे गुट हमारा विरोध कर रही है तो उससे हम लोगों को कोई चिंता का विषय नहीं है। ये अपेक्षित था कि इस तरह की चीज़ें होंगी और जो भी चीज़ें हैं दोनों विधानसभाओं में हम भारी मतों से जीतेंगे।
All right, so you just heard from Nawab Malik exactly as he said that he will go ahead to fight the election, and the change in position, of course, as he receives the support from the Ajit Pawar faction of the NCP. Kirit Somaya is with me on the phone line to take us through what is happening in the Mahayuti. BJP being very clear that they will not support Nawab Malik, but what happens to the Mahayuti at the end of it?
I think there could be a difference out of 288. But the difference is only about Nawab Malik. Since beginning, that everybody knows that Nawab Malik has been charged under various acts, seemed to be involved with the terror king Dawood, and that's why BJP made it very clear since beginning that he cannot be allowed a part of Mahayuti. Now, NCP at the last moment has indulged into some trick. Whether it is error or trick, I don't want to get involved. In Mankor, it will be a fight. Mahayuti's candidate is Suresh Patil of Shiv Sena Eknath Shinde group. And BJP workers, activists have already started campaigning for Suresh Patil in Mankut Vidhan Sabha, and I am very much confident the people of Mankut will not accept the vote jihad leader Abu Azmi or the terror king supporter Nawab Malik.
Mr. Somaya, my point to you is, will you call off this alliance with the Ajit Pawar-led NCP, or will you try and intervene and fix things? You are very clear you will not support Nawab Malik, but what's the way forward?
I think once again you're getting some misunderstanding. We have our candidate in Mankud Assembly. It is Suresh Patil, who have got symbol from Eknath Shinde group. So Mahayuti's candidate is Suresh Patil. As NCP differ, let them contest. We have nothing to do. We are fighting. Mahayuti is fighting. We are on this set. And regarding Nawab Malik, we have gone on record. We cannot compromise. We cannot accept Nawab Malik.
All right, your position being extremely clear, but we wait and watch how this battle ensues in the future. In the meanwhile, we also get our viewers details of how the BJP is putting forth its Maharashtra poll pitch. Yes, there are huge posters outside the BJP head office which have a picture of Devendra Fadnavis that clearly states that Devendra Fadnavis will come back to power. They are primarily pushing Devendra Fadnavis to be the next chief minister of Maharashtra, and this even as they make it clear that they will not campaign for Nawab Malik. Here's what's happening. There you see the posters on your screens right now that clearly state in Marathi that Devendra Fadnavis will come back to power. The BJP making it very clear that they are pushing for Devendra Fadnavis as the next chief minister of Maharashtra. Now, we are trying to get to the bottom of how exactly are things working within the Mahayuti when it comes to the Eknath Shinde-led Shiv Sena or the Ajit Pawar-led NCP. Will they be able to keep the alliance together, or will they pit their own candidates against each other? This, of course, will be beneficial for the MVA, but right now the cracks are very, very visible. All of this over one man, Nawab Malik, as both the BJP and the Eknath Shinde-led Shiv Sena saying that they will not support Nawab Malik. In the meantime, the BJP very clearly pushing for Devendra Fadnavis to be the next chief minister of Maharashtra. Is there consensus on that front within the alliance? The BJP, of course, getting a lion's share as far as the seat sharing formula is concerned, but Devendra Fadnavis clearly being pitched as the next chief minister of Maharashtra.
भारतीय जनता पार्टी के कार्यालय में भारतीय जनता पार्टी के कार्यकर्ताओं की भावना है। देवेंद्र जी जब पिछले 7.5 साल लगभग सत्ता में थे तो महाराष्ट्र में का एक नया इतिहास उन्होंने लिखा, नए प्रकल्प लाए, समृद्धि जैसा प्रकल्प पूरा किया, मेट्रो का काम किया, किसानों के बहुत सारे सवाल उन्होंने सॉल्व किए। तो भारतीय जनता पार्टी कार्यकर्ताओं को लग रहा है कि 23 तारीख को जब इलेक्शन का रिजल्ट आएगा तो नेचुरल है इस महायुति सत्ता में आने की इसमें किसी को शक नहीं है। तो ऐसी स्थिति में देवेंद्र जी फिर से एक बार महाराष्ट्र के विकास की कमान संभालेंगे, ये सब कार्य को तो लगता है।
इसमें एक अलग टैगलाइन नई गाथा, नए
बिल्कुल क्या नई गाथा नहीं है, जो एक विकास के प्रकल्प उन्होंने पिछले जो पूरे किए 14 के बाद ही समृद्धि जैसा महामार्ग जो पहले किसी ने सोचा नहीं था, बहुत सारे शहरों में मेट्रो आई, ये पहले किसी ने सोचा नहीं था, ये नई गाथा ही थी उस समय, ऐसे ही नई गाथा जिससे सामान्य नागरिक का प्रश्न सवाल सॉल्व होंगे। इसके लिए देवेंद्र जी तैयार होंगे, ये हम सबका कहना है।
We'll continue to get you the latest on this story, but we'll also tell you how the BJP in Maharashtra is upping the ante against former Home Minister of Maharashtra Anil Deshmukh, where critics are arguing that Deshmukh himself, once accused by former Police Commissioner Parambir Singh, is responsible for all that went wrong in Maharashtra. In Mumbai, to be specific, the BJP has alleged that Anil Deshmukh is attempting to hide his misdeeds, but it was him who was the Home Minister then, and it was him who had given such powerful positions to Parambir Singh and Sachin Vaze, and the very fact that he pins the blame on them cannot have him get away from what actually happened back in the day. We also have more voices coming in on it. Listen in.
Anil Deshmukh is every day speaking lie and lie. Whole world knows that BJP government did not order inquiry in Vaze scam. People went to High Court. First Parambir Singh, then CP of the state, who was appointed as a CP by Anil Deshmukh himself. He made allegation against Anil Deshmukh when he was Home Minister. Then some activist went to Mumbai High Court. Mumbai High Court ordered probe by CBI. And when Anil Deshmukh was jailed, even that time also, there was MVA government in the state. When Parambir Singh made allegation, after that, almost 8 months, MVA government was in power. So question does not arise. BJP has no connection whatsoever with allegations regarding Anil Deshmukh or inquiry regarding Anil Deshmukh. And Anil Deshmukh should come clean about confessional statement given by his 2 private secretaries. They have already given confessional statement to the ED and CBI that they were taking money, they were doing extortions on the behalf of Anil Deshmukh. Anil Deshmukh himself told to his private secretaries to make the list of hotels, to collect monthly hafta of 100 crores. So Anil Deshmukh, instead of making any allegation against BJP, should explain to the people about this.
And shifting focus to Karnataka now, where the farmers are up in arms. They're clearly not getting swayed by Chief Minister's reassuring words amid the Waqf land grab row. Farmers in Karnataka's Vijaypura, who took out this protest march to the Deputy Commissioner's office. Pictures that we'll put out on your screens to show you how farmers are staging a sit-in protest outside the Deputy Commissioner's office while also lighting earthen lamps to observe a Black Diwali. Earlier, sensing a damaging political fallout of the explosive revelations that they had made, where remember that the Karnataka government is saying that they will fix things, but that is not happening. And now farmers are saying that they will not back down from this protest. Listen in.
Stepping up the heat on the Siddaramaiah government amid the Waqf land grab row, the farmers of Karnataka's Vijaypura took out a march to the DC's office. Visuals picked up the protesting farmers staging an overnight sit-in outside the Deputy Commissioner's office. The farmers were also pictured observing a Black Diwali by lighting earthen lamps outside the DC's office. Meanwhile, a biker was thrashed for allegedly hurling abuses at the farmers while they were marching to the DC's office. The incident, according to sources, took place near the Basveshwara Chowk. Your channel earlier accessed explosive documents showing all land records for at least 44 properties in Vijaypura, which were changed to include the words Waqf Board. Meanwhile, doubling down on the ruling Congress, Union Minister Prahlad Joshi claimed it was abetting anti-social, anti-Hindu and pro-Islamic fundamentalist activities in the state.
Thousands of acres they are trying to grab it. The people who are enjoying that property, their agricultural land, from 40 years, 60 years, 70 years, they have been given notice. What Waqf land says? If somebody says मेरा ताता, मेरा दादा, मेरा ये वो, इफ दे आर इधर नमाज करते थे, ऐसे बोल दिया तो उनको प्रॉपर्टी उनके नाम पे हो जाए। ये कानून है जी देश का। ये स्वीपिंग पावर दिया सोनिया गांधी, मनमोहन सिंह।
Amid the protest, State's Home Minister G. Parmeshwara said that the notices to the farmers have been withdrawn and the matter should now be put to rest.
The concerned department which is handling the work properties, they would have given the notice. Yes, I don't deny that. But the question is, the Honorable Chief Minister has clarified that we have withdrawn the notices which has served to farmers, farming communities or anybody for that matter. So there ends the matter. You know, until and unless it is clarified or verified, I think no further steps will be taken.
Republic Kannada had exposed that Indi Tahsildar had randomly inserted this Waqf board name in land records of the farmers without giving notice to. And after that, now after a huge uproar, revenue officials removed that Waqf board name from the land records, and similar changes have been done in all the 41 properties of Indi Taluk. Now the big question is whether this will be done to all the other farmers, around thousands of farmers that have been, the notice have been issued, will be withdrawn or not.
Even as the government is forced into a retreat in the wake of the Waqf expose, can it dodge culpability for the land mutation without any prior notice?
We now get you details of that Noida fire where an electrician was killed. The fire that broke out at 3:30 in the morning at an under construction banquet hall. This was in Noida sector 74 where 15 fire tenders were rushed to the spot immediately within 10 minutes of that call that was made. The police has said that it took a long time to extinguish the fire and the reason for the fire is being ascertained.
आज थाना क्षेत्र 113 के अंतर्गत ग्राम सरफाबाद के पास सेक्टर 74 में ये लोटस ब्रंड्योर नामक एक काफी बड़ा शादी घर है। इसमें रात लगभग 3:30 बजे आग लगने की सूचना मिली थी। 10 मिनट के अंदर 3:40 पे तुरंत फायर की गाड़ियां आ गई थी। इसमें 15 गाड़ियां लगाई गई। काफी बड़ा स्ट्रक्चर है, अभी ये अंडर कंस्ट्रक्शन भी था और बुझाने में इसमें काफी टाइम लग गया। अभी पूरा रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन चलाया जा रहा है।
At least 7 people were arrested in Uttar Pradesh's Muzaffarnagar on Tuesday for buying and selling illegal weapons on social media sites like Facebook and Instagram. When the accused were delivering the consignment to the buyers, the police arrested all of them.
पुलिस को मुखबिर के द्वारा सूचना प्राप्त हुई थी कि जो बीती रात है इसमें एक पिस्टल डिलीवरी होनी है। इसके संबंध में सीओ सिटी साहब को टीम बनाकर और कार्रवाई करने के लिए निर्देशित किया गया था। पुलिस द्वारा इसमें फील्डिंग लगाई गई और जब ये कंसाइनमेंट डिलीवर करने आए तो जो खरीदने वाले और जो बेचने वाले जो थे वो एक साथ पुलिस ने जो है वो मौके से गिरफ्तार किए हैं।
The ruling BJP is contesting 148 assembly seats in Maharashtra, the highest among half a dozen major political parties in the ruling and opposition camps, followed by the Congress, which is contesting 103 seats, nearly 8,000 candidates, including those from major political parties in the ruling Mahayuti as well as the opposition Mahavikas Aghadi filed nominations for the 288 assembly seats in Maharashtra on Tuesday. On that note, we step into a short commercial break. On the other side, we get you details of the political face-off over cracker ban, where Arvind Kejriwal says that it is a festival of lights and only diyas should be lit.
$13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
कृपा सिंधु भगवान, अर्थात अपने मन का ये जो तामसिक अभिमान है ये छोड़ो और भगवान का निर्मल हृदय से भजन करो। अब मैं आपको बताता हूं वो तामसिक अभिमान और जो उनके शूल के रूप में हृदय में छुपा है वो मोह बताना चाहता हूं। आज जिस प्रकार से चुनाव आयोग ने कांग्रेस पार्टी के द्वारा लगाए गए आधारहीन और अनर्गल आरोपों के बारे में विस्तृत 1642 पेजों का जो उत्तर दिया है, यही ये दर्शा रहा है कि ये सत्ता के मोह का जो तामसिक अभिमान है कि मैं सही हूं, यदि मैं जीत गया तो मैं सही हूं और यदि मैं हार गया तो दूसरे की गलती है। इस प्रकार की बातें जो कांग्रेस ने की हैं, मैं कहना चाहूंगा ऑन द लाइटर नोट, ये मोहल्ले के उस चंचल बालक की तरह हैं जो कहता है कि जब तक मैं बैटिंग कर रहा हूं तो ठीक है और जैसे ही मैं आउट हो गया तो अब मैं एम्पायर की गलती मानता हूं, मैं तो आउट हो ही नहीं सकता। और गंभीरता की दृष्टि से कहना चाहूंगा कि इनके आरोप हास्यास्पद नहीं, संदेहास्पद है। नाउ द मैनर इन विच कांग्रेस इज ट्राइंग टू डिमीन or put an allegation on the dignity of the constitutional institutions. It is not ridiculous. It is surreptitiously suspicious. क्योंकि इसमें एक डिजाइन, एक मोटिव नजर आता है। सबसे पहले मैं कांग्रेस पार्टी से पूछना चाहता हूं कि केवल आप हरियाणा के इर्द गिर्द देखिए, जम्मू कश्मीर में ईवीएम सही काम कर रही थी और पंजाब में ईवीएम ने सही काम किया, हिमाचल में ईवीएम ने सही काम किया और दिल्ली में ईवीएम ने सही काम किया, और एक राज्य बच गया हरियाणा के बगल में राजस्थान, जहां 2018 में सही काम किया था और 2023 में सही काम नहीं किया और केवल हरियाणा में गलत काम किया। मुझे लगता है 99 के नशे में सत्ता को अपनी मान लेने के अहंकार में
Director, the taste of success.
Cracks and crevices within the Mahayuti now out in the open. Clear face-off over Dawood-linked politician Nawab Malik. First response from Maharashtra minister says the Mahayuti is not going to support Dawood-linked politician Nawab Malik's candidature. Political face-off intensifies over cracker ban. Hindu saints hit out at Sanatan Betas. Aam Aadmi Party says we should light diyas instead.
He has no connection whatsoever with allegations regarding Anil Deshmukh or inquiry regarding Anil Deshmukh. And Anil Deshmukh should come clean about confessional statement given by his two private secretaries.
After Anil Deshmukh charge against Parambir and Sachin Vajay, BJP doubles down the attack, says attempt to hide own black deeds. Actor Darshan gets 6 weeks interim bail on medical grounds in Arnab Goswami murder case. Well, it's that time of the year again, viewers, when we have this debate over the firecrackers, to burn firecrackers or not. Well, again, this is now turning into a political face-off, while Arvind Kejriwal's party, that is leading the government in Delhi, says that one should light diyas instead of firecrackers. There are members of the Hindu community, the Hindu saints and seers, who are calling this targeting of a Hindu festival, questioning that why there are calls for bans when it comes to a Hindu festival and not the rituals of many other festivals of other religions across the globe. We will be joined by a special guest on the broadcast for more on this. In fact, we are getting many reactions at the same time. Let's take a listen into what Dhirendra Shastri had to say on this.
केजरीवाल जी का एक बयान सामने आया जिन्होंने उन्होंने कहा है कि जो प्रदूषण है वो हिंदू मुस्लिम की बात नहीं है, बच्चों के भविष्य की बात है। इसको लेकर क्या कहना चाहते हैं अभी जिस तरीके से दिवाली का त्योहार?
कुछ जगह ऐसी हैं जहां पर अति से ज्यादा प्रदूषण होता है, इसमें कोई संदेह नहीं, लेकिन केवल दीपावली पर ही बैन क्यों? होली और दीपावली पर ही टारगेट क्यों? अन्य त्योहार भी तो है। सनातनियों के त्योहारों पर केवल उंगली उठाए जाने पर हमारे अंदर रोष है। हम किसी से भी नाराज नहीं है, न किसी भी सरकार से नाराज है, न किसी भी नेता से नाराज है, न किसी के बयानों से। हम इस बात पे नाराज हैं कि केवल सनातनी हिंदुओं के जब भी त्योहार आते हैं तब क्यों? अन्य भी तो होते हैं, 1 जनवरी भी तो होती है, उस दिन क्यों नहीं बैन किए जाते हैं? अलग अलग फेस्टिवल, क्रिसमस डे भी तो होता है, उस दिन क्यों नहीं बैन किए जाते हैं? बकरीद के दिन हिंसा क्यों नहीं बैन की जाती है? अगर सनातन हिंदुओं के त्योहार आते हैं तो आप तुरंत जो है लॉ निकाल देते हैं, कानून निकाल देते हैं, आप तरह तरह की बातें करने लगते हैं, फिर डिबेट होती है, आपको मजा आता है। हमारा उद्देश्य भारत में हिंदू मुसलमान ना हो, सबको अपने अपने त्योहारों को मनाने का अधिकार है। तो सनातनी हिंदुओं को भी त्योहार मनाने का अधिकार है, इसलिए हैप्पी दीपावली। हम तो सुतली बम फोड़ेंगे।
केजरीवाल जी का एक बयान सामने आया जिन्होंने उन्होंने कहा है कि जो प्रदूषण है वो हिंदू मुस्लिम की बात नहीं है, बच्चों के भविष्य की बात है। इसको लेकर क्या कहना चाहते हैं अभी जिस तरीके से दिवाली का त्योहार?
कुछ जगह ऐसी हैं जहां पर अति से ज्यादा प्रदूषण होता है, इसमें कोई संदेह नहीं, लेकिन केवल दीपावली पर ही बैन क्यों? होली और दीपावली पर ही टारगेट क्यों? अन्य त्योहार भी तो है। सनातनियों के त्योहारों पर केवल उंगली उठाए जाने पर हमारे अंदर रोष है। हम किसी से भी नाराज नहीं है, न किसी भी सरकार से नाराज है, न किसी भी नेता से नाराज है, न किसी के बयानों से। हम इस बात पे नाराज हैं कि केवल सनातनी हिंदुओं के जब भी त्योहार आते हैं तब क्यों? अन्य भी तो होते हैं, 1 जनवरी भी तो होती है, उस दिन क्यों नहीं बैन किए जाते हैं? अलग अलग फेस्टिवल, क्रिसमस डे भी तो होता है, उस दिन क्यों नहीं बैन किए जाते हैं? बकरीद के दिन हिंसा क्यों नहीं बैन की जाती है? अगर सनातन हिंदुओं के त्योहार आते हैं तो आप तुरंत जो है लॉ निकाल देते हैं, कानून निकाल देते हैं, आप तरह तरह की बातें करने लगते हैं, फिर डिबेट होती है, आपको मजा आता है। हमारा उद्देश्य भारत में हिंदू मुसलमान ना हो, सबको अपने अपने त्योहारों को मनाने का अधिकार है। तो सनातनी हिंदुओं को भी त्योहार मनाने का अधिकार है, इसलिए हैप्पी दीपावली। हम तो सुतली बम फोड़ेंगे।
All right, that was Bageshwar Dham Sarkar's Pandit Dhirendra Krishna Shastri. All right, we have a special guest on the broadcast, Mahamandaleshwar Swami Ashutosh Giriji, who is the Kailash, is from the Kailash Mutt of Varanasi, joins us on the broadcast. Har Har Mahadev and pranam आपको स्वामी जी, और बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए रिपब्लिक टीवी पर। एक हर साल हम देखते हैं दिवाली आती है और इस पर जो ये बहस है वो छिड़ जाती है कि पटाखे जलाएं ना जलाएं। एक तबका है जो हमेशा कहता है कि पटाखे जलाने की कोई ज़रूरत नहीं है, ये बहुत ज़्यादा हानिकारक है, है, ये सबकी स्वास्थ्य से खेलता है और दिए जला रहे हैं। ये कह रहे हैं जो पूर्व मुख्यमंत्री हैं केजरीवाल जी कहते हैं कि दिए जलाइए, पटाखे जलाने की कोई ज़रूरत नहीं है। वहीं संत समाज से तमाम ऐसी आवाज़ें आ रही हैं, ये सुनने को मिल रहा है कि ये एक तरह से साजिश है। सनातन जो भी तमाम फेस्टिवल्स हैं, तमाम जो त्यौहार हैं, उनको एक तरह से टारगेट किया जा रहा है, उनको निशाने पे लिया जा रहा है। आपका क्या कहना है स्वामी जी?
आप विगत कुछ वर्ष का इतिहास उठा लीजिए, आप देखेंगे कि सनातन धर्म को दबाने का भरपूर षड्यंत्र चला है। चाहे स्कूल में हिंदुओं का कोई फेस्टिवल हो तो छुट्टी नहीं दी जाएगी, लेकिन क्रिश्चियन का हो, मुसलमानों का कोई त्योहार हो तो छुट्टी दी जाएगी और वहीं पर भी बढ़िया से मनाएंगे। ये षड्यंत्र सब जगह चल रहा है, सरकार में भी चल रहा है। जो भी ऐसे सनातन विरोधी संस्कार है, सरकार है जिसको कि हम जो है सेकुलरिज्म सिद्ध करना है, तो अपने आप को साबित करने में हिंदुओं को ही दबाने का प्रयास हुआ है। ये अरविंद केजरीवाल हो चाहे कोई भी हो, ये हमारा खुशी का त्योहार है। भगवान श्री राम जो है पापी रावण का संहार करके वापस सकुशल आए अयोध्या में, अयोध्या वासियों की खुशी का कोई ठिकाना नहीं था, तो उसमें एक थोड़ी आतिशबाजी तो बनती है, एक भले ही लिमिटेड हो लेकिन होना तो चाहिए। ये जी बिल्कुल बैन करने की बात कर रहे हैं, ये टोटली षड्यंत्र के शिकार हैं और इनकी गंदी मानसिकता है जिसकी वजह से ऐसा, और इन्होंने इसका कर्म का फल पाया है। आज इसकी दुर्गति हो रही है, समाज इसको देख रहा है, साक्षात देख रहा है। पूरी दिल्ली में और वहां क्या हाल करके रखा है सबने देखा है, पंजाब में क्या हाल कर, हरियाणा गया ये चुनाव लड़ने के लिए, इसकी जमानत जब्त हो गई वहां पर। आप इनकी क्या दशा करें, इनकी बात हम क्या मानेंगे? हम पूरे सनातनियों से अनुरोध करेंगे, पूरे देशवासियों से, खुल करके आप इसको त्योहार मनाइए। इन अलुल जलूल की बातों पे कोई विश्वास ना करें, इन बातों पे ध्यान न दें। बड़ी आदर के साथ, श्रद्धा के साथ हमारा दीपावली का त्योहार है। लक्ष्मी पूजा के बाद प्रदोष काल में थोड़ा आतिशबाजी का नियम है, थोड़ा होना चाहिए, और जो है घर की जो है दरिद्रता को बाहर करने के लिए धूम धड़का थोड़ा जरूरी है। तो
ये प्रथा है,
खुशी का त्योहार है, करना चाहिए।
स्वामी जी ये प्रथा है ना, जो कि बहुत कुछ लोग ऐसे थ्योरी जो है ये इसको कहते हैं कि ये तो कुछ मॉडर्न चीज है, ये तो शौकिया तौर पे किया जाता है, ये तो बिना मतलब की एक बदमाशी है, इस तरह की बातें भी आती हैं। आप बताइए दर्शकों को, देशवासियों को कि किस तरह से ये प्रथा है और उस प्रथा के पीछे क्या एक जो आइडिया है, इसके पीछे क्या है?
ये खुशी प्रकट करने का एक माध्यम है। पहले भी ये होता था, इसका तरीका कुछ और था। पहले एक वो होता था सन का बना हुआ और वो आपस में जलाते थे और थोड़ा हल्ला गुल्ला करते थे, उसका तरीका अलग था। आज मॉडर्न हुआ है तो तरीका बदला है, लेकिन आतिशबाजी जिसको आप शब्द कहते हैं, ये शब्द पहले जो है आनंद को प्रकट करने का तरीका था। वो कई प्रकार से हो सकता है और ये हमारी परंपरा है, तो इसको तो अवश्य करेंगे और सबको करना चाहिए। इन लोगों की बातों बिल्कुल ध्यान नहीं देना, किसी भक्तों को, किसी श्रद्धालुओं को, अपने बच्चों को अपनी श्रद्धा अनुसार, हाँ सुरक्षा जरूर रखें, सुरक्षित तरीके से हर कोई पटाखा छोड़ें, आतिशबाजी करें, बच्चों को खुशी मनाने दें। आप देखिए बच्चों के चेहरे पर कितनी खुशी होती है, थोड़ा सा पटाखा फोड़ने से उसका चेहरा कैसा चमक जाता है। अरे बच्चे की खुशी के लिए तो माता पिता सब कुछ करते ही है, हमारा त्योहार होता ही है खाने पीने और खुशी मनाने के लिए। और दूसरों के त्योहार पर तो हम लोग को लकवा मार जाता है, किसी को कुछ बोलता नहीं कोई आदमी। दूसरों को त्योहार बोल के दिखाए जरा, खून बहाए जाते, खून कत्लेआम होता है, गलियों में बोटियां फेंकी जाती है, किसी के मुंह पे पट्टी लग जाती है, कोई बोलता नहीं है। आज हिंदू का त्योहार हो रहा है, सबका मुंह खुल रहा है, ये बिल्कुल गलत है। इन लोगों पर जो है बैन लगना चाहिए, ऐसे लोगों को बोलने का कोई हक नहीं है।
आप मानते हैं वोट बैंक की राजनीति? अरविंद केजरीवाल कहते हैं कि दिया जलाइए, फायर क्रैकर, पटाखों की जरूरत नहीं है। वहीं जब वो जेल से छूटते हैं तो उनके तमाम जो कार्यकर्ता हैं वो पूरी तरह से वहां पर सड़कों पे जो लड़ी लगा देते हैं।
बिल्कुल, जब वो जेल से आए कितने पटाखे फोड़े उनके लोगों ने, तब एकाएक प्रदूषण हो रहा है। और अभी हमारे हिंदुओं के त्योहार पर ये प्रदूषण की बात कर रहे हैं, ये प्रदूषण है अपने आप में। वहां के लोगों ने इनको प्रदूषण बना करके निकालने का निश्चय कर लिया है। अगले चुनाव में तो ये जाएंगे, निश्चित जाएंगे, इनका सब सुपड़ा साफ होने वाला है। ये बहुत बढ़िया कर रहे हैं, अपना खुद कब्र खोद रहे हैं। ज्यादा हम क्या कहें इसके बारे में, लेकिन हमारा त्योहार है, इस पर हम किसी को बोलने नहीं देंगे।
हमने देखा है जैसे कांवड़ यात्रा की बात होती है या तमाम नवरात्र जैसे जहाँ पर जो मांस मदिरा जो है उस पर प्रतिबंध होता है, वो खाना निषेध होता है अमूमन, उस पर जब कुछ होती है. Viewers, as we speak, this is Yogi Adityanath celebrating Diwali in Ayodhya. Live shots coming in from Ayodhya, garlanding all the characters of Ramayana. They play a skit of Ramayana. स्वामी जी, मैं आपके पास फिर से आऊँगी. इस बार यही सवाल है कि हमने तमाम मौक़ों पे देखा है कि जब भी सनातन का कोई जो त्यौहार होता है उस पर कहीं ना कहीं बहुत कंट्रोवर्सी होती है, चाहे वो मांस खाने की बात हो, नॉनवेज की बात हो, उसमें किस तरह से एक तरह से डिमांड रहती है कि साफ़ सफाई रहे, उसको लेकर अगर नेम प्लेट लगाना है उसको लेकर भी तमाम तरह का विवाद हो जाता है. बहुत सारी ऐसे ही तमाम प्रथाएं हैं जिनको लेकर सवाल खड़े किए जाते हैं तमाम पार्टियों की तरफ से. लेकिन इस बार ये कहा जा रहा है कि ये हेल्थ की बात है, ये एक तरह से कहीं ना कहीं लोगों की जो प्रॉब्लम्स हैं, स्वास्थ्य है उसकी प्रॉब्लम है और उसमें हमारा ही नुकसान है. केजरीवाल जी भी ये बोल रहे हैं और वो कह रहे हैं कि कोर्ट ने भी ये बोला है. इस पर आप क्या प्रतिक्रिया है आपकी?
एक बात बताइए, दिल्ली की सरकार शराब बेचकर अपना खर्चा चलाती है, लोगों को, दिल्ली की महिलाओं को शराब पिला पिला के मानसिक प्रदूषण का शिकार बनाया इस व्यक्ति ने, तब वो प्रदूषण दिखाई नहीं देता. दिल्ली में केवल पटाखों से कितना प्रदूषण हो जाएगा? प्रदूषण तो वहाँ कई प्रकार से हो रहा है. उन सब प्रदूषणों पर कंट्रोल करते. यमुना जी की दुर्दशा देखिए दिल्ली में, इस व्यक्ति की पक्षपात दृष्टि देखिए जरा. यमुना जी बिल्कुल ही बुरी स्थिति में वहां पर दिल्ली में बह रही है. अभी आने वाला समय है त्योहार, दिल्ली के तुरंत बाद, दीपावली के तुरंत बाद छठ का त्योहार है. और श्रद्धालु लोग वहां पर जमुना में स्नान करेंगे, जमुना के घाट पर जाएंगे, अर्घ लेंगे, पूजा करेंगे. आप एक बार जरा अपना कैमरा वहां दिखाइए, दिल्ली की क्या दुर्दशा है घाटों पर. क्या वहां पर साफ सफाई है? क्या वहां की पानी की सफाई है? क्या व्यवस्था किया इन्होंने? केवल हिंदुओं को कैसे दबाया जाए, मुस्लिमों का कैसे वोट पाया जाए, इन सब विषयों पर इनका फोकस होता है. वास्तविकता पर इनका कोई फोकस नहीं होता है.
जी, हमने बिल्कुल पब्लिक टीवी ने हमेशा स्वामी जी ये चीज़ हमेशा उजागर करी है, दिखाया है कि क्या कुछ हो रहा है जब हम यमुना में प्रदूषण की बात करते हैं. एज वी स्पीक व्यूअर्स, वी आर गेटिंग विजुअल्स फ्रॉम अयोध्या. रिमेंबर, दिस इज द फर्स्ट टाइम Diwali is being celebrated after the inauguration of the Ram temple, just few months after Ram Lala's idol was installed there. And the Pran Pratishtha happened at that Bhavya Ram temple. We see celebrations are going on in a full swing, and this is just the beginning of the festivities, viewers. The Deepotsav, remember, it's a record. It's going to be a world record. It's every year there's a world record, and this time again it's going to be a world record. You can see the Ram Leela characters, all of them being felicitated by Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh, Yogi Adityanath, and he's in Ayodhya for the celebrations of the return of Lord Ram, that is celebrated as the festival of Diwali. And these are the first visuals coming in, viewers. Republic TV getting you those first, a special chariot also there. There are thousands of volunteers, viewers, in Ram ki Nagari, Ayodhya ji, this time. And 500 years, after 500 years, it's a long wait of the centuries that has ended, and Deepavali will be celebrated with the full fervor this time in Ayodhya. And across the country, the Bhavya Ram temple will be illuminated like never before, viewers, as it celebrates the return of Lord Ram. And of course, the stories, the fables, the tales of Lord Ram are, of course, enacted in skits as Ram Leela. And as you can see, this beautiful chariot right now moving with the Ram, with people dressed up as Ram and Sita, Hanuman. And there's full security, viewers. There is heavy security in and around Ayodhya ji today. This is Choti Deepavali, and this is in the run-up to tomorrow's celebrations that will be also witnessed after 500 long years in Ayodhya. So celebrations like never before this time, viewers, in Ayodhya. People from all parts of the country have come to Ayodhya to celebrate this festival, the homecoming of Lord Ram. Deepotsav 28 lakh TS viewers are set to be illuminated tonight in Ayodhya, and they're all set to create Guinness World Record. 1,100 people performing the largest aarti together at the ghats of Saryu River tonight. That's something that everyone who believes in Lord Ram will be having his eyes on. Everybody who has faith in the culture, the tradition of this country will be witnessing that. You can see Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath. He is pulling that chariot with his hands along with other BJP leaders, ministers of the state, pulling that chariot with his own hands. That's the latest update you can see on your screens, viewers. Yogi Adityanath, the Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh in Ayodhya, he has also offered prayers, and now Ayodhya Deepotsav, like every year, is all set to break its own record. It's going to be a Guinness record today, and every time we see the Chief Minister and the Governor of Uttar Pradesh participating, and you can see the bhajans being played, the hymns being played, an ode to Lord Ram. Celebrations in full swing, as you can see. It's all Ramamay, the entire city of Ayodhya. Mahants of all temples to join the Deepotsav celebrations following the meeting with UP Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath. There's going to be Ram Katha, and it's a beautiful spectacle today, as you can see right now. Yogi Adityanath pulling that chariot along with other leaders from the saint community, from the political spectrum. All the VIPs also thronging to Ayodhya today. The Deepotsav, of course, we will just emerges as a stamp of the pitch for Sanatan pride. And as the firecracker debate rages on, entire country is right now celebrating the festival with much fanfare, and 28 lakh lamps, remember, set to be illuminated today. Ajay Dubey, my colleague, joins us live from Ayodhya right now. Ajay, well, of course, it's going to be special in Ayodhya this time, isn't it? 500 long years wait ends. Ram will be returning back home. The celebrations will be like never before. Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath at the forefront of the celebrations, pulling that chariot there. What is next? What are the festivities going to be seen today?
देखिए, ये स्वर्णिम दिन है आज का स्पेशियस इवेंट, और जिस तरीके से 500 साल का लंबा इतिहास रहा, इंतजार रहा, और आज जब 500 साल बाद वो दिन आया है कि अयोध्या में रामलला का मंदिर भी है और दीपोत्सव का पर्व भी है, प्रभु श्री राम का स्वागत भी है। रामकथा पार्क अब से कुछ मिनट पहले स्वागत होता है प्रभु श्री राम का, खुद मुख्यमंत्री आगवानी करते हुए दिखाई देते हैं, और इसी पथ से होते हुए अंदर रामकथा पार्क में उस रथ को लेकर जाया गया है, जहां आगे के कार्यक्रम के अंदर आगे जो इसमें कार्यक्रम है वो कार्यक्रम चलाया जा रहा है। और इसमें महत्वपूर्ण ये है कि लंबा इतिहास अवधपुरी को लेकर, जो प्रभु श्री राम कहते हैं कि अवधपुरी मम प्रिय नहीं सोऊ, यह प्रसंग जाने को अवधपुरी को लेकर अपने जो मनोभाव, प्रभु श्री राम के मनोभावों को तुलसीदास श्री रामचरितमानस में बताते हैं, उन मनोभाव का एक सांसारिक वर्णन जो है आज के दिन हम अयोध्या की सड़कों पर देख रहे हैं। अयोध्या के तमाम चौक चौराहों को सजाया गया है, केवल राम की पेड़ी के दिए ही नहीं बल्कि घरों में, हर घर में तैयारी की गई है, हर नुक्कड़ में तैयारी की गई है, फूलों से अयोध्या को सजा दिया गया है, क्योंकि ये आज 500 साल के लंबे इतिहास का इंतजार का अंत है, जब आज रामलला का मंदिर भी अयोध्या में है और दीपोत्सव का पर्व भी अयोध्या में मनाया जा रहा है।
Yes, Ajay, of course, and we see Brijesh Bhatta, we see also Yogi Adityanath and several other leaders of the BJP, of the UP cabinet, and many other people, many other representatives of the Sanatan community there. Yogi Adityanath, viewers, as we speak, he is now the characters of Ram, Lord Ram and Ma Sita being played by the performers there. He's putting the tilak on their head of Ma Sita, and Ram bhajans being played in the background.
मुख्यमंत्री महोदय प्रतीकात्मक राज्याभिषेक करते हुए पूजन वंदन आरती के पश्चात अब श्री गजेंद्र सिंह शेखावत माननीय केंद्रीय पर्यटन मंत्री भारत सरकार इस समय मंच पर है और श्री राम दरबार का अभिषेक कर रहे हैं, पूजन वंदन कर रहे हैं। माननीय उप मुख्यमंत्री श्री ब्रजेश पाठक जी श्री राम दरबार का अभिनंदन और पूजन अर्चन करते हुए स्वतंत्र देव सिंह जी माननीय मंत्री जल शक्ति भगवान राम, माता सीता और राम दरबार का अभिनंदन करते हुए माननीय मंत्री पर्यटन श्री जयवीर सिंह जी, माननीय मंत्री श्री सूर्य प्रताप शाही जी, अयोध्या के महापौर श्री गिरीश पति त्रिपाठी जी, माननीय जिला पंचायत अध्यक्ष अयोध्या और श्री वेद प्रकाश गुप्ता माननीय विधायक अयोध्या। मुख्य सचिव उत्तर प्रदेश शासन श्री मनोज कुमार सिंह जी,
ಕತ್ತಿ ಆಡ್ತಿ ಆಣಿಯಾರಕ ಹಾಲ್ ಡೈನು
largest news headquarters. Setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hey, good afternoon and thank you for tuning in. You're watching Live and Breaking at 4 p.m. I'm Suesha Sawant. Our top focus at this hour is the crack in the Mahayuti that is widening, and all that because of one man, Nawab Malik. What the entire story is, we'll tell you in this edition. First, a quick check of the headlines we're tracking. Cracks within the Mahayuti now out in the open. Clear face-off over Dawood-linked politician Nawab Malik. First response from Maharashtra minister says Mahayuti is not going to support Dawood-linked politician Nawab Malik. Political face-off intensifies over cracker ban. Hindu saints hit out at Sanatan beaters. AAP says we should light diyas instead. And yes, underworld-linked politician Nawab Malik, who is the man responsible at this point for the crack in the Mahayuti that is widening. The BJP has come out in the open saying that they will not campaign for Nawab Malik, the man who is backed by Ajit Pawar-led NCP. Even the Eknath Shinde faction of the Shiv Sena that is completely against the decision of having Nawab Malik as a part of the Mahayuti.
कि हमारे विधानसभा में जहाँ से एनसीपी ने मुझे उम्मीदवार बनाया है शिवाजी नगर मानखुर से, वहाँ पे शिंदे सेना ने अपना उम्मीदवार खड़ा कर दिया है सुरेश बुलेट पाटिल। उसका समर्थन भारतीय जनता पार्टी कर रही है और मेरी बेटी के यहाँ पे भी इसी तरह की परिस्थिति है। तो अगर भारतीय जनता पार्टी या शिवसेना शिंदे गुट हमारा विरोध कर रही है तो उससे हम लोगों को कोई चिंता का विषय नहीं है। ये अपेक्षित है कि इस तरह की चीज़ें होंगी और जो भी चीज़ें हैं दोनों विधानसभाओं में हम भारी मतों से जीतेंगे।
And that is the statement that is coming from Nawab Malik, who says that this issue is absolutely not concerning and we await what really happens as far as the alliance is concerned. BJP, on the other hand, is pitching Devendra Fadnavis as the chief minister face of the Mahayuti. The BJP in particular, these are posters that have been put outside the BJP head office in Mumbai, which clearly states that Devendra Fadnavis and the BJP will come back to power. And Devendra Fadnavis is the man that is being pitched as chief minister by the BJP in Maharashtra in the upcoming polls.
ये भारतीय जनता पार्टी के कार्यालय में भारतीय जनता पार्टी के कार्यकर्ताओं की भावना है। देवेंद्र जी जब पिछले 7.5 साल लगभग सत्ता में थे तो महाराष्ट्र में का एक नया इतिहास उन्होंने लिखा। नए प्रकल्प लाए, समृद्धि जैसा प्रकल्प पूरा किया, मेट्रो का काम किया, किसानों के बहुत सारे सवाल उन्होंने सॉल्व किए। तो भारतीय जनता पार्टी कार्यकर्ताओं को लग रहा है कि 23 तारीख को जब इलेक्शन का रिजल्ट आएगा तो नेचुरल है इस महायुति सत्ता में आने की इसमें किसी को शक नहीं है। तो ऐसी स्थिति में देवेंद्र जी फिर से एक बार महाराष्ट्र के विकास की कमान संभालेंगे, ये सब कार्य को तो लगता है।
इसमें एक अलग टैगलाइन है, नई गाथा नए
बिल्कुल
क्या है?
नई गाथा नहीं है, जो एक विकास के प्रकल्प उन्होंने पिछले जो पूरे किए 14 के बाद ही समृद्धि जैसा महामार्ग जो पहले किसी ने सोचा नहीं था, बहुत सारे शहरों में मेट्रो आई, ये पहले किसी ने सोचा नहीं था, ये नई गाथा ही थी उस समय। ऐसे ही नई गाथा जिससे सामान्य नागरिक का प्रश्न सवाल सॉल्व होंगे, इसके लिए देवेंद्र जी तैयार होंगे, ये हम सबका कहना है।
And we shift our focus to the other big controversy. Now, you'd remember how Prime Minister Modi had called out both the Delhi government and the West Bengal government for failing to implement the Ayushman Bharat scheme. In the latest, Arvind Kejriwal has put out a sharp reaction. He has said that the Ayushman Bharat scheme had not been able to make a mark. He's also gone on to say that it is the Delhi model of the health scheme that has been implemented that is a success. In the Aam Aadmi Party calling out Prime Minister Narendra Modi, saying that he should learn from how the AAP has implemented health schemes in Delhi. Here's that report.
आयुष्मान योजना, मैं नहीं कह रहा, सीएजी का कहना है कि आयुष्मान योजना में बहुत सारे घोटाले हैं। आयुष्मान योजना कहती है कि आप जब अस्पताल में भर्ती होगे तब आपको 5 लाख रुपए तक का इलाज होगा। दिल्ली के अंदर जो हमारी योजना है वो योजना ये है कि आपको चाहे सर्दी हो, खांसी हो, ओपीडी में आप जाओ, चाहे भर्ती हो ना भर्ती हो, आपको आईपीडी ओपीडी सबका सारा इलाज फ्री है। दिल्ली के अंदर सब कुछ फ्री है। तो आपको 5 रुपए की क्रोसिन चाहिए या आपको 50 लाख रुपए या 1 करोड़ रुपए का इलाज कराना है, सब कुछ फ्री है। हमारा कोई 5 लाख रुपए तक की लिमिट नहीं है। तो जब हमारा सब कुछ ही फ्री है, दवाइयाँ भी फ्री है, टेस्ट भी फ्री है, ओपीडी भी फ्री है, आईपीडी भी फ्री है, अस्पताल में भर्ती हो तब भी फ्री है, केवल डॉक्टर को दिखाने जाओ तब भी फ्री है, तो फिर आयुष्मान योजना का दिल्ली के अंदर कोई मतलब नहीं रह जाता है। यही मैंने कल प्रधानमंत्री जी से निवेदन किया कि आप दिल्ली के मॉडल को स्टडी करके दिल्ली के मॉडल को पूरे देश में लागू कीजिए। आप ये बार बार कि ये हमारी योजना, ये आपकी योजना, जो भी योजना है, अच्छी जो योजना है वो देश के अंदर लागू होनी चाहिए।
नहीं इसको इम्प्लीमेंट किया जा सकता है सेक्टर की तरफ?
नहीं, वो उनका ये कहना है कि आप आयुष्मान योजना ही लागू कीजिए, अपनी योजना बंद कीजिए। हमने उनसे बात की थी, तो हम अपनी योजना जिसमें अगर किसी का 20 लाख का भी ऑपरेशन होता है वो भी हम फ्री करते हैं। हमारे मोहल्ला क्लिनिक में कोई जाता है उसका सारा फ्री हो, उसको कैसे बंद कर दें हम लोग?
मैं उन लोगों की बात कर रहा हूं जो सिर्फ और सिर्फ इलाज के लिए 200 300 किलोमीटर एम्बुलेंस में रिश्तेदारों द्वारा लाए गए और उनके इलाज दिल्ली के सरकारी अस्पतालों में आज भी चल रहे हैं। वो मुझे बताए भारतीय जनता पार्टी के लोग कि भाई वो क्यों आ रहे हैं, आप उनका इलाज क्यों नहीं कर पा रहे, सरकारी नहीं आप प्राइवेट में ही क्यों नहीं कर पा रहे? आपके तो मंत्रियों के अस्पताल है नोएडा के अंदर, कैलाश हॉस्पिटल आपके मंत्री का अस्पताल है नोएडा में। आप बताइए कितने आयुष्मान भारत के मरीजों की जो है दिल की और न्यूरो की सर्जरी कर रहे हैं वो लोग। गुड़गांव के अंदर प्राइवेट हॉस्पिटल भरे पड़े हैं, मैं नाम नहीं लेना चाहता, बड़े बड़े अस्पताल हैं। हरियाणा में है, आयुष्मान भारत है, हरियाणा के कितने गरीबों का इलाज जो है उन बड़े बड़े प्राइवेट अस्पतालों में हो रहा है आयुष्मान भारत में। मुझे बताए भारतीय जनता पार्टी के मुख्यमंत्री से मैं पूछना चाहता हूं, हरियाणा के, उत्तर प्रदेश के मुख्यमंत्री जी से मेरा सवाल है, नोएडा, ग्रेटर नोएडा और गाजियाबाद में बड़े बड़े प्राइवेट अस्पताल हैं, बड़े बड़े कॉर्पोरेट प्राइवेट अस्पताल, वहां पे उन यूपी के गरीब भाइयों बहनों का इलाज क्यों नहीं कर रहे आप? उनकी सर्जरी क्यों नहीं कर रहे आप? क्यों उनको दिल्ली के सरकारी अस्पताल में आके अपनी सर्जरी करानी पड़ रही है? ये बताएं योगी आदित्यनाथ, ये बताएं भारतीय जनता पार्टी के सांसद, है कोई जवाब? क्योंकि इनका आयुष्मान भारत मॉडल एक फेल्ड मॉडल है, कागजों पर है।
Cutting across to Riyanka joining us live on the broadcast, an all-out political war between the AAP and the BJP after Prime Minister Narendra Modi made that statement over the failure of both parties being able to implement the Ayushman Bharat scheme. The AAP has in fact come back and saying that the centre should learn how Kejriwal runs the health model in Delhi.
That's right, Suesha. You know, we saw Prime Minister Narendra Modi. He had, in fact, targeted Delhi and West Bengal government for not, implementing the Ayushman Bharat scheme, where the Prime Minister had, in fact, alleged that both the state governments of the Aam Aadmi Party and the TMC, both the state government are not going to implement the Ayushman Bharat scheme of the center for their political reasons. Soon after that, today we have Arvind Kejriwal, the former chief minister of the national capital, who has hit back at Prime Minister Modi and his statement and said that the Delhi's healthcare model is much better than the Ayushman Bharat scheme, and that the BJP is politicizing the entire issue. We also heard Aam Aadmi Party Minister Saurav Bhardwaj, who has clearly stated that the Ayushman Bharat scheme is a failed scheme, which is why it is not of any help for the people, for the elderly, in the state of Noida, in the state of NCR region of Noida, as well as in Gurgaon.
Absolutely. And you know what, Priyanka, it would be interesting to watch if the TMC also reacts to it. We'll keep a close eye on the story. For the moment, we move on. Yes, this Diwali, as Prime Minister Narendra Modi put it, is historic for Ayodhya. In a golden moment that has arrived for the first time in 500 years, Ayodhya will erupt into Diwali celebrations after the ceremonial enthronement or Pran Pratishtha of Lord Ram earlier this year on the 22nd of January, and the enormity of the occasion wasn't lost on the temple town as bright festive lights glided Ram Ki Pauri on the banks of river Saryu, while a record 28 lakh earthen lamps that were laid artfully and are to be lit later today for the Deepotsav like no other. Getting all the details in this report.
In a momentous occasion that has arrived for the first time in 500 years, Ayodhya is set to ring its first Diwali since the Pran Pratishtha of Lord Ram. Ahead of the grand celebrations, the temple town dazzled in festive lights. The iconic Ram Ki Pauri along the banks of river Saryu wore a festive look as earthen lamps were artfully placed on the riverfront waiting to be lit. Spectacular drone and laser shows over Ram Ki Pauri added to celebratory vibes ahead of the grand Diwali event.
आप देख रहे हैं किस तरीके से यहाँ पर ये दिए लगाने का जो काम है अवध यूनिवर्सिटी की तरफ से किया गया है और 30,000 से ज्यादा जो वॉलंटियर्स हैं उन्होंने इन दियों को लगाने का काम किया है। बेहद खूबसूरती के साथ इन्हें सजाया गया है और पिक्टोग्राफी के लिए यहाँ पर देखिए किस तरीके से ये तस्वीर नजर आ रही है। अगर आप देखेंगे जो दृश्य है मेरे पीछे वो दृश्य भी बेहद खूबसूरत है। लाइटें यहाँ पर किस तरीके से लगाई गई हैं और ड्रोन का जो ये नजारा है ये भी आप जरा देखिए। जो तस्वीर है वो अपने आप में बहुत कुछ बयां करती है राम राज्य को लेकर के।
A record 28 lakh earthen lamps or diyas are to be lit later today as Ayodhya marks its first Deepotsav since the ceremonial enthronement of Lord Ram. Celebratory vibes swept Ayodhya going into the Diwali celebrations as all city landmarks were decked up with decorative lights and items while people broke into songs and dances in anticipation of Deepotsav.
जैसा कि आप देख रहे हैं यहाँ पर जो है दीपोत्सव की सारी तैयारी हो चुकी हैं। बस इंतजार है तो हमारे जो है माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी का जो कल आएंगे और उनके आने के बाद सारी जो है दीप जब एक साथ जलेंगे उसी पल का जो है हम सबको साल भर से इंतजार रहता है। हर वर्ष की तरह अपना भी एक टारगेट है। इस समय 28 लाख दिए लग चुके हैं जिसमें 25 लाख दिए जलने हैं।
Elaborating on the enormity of the occasion, Prime Minister Modi said earlier that this Deepotsav would see thousands of lamps being lit at the temple that came upon Lord Ram's birthplace after centuries of wait.
ये दिवाली ऐतिहासिक है। आपको लगेगा कि भाई इतनी दिवाली देख करके तो बाल सफेद हो गए और मोदी जी ये ऐतिहासिक दिवाली कहां से लाए। 500 साल बाद ऐसा अवसर आया है जब अयोध्या में रामलला की जन्मभूमि पर बने उनके मंदिर में भी हजारों दीप जलाए जाएंगे।
The festive and celebratory air is palpable as Lord Ram's birthplace counts down to a Deepotsav like no other.
And well, we'll continue to get you the latest of how Diwali is celebrated in Ayodhya. That is happening in full swing. Meanwhile, what are the kind of preparations that are happening in the other parts of the country? We'll take you through the latest pictures coming in from Pan India on preparations underway for Diwali. Ayodhya's Deepotsav celebration will feature 30 lakh earthen lamps illuminating the holy city. The handmade diyas have been laid in the sun for them to dry. Folk artists performed traditional dances as they prepared for Deepotsav celebration, where 30 lakh diyas will light up the banks of river Saryu. As part of the much-awaited Deepotsav, tableau depicting scenes from the life of Lord Ram will be showcased in today's celebrations in Ayodhya. Widows celebrated Diwali at the Yamuna Keshi Ghat in Uttar Pradesh's Vrindavan, dressed in white saris and holding diyas. The women were seen performing aarti and dancing joyfully at the ghat. The tallest building in the United States, One World Trade Center, was illuminated with vibrant colors, celebrating the occasion of Diwali. And we cut across to more breaking news coming in. We are learning that the Telangana caste survey is all set to happen on the 6th of November. Those are the latest details that are just coming in. Telangana government's caste survey to begin from the 6th of November is what has been announced, as the Congress-led Telangana government is set to commence the caste census in the state on that date. This is the announcement that has been made by Deputy Chief Minister Mallu Vikramarka, who's made this statement. The Telangana government's social, economic and caste survey that will begin from the 6th of November. In fact, he had attended a video conference of ministers with district collectors, urging officials to conduct the survey in a foolproof manner. He had also put out an X that the socio-economic survey will inform policies and uplift marginalized communities. This entire exercise starting the 6th of November. Let me cut across to Rakshita, joining us live from the newsroom with further details on the same. Over to you, Rakshita.
Well, yes, Suyesh, of course, a big update coming in, as it was, of course, on expected lines announced by the minister yesterday. Now, remember, Telangana will become the third state to begin the caste survey, and orders have been issued for that. Now, what we know is that the 30th of November is the deadline to complete this entire process, and the dates, of course, have been now spelled out. It will be conducting surveys with 52 castes. The collectors will be using the services of teachers and enumerators in this survey. What we know is that as per the government's socio-economic survey is aimed at uplifting the marginalized communities, and of course there are many of course has been politics, of course, around the caste surveys across the country on the national level as well, but it's going to be a reality in Telangana right now. It's going to be a door-to-door caste survey. 80,000 government employees will be roped in for conducting this survey, and they will be trained for it as well. And this is, of course, Congress's commitment, as they have been pitching for a caste survey. Rahul Gandhi has been pitching for a caste survey. And now Revant Reddy, the Chief Minister, remember recently had convened a meeting where it was decided that the deadline will be now decided, and as said earlier, Telangana now becomes the third state in the country to start a caste survey.
Oh yes, and it's not going to be an easy exercise to implement because we understand that as many as 80,000 government employees will be put on the job. Not just that, Rakshita, the statement coming in from the Deputy Chief Minister saying that it must be conducted in a foolproof manner. So now that they are ready to go ahead with it, that of course is of utmost importance.
Absolutely, of course. What we know from the government sources is that at least 80,000 employees will be now engaged. 80,000 government employees will be engaged in this process, in this entire procedure. They will be conducting the survey door to door, and they will be receiving training for the same. And of course, the commission will be recommending the percentage of reservation for the backward class in the local bodies as well. So the survey expected to commence on the dates that we have spoken about. Collectors will be using the services of teachers as enumerators in the survey, according to the official release from the government. And this, of course, has a big focus on how the survey should be conducted in a foolproof manner, because we understand it's a sensitive issue when it comes to the politics of the country at the national level, at the state level as well. So yes, that of course is something that will be taken care of by the government officials in charge.
Oh yes, absolutely, Rakshita. In fact, more political reactions that are coming in. Let's see how the BJP is reacting to it.
I agree with that statement, but the thing is that you already have a Samagra Kutumba survey details computerized and it is readily available. Then what you are doing since last 9 months? If you want to see the caste composition, already caste composition is taken in August 2016. If you want to do some benefit to the BCs, no one is against it. If you want to do some benefit for scheduled castes or scheduled tribes, we are not against it. No one is against it. But in the name of caste census, you want to postpone the Gram Panchayat elections. Since last 4 months, the panchayats are suffering like anything. There is no sarpanch, there is no local representative. You are not giving money. Whatever the money that was being given by the last government, 50% of the money from state and 50% from 15th Finance Commission, you stopped that one. We have already given almost 300 crores to the Gram Panchayats. That also you are diverted into another scheme. Without the presence of a Sarpanch in the local body, the central government is not giving the funds to the Gram Panchayat. My sincere request to the Congress ruling all states, if they are very familiar and if they are very interested with the words of Mr. Rahul Gandhi, let the caste equations or caste census be started in all Congress ruling governments and as well as India Alliance governments.
We'll continue to get you more reactions on this story. For the moment, we also take a quick check of the other top stories making news this afternoon. These are stories in brief from across the country in Bharat in 5 minutes. Prime Minister Modi is on a 2-day visit to Gujarat, where he will launch projects worth 280 crore rupees. These projects aim to enhance the tourist experience, improve accessibility and support sustainability initiative in the areas. Later, Prime Minister will also address officer trainees of the 99th Common Foundation course in Aram 6.0. After PM Modi flagged concerns on growing digital threats in his latest Mann Ki Baat episode, Ministry of Home Affairs set up high-level meeting headed by Joint Secretary of Internal Security. The committee will coordinate with other agencies to probe on these growing digital threats. The committee has even asked all the states to submit reports respectively. As the series of hoax bomb threats continue, 5 Indigo flights and 1 Air India flight that has received bomb threats at the Hyderabad airport. Officials have checked all the flights and have given a green signal to all the flights. No suspicious substances that were found on any of these 6 flights. Amid the Waqf land controversy, Union Minister Prahlad Joshi has made some serious allegations against the Congress party. He claimed that anti-social, anti-Hindu and pro-Islamic fundamentalist activities are on the rise in Karnataka due to party support for such movements. During a recent news conference, Joshi asserted that these activities are part of a broader agenda to seize thousands of acres of land across the state.
प्रदेश में इसीलिए एंटी सोशल, एंटी हिंदू एक्टिविटी, प्रो इस्लामिक फंडामेंटलिस्ट एक्टिविटीज आर टेकिंग प्लेस बिकॉज ऑफ द कांग्रेस पार्टी एंड इट्स गवर्नमेंट सपोर्ट. इफ समबडी सेज मेरा ताता, मेरा दादा, मेरा ये वो, इफ दे आर इधर नमाज करते थे ऐसे बोल दिया तो उनको प्रॉपर्टी उनके नाम पे हो जाए. ये कानून है जी देश का. ये स्वीपिंग पावर दिया सोनिया गांधी, मनमोहन सिंह.
One electrician died in a massive fire that broke out at Lotus Grandeur Banquet Hall located in Noida's Sector 74. 15 fire tenders were rushed to the spot to extinguish fire and eventually control the situation. The building is under construction. The police has said that the cause of the fire has not been ascertained yet. Over 16 people have been arrested after Delhi police busted a gambling racket in the national capital. With this arrest, police has recovered cash worth 2.2 lakh rupees, 760 plastic coins and 2 packs of playing cards. A man was arrested on Tuesday for allegedly placing detonators on the Haridwar-Dehradun railway track in Uttarakhand. The Haridwar government police received information from the control room of Moradabad Railway Division on Sunday night about detonators lying on the railway track near Motichur railway station. CCTV footage showed a man moving suspiciously along the railway tracks.
क्योंकि रेलवे विभाग द्वारा जो है यूज किया जाता है, इस पर सेंसिटिवली हमने काम किया है. हमारी जो थाने की टीम है वो वहां पर पहुंची थी और सीसीटीवी कैमरास को देखा गया तो एक संदिग्ध अभियुक्त उसमें जो है हमने आइडेंटिफाई किया है. इस पर हमने मुकदमा भी पंजीकृत किया है जिसमें कि 288 BNS की धारा में हमने मुकदमा पंजीकृत किया है.
Break. On the other side, we get you details of the political face-off that is intensifying over cracker ban. Hindu saints hit out at Sanatan beaters. AAP says we should light diyas instead.
Director, the taste of success.
देपसांग और साथ ही डेमचोक 2 पॉइंट्स पर जो सेनाओं की वापसी का समझौता भारत और चीन के बीच में हुआ है, तमाम जो टेम्परेरी इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर्स बनाए गए थे उन्हें वापस दोनों सेनाओं की तरफ से लिया जाना है। देपसांग और साथ ही डेमचोक 2 पॉइंट्स पर जो सेनाओं की वापसी का समझौता भारत और चीन के बीच में हुआ है, तमाम जो टेम्परेरी इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर्स बनाए गए थे उन्हें वापस दोनों सेनाओं की तरफ से लिया जाना है।
Within the Mahayuti now out in the open, clear face-off over Dawood-linked politician Nawab Malik. First response from Maharashtra minister says Mahayuti is not going to support Dawood-linked politician Nawab Malik. Political face-off intensifies over cracker ban. Hindu saints hit out at Sanatan Betas. AAP says we should lit diyas instead. After Prime Minister Modi hit out at the Delhi government for halting centre's schemes, AAP chief Arvind Kejriwal has said today that BJP is doing politics over health schemes. 25 lakh lamps to illuminate Ayodhya tonight for Deepotsam. And we got across to more breaking news coming in. Indian Army sources have informed Republic that disengagement between India and China in Depsang and Demchok is complete now. Coordinated patrolling is to start soon on both sides. Ground commanders will continue to hold talks. Exchange of sweets will also happen tomorrow on the occasion of Diwali. It's a big success after 4 years with both military talks and diplomatic negotiations that have led to this day. And Indian Army sources now telling Republic that disengagement between India and China in Depsang and Demchok are complete. Coordinated patrolling will start on both sides. Let me cut across to Shavan Sen joining us from the newsroom to take us through the details of what more we are picking up on this.
Well, in fact, three quick takeaways of what we know so far. One, as far as disengagement in two areas, that's in Demchok and Depsang, that has already been completed. This is after the agreement that was signed by both sides just ahead of Prime Minister's visit to Russia for the BRICS summit. The second is with regards to the patrolling. Remember, patrolling points in 10, 11, 12, 13 and 14. These are the patrolling points where the coordination patrolling will take place. Just to put this into perspective, these are the same very areas that were considered as the friction points from both sides. So since January 2020, there hasn't been patrolling across these very lines, the patrolling points, which we are being told it's going to resume in the next few days. In fact, after the disengagement was completed, which basically involved removing of the temporary structures that were created by both sides, Chinese as well as the Indians, they have been removed. The prefabricated tents that were created, they have also been removed from both sides. Now we are being told that the cross verification has already taken place, which is completed late last night, and now the patrolling process is essentially going to begin. So the significant aspect is that these are the two areas that we're talking about, Depsang as well as Demchok. Earlier Panging, so that disengagement was already completed. This basically makes it at least three areas that are now perhaps going back to the 2020 position. There are other friction points that still remain, but that is the reason why ground level commanders are going to continue with their talks to ensure that the remaining areas, also the friction areas, there is an agreement to that.
Absolutely, Shavan, and fact remains that it has taken a lot to reach this day from ground level talks of armies on both sides, and of course diplomatic conversations, and not to forget the recent meeting that happened between Prime Minister Modi and Xi Jinping, that this day has finally arrived after 4 years, where we are watching disengagement at the LAC. Do take us through how difficult a journey it has been. Of course, understanding that China cannot always be trusted, but this still is a breakthrough.
Well, this was certainly a work in progress with the working management committee that was put in place. So you've had on the military level as well as diplomatic level, and both ways basically looking at whether at all they can go back to the 2020 position. Just to tell our viewers, now these are the two very areas where the patrolling wasn't really taking place. So there was a friction area, at least multiple patrolling points. In a short while from now, we're going to put out the details of the multiple patrolling points, roughly about 7 to 8 patrolling points in these very areas, which were considered to be the friction points, and that is the reason why they were not carrying out the patrolling. Now that has changed, and as part of the new agreement, you would have coordinated patrolling that would be done. When I say coordinated patrolling, it essentially means that both sides will be resuming to their old position and carry out the patrolling. Now just to help our viewers understand, in Panging, so remember, it is about the patrolling to a certain finger position. That finger position was altered after the clash that took place, particularly after the Galwan clash that took place. Both sides could not really carry out their respective patrolling. That now would be changing in the days to come. You would have the same very position that was taken. The problem basically emanates from the fact that you do not have a clear boundary demarcation, and that is the reason why you would have both the armies carrying out their patrolling with some amount of friction that still exists on the ground.
All right, Kashavan, do stay on with us as we try and get more voices. Retired Lieutenant General Sanjay Kulkarni with us on the phone line. Sir, big development here. The disengagement process that is complete. Your word.
The development which has taken place, because disengagements positively, they without fail lead to reducing tension along the LAC. And primarily both these places, what we call them as Depsang and Demchok, where you will find over a period of time that we would be able to go back to the old patrolling, that is between, patrol point 10, 11, 12, 13, 13 alpha, which is all leading up to Depsang. And when we talk about Demchok along the Chardingla, I think the modalities, as we all get to hear, is only from hearsay as yet. But actually, frankly speaking, on the ground, it makes a world of a difference, because there are various ways. First, of course, we saw how you had buffer zones created, resulting in both the armies staying away and no fist fights taking place. But maybe in this particular context, when we talk about coordinated patrolling, it could well be on specific days that the patrolling will be there. It will be there during the daytime. The strength would be laid down, say, not more than 15 at any point of time. Certain this thing that there will be nothing will be constructed, nothing will be left behind, no telltale signs to be left behind by either side. Each side informing one another that it will be already pre-decided, and of course the various border personnel meetings which are there taking place over there, ensuring that should there be any certain things to be tied up, will be tied up. Very important, because all these things lead to, first is the trust. The trust that was missing all this time, over a period of time. I think once the trust develops between the two sides, we will slowly and steadily find normalcy returning. And once normalcy returns, it's so much good for the two countries. And in that lies how to ensure, most important is that at no point of time, whatever we decide upon, whether we decide upon the days, the dates, the time, the strength, it should not be violated. Nobody should take law in his hand. And that's something, and whatever the agreements take place, or whatever the understanding that occurs with the ground troops over there, they must be adhered, respected, because once you are adhering to the agreement, you are respecting each other, you'll find there will be a trust that will develop, which will lead to something positive. And that positiveness between the two countries, the two neighbors, is important. I'm saying it should be much better than the status quo ante 2020, because the status quo ante 2020 did lead in between also, before that also, to a certain amount of squabbling, talking to one another, or fist fighting. All that must be totally avoided. I am 100% sure that all these things will be taken care, and troops on ground, commanders on ground will ensure that normalcy, when I say normalcy, it means total normalcy and respect for each other, ensuring that the agreement is strictly adhered to. And that is what I would call a positive development. And that is what will lead to disengagement, leading subsequently to the de-escalation, and finally the de-induction, which can take on, as we have decided, maybe a third phase, and slowly and steadily. But most important, disengagement leading to peace along the LAC. Yeah.
Right. Sir, many thanks for speaking to us. We'll also play into this reaction by the Chinese ambassador on this latest development. Let's listen in.
In regard of the very important meeting between President Xi and Prime Minister Modi, just now I had made a very, brief in my speech about their important visit. Now that the two leaders have reached many important understandings, that will be the guidelines for the further development of our relations of our two countries. And I just hope that under the guidance of this consensus, our relations will be moving forward smoothly in the future, and our relations will not be restricted or interrupted by specific disagreements between our two sides. Because as two neighboring countries, it's quite natural we have some differences. The most important thing is how to handle and solve these differences. I think this is very important. Now the two leaders, their meetings have set a very good example for us, how to handle these differences.
बहनों और भाइयों, ये डबल इंजन की सरकार जो बोलती है वो करके दिखाती है। अकेले अयोध्या धाम के विकास के लिए, जिस अयोध्या में 2017 के पहले बिजली नहीं मिलती थी, यहां की सड़कों की स्थिति, यहां के घाटों की स्थिति, यहां के मठ और मंदिरों की स्थिति, और जिन लोगों ने राम को ही उपेक्षित कर दिया था और जिन लोगों ने भगवान राम के अस्तित्व पर ही प्रश्न खड़ा किए थे, वे केवल भगवान राम के ही अस्तित्व पर प्रश्न नहीं खड़ा कर रहे थे, वे सनातन धर्म के अस्तित्व पर प्रश्न खड़ा करते थे। वे आपके अस्तित्व पर खड़ा करते थे प्रश्न, वे आपकी विरासत पर प्रश्न खड़ा करते थे। लेकिन कितना सदा सहता है हमारी, सदा सहता ही समझो, लेकिन आपकी सदा सहता विरोधी को कायरता नजर नहीं आनी चाहिए। और इसीलिए मैं कहने के लिए आया हूं आपसे आज, आपने 2017 के बाद जो भी कहा वह अयोध्या के अंदर हो करके रहा है। हम लोगों ने कहा था कि आपने कहा था 17 में कहा था, इसी मंच पर उस समय कहा था, पूज्य संतों की उपस्थिति में कहा था कि योगी जी एक काम करो, मंदिर का निर्माण करो। बहनों और भाइयों, मंदिर का निर्माण तो हो गया है, रामलला भी विराजमान हो गए। इसी मंच से मैंने और मेरे सहयोगियों ने भी और आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने भी आपको कहा था, अयोध्या को दुनिया की सुंदरतम नगरी बनाएंगे। आज अयोध्या चमक रही है, दुनिया अयोध्या की ओर आ रही है। 31,000 करोड़ रुपए की लागत की परियोजनाएं या तो पूरी हो गई है या जिन पे कार्य युद्ध स्तर पर चल रहा है। और बहनों और भाइयों, इससे भी आगे जाकर के भी इस पे कार्य होने हैं। ये तो एक शुरुआत है, शुरुआत। अयोध्या एक शुरुआत है सनातन धर्म के लिए। विरासत और विकास के प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के विजन को जमीनी धरातल पर उतारने के लिए, उस अभियान को वैश्विक मंच तक ले जाने के लिए आज काशी हमारी चमक रही है। भव्य और दिव्य काशी के दर्शन दुनिया कर रही है। आज हमारा अयोध्या धाम जो भी आता है, मैंने 22 जनवरी को दृश्य देखा है, 23 जनवरी को मैंने वह दृश्य देखा है, जब देश भर से आए हुए श्रद्धालु अयोध्या में भगवान राम के मंदिर का दर्शन करते थे। उनके आंखों में खुशी के आंसू थे। कोई पिलर को पकड़ करके आंसू बहाता था और कोई जमीन पे लेट करके भगवान को भी दंडवत करता था, उनके सामने शीश नवाता था, लेकिन अपने अश्रु बहा करके खुशियों को भी उजागर करता था। बहनों और भाइयों, वह सभी दृश्य मैंने अपनी आंखों के सामने अयोध्या के अंदर देखे हैं और मैंने उन लोगों के भी काले कारनामे देखे हैं जिन्होंने राम भक्तों के लहू से अयोध्या को और सरयू मैया को लहूलुहान किया था। वह दृश्य भी हम लोगों ने अयोध्या के अंदर देखा है और इसीलिए मैं आपको एहसास कराने के लिए आया हूं। आज हमने जो कहा, ये डबल इंजन की सरकार ने जो कहा था वह तो करके दिखा दिया। अब अयोध्या की बारी है। अयोध्या को फिर से अपने आप को साबित करने की बारी है। और याद रखना, ये मां सीता की अग्नि परीक्षा बार बार नहीं होनी चाहिए। हमें इस अभिशाप से निकलना ही होगा। अयोध्या को भव्य और दिव्य रूप देना ही होगा। इसके लिए अयोध्या वासियों को एक बार फिर से आगे आना होगा और इसी के लिए आज हम आपको एहसास कराने के लिए आए हैं। ये जो कार्यक्रम इतनी भव्य रूप में यहां पर आयोजित हो रहे हैं, ये जो स्वरूप है अयोध्या का, ये बदलावा स्वरूप आज दुनिया को अपनी ओर आकर्षित कर रहा है। कोई सोचता था अयोध्या में 4 लेन की सड़कें होंगी, धर्म पथ के नाम पर होंगी, राम पथ के नाम पर होंगी, भक्ति पथ के नाम पर होंगी, जन्म भूमि पद के नाम पर होंगी। कोई जानता था इतने फ्लाईओवर अयोध्या के अंदर बनेंगे? कोई कभी कल्पना करता था कि अयोध्या, जहां 4 घंटे 5 घंटे बिजली नहीं मिलती थी, जो लोग आपको बिजली के लिए तरसाते थे, सड़ी हुई गर्मी में तरसने के लिए छोड़ देते थे, वे भी आज राम की दुहाई दे रहे हैं। जो लोग राम जी की पेड़ी में सड़े हुए जल में आपको स्नान करने के लिए मजबूर कर देते थे, वे भी आज अयोध्या आकर के अपना ताल ठोकना चाहते हैं। लेकिन हम लोगों ने तो राम जी की पेड़ी को ऐसा बना दिया, एक तरफ से आज पानी आता है और दूसरी ओर निकल जाता है। ऐसे लगता है जैसे हरिद्वार की राम जी की पेड़ी आज हर जी की पेड़ी बनकर के यहां के भक्तों को तार रही हो। आज अयोध्या को देश की पहली सोलर सिटी बना दिया गया है। और याद करिए, हजारों वर्ष पहले भगवान राम पुष्पक विमान से अयोध्या आए थे और तब से अयोध्या में फिर से विमान नहीं उतर पाया था। बहन और भाइयों, मोदी जी की कृपा से अयोध्या इस अवसाद से मुक्त हुआ। अयोध्या में इंटरनेशनल एयरपोर्ट बना, पूरे देश की कनेक्टिविटी अयोध्या के साथ जुड़ी। जिन लोगों को कार्य नहीं करना था, पहले राम के अस्तित्व पर प्रश्न खड़ा करते थे, उससे पहले राम भक्तों पर गोली चलाते थे, जब एयरपोर्ट का निर्माण कार्य प्रारंभ हुआ तो उन्होंने कहना प्रारंभ कर दिया कि साहब ये किसानों का शोषण हो रहा है। जब यहां पर मंदिर, यहां सड़क के चौड़ीकरण का कार्य प्रारंभ हुआ, उन्होंने कहा साहब व्यापारियों का शोषण हो रहा है। मुझे बताओ, अगर हम 4 लेन की सड़क नहीं बनाते, 4 लेन की सड़कें यहां की नहीं बनती, तो ये लाखों श्रद्धालु आ रहा है, क्या ये अयोध्या में सुरक्षित यात्रा कर पाता, यहां दर्शन कर पाता? क्या अयोध्या में इतना इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर आजादी के बाद जिन लोगों ने प्रदेश में और देश में शासन किया, उन्होंने क्या इस प्रकार का इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर दिया था क्या कि यहां पर लाखों श्रद्धालु आकर के दर्शन कर पाता? एवरेज 1 लाख श्रद्धालु वर्तमान में है और पीक सीजन में यह 5 लाख और कभी कभी 35 लाख तक पहुंचता है। बहनों और भाइयों, यह जो कार्य हुआ है, जिन लोगों को नहीं करना था वे प्रश्न पहले खड़ा करते थे, आपके अस्तित्व के लिए राम भक्तों पर गोलियां चलाते थे। और आज जब विकास हो रहा है तो विकास में किसी प्रकार से बैरियर बनना है, लेकिन अयोध्या को छेड़े बगैर हम लोग इन बैरियर्स को भी हटा रहे हैं। ये बैरियर भी हट रहे हैं, ऐसे ही हट रहे हैं जैसे उत्तर प्रदेश को माफिया से मुक्त करके उत्तर प्रदेश को एक सुरक्षित प्रदेश बनाया गया है। सनातन धर्म के बैरियर को भी, सनातन धर्म के मार्ग के बैरियर भी हटाने हैं। जो लोग सनातन धर्म पर बार बार प्रश्न खड़ा करते हैं, उनको मैं बोलना चाहता हूं, सनातन धर्म ने कभी किसी का अहित नहीं किया, किसी का अहित नहीं किया, सबको गले से लगाया। दुनिया की कोई ऐसी जाति, कोई ऐसा मत, संप्रदाय, सेक्ट नहीं जिसकी विपत्ति के समय सनातन धर्मावलंबियों ने उन्हें शरण देकर के फलने फूलने आगे बढ़ने का अवसर न दिया हो। विश्व मानवता आज भी इसके प्रति कृतज्ञता ज्ञापित करती है। लेकिन इस सेकुलरिज्म के नाम पर राजनीति करने वाले लोग आज सनातन धर्म पर कुठाराघात करके न केवल सनातन धर्म और भारत की आत्मा को लौलुहान करने का कार्य कर रहे हैं, बल्कि इसके नाम पर भारत के अंदर आतंकवाद और नक्सलवाद को लोग बढ़ाना चाहते हैं। क्या नक्सलवाद और आतंकवाद को हम बढ़ावा देना देंगे? फिर भगवान राम के 14 वर्षों के वनवास का परिणाम क्या है? और फिर बजरंग बली का मतलब क्या है? राम काज कीने बिनु मोहि कहां विश्राम। और हम लोग भी विश्राम नहीं लेने वाले हैं तब तक जब तक कि सनातन धर्म के मार्ग में जितने भी रोड़े हैं, जब तक इनको नामो निशान इनको समाप्त न कर दिया जाए। जो भी मानवता के मार्ग में, विकास के मार्ग में बैरियर बनेगा, उसकी वही दुर्गति होनी है जो उत्तर प्रदेश के माफियाओं की हुई है। और बहनों और भाइयों, अब अयोध्या से मैं यही कहना चाहता हूं, यह अवसर है हम सब के लिए। अवधपुरी तो आज खुश है, अवधपुरी को उल्लास और उमंग के साथ जुड़ने की आवश्यकता है। और आज का दिन तो ये दीपोत्सव तो अयोध्या की देन है। देश और दुनिया में दीपोत्सव के आयोजन जहां कहीं भी होते हैं, त्रेता युग में उसकी शुरुआत इसी अयोध्या से हुई थी, इसी अयोध्या धाम से हुई थी। उसी स्मृति को जीवंत बनाए रखने के लिए हम लोगों ने इस कार्यक्रम को आगे बढ़ाया है। और उसी स्मृति को जीवंत बनाए रखने के लिए तुलसीदास जी ने भी कहा कि अवधपुरी प्रभु आवत जानी, वहे सकल शोभा के खाने। यानी आज प्रभु आए हैं और यहां पर तो 22 जनवरी 2024 को प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के कर कमलों से जब रामलला का विराजमान हुआ था, अयोध्या धाम उसी प्रकार से जगमगा रहा था। और अयोध्या धाम ही नहीं, दुनिया के अंदर जहां कहीं भी सनातन धर्मावलंबी था, वह सर्वत्र सर्वत्र इसकी प्रशंसा हो रही थी, हर्षोल्लास के गान हो रहे थे, सर्वत्र लोग नतमस्तक थे इस बात को लेकर के कि वास्तव में भारत ने अपने लोकतंत्र की ताकत का एहसास दुनिया को कराया है। न्यायपालिका का फैसला, एक मजबूत सरकार कैसे उसको मजबूत तरीके के साथ शांतिपूर्ण और सौहार्दपूर्ण तरीके से जमीनी धरातल पर उतारती है, अयोध्या में राम मंदिर का निर्माण और रामलला का विराजमान होना इसका एक अप्रतिम उदाहरण है। और इसलिए यह कार्य यहां पे हो चुका है क्योंकि प्रभु ने स्वयं कहा है अयोध्या के बारे में, तो भगवान राम ने स्वयं कहा है कि यद्यपि सब वैकुंठ बखाना, वेद पुराण विदित जुग जाना, अवधपुरी सम प्रिय नहीं सोहु, यह प्रसंग जानहि को। यानी उन्होंने कहा है कि यद्यपि सबने वैकुंठ की बहुत बड़ाई की है, यह वेद पुराणों में प्रसिद्ध भी है और दुनिया भी इसको जानती है, परंतु अवधपुरी के समान मुझे वह भी प्रिय नहीं, यह बात बिरले ही जानते हैं। 70 वर्ष से ऊपर के बुजुर्ग को प्राप्त हो जाएगा। वे कहीं भी इन पैनल हॉस्पिटल में जाकर के अपना उपचार करा सकता है। आप अनुमान करिए कि 2014 के बाद से कितना परिवर्तन हुआ। 4 करोड़ गरीबों के मकान बन गए। बात
Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
भारत की परिकल्पना, विरासत और विकास का एक अद्भुत संगम है, अद्भुत संगम है, और हम सब भारतवासियों की जिम्मेदारी बनती है। उत्तर प्रदेश देश की आबादी का सबसे बड़ा प्रदेश है। ये 25 करोड़ की आबादी अगर आगे बढ़ेगी, भारत आगे बढ़ेगा, भारत का विकास आगे बढ़ेगा। और विरासत और विकास के इस अद्भुत समन्वय के लिए ही आज यह प्रयास प्रारंभ हुआ है। कहीं काशी में, कहीं अयोध्या में, कहीं मथुरा वृंदावन में, कहीं बरसाना में, कहीं कुशीनगर, कपिलवस्त और श्रावस्ती में, संकिसा में, कौशाम्बी में, ये सर्वत्र इस प्रकार के विकास के कार्य विरासत का संरक्षण करते हुए निरंतर चल रहे हैं। ये निरंतरता जारी रहेगी। नैमिषारण्य को भी हम लोग इसी भाव के साथ वैश्विक मंच पर लेके आ रहे हैं। नैमिषारण्य ये डबल इंजन की सरकार, भारत के ज्ञान की साधना की वह स्थली, जहां पर भारत का वैदिक ज्ञान लिपिबद्ध हुआ था। 88,000 ऋषियों ने कई वर्षों की साधना के बाद उसे लिपिबद्ध करने का काम किया था। आज उस नैमिषारण्य पर भारतीय जनता पार्टी के डबल इंजन की सरकार कार्य कर रही है। और वहां के साथ ही सुख तीर्थ, कोई भी भागवतकार तब तक कथा व्यास नहीं बन सकता जब तक कि सुख तीर्थ में जाकर के अपनी कथा का वाचन न कर ले। आज उस सुख तीर्थ के विकास का कार्य हो रहा है। नमामि गंगे में विरल गंगा, निर्मल गंगा का काम हो रहा है। हर घर नल की योजना के माध्यम से हर घर में शुद्ध पेयजल उपलब्ध करवाने का कार्य भी हो रहा है। बहनों और भाइयों, स्वास्थ्य के लिए, शिक्षा के लिए, विकास के लिए, रोजगार के लिए और सुरक्षा के लिए तो कहना ही क्या है। बड़े बड़े गुंडे और दुर्दांत माफियाओं के ऊपर जब बजरंग बली की गदा चलती है ना, तो वे भी वैसे ही तड़पते हैं जैसे खर और दूषण तड़पते हुए मारे गए थे। और इसलिए बहनों और भाइयों, हम सबका संकल्प होना चाहिए। ये शुरुआत है, शुरुआत, और इस शुरुआत को मंजिल तक पहुंचाना है। मंजिल का लक्ष्य प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी ने आप सबके सामने दिया है, और मंजिल का लक्ष्य है 2047 में जब देश अपनी आजादी का शताब्दी महोत्सव मनाए, तब कैसा भारत हो। जैसे अयोध्या है ऐसे ही काशी में भी दिखना चाहिए, ऐसे ही मथुरा में भी दिखना चाहिए। बोले वृंदावन बिहारी लाल की। और ऐसे ही काशी में भी हो। हर हर महादेव के गुंजायमान से काशी बाबा विश्वनाथ धाम भी गूंजना चाहिए। विकास सर्वत्र हो, आदि दैविक, आदि भौतिक और आध्यात्मिक, किसी प्रकार के दुख और दरिद्रता के लिए कोई जगह न हो। ये नया भारत उस दिशा में मजबूती के साथ कदम उठा रहा है और उसी का आह्वान करने के लिए आज मैं आपके पास आया हूं कि प्रभु की कृपा। और मैं सचमुच समझता था कि मैं एक बात देख रहा था कि कैसे होगा, जिस दीपोत्सव के कार्यक्रम को दुनिया की सदी की सबसे बड़ी महामारी कोरोना नहीं रोक पाई, इस बार कैसे होगा। प्रभु ने अपनी लीला दिखाई, इस बार भी हम सब यहां पर उपस्थित हो गए। और इस बार तो श्रृंगवेरपुर में भी यह कार्यक्रम आयोजित होने जा रहा है। अभी यहां पे हमारे डिप्टी सीएम श्री केशव प्रसाद मौर्य जी भगवान राम को वहां रिसीव करके भरत मिलाप के कार्यक्रम में माल्यार्पण करके सीधे श्रृंगवेरपुर गए हैं। श्रृंगवेरपुर में भगवान राम और निषाद राज के मैत्री का मिलन का संगम स्थल, यहां का जो हमारा रेन बसेरा बन रहा है वह निषाद राज के ही नाम पर बन रहा है, बन करके तैयार हो चुका है। और एयरपोर्ट का नामकरण महर्षि वाल्मीकि के नाम पर हो चुका है। पहले ही महर्षि वाल्मीकि के प्रति कृतज्ञता ज्ञापित की गई। बहनों और भाइयों, 2025 का वर्ष हमारे लिए महत्वपूर्ण है। प्रयागराज में महाकुंभ का आयोजन होने जा रहा है। करोड़ों श्रद्धालु आएंगे, देश और दुनिया से आएंगे। उन करोड़ों श्रद्धालुओं के लिए अयोध्या धाम को आपको तैयार करना होगा। आतिथ्य का अद्भुत उदाहरण उत्तर प्रदेश वासियों को, देशवासियों को प्रस्तुत करना है। और आज उसी का आह्वान करने के लिए आया हूं। मैं आपको आश्वस्त करना चाहता हूं इस बात के लिए, विरासत और विकास का जो कार्यक्रम प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में प्रारंभ हुआ है, ये उत्तर प्रदेश में रुकने नहीं पाएगा, डिगने नहीं पाएगा। उत्तर प्रदेश के अंदर अपनी विरासत का संरक्षण करते हुए विकास की गंगा मां सरयू की कृपा से, प्रभु की कृपा से निरंतर आगे बढ़ती रहेगी। इस विश्वास के साथ मैं आप सभी प्रदेशवासियों को और सभी सनातन धर्मावलंबियों को आज के इस अवसर पर प्रभु राम के अयोध्या धाम आगमन की स्मृति में आयोजित इस दीपोत्सव के भव्य कार्यक्रम के अवसर पर मैं हृदय से बधाई देता हूं, पूज्य संतों का अभिनंदन करता हूं। हमारे अतिथि के रूप में यहां पर भारत सरकार के पर्यटन और संस्कृति मंत्री माननीय श्री गजेंद्र सिंह शेखावत जी, जिन्होंने अयोध्या के विकास के लिए भी, नेमिस के विकास के लिए भी और प्रयागराज के विकास के लिए भी कल ही उस कार्य योजना को अपनी स्वीकृति दी है कि पर्यटन विकास के और भी कार्य होने चाहिए उत्तर प्रदेश के अंदर। उन सब के लिए, ब्रिज क्षेत्र के लिए भी अपनी सहमति दी है। आज स्वयं इस दीपोत्सव कार्यक्रम में हमारे मुख्य अतिथि के रूप में यहां पर उपस्थित हुए हैं। मैं उनका, आप सभी श्रद्धालु जनों का हृदय से अभिनंदन करता हूं। आज यहां पर हम लोग अभी राम जी की पेड़ी में आप पूज्य संत का जन और श्रद्धालु जन जाएंगे। याद रखना, हमारी सबसे बड़ी ताकत है अनुशासन। उत्साह होगा लेकिन अनुशासन के दायरे में होगा। वह अनुशासन दिखना चाहिए। इस विश्वास के साथ मैं आज के इस अवसर पर आप सबको दीपोत्सव का, दीपावली का हृदय से बधाई देता हूं। प्रभु श्री राम से यही प्रार्थना करता हूं कि आपके व्यक्तिगत जीवन में, सार्वजनिक जीवन में, पारिवारिक जीवन में खुशहाली लाएं, सुख और समृद्धि लाएं और निरंतर इस दीपोत्सव के कार्यक्रम के साथ हम सब जुड़ते रहें। आप सबके प्रति मेरी मंगलमय शुभकामनाएं, आप सबके प्रति मेरी हार्दिक बधाई और शुभकामनाएं। धन्यवाद। जय हिंद, जय जय श्री राम, जय जय श्री राम।
historic moment after the 500-year wait. You have the biggest celebrations now taking place in Ayodhya. That was the UP Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath in the Deepotsav celebrations that are taking place in Ayodhya. Well, Chetan, focus now to the biggest story of the day. The war within Mahayuti. What's really happening in the state of Maharashtra between allies? NCP, BJP and the Shiva Sena. Eknath Shinde, Chief Minister of Maharashtra, has now fielded a candidate against Nawab Malik's daughter, Sana Malik. Remember, Nawab Malik's daughter has already been fielded by Deputy Chief Minister Ajit Pawar's party, the NCP. The BJP has now come out in full support of Eknath Shinde, saying that they're not going to campaign for the NCP. Now, this has led to a massive war that's taking place in Maharashtra, with a statement now being made by the BJP that there is no question of any sort of compromise with Nawab Malik. We'll tell you exactly why this fight over Nawab Malik, because if you remember, Devendra Fadnavis, the Deputy Chief Minister, had taken on Nawab Malik when Nawab Malik was part of the Sharad Pawar faction of the NCP, and a direct allegation of his links with the underworld. In fact, he was taken into custody by the Enforcement Directorate. Now he has been granted bail. But the BJP makes its position firm, says no question of campaigning for Nawab Malik. But is that really enough? BJP, can they really wash their hands off by simply saying that they're not going to campaign for Nawab Malik, but still remain in alliance with the NCP? Take a look at some of the reactions that are now coming in. Before we take you through the reactions that are coming in, let me also quickly go across to my colleague Meenakshi, who is joining us from outside Nawab Malik's residence. In fact, through the day, it turns out, Meenakshi, Nawab Malik has been giving interviews to friendly channels, those who perhaps would not ask him this question, that on the one hand, you have Ajit Pawar, whose back is to the corner, and here you have the BJP making the position very clear that there is no question of campaigning for him. He is responsible for the fight within Mahayuti.
Yes, absolutely right. You are Shravan. Nawab Malik, he is giving interview to some friendly channels, and we are trying to get him, but he will not ready to speak with us. He is not ready to give an interview in Republic TV, and his PA saying he is not well. He is in doctor's chamber. So we are trying to get him, but now the situation of Maharashtra election is the Maha war between NCP and Shiv Sena Shinde group in alliance, in Mahayuti alliance, and the main question is that where is the alliance? BJP is saying they are not supporting Nawab Malik, they are not campaigning for Nawab Malik, but what is the meaning of alliance then? They are in alliance, but they are not supporting Nawab Malik. And on the other hand, NCP is in alliance, but NCP has filed nomination. NCP supported Nawab Malik, and Nawab Malik has filed nomination from NCP party. And the other hand, the main question is that the one alliance, there are two candidates in the same constituency, like Mankur Shivaji Nagar constituency, and the other side, this Anushakti Nagar constituency, where Mahayuti alliance gave a ticket to Sena faction, and the other hand, Sana Malik is the candidate from NCP. Now, there are so many questions on this alliance in Mahayuti. Is the alliance is on? Is the alliance will come together and they will decide on it or not? Because we are trying to get Shiv Sena Shinde group spokesperson, and we will ask them what
what are their standpoint on Nawab Malik. Yesterday we have spoken with some spokesperson of Shiv Sena Shinde group. They are saying our official candidate of Mahayukti is Suresh Patil from this Mankur Shivajinagar constituency, but they all are saying their own things, their own strategies, but they are not saying what is the alliance meaning. What election is now very close, but they are not clearing what is the meaning of their alliance, what is the Mahayuti alliance means in this situation in Maharashtra. Shavan.
I'll just request you to stay on with us, Meenakshi, as you get us the latest. Now, let me just tell you how exactly have each of the allies really reacted on this entire issue. With the BJP making it very clear that they are not going to campaign for him. In fact, this position was made clear by none other than Ashish Shelar, a senior leader of the Bharatiya Janata Party from Maharashtra. We'll play out that reaction in a short while from now. Apart from that, you already have the NCP here responding by simply stating that they've given this ticket to Nawab Malik only because they feel that he has been representing this constituency for a while now. In fact, let's just listen to some of the reactions that are now coming in responses from each of the allies.
It's very clear BJP will oppose the terrorist, the colleague of Dawood, Mr. Nawab Malik in Mankur Vidhan Sabha. NCP should not have issued AB form to Nawab Malik. Now the Mahayuti Eknath Shinde Shiv Sena has fielded Mr. Suresh Krishna Rao Patil, BJP worker activist, will work for, campaign for Mr. Suresh Patil, the Shiv Sena candidate. We can't support the vote jihad leader Abu Azmi, and we will oppose Nawab Malik, and we are very much confident that Shiv Sena candidate Suresh Krishna Rao Patil will be elected from Shivajinagar Mankur Vidhan Sabha.
So there is an all-out war within Mahayuti. Listen to what Nawab Malik had to say when he was asked this question, that the BJP has made its position clear that they are not going to campaign for him. In response, he says that if that's the case, then the NCP will not be campaigning for the BJP. So is Nawab Malik really speaking for Ajit Pawar, and is that Ajit Pawar's official position that he is not going to campaign for the BJP while being in the alliance? Listen in to what Nawab Malik had to say.
देखिए, ऐसा है कि हमारी विधानसभा में जहाँ से एनसीपी ने मुझे उम्मीदवार बनाया है शिवाजी नगर मानखुर से, वहाँ पे शिंदे सेना ने अपना उम्मीदवार खड़ा कर दिया है सुरेश बुलेट पाटिल। उसका समर्थन भारतीय जनता पार्टी कर रही है, और मेरी बेटी के यहाँ पे भी इसी तरह की परिस्थिति है। तो अगर भारतीय जनता पार्टी या शिवसेना शिंदे गुट हमारा विरोध कर रही है तो उससे हम लोगों को कोई चिंता का विषय नहीं है। ये अपेक्षित है कि इस तरह की चीज़ें होंगी, और जो भी चीज़ें हैं दोनों विधानसभाओं में हम भारी मतों से जीतेंगे।
Let me also bring in my colleague Meenakshi, who's been reporting on this story very closely. In fact, Meenakshi had also got Nawab Malik's challenge yesterday. This was after Nawab Malik had given that ultimatum to Ajit Pawar that he should be giving him the ticket from Mankur Shivajinagar. Meenakshi, with regards to this sudden move that has been made by the Shiv Sena, this morning you have a ticket being given to another candidate pitting against Nawab Malik's daughter. Is this a last moment damage control being done by the Shiv Sena?
Yes, absolutely, Shravan. This is absolutely damage control because I have spoken to Nawab Malik yesterday, and it indicates that he was very confident, and he was very confident on Ajit Pawar's move, and he said to Republic that I have full trust on Ajit Pawar, and Ajit Pawar has full trust on me. That indicates that Ajit Pawar backing him from so long time, and from the beginning Ajit Pawar backing Nawab Malik and also his daughter Sana Malik, and the other side Shiv Sena Shinde faction, they are little bit confused from yesterday, because when I have spoken to some Shiv Sena Shinde leaders, they said to me, we will see the situation, then we will speak after filing nomination of Suresh Patil. They have said that the Mahayukti candidate is Suresh Patil, and other side they are now saying that in 2 seats we have given the ticket of Shiv Sena Shinde group is one to Suresh Patil, and the other is Mr. Rane. And the main question is that now I will meet within 5 to 10 minutes with Shiv Sena Shinde group leader. I will ask what is your official position on Nawab Malik, your party position on Nawab Malik, and the other side your party position on alliance, because it is not possible now that I give one person to ticket and my alliance partner will give one person another person to ticket from the same constituency, from the same election. It's not possible from one alliance. So it's a big question in Mahayuti alliance now, and we will speak to them and we'll get back soon.
We're really hoping now that Nawab Malik finally chooses to answer the real questions, but rather than just simply giving those interviews to the friendly channels here. My colleague Meenakshi tracking the story very closely from Mumbai, a story that perhaps is now becoming far more uncomfortable for the BJP. Should I focus now to the state of Karnataka, clearly not swayed by the Chief Minister's reassuring words amid the Waqf land grab row. The farmers in Karnataka's Vijaypura took out a protest march to the Deputy Commissioner's office. These are images that came in earlier that showed the farmers staging a sit-in outside the DC's office while also lighting the earthen lamps to observe what they were calling a Black Diwali. Earlier sensing a damaging political fallout of the explosive revelations of the overnight land mutations to insert the words Waqf board, Chief Minister Siddaramaiah said no farmer would be evicted. Take a look at this report.
Stepping up the heat on the Siddaramaiah government amid the Waqf land grab row, the farmers of Karnataka's Vijaypura took out a march to the DC's office. Visuals picked up the protesting farmers staging an overnight sit-in outside the Deputy Commissioner's office. The farmers were also pictured observing a Black Diwali by lighting earthen lamps outside the DC's office. Meanwhile, a biker was thrashed for allegedly hurling abuses at the farmers while they were marching to the DC's office. The incident, according to sources, took place near the Basveshwara Chowk. Your channel earlier accessed explosive documents showing all land records for at least 44 properties in Vijaypura, which were changed to include the words Waqf Board. Meanwhile, doubling down on the ruling Congress, Union Minister Prahlad Joshi claimed it was abetting anti-social, anti-Hindu and pro-Islamic fundamentalist activities in the state.
Thousands of acres they are trying to grab it. The people who are enjoying that property, their agricultural land, from 40 years, 60 years, 70 years, they have been given notice. What Waqf land says? If somebody says, Mera tata, mera dada, mera ye, wo, if they are इधर नमाज करते थे ऐसे बोल दिया तो उनको प्रॉपर्टी उनके नाम पे हो जाए. ये कानून है जी देश का. ये स्वीपिंग पावर दिया सोनिया गांधी, मनमोहन सिंह.
Amid the protest, State's Home Minister G. Parmeshwara said that the notices to the farmers have been withdrawn and the matter should now be put to rest.
concerned department which is handling the work properties, they would have given the notice. Yes, I don't deny that. But the question is, the Honorable Chief Minister has clarified that we have withdrawn the notices which has served to farmers, farming communities or anybody for that matter. So there ends the matter. Until and unless it is clarified or verified, I think no further steps will be taken.
Republic Kannada had exposed that Indi Tahsildar had randomly inserted this Waqf board name in land records of the farmers without giving notice to. And after that, now after huge uproar, revenue officials removed that Waqf board name from the land records, and similar changes have been done in all the 41 properties of Indi Taluk. Now the big question is whether this will be done to all the other farmers, around thousands of farmers that have been, the notice have been issued, will be withdrawn or not.
Even as the government is forced into a retreat in the wake of the Waqf expose, can it dodge culpability for the land mutation without any prior notice?
Well, shift focus now to Telangana, where the state government has announced that they will be conducting a caste census starting from 6th of November, making Telangana perhaps the first state to basically carry out such an initiative. Now, this was after what we had seen what happened in Bihar. In fact, this meeting was carried out by TPCC Chief Mahesh Kumar Kaur, which was attended by Chief Minister Revanth Reddy, Deputy Chief Minister Mallu Bhatti, and a few other leaders. Now, an all-party meeting will also be held on this entire matter. The BJP, in fact, says that why this selective approach? Why not make this as their position in the other states where they are also ruling?
Well, joining us right now is senior BRS leader Dasuji Shravan with us. So we see that the Telangana government, the Congress government, now has decided that they will be taking up caste census from November all across the state. A statewide caste census will be taken up. How do you look at it?
The Supreme Court order is very, very clear. Clear to the extent that there must be a specially constituted commission to conduct this socio-economic political backward study. But this government, whether they have comprehension or whether they have commitment, I don't understand. But basically, they goofed up by giving this responsibility to the planning department. Planning department is not specially constituted commission. The Supreme Court very categorically said that you have to constitute a specially constituted commission for taking up this study, but they have given it in a routine manner to the planning department. And so that's a fundamental flaw, which I'm sure will be struck down by the courts of law, which will not have any kind of a legal sanctity, even if they do the study.
Well, that's all that we could pack in this edition. In a short while from now, we'll get you the ground coverage coming in from Ayodhya.
Director, the taste of success.
All this and more on Across the Republic at 6 p.m. today.
Java 42, the answer.
समाज के अंतिम तबके के व्यक्ति के जीवन में परिवर्तन लाने के लिए अनेक जन कल्याणकारी योजनाओं का क्रियान्वयन कर रही योगी सरकार ने प्रदेश के 15 करोड़ से अधिक गरीबों को राष्ट्रीय खाद्य सुरक्षा अधिनियम के तहत निःशुल्क खाद्यान्न का वितरण किया। वन नेशन वन राशन कार्ड योजना में अन्य राज्यों के 49,635 कार्ड धारकों को उत्तर प्रदेश से और उत्तर प्रदेश के 54,64,254 कार्ड धारकों को अन्य राज्यों से खाद्यान्न दिया गया। सरकार ने राष्ट्रीय खाद्य सुरक्षा अधिनियम के अंतर्गत आच्छादित गरीब लाभार्थियों को खाद्यान्न सुनिश्चित करने के उद्देश्य से अंत्योदय और पात्र गृहस्थी लाभार्थियों को 1 जनवरी 2024 से 5 वर्ष हेतु निःशुल्क खाद्यान्न उपलब्ध कराया जा रहा है।
मुझे राशन वगैरह मिल रहा है, बहुत अच्छा है और हमारे बच्चों की स्थिति बहुत अच्छी तरीके से सुधार हो रही है। मैं सरकार से बस यही धन्यवाद करना चाहती हूँ कि जिस तरह से मेरा रखा उसी पूरे जनता का भी उन्होंने रखा, उनका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
देपसांग और साथ ही डेमचोक 2 पॉइंट्स पर जो सेनाओं की वापसी का समझौता भारत और चीन के बीच में हुआ है, तमाम जो टेम्परेरी इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर्स बनाए गए थे उन्हें वापस दोनों सेनाओं की तरफ से लिया जाना है।
Crevices within the Mahayuti now out in the open, clear face-off over Dawood-linked politician Nawab Malik. First response from Maharashtra Minister says the Mahayuti is not going to support Dawood-linked politician Nawab Malik. Political face-off intensifies over cracker ban. Hindu saints hit out at Sanatan Betas. Aam Aadmi Party says we should light diyas instead. India-China complete the disengagement process at the LAC. Patrolling to commence soon. After Prime Minister Modi hits out at Delhi government for halting centre schemes, Aam Aadmi Party chief Arvind Kejriwal says that the BJP is doing politics over health schemes. And 25 lakh lamps to illuminate, in fact 28 lakh lamps to illuminate Ayodhya tonight for the Potsav. Hey, what? To the visuals coming in live from Ayodhya, that is the Ram Nagari. It's a historical moment right now, viewers, as it's a Guinness World Record, an attempt, a shot at the Guinness World Record there in Ayodhya once again on the eve of Lakshmi Puja. And you can see those lakhs and lakhs of diyas, 28 lakh diyas, 28 lakh diyas to illuminate. In fact, they are lit up this evening, right at the Sandhya Kal, that is the sunset, the dusk timing. And you can see the attempt at the world record. 500-year-long wait has ended, viewers. Ram Lala is at his rightful abode at the Bhavya Ram temple. And after 500 years, he's witnessing this beautiful, spectacular Diwali, the grandeur, the spectacle of the Deepotsav in Ayodhya right now being witnessed by thousands of people who have thronged to Ram Ki Paidi. Visuals coming in right now. The light show has begun as it does traditionally every time the sun sets. And you can see the Ramayana will also be played out. The entire story of Ramayana. And these are visuals coming in from Ram Ki Paidi, and this is along the banks of Saryu River. Visuals coming in, and this just before that we saw Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath addressing the public meeting, the gathering to celebrate Ayodhya. And you can see, viewers, Ayodhya has been decked up now with 28 lakh diyas. There have been 30,000 volunteers, viewers, for this celebration. Of course, it's a big festival across the country. But in Ayodhya, of course, it's special as it's the abode of Lord Ram. It's celebrated as the homecoming of Lord Ram after 14 years. But this Diwali has come after 500 years, viewers, in Ayodhya. Diwali grandeur there. And there are many people from across the country who have thronged to take a dip in the Saryu River on the occasion of Diwali, viewers. And Yogi Adityanath, along with several other cabinet ministers, BJP leaders, have graced the occasion of the celebrations today. And Ramlala, as he is in his rightful abode, is now witnessing this celebration after 500 long years. Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath today lauded the efforts of those who fought for the construction of the Bhavya Ram temple. He also talked about the politics around the opposition to the construction of Ram temple. He also reiterated that similar efforts should be made in Mathura and Kashi. For the Kashi Vishwanath temple, for the Gyanvapi, and for the Shahi Eidgah case, he made a pitch for that. He spoke of Ram as the foundation of Bharat. And viewers, as we see, we are getting to you the visuals coming in from Ayodhya, the banks of Saryu, Ram Ki Paidi, and of course the Deepotsav. 28 lakh diyas have been lit up in Lord Ram's land to create the world record, the Guinness World Record. 1,100 people to perform the largest aarti together at the Saryu Ghat. And viewers, you can see those visuals coming in. It's the first Deepotsav after the Pran Pratishtha of Ram Mandir in Ayodhya. Every effort being made to celebrate. Every effort being made to celebrate the Festival of Lights, the festival of Lord Ram's homecoming, festival of auspiciousness, welcoming the new year. And Deepotsav, remember, viewer, this is a 5-day festival, viewer. This is a 5-day festival that will, of course, witness one of the biggest spectacles today on the banks of Saryu. And tomorrow, of course, is the Lakshmi Pujan. The hymns have started. The Aarti will be beginning. Aarti, also a record-setting one. And viewers, remember, Prime Minister Narendra Modi also yesterday had spoken about how this Diwali is historic, that this year's Diwali will be historic as thousands of lamps will illuminate the temple, marking the festival after a 500-year-long wait. Viewers, 30,000 volunteers have been mobilized, 28 lakh diyas across 55 ghats, the new ghat, old ghat, Bhajan Sandhya being the primary locations for the festivities there. And 30,000 volunteers. Shobha Yatra also planned with 18 tableaus. We saw the beautiful chariot today. Artists from 16 states and 6 nations. It's Ek Diya Ram Ke Naam virtual campaign that has been launched. 10,000 security personnel deployed in this state. Special focus on Ayodhya, of course. Heavy security in and around Ayodhya today, tomorrow. ATS, STF and CRPF commandos deployed for security. 17 routes to Ram Ki Paidi only for pass holders. There's a tight security as it was during Pran Pratishtha, and after this is the first Diwali, of course, after Pran Pratishtha, and there are hundreds and thousands of tourists from across the country, religious, spiritual tourists who have thronged to Ayodhya city to witness the Deepotsav. My colleague Ajay Dubey joins us live on the broadcast from Ground Zero from Ayodhya, and of course it's an entirely Ramamaya atmosphere, you know, Ajay. It's another attempt at a Guinness World Record. What are you witnessing around? Help us soak in the fever that you are actually experiencing right now there.
देखिए यहाँ की जो ऊर्जा है, जो यहाँ की वाइब है, वो दिखाकर समझाने की कोशिश मैं करता हूँ। कैसे देखिए ये राम की पैड़ी पर इन दियों को देखिए, कैसे ये जो दिए हैं यहाँ पर राम की पैड़ी पर, हमारे कैमरा पर्सन आपको दिखा रहे हैं कि कैसे इस जगह पर जो सुंदर छटा उभरती दिखाई दे रही है। ये जो दिए हैं, ऐसा आभास हो रहा है कि आकाश गंगा से जो तारे हैं उतर कर राम की पैड़ी पर अयोध्या में आ गए हैं, और अब से कुछ देर में जब ये तमाम दिए जगमगाने लगेंगे तो ये सुंदरता एक अलग स्तर की होगी। पीछे मुड़कर हमारे विजय आपको दिखाएंगे कैसे यहाँ पर जो ये वॉलंटियर्स हैं वो लगातार इन दियों को जला रहे हैं। कैसे टीम जो है वॉलंटियर्स की एक एक दिए पर बैठकर कुछ माचिस से, कुछ अगरबत्ती, जो कुछ मोमबत्ती से और अलग अलग माध्यमों से इन दियों को जलाने का प्रयास कर रहे हैं। कुछ मिनटों में ये पूरे दिए जल चुके होंगे और दीदीप्यमान ये पूरी छटा होगी यहाँ पर। और जो प्रभु श्री राम की भावना अवधपुरी को लेकर, अयोध्या को लेकर है, उसे जाहिर करते हुए, प्रभु श्री राम के भाव को जाहिर करते हुए तुलसीदास लिखते हैं कि अवधपुरी मम प्रिय नहीं सोऊ, यह प्रसंग जाने को वो जो प्रसंग को बताते हुए भाव जाहिर करते हैं प्रभु श्री राम के, वैसी ही भावना जो अवधपुरी को लेकर प्रभु श्री राम की, वही भावना देते हुए यहाँ पर अयोध्या वासी दिखाई दे रहे हैं। तो ये अयोध्या वासी जो है अपनी भावना जाहिर करते हुए दिखाई दे रहे हैं। तस्वीरें आपको और आगे दिखाते हैं कैसे आगे तक पूरा ये जो हिस्सा है यहाँ पर हजारों की हजार तादाद में वॉलंटियर्स है और नारा है जय श्री राम का, उद्घोष है जय श्री राम का। 500 साल के इंतजार के बाद आज अयोध्या में रामलला का मंदिर भी है और दीपोत्सव भी है। और अयोध्या वासियों के भाव को जाहिर करते हुए तुलसीदास लिखते हैं कि हर्ष भरत कौशलपुर आए, समाचार सब गुरु ही सुनाए, पुण्य मंदिर महाबात बताए, आवत नगर कुशल रघुराए। तो भरत जब बताते हैं अयोध्या के लोगों को कि प्रभु श्री राम आने वाले हैं, तो उसको लेकर जो उत्साह था, वो तस्वीर, जो भाव था, वो तुलसीदास ने जाहिर किया और वही भाव आज बनस्पत अयोध्या वासियों के भाव में दिखाई दे रहे। तो अभी मुख्यमंत्री योगी आदित्यनाथ जो ये जानकारी थी कि वो मंदिर में जाएंगे, दिए जलाने के लिए जाएंगे, उनकी भी तस्वीरें आपसे आने लगेंगी और ये मुख्यमंत्री भी दीपोत्सव के इस पर्व में भागीदारी कर रहे हैं। और केवल राम मंदिर में ही नहीं बल्कि हनुमानगढ़ी में, अयोध्या के हजारों मंदिरों में और उत्तर प्रदेश देश के मंदिरों में ये दिए जलाने की जो आज के इस पर्व को लेकर एक जो भाव है सनातन प्रेमियों में, वो दिखाई दे रहे हैं। मुख्यमंत्री पूजा अर्चना करते हुए इन तस्वीरों में दिखाई दे रहे हैं, जहां वो पहुंचे हैं रामलला के मंदिर में और वहां पर दीपोत्सव का पर्व है। घी का दिया जो है मुख्यमंत्री जलाते हुए दिखाई दे रहे हैं, पूजा अर्चना करते हुए दिखाई दे रहे हैं। मुख्यमंत्री अयोध्या जो उनके मुख्यमंत्री काल में आने का जो आंकड़ा है वो संजीदगी को बताता है कि अयोध्या को लेकर मुख्यमंत्री योगी आदित्यनाथ, अयोध्या के विकास को लेकर मुख्यमंत्री योगी आदित्यनाथ कितने सीरियस हैं और इसके ही कारण आज छटा बदली हुई दिखाई देती है, आज बात बदली हुई दिखाई देती है। फिर एक बार तस्वीरें आपको दिखाते हैं, उन तस्वीरों को देखिए, जरा समझिए कि कैसे दीदीप्यमान यहाँ पर सब कुछ दिखाई दे रहा है। कैसे ये दिए जब अब जलने लगे हैं, इन दियों के जलने से ये हिस्सा कुछ ऐसा दिख रहा है कि आकाश गंगा से तमाम जो तारे हैं वो उतर आए हैं। और इन भावनाओं को जाहिर करते हुए फिर एक दोहा आपको तुलसीदास का लिखा हुआ सुनाते हैं कि रिपुरन जीती सुजत सुरगावत, सीता सहित अनुज प्रभु आवत, सुनत बचन बिसरे सब दुखा, त्रसावंत जिमी पाई पीयूषा। जब सीता राम प्रभु आते हैं, लक्ष्मण उनके संग आते हैं, तो जो जनभावना थी उसे जाहिर करते हुए ये दोहा है। और इन तस्वीरों को देखिए कैसे अब दिया है।
As we speak, viewers, we are getting live visuals from inside the Bhavya Ram temple there to the right side of his screens, as Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath inaugurating the Deepotsav has paid a visit to the Ram temple. You can see him inside the Sanctum Sanctorum, and there is the lighting of the lamp. The ceremony has begun. Puja Archana taking place right now inside the Ram temple, Ram Janmabhoomi temple. Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath has been at the forefront of the festivities, viewers. And remember, it's quite personal. It's a personal commitment for Yogi Adityanath. Since the construction of Ram temple, development of Ayodhya is also associated with the role that has been played by the Gorakhnath Mutt. The Gorakhnath Mutt of in the Ram temple. He is the Mathadish, remember, of the Gorakhnath Mutt. And here you can see him offering prayers, Shashtang Dandavat Pranam from the Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh, Yogi Adityanath, along with other leaders there, and offering prayers and offering prasad and performing the rituals as per the traditions in Sanatan Dharma, and also offering the donations in the donation box, making the donation in the donation box. And as we speak, viewers, the attempt being made for the Guinness World Record at the Saryu Ghat, and he has inaugurated, Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath has just inaugurated the Deepotsav with this. And viewers, these are visuals coming in. The first time we see celebrations, this is the first Deepavali, is the first Deepotsav for Ram Lala, who has been now at his rightful abode, and this is happening first time after the construction of the Bhavya Ram temple. 500-year long wait has ended, and Yogi Adityanath calling it a moment of pride for all. He's attending the prayers, the rituals in the presence of Union Tourism Minister Gajendra Singh Shekhawat, and also launching the tourism app. Tourism app has been launched, releasing the book Ayodhya Mayor as well. And viewers, remember, this is the 8th Deepotsav. If we talk about traditionally, it's the 8th Deepotsav, but the first after the Pran Pratishtha of the Ram Janmabhoomi temple. And Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath has just launched the tourism app today. He addressed a gathering in Ayodhya, making the pitch for Kashi, making the pitch for Mathura, Shri Krishna Janmabhoomi temple as well, and saying that the movement of Ram Janmabhoomi has inspired many people. It's a moment of pride for everybody. That's what the Chief Minister has said, that Kashi is shining, the world is seeing the grand Kashi, and is also, of course, invoked Ayodhya in the same breath, saying that the double-engine government will deliver on what they say, they will deliver on their promises, and talking about how the previous dispensations have neglected Lord Ram, neglected Ayodhya Nagari, the of course house, the home of the town of Lord Ram, and how several parties in the past, several governments in the past have raised questions on the existence of the very existence of Sanatan Dharma and Lord Ram, of course. So there you have the Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh, Yogi Adityanath, lighting the lamps. There you have, he's inaugurated the Deepotsav, the 8th Deepotsav, and the first after the inauguration of Bhavya Rama temple. Gajendra Singh Shekhawat along with Yogi Adityanath lighting the lamp. Brajesh Pathak on the other side of Gajendra Singh Shekhawat lighting the lamps. This is the 8th Deepotsav, 8th edition of the Deepotsav, being inaugurated right now as we speak. And that's, and of course, going to be another Guinness World Record, as we witness almost every year now. So that's the big update we're getting in right now, viewers. It's a spectacle right now in Ayodhya. In fact, the entire country is celebrating the Festival of Light, the Festival of Lord Ram's homecoming, the Festival of auspiciousness, and celebrating this beautiful festival in Ayodhya, of course, is a different experience altogether. As my colleague Ajay Dubey was telling us, he was showing us the visuals that came in from the Deepotsav, and how 28 lakh diyas have been prepared for this lighting of ceremony for this world record. And the Deepotsav has been now officially inaugurated by the Chief Minister and the Tourism Minister, the Union Minister of Uttar Pradesh, and also the Deputy Chief Minister. So Ayodhya celebrating Diwali with the 28 lakh diyas there. A proud moment for everybody, said Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath. Also talking about how the Prime Minister has time and again visited Ayodhya, laying the foundation stone for the Ram Temple, even during the COVID pandemic as well. and saying that again he reiterated how the mafias will be eliminated. Anyone who in fact obstructs the growth and development, the progress of the state and of Ayodhya, whoever becomes a barrier in the path of humanity and development, their fate will be like that of the mafias of Uttar Pradesh. That's what the Chief Minister said a while back. And of course, all this amidst the celebrations, the grand celebrations, the beautiful celebrations in Ayodhya. That is the Ram Nagri, that is the town, that is the birth town of Ram Lala. My colleague Ajay Dubey is back with us on the broadcast from the Saryu Ghat, from Ram Ki Paidi, I believe. Well, Ajay, we can see it's a beautiful sight there. We can see Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath has now officially inaugurated the Deepotsav, another attempt at a world record. And along with that, prior to this, he made a very powerful speech. He delivered a very powerful speech where he spoke and invoked, in fact, the movement for the Kashi temple and also the Shri Krishna Janmabhoomi temple in Mathura. Ajay.
बिल्कुल, मुख्यमंत्री ने अपना जो उनका पॉलिटिकल स्टाइल है उस स्टाइल से बहुत ही क्लैरिटी के संग अपने स्टेटमेंट को दिया है। और मैं आपको जहां मौजूद हूं वहां की जो ऊर्जा है उससे रूबरू कराता हूं। यहां पर जय श्री राम की जो उद्घोष है उन्हें सुनिए, किस तरीके से दीपोत्सव का दिया जलाते हुए तमाम जो लोग हैं वो लोग दिया जलाते हुए जय श्री राम का उद्घोष कर रहे हैं। देखिए, तमाम उत्साहित यहाँ पर आपको दिखाई देंगे। ये कैडर है, ये वॉलंटियर्स हैं जो दिए को उत्साह के संग जला रहे हैं। क्या ये दिया जलाते हुए क्या भाव आ रहा?
अच्छा लग रहा है सर, बढ़िया लग रहा है।
कितना मैंने, बहुत लोग तो कह रहे हैं कि पटाखा मत जलाओ, दिया मत जलाओ।
नहीं सर, दिया जलाओ, पटाखा से अनुभव हो रहा है सर, दिया जलाना चाहिए, पटाखा से इम्पॉसिबल।
देखिए, तो लोग जो है अपने भावनाओं को जाहिर कर रहे हैं। अब जरा देखिए, लेजर की लाइटें भी आपको आसमान में दिखाई देंगी और जमीन पर ये दिए दिखाई देंगे और ऐसा आभास होगा कि आकाश गंगा से तमाम जो टिमटिमाते सितारे हैं वो उतर आए हैं और सरयू के इस घाट पर, राम की इस पैड़ी पर, जमीन पर उतर आए हैं। ऐसा आभास यहाँ पर हो रहा है। और ये जो वॉलंटियर्स की मेहनत है, 3 दिन से दिए बिछाए गए, आज सुबह तेल डाला गया, बाती डाला गया और उसके बाद अब ये अवसर आया है। कुछ मिनट गुजरे हैं, दिए तमाम जो जलते दिखाई दे रहे हैं और अब से कुछ मिनटों में आप जरा एक बार और इन तस्वीरों को देखिए। ये जो घाटों पर दिए हैं, ये दिए घाटों पर भी जलते हुए दिखाई देंगे। और यहाँ पर देखिए, सियावर रामचंद्र की जय के नारे हैं, उद्घोष है। ये जो भाव है अयोध्या वासियों का, तमाम इन वॉलंटियर्स का, ये बता रहा है कि आज का दिन कितना बड़ा है, आज के दिन का जो भाव है वो कितना बड़ा है, कितनी ऊर्जा आज के दिन इन अयोध्या वासियों को मिली है इस अवसर पर। और इस पूरी भावना को जाहिर करते हुए तमाम ये अयोध्या वासी दिखाई दे रहे हैं। तमाम हमने दोहे आपको तुलसीदास रचित बताए जो प्रभु श्री राम की भावना को जाहिर करते हैं अयोध्या को लेकर, अयोध्या वासियों के उत्साह को भी जाहिर करते हुए दोहे हमने आपको बताए। और इन तमाम दोहों के बीच में अयोध्या वासियों के उत्साह, ऊर्जा को जाहिर करने वाली बातें। और आप देखो दियों को देखिए, कैसे तमाम ये बच्चे जो है सेल्फी लेते हुए भी दिखाई दे रहे हैं, इस अवसर को लेकर उत्साह मनाते भी दिखाई दे रहे हैं, जय श्री राम के नारे लगाते हुए। और यहाँ पर एक स्वर्णिम छटा दिखाई दे रही है। क्या आज के दिन से ऊर्जा मिल रही है?
नमस्कार, मेरा नाम उत्कर्ष मिश्रा है और मैं एक इन्फ्लुएंसर भी हूँ। मैं बस इतना कहना चाहूँगा, मुझे सीता स्वयंवर का एक गीत याद आता है कि राम को देखकर श्री जनक नंदनी बाग में जा खड़ी की खड़ी रह गई, राम देखे सिया माँ सिया राम को, चारों अखियाँ लड़ी की लड़ी रह गई। और यह अयोध्या को देखने के बाद मेरा बस इतना ही कहना है कि आज अयोध्या वासी बड़े ही सौभाग्यशाली हैं और पूरे भारत के लोग सौभाग्यशाली हैं कि ऐसा यहाँ पे छटा बिखरा हुआ है, दीपक जल रहे हैं, चारों ओर जगमगाहट है। और मैं सभी से यही कहना चाहूँगा, एक बार उद्घोष कीजिए, जय जय श्री राम, जय श्री राम, सियावर रामचंद्र की। धन्यवाद।
सियावर रामचंद्र की जय, पवन सुत हनुमान की जय। ये उद्घोष आज के दिन यहाँ पर राम की पैड़ी पर जो है भावना को जाहिर करता हुआ ये उद्घोष है। 500 साल का इतिहास का समापन, राम मंदिर भी है और ये उत्सव भी है, दीपोत्सव भी है। तो ये जो ऊर्जा, ये भावना है आज यहाँ राम की पैड़ी पर देखने को मिल रही है।
हम देख सकते हैं किस तरह से जगमगा उठा है पूरा अयोध्या और इस तरह से लोगों में काफ़ी जो उत्साह देखने को मिल रहा है। पूरा राममय हम देख रहे हैं, पूरा जो माहौल है उस वक्त हो चुका है। अजय दुबे, हम आपके पास फिर से एक बार सवाल के साथ मैं आना चाहती हूँ कि किस तरह से ये जो जिस तरह से सजाया गया है, 500 साल बाद जो है अयोध्या वासी ही नहीं पूरे देश को ये मंजर देखने को मिल रहा है। लेकिन इसी साथ साथ चीफ मिनिस्टर योगी आदित्यनाथ ने ये कहा है बड़े साफ तौर पर कि हमें जिस तरह से आज अयोध्या दिख रहा है वैसे ही हमें काशी को भी और मथुरा को भी इसी तरह से सजाना होगा. Clearly making a pitch for the movements for the temple, be it the the Vishveshwar Mahadev temple in Kashi and also Shri Krishna Janmabhoomi temple, because the dispute is underway, matter is in court. And योगी आदित्यनाथ ने एक बार फिर से जो है उस बात को उजागर किया है कि हमें जो है अयोध्या की तरह ही काशी और मथुरा को भी सजाना है और उस टेम्पल मूवमेंट को जो है उस मुहिम को आगे बढ़ाना है. उन्होंने साफ तौर पर कहा है इससे पहले जो स्पीच पे वो बात कर रहे थे. अजय.
बिल्कुल, मुख्यमंत्री ने ना केवल आज के भाषण में बल्कि बार बार ये बात दोहराई है. उन्होंने कई मंचों से ये बात कही है. वाराणसी को लेकर उनका एक मीडिया प्लेटफॉर्म पर इंटरव्यू भी था कि जो साक्ष्य वहां से मिले हैं क्या वो इस बात की तस्दीक करते नहीं दिख रहे हैं कि वहां पर क्या था. तो वाराणसी को लेकर, मथुरा को लेकर जो मुख्यमंत्री का स्टैंड है, जो हिंदुत्व की लाइन पर मुख्यमंत्री का स्टैंड है, वो बिल्कुल ही स्पष्ट है. उसमें जीरो टॉलरेंस है, उसमें जीरो चेंज का स्कोप है और वो जो क्लैरिटी है वही उनकी पॉपुलैरिटी का यूपी में कारण भी है. जो लॉ एंड ऑर्डर पे उनका इकबाल है उसका कारण भी है. और जरा इस छटा को देखते भी रहिए कैसे अब जब मिनट दर मिनट दिए जलते चले जा रहे हैं तो जो मैं बार बार कह रहा हूं कि ऐसा आभास हो रहा है कि आकाश गंगा से तमाम तारे उतरकर जमीन पर आ गए हैं. और इन तस्वीरों के संग वो जो भाव है जो बाबा तुलसीदास लिखते हैं अवधपुरी के लोगों को लेकर, अयोध्या के लोगों को लेकर कि उनके मन में क्या आता है जब राम पहुंचते हैं यहाँ पर कि रिपुरन जीत सुवत सुरगावत सीता सहित अनुज प्रभु आवत सुनत बचन बिसरे सब दुखा त्रषावंत जिमी पाई पीयूषा. कि जब जानकारी अयोध्या वासियों को मिलती है कि प्रभु श्री राम माता सीता और लक्ष्मण के संग आ रहे हैं तो उसके बाद जो हर्षोल्लास अयोध्या में देखने को मिलता है, तमाम अपने गमों को अयोध्या वासी भूल जाते हैं. और आज का दिन भी है इस दोहे के संग. आप कुछ कह रहे थे तो सुनकर जी.
बहुत सही बात आप भैया.
तो अपने दुखों को जिस तरीके से उस दौर में, उस युग में लोग भूल गए थे, उसी तरीके से आज जो उत्साह, जो उमंग और जो चेहरों पर मुस्कान दिखाई दे रही है. कुछ कह रहे हैं?
नहीं भैया, कुछ कहता
चेहरे पे जो करत हुए में कितना मजा आवता है, करे में कौन भाव आवता है?
बहुत अच्छा लगता है जी.
कितना देर से लगे हैं यहाँ पे?
यहाँ से हम 2 बजे से आए हैं.
2 बजे से
जी.
कितना टाइम लगा दिया बिछाए में, बाती लगाए में?
जी बहुत टाइम लग गया.
बहुत टाइम लगा.
जी.
और लोग कह रहे हैं कि दिया मत जलाओ, पटाखा मत दगाओ, उनको क्या कहो? पटाखा मत दगाओ, उनको क्या कहो?
ये गलत बात है. जी आइए. मैं इस पे एक कविता लिखा है, मैं कवि हूँ, तो मैंने कविता के माध्यम से जो लोग कह रहे हैं कि पटाखा मत जलाओ, पोल्यूशन हो रहा है, ग्लेशियर पिघल रहा है, कि जगमगाते दीपों का त्योहार आया है, संग अपने खूब सारी खुशियां लाया है. दुकान से खूब सारा मिठाई लाना है, सोन पापड़ी के डिब्बे को इधर से उधर घुमाना है. चाइनीज झालरों के बीच में, चाइनीज झालरों के जमाने में दिए ओझल हो रहे हैं, हाथों से बने मिट्टी के दिए कहीं खो रहे हैं. अब पटाखों की आवाज पे पॉलिटिक्स होने वाली है. आपने जो प्रश्न पूछा उसका जवाब दे रहा हूँ कि अब पटाखों की आवाज पे पॉलिटिक्स होने वाली है. प्रदूषण का दुखड़ा और बस 2 दिन में ही ग्लेशियर पिघलने वाली है.
देखिए, ये रोज जो है, ये जो क्रोध है जो एक तरीके से पॉलिटिसाइज किया जाता है, दिवाली और जो हिंदुओं के त्योहार है उनको लेकर है, उसको लेकर दिखाई दे रहा है. तो एक तरफ हम उस युग में जब प्रभु श्री राम वापस आए थे तब के अयोध्या वासियों के भावों को बताते हुए बाबा तुलसीदास की दोहों की भी बात कर रहे हैं. और जो उत्साह तब था, जो उमंग तब था, आज के दिन जब यूं देखिए दीपोत्सव का, देखिए अब जो छटा है यहाँ की और उभर कर सामने आ गई है. बड़ी देर से जो वॉलंटियर्स हैं मेहनत कर रहे थे और अब दिए जो हैं टिमटिमाते हुए दिखाई दे रहे हैं. कई बड़े हिस्से में यहाँ दिए जलते हुए दिखाई दे रहे हैं और लगातार दिए यहाँ पर जलाए जा रहे हैं. इन तस्वीरों के संग दियों को और इस जगमगाती छटा को हम आपको दिखाते रहेंगे. आप लगातार देखते रहिए रिपब्लिक टीवी.
the spectacle you can see, viewers, coming in from Ayodhya, from the banks of Saryu, the grandeur of the Deepotsav. Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath has just inaugurated the Deepotsav along with Tourism Minister Gajendra Singh Shekhawat and Deputy Chief Minister Brijesh Pathak. Visuals coming in. You can see the Aarti record is also going to be set, viewers, on the banks of Saryu. It's 1,100 people have gathered together, have come together for the Saryu Aarti. And these are visuals coming in. A Guinness World Record once again attempted on the occasion of Deepotsav. Viewers, 8 years is the 8th edition of Deepotsav and the first one after Ram Lala's Pran Pratishtha at the Bhavya Ram Temple. And viewers, we will continue our live and rolling coverage and the glittering coverage, in fact, from Ground Zero in Ayodhya. Don't go anywhere as we get you the much fanfare and the atmosphere in Ram Nagari on the occasion of Diwali. Stay tuned, don't go anywhere.
Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Ayodhya is all decked up for the first Diwali since Pran Pratishtha of Lord Ram at the Bhavya Ram Temple. UP Chief Minister Yogi at the forefront of celebrations. Cracks and crevices within the Mahayuti now out in the open. Clear face-off over Dawood-linked politician Nawab Malik. Political face-off intensifies over cracker ban. Hindu saints hit out as Sanatan Betas. Aam Aadmi Party says we should light diyas instead. After Prime Minister Modi hits out at Delhi government for halting central schemes, Aam Aadmi Party Chief Kejriwal says that BJP is doing politics over health schemes. And actor Darshan granted 6-week interim bail on medical grounds. Murder accused cites surgery. Right, viewers, we start with the news. In fact, these are visuals coming in. It's Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath has arrived for the record-breaking Saryu Aarti there. 1,100 people have gathered for the mega Saryu Aarti today on the occasion of Diwali, on the occasion of Deepotsav. He has just inaugurated the Deepotsav, and dazzling images have come in from Ayodhya, from the banks of Saryu. And it's time for the Saryu Aarti. Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath, along with other dignitaries, have arrived, along with other leaders from the Hindu community, along with other saints from the Hindu community, from Sanatan community. He will be starting the Saryu Aarti right now, and the procedure that is carried out before Aarti is being right now carried out by the priests that are present there. And Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath at the forefront of all the festivities there. Of course, it's a personal commitment for him. He is the Mathadesh of Gorakhnath Mutt as well. He's the head priest, and the Gorakhnath Mutt, remember, has played an important role in the Ram Janmabhoomi temple movement, in the development of Ayodhya, the Ram Nagri, and celebrating the arrival, the return of Lord Ram. And in fact, viewers, this Diwali has returned to Ayodhya city after 500 long years. This is the first Diwali after the Pran Pratishtha of the Bhavya Ram temple, and visuals coming in from the ports of view. Well, we just showed you a while back, and we will continue to show that to you. But right now it's time for the Saryu Aarti. And every evening, remember, on the banks of Saryu, the beautiful Aarti is performed. Of course, this is a very special Aarti because it is on the eve of Lakshmi Puja. It is on Choti Diwali, or you can say the Deepotsav. Deepotsav is the 8th edition of the Deepotsav, remember. And this time, of course, it's special because the Ram Janmabhoomi temple has been inaugurated this year in January. And now you can see the way Ayodhya has been decked up. It has been decorated with lights, with flowers, and if you go to Ayodhya right now, it's all Ramamay. The atmosphere is Ramamay, bhajans of Lord Ram reverberating across Ayodhya city. Security, of course, beefed up there. And another attempt at Guinness World Record. 28,000 diyas lit up, remember, 28,000 diyas lit up. 30,000 volunteers mobilized for the Deepotsav Shobha Yatra planned with 18 tableaus.
हस्ते पुष्पमादाय भगवती सरजू विद्याधानम ओम नमामि सरजू तोतागतंकजम सुरा सुवैर्गम विद्युत्युक्ति भुक्तिं च मुक्तिदायकं भावसदा भगवती सरजू विद्याय नमः ततो चंदनम गंधद्वारां दुराधर्षां नित्यपुष्टां करीषणी ईश्वरी सर्वभूतानां तां योपहवे श्रियां अक्षतां समर्पयामि ओम अखण्डमी मगन्धप्रिया भूखता तोधर्षमान् चानिष्टयाते योगांस्तां समर्पयामि पुष्पकुसुमाल्या ओम औषधीः प्रतिमो गन्धं पुष्पवतीः प्रसूवरीः अस्वा इव सयुवरी दीर्घाः पायसवाः पुष्पकुसुमाल्यां समर्पयामि नानाफलद्रव्याणि ओम अहिरे भोगैः प्रतिदिवाहं ज्याया हरिं परिलाभमाना हस्तगणो विष्मान् यौनान् विद्वान् कुमान् कुमाभूं सम्परिपाल विश्वतः नाना प्रमद्रव्याणि समर्पयामि विलीनाथे ओम त्र्यंबकं यजामहे सुगन्धिं पुष्टिवर्धनम् उर्वारुकमेव बन्धनान् विच्योर्मुक्षीयमामृतात् भगवते सरजू विद्ये नमः ततो दीपं पञ्चामृतानां हरिः ओम पञ्चामृतं रामीतं पयोधृतं मधु शर्कराक्षमायुक्तं स्नानार्थं तद्गृह्यताम् ओम पयः प्रज्ञां पयोमि पयोभ्यन्ते पयोधाः पयश्रवैः प्रविशाः शान्तु मह्यं देवी नमो देवी पुनरेव नमो नमः हे वासिष्ठी महाभागे प्रणतम भद्रसदा ओम हिरण्याय विद्महे श्री वासिष्ठे धीमहि तन्नो भर्गो प्रचोदयात् पुष्पांजलिं समर्पयामि वसतु मयामि जय राम साधि वास्तानि धर्म
All right, so 1,100 participants of the Mahasaryu Aarti along the ghats. You can see Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath at the forefront of the celebrations there, and a dazzling celebration there. Glittering Saryu rivers, glittering Saryu banks. You can see right now Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath attending the Maha-Aarti along the banks of Saryu. Also, of course, world record being attempted at the Deepotsav, the 8th edition of the Deepotsav, viewers. Now we shift our focus, viewers. We'll continue to get you the fanfare from Ayodhya, but right now we go across to news coming in from Maharashtra. Remember, the Mahayuti war is now only exploding, and let me tell you the latest update that is coming in is that on the candidature of Nawab Malik, that has been backed by Ajit Pawar's NCP, and right after that we saw that Shinde Sena fielded his own candidate from the same constituency, and now we have Malik's daughter who has been fielded from another constituency, and there's a Shinde Sena candidate who has been now pitted against her. So we'll get you more updates on that in this report. Take a look.
The war within the Mahayuti just got bigger, signaling mounting troubles in the Mahayuti camp going into the Maharashtra Assembly elections. The ruling Sena camp put up a candidate against ally NCP's Sana Malik Sheikh from the Anushakti Nagar constituency. This after the NCP Ajit Pawar faction endorsed Nawab Malik's candidature from Mankhurd, despite the Mahayuti already announcing Suresh Patil as its official candidate from the seat. The Shinde Sena named Avinash Rane as its candidate against Nawab Malik's daughter from Anushakti Nagar. Amid the fierce political face-off between the ruling allies and the tit-for-tat candidatures, the BJP hardened his stand against Nawab Malik. The BJP said it wouldn't canvass for the leader with alleged links to the D company, and neither can he use the party's flag in his campaign.
It's very clear BJP will oppose the terrorist, the colleague of Dawood, Mr. Nawab Malik in Mankhurd Vidhan Sabha, the vote jihad leader Abu Azmi, and we will oppose Nawab Malik, and we are very much confident that Shiv Sena candidate Suresh Krishna Rao Patil will be elected from Shivajinagar Mankhurd Vidhan Sabha.
Meanwhile, an unfazed Nawab Malik continued to brazen it out, asserting that both him and his daughter would win 2 seats by handsome margins.
भारतीय जनता पार्टी या शिवसेना शिंदे गुट हमारा विरोध कर रही है, तो उससे हम लोगों को कोई चिंता का विषय नहीं है. ये अपेक्षित था कि इस तरह की चीज़ें होंगी, और जो भी चीज़ें हैं दोनों विधानसभाओं में हम भारी मतों से जीतेंगे. सना अनुशक्ति नगर से लड़ रही है, वहाँ पे किए हुए हमारे काम, लोगों से हमारा जुड़ाव, और शिवाजी नगर मानखुर में जिस तरह से जनता ने मुझसे आग्रह किया कि मैं चुनाव लड़ूं, और उनके आग्रह पे मैं चुनाव लड़ रहा हूं. लोग वहाँ त्रस्त हैं, ड्रग माफिया से त्रस्त हैं, गुंडों से त्रस्त हैं, पूरी तरह से बदहाली गुंडा राज फैला हुआ है. जिस तरह की परिस्थिति है, कांटे का मुकाबला है. ये बात स्पष्ट है कि बिना अजीत पवार के कोई भी सरकार महाराष्ट्र में बन नहीं सकती, और अजीत पवार जी विचारों से समझौता कर नहीं सकते.
In another development, the BJP put up a poster outside the state party headquarters pitching for Devendra Fadnavis as a chief ministerial candidate. Meanwhile, your channel landed an exclusive scoop on the BJP's mega campaign plans for the poll-bound state. The BJP has lined up a staggering 50 rallies going into the crucial polls, with Prime Minister Narendra Modi likely to headline 8 of them and Union Home Minister Amit Shah to hold another 20 campaign events.
Mankhurd Shivajinagar, one constituency, 2 candidates from Mahayuti. One is Nawab Malik from NCP and the other is Suresh Patil from Shiv Sena Shinde faction. And the other side, Anushakti Nagar, there is the same alliance, 2 candidates from same constituency, Sana Malik from NCP and the other side Avinash Rane from Shiv Sena Shinde group. What is the alliance now?
However, With the cracks deepening, the MVA has its task cut out.
Switch our focus to Karnataka, viewers, where the Waqf land row is only exploding, and there have been many reassuring words from Chief Minister Siddaramaiah on that, but they have clearly no effect on the farmers. Now they have staged protests. In fact, they also staged a protest today outside the DC office, and they have declared that they are going to observe a Black Diwali this year. Take a look at this report to know the latest on that row.
Stepping up the heat on the Siddaramaiah government amid the Waqf land grab row. The farmers of Karnataka's Vijaypura took out a march to the DC's office. Visuals picked up the protesting farmers staging an overnight sit-in outside the Deputy Commissioner's office. The farmers were also pictured observing a Black Diwali by lighting earthen lamps outside the DC's office. Meanwhile, a biker was thrashed for allegedly hurling abuses at the farmers while they were marching to the DC's office. The incident, according to sources, took place near the Basveshwara Chowk. Your channel earlier accessed explosive documents showing all land records for at least 44 properties in Vijaypura, which were changed to include the words Waqf Board. Meanwhile, doubling down on the ruling Congress, Union Minister Prahlad Joshi claimed it was abetting anti-social, anti-Hindu and pro-Islamic fundamentalist activities in the state.
Thousands of acres they are trying to grab it. The people who are enjoying that property, their agricultural land, from 40 years, 60 years, 70 years, they have been given notice. What Waqf land says? If somebody says, mera tata, mera dada, mera ye, wo, if they are इधर नमाज करते थे ऐसे बोल दिया तो उनको प्रॉपर्टी उनके नाम पे हो जाए. ये कानून है जी देश का. ये स्वीपिंग पावर दिया सोनिया गांधी, मनमोहन सिंह.
Amid the protest, State's Home Minister G. Parmeshwara said that the notices to the farmers have been withdrawn and the matter should now be put to rest.
The concerned department which is handling the work properties, they would have given the notice. Yes, I don't deny that. But the question is, the Honorable Chief Minister has clarified that we have withdrawn the notices which has served to farmers, farming communities or anybody for that matter. So there ends the matter. You know, until and unless it's clarified or verified, I think no further steps will be taken.
Republic Kannada had exposed that Indi Tahsildar had randomly inserted this Waqf Board name in records, land records of the farmers without giving notice to. And after that, now after huge uproar, revenue officials removed that Waqf Board name from the land records, and similar changes have been done in all the 41 properties of Indi Taluk. Now the big question is whether this will be done to all the other farmers, around thousands of farmers that have been, the notice have been issued, will be withdrawn or not.
Even as the government is forced into a retreat in the wake of the Waqf expose, can it dodge culpability for the land mutation without any prior notice?
And it's a big relief coming in from the Rashtriya Ekta Goswami murder accused actor Darshan, viewers, who has been granted interim relief, interim bail on medical grounds, and just a while back he has been released from jail. He has walked out of jail, and we'll get you more in this report, viewers.
The Karnataka High Court granted interim bail to jailed actor and accused number 2 in Rashtriya Ekta Swami murder case, Darshan Tugudeepa. Justice S. Vishwajit Shetty allowed interim bail as his team cited medical reasons. Darshan, in his interim bail plea, had mentioned that he needed to undergo a surgery. While granting him interim bail, the High Court directed Darshan to surrender his passport. The court also allowed Darshan to consult a doctor of his choice and to submit the doctor's opinion with the details of the recommended surgery before the High Court within a week. In fact, the state presented medical reports in a sealed cover from doctors at Ballari Central Prison, where Darshan Tugudeepa is currently lodged, and the head of the Department of Neurology at the government hospital in Ballari. Darshan was arrested on June 11th and is currently lodged in the Ballari prison. On September 21st, he filed a bail plea which was shot down by the court. Following the setback, he petitioned the High Court and requested interim bail.
Breaking news coming in right now, viewers. Actor Darshan has now been released from jail, and we are getting exclusive visuals. Republic Kannada now getting us exclusive news break, exclusive inputs courtesy Republic Kannada. First exclusive visuals, viewers. Republic Kannada have attempted to chase actor, in fact chase and confront actor Darshan, as the Karnataka High Court has granted him 6-week interim bail on medical grounds for a surgery. And as we speak, viewers, we are getting visuals of this evening from Bengaluru, where actor Darshan has walked out of jail, and Republic Kannada has exclusively getting you that visual from outside the jail, where Republic Kannada is getting you that sequence, the moment actor Darshan walks out of jail. Republic Kannada trying to confront actor Darshan in the Arnab Goswami murder case. And Niranjan joins us on the broadcast. Niranjan, exclusive pictures on Republic TV after Darshan is released from jail on interim bail.
Well, this is sort of unprecedented because he's accused number 2. Let me tell you, he's accused number 2, and the fact that he's been granted bail, there's a lot of drama. And I'm also looking at the pictures coming in because I'm hearing that, you're looking at the pictures, live pictures of him leaving the jail. And these are pictures of the Republic Kannada team tracking actor Darshan. He's being followed by our correspondent Ranjit, who's there right behind this car. He's tracking him. And we're also hearing that at some point, Darshan stopped his car to interact with some of the fans there. I'm staying with these pictures. He cited surgery. He cited medical grounds to get this conditional bail. It is an interim bail that he's out on. And let me also tell you that he's one of the most popular actors, in Kannada, Rakshita, with a following of over 6, I'm hearing that, at rough estimate, about 3 crore followers, etc. And he's been in prison for almost 4 months. It's quite a nightmare for the police there right now to sort of give him the kind of protection, though they've had to sort of follow him completely. Our team is right there behind his car, trying to get you the pictures. We are following him, tracking Darshan. And Darshan, it's been quite a journey for him. Our correspondent there, Ranjit, trying to talk to the media. And that's his car. That's the Toyota Wellfire. The Toyota Wellfire in which Ranjit is tracking actor Darshan. And it's not been a friendly journey as well. Let me tell you one thing. It's not been a friendly journey between actor Darshan, his fans and the media in the last 4 months. Because in the last 4 months, his fans have attacked the media relentlessly for covering this story. It's ironic because he's accused number 2. He's accused of murder. And you can see there, my colleague...
Sir, bada ಖುಷಿಯಾಗಿದೆ ಇದೇ ಕಾರಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಡಿಬೋಸ್ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಬೋಲೋ ಡಿಬೋಸ್ ಕೆ
ನೋಡಿ ದರ್ಶನ್ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಗಾರ್ಡ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿರುವಂತ ಕಾರ್ ಇದೇನೆ
Fans saying that they're really happy, saying that their star Darshan is innocent. And look at that, those are his bodyguards right next to the car. Ranjit, my colleague, is there, and let me tell you that we are the only network that is right next to the car of Darshan, tracking him non-stop as he moves from the jail in Ballari, and he's perhaps moving back to Bengaluru. The condition was that he furnishes medical reports as well. Let's cut across live because it's unprecedented. A top actor who's got conditional bail.
ನೋಡಕ್ಕೆ ಬಿಡ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ನಮಗೆ ಅವರು ನಮಗೆ ತೊಂದರೆ ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ
fan frenzy there. They call him D-Boss, a murder accused. And it's a crazy story also because Renuka Swami, who was killed, because he texted the alleged girlfriend slash fiance of Renuka Swami, of Darshan. And there are pictures, there are videos, there is a chart sheet that shows, that links this actor to the murder. And you're seeing the fan frenzy. There are thousands of fans following that car, and the bodyguards of Darshan having a tough time trying to keep the fans out. Look at that. That's a scene straight out of the movies, where the actor, also a murder accused number 2, sitting in that car. Look at that. I think you can see a little bit of dust at the back of the car, given the bad state of the roads there. And at the back of the car, you can see people. Someone has scribbled D-Boss on the car. On a lighter note, that's the state of the roads there in Bengaluru, that the dust has sat on the car. And they've written D-Boss with their finger. You can see that at the rear of the car. But you can see that our correspondent Ranjit is also there. Ranjit is trying to get a shot of Darshan, the actor. Look at that. That's Ranjit, my colleague, who's walking, who continues to walk. There's barely any space, any space and any opportunity for the cars to move ahead, given all the fans, hundreds and thousands of them, all of them in a frenzy after he got bail, all of them following that cavalcade of Darshan, just following him, trying to get a glimpse of him. It's been quite a tumultuous journey of this very, very controversial actor. He's not a simple actor. He's a very controversial actor. A controversial actor who has faced charges of assault, who has faced, even in the past, charges of murder as well. There was a case where there was an alleged hit and run where he was under the scanner. There was a case of him assaulting a woman. There have been instances where people have alleged that he allegedly assaulted his own family members. Not getting into the details, all of these are very legally sensitive issues. And look at that. That's the frenzy as this actor called Darshan is granted bail en route to Bengaluru, and all his fans there. He's one of the most popular actors, and the kind of movies that he does, that he acts in, promotes violence. And this has been a long-standing complaint, that the movies that he acts in promotes violence. And that's also the manner in which his life changed forever after he was sent to jail as accused number 2. His direct role was seen in the murder of Renuka Swami. Sri Lakshmi is also joining live from the newsroom in Bengaluru. Sri Lakshmi, take us through what you've been witnessing there in the newsrooms today. It's been such a big day. Actor, murder accused, alleged killer, Darshan getting bail. Sri Lakshmi.
Very true. It's been truly a big day for superstar Darshan, who is facing murder charges of Renuka Swami, a person from Chitradurga. We can quickly recall the case details. On June 11th, from Mysuru, Darshan was arrested by the police. On June 8th, the murder of Renuka Swami had taken place. And on June 11th, Darshan was arrested by the police. And on June 22nd, he was sent into police custody of Parappana Agrahara jail here in Bengaluru. On August 29th, Darshan was shifted to Ballari jail since a case of preferential treatment had come up in Parappana Agrahara jail, saying that Darshan is getting VVIP treatment over there. Now, today he has got interim bail from High Court of Karnataka. Popular criminal lawyer C.V. Nagesh argued for Darshan, and today on basis of medical grounds, court has given the bail, interim bail of 6 weeks to Darshan to get his treatment done. So today it's kind of a Diwali gift to Darshan that he has got this interim bail after 5 months of serving in jail. Today he has come out of jail. He is seeing the light. He's seeing the light. He's seeing his fans. He's seeing his family members. He's out of the 4 walls of the jail today after 131 days. Being a superstar, how difficult was it for Darshan to be in the jail? but we should not forget that he is murder accused. He is accused in the heinous crime of Renuka Swami murder case, where this Renuka Swami was kidnapped, abducted from Chitradurga, and he was kept in Patanagere shed in Bengaluru and tortured in a very, very heinous way with, in whatever possible way. The Renuka Swami, the person who was from Chitradurga, who was said that he had messaged on Instagram to his to Darshan's girlfriend, fiancée, Pavitra Gowda, just for that reason. It is said that he was killed and his body was thrown on the roadside here in Bengaluru.
We'll wait for some more updated pictures to come in. We'll wait for more updated pictures to come in, but Republic Kannada light on top of the story is accused killer, accused actor Darshan, accused number 2 in the murder case of Renuka Swami, has been granted 6-week interim bail. We are live and rolling on Republic. Stay tuned.
character, the taste of success.
I'm sure that it's electrifying atmosphere where you are right now. We can see the Sita Haran, we can see the visuals coming in where the entire Ramayana is being enacted by characters, and it's we saw the light show also, the world record also made in Ayodhya. And it's a completely Ramaya atmosphere. Tell us more what you're witnessing around you.
पा रहा हूँ जो आज 500 साल के इतिहास के बाद आज का दिन ही आया है, और सड़कों को देखिए, हर तरफ यहाँ पर लोगों की भीड़ है। ये लोग अयोध्या के हैं, उत्तर प्रदेश के हैं, देश के अलग अलग कोने से आए हुए लोगों की भीड़ है। और ये क्यों आई है, जरा एक बार फिर से दियों की तरफ चलते हैं। वो दिए जो आज सारे किरदार हैं इस पूरी कहानी के, वो दिए जो ऐसा आभास दे रहे हैं कि आकाश गंगा से तमाम जो टिमटिमाते सितारे हैं वो सितारे उतर आए हैं ज़मीन पर। जरा इन दियों को देखिए, ये टिमटिमाते हुए दिए हैं जो यहाँ पर राम की पैड़ी पर लगाए गए हैं। एक तरफ से इन दियों को देखिए कैसे इन दियों को सजाया गया है, और इन दियों को सजाने के लिए जो पहुँचे हैं वॉलंटियर्स वो अभी लगे हुए हैं दियों को जलाने के लिए, और ये बेहद ही मनमोहक दृश्य यहाँ पर देखने को मिल रहा है।
Yes, in fact, we're also being joined by Vedic scholar Dushyant Sridhar on the phone line. Mr. Sridhar, of course, a very happy Diwali to you, and it's a beautiful scene out there. If you see in Ayodhya, along the ghats of Saryu, along the banks of Saryu, record-breaking attempt, a record-breaking Deepotsava being celebrated, and this is something that marks the end of a 500-year-long wait. Who could imagine the land of Lord Ram had to wait 500 years to witness this Diwali? Lord Ram in his rightful abode finally this year is now being able to witness this Diwali, and a Diwali like never before.
Yeah, absolutely, and a very happy Deepavali to you and to all the viewers of Republic World. As you rightly put, yes, every year we celebrate Deepavali, but it's very special because the very culture, the very library, the Pramanam that holds Bharatadesham together is the Ramayana and the Mahabharata. And Ramayana is called Adikavyam, and it has been the most translated, most transcreated works across dance, music, drama, and various other forms of art. And when we couldn't witness Ram Lalla in a beautiful temple all these 500 years, I'm sure many, many millions of Astikas would have been pained at heart. And trust me, 2024, this year January and now this year in October marks such a beautiful occasion where we are seeing Ram Lalla celebrating his Deepavali in his very own temple. And it's a very emotional moment, and all these depictions through dance, through music, and then the lighting of the world record diyas just adds beauty to the very festival. And trust me, if there are a lot of other Hindu festivals in Bharatadesham, but if there is one festival that has a maximum number of references in our Puranas, in our literature, in our stone and copper plate inscriptions, it is the Ramayana, and it is the Deepavali. So this day also marks such a beautiful Naraka Vadha Dinam, because Tan Natha Puja Arhama Sita says Vedanta Deshika in this beautiful Sanskrit verse. So there have been many, many kings across Bharatadesham who have patronized this festival by giving money to people for celebrating this festival. So whether it is Deepavali, the row of lights, or Diwali or Deepotsava, I'm sure it is very special. And this year in Ayodhya, in the very presence and the benign grace, blessings of Ram Lalla, is a very emotional moment. There were days when people used to fear to go to Ayodhya, they thought that was a touch-me-not place where you can never go. And today, look, the Chief Minister and many, many other personalities are celebrating, which is a very emotional moment. So there is no more taboo on this beautiful city because Ayodhya Nama Nagari Sthito Janapado Mahan Nivasya Sarayu Tire Prabhuta Dhanadanyavan Tatrasi Loka Vishruta, says Valmiki in the Ramayana. He says when he was writing the Ramayana, Tatrasi Loka Vishruta. It was a world-famous city, it seems, and lying by the banks of river Sarayu in the province of Kosala, this city shines. And I just pray to the Paramatma that I was born as a drone camera that could capture the beauty of this entire city.
Absolutely, the way Ramayana is being right now enacted, the Ram Leela and Deepotsav and the Saryu Aarti, the way we are seeing, Mr. Sridhar, that now people from the generations that have not really understood the significance of the Ram Janmabhoomi temple, the significance of what really went behind this fight of this movement for the rightful abode of Ram Lala. And now we see that the young and the old, everybody, it's actually a bit sad, it's quite sad in fact that, after 500 long years that Diwali is being celebrated at the Ram Lala temple, and now we are getting to know that the young, the old, the young people, the future generation also are learning about what really went behind this. And at the same time, the movement for other such temples, the rightful place for the deities, the pitch for that has been reiterated today by none other than Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh, Yogi Adityanath. He very openly said that just like Ayodhya, Mathura and Kashi need to be decked up next time around. We want to see that that movement for the temples, the Shahi Eidgah and Shri Krishna Janmabhoomi temple conflict to be resolved, dispute to be resolved, and also in Kashi as well.
Absolutely, absolutely. True. Because all these places just don't represent a conglomerate of concrete and bricks. It is a beautiful amalgamation of emotions and bhakti. And I honestly feel with a very peaceful settlement without causing any hurt or harm, let there be harmony amongst communities, and people should also know how Krishna Janmabhoomi is also extremely important to the hearts of Hindus and Astikas, and so is Kashi. So these are all places that are beyond any statehood or regionality. People across the country revere Ayodhya. People across the country respect Mathura. People across the country have great love for Kashi. So these places are beyond the geographical realms of human understanding. And they are actually remnants of such beautiful civilization. And these cities need to be kept neat. Those heritage sites have to be preserved well, and people should be able to throng well with good facilities so that the local economy also thrives. At the same time, the concept of dharma and bhakti is sustained and celebrated.
Absolutely. In fact, stay on with us, Mr. Sridhar. We also have our colleague Ajay Dubey, who's joining us from Ground Zero. Ajay, take us through what are you witnessing right now? आपके आसपास क्या कुछ दिख रहा है? लोगों के अंदर कितना उत्साह है? उस वक्त हमने देखा था दीपोत्सव से पहले भी काफ़ी ज़्यादा उत्साह था लोगों में, और इस वक्त जब दीपोत्सव जो है, दीप जो है वो प्रज्वलित हो चुके हैं और आरती जो है वो भी हो चुकी है. अब रामलीला भी दिखाई जा रही, जो रामायण जो है पूरी रामलीला है वो भी परफॉर्म हो रही है. किस तरह का आप जो है माहौल देख रहे हैं अपने आसपास? All right, we seem to have lost that connection with Ajay Dubey. We'll try and reconnect, but Mr. Dushyant Sridhar continues to be with us live on the broadcast. Mr. Sridhar, well, this is something that we've never seen before in Ayodhya Nagari. And as you were telling us, that how Ayodhya has become, it has opened the doors to entire world. And for people, there were many dhams, there are many spiritual there are many pilgrimages now, Mr. Sridhar, many pilgrimage sites for the devotees. But this has now emerged as another one. Tourists from across the nation are thronging to Ayodhya, but there are still people, because of the politics behind this, become very cynical. They say that this is something that has been just constructed, or this has been politicized. How do you feel that the resonance and the importance, significance could be in fact spread across the section of society and across generations also?
On a very positive note, see, the earliest transcreation for the Valmiki's Ramayanam in Sanskritam comes from a foreign country. It comes from Java, in the Javanese language called the Kakavin Ramayanam, which is around 1,300 years old. And without leaving a single day, the dance called the Kechak dance is being performed to portray Ramayanam in the beautiful archipelago nation of Indonesia and Bali. So, Ramayana is not restricted to R.K. Puram in Delhi or to Matunga in Mumbai or to Malleshwaram in Bangalore or Westmambalam in Chennai. It has its footprints across the archipelago nation of Indonesia. It has its presence in Thailand. It has its presence and depiction through the Khmer dynasty by Suryavarman II in Cambodia. It has its presence in Iran through the Persian Ramayana. So, Ramayanam is not restricted to the geography that we see today. So, that way I would say, if at all there is one work, if there is one Murti of Rama Lila in Ayodhya, he is the one who can attract a global audience. And so, I honestly feel in the years to come, if the governments are able to put consistent efforts to developing the infrastructure in Ayodhya, it will become a world-class city that has a rich civilization to it. It has a civilization where there is one work of 24,000 verses called the Valmiki Ramayana that talks the beauty and the greatness of Rama, even before most of the civilizations could know that they had to cover their bodies with clothes. And here we have Valmiki explaining the nuances of the Ramayana. So I honestly feel if there are consistent efforts put by the governments as well as a cooperation by the people, I'm sure Ayodhya, which already is famous, will become a world-class city. And it will become the very epicenter of Bharatiya tradition, culture, theology and philosophy. And we are moving in the right direction. And coming to the second point, you did ask that there is politics being played around. People say, why politics and all of that? The day Babur destroyed the existing temple 600 years back, that is where politics began. And it had to go through a legal route. And today we have the Honorable Supreme Court of India that gave a judgment looking into all the arguments and evidences, and people across communities largely have accepted the verdict and they have moved on. There may be a bunch of people who may be whining and ranting. We can't help because the world, loko bhinna ruchihi, we cannot correct every other person, and certain people are incorrigible, irreparable and irreversible. We need to have and tolerate such bunch of people as well.
Right, Mr. Yes, Mr. Dushyant, Sridhar, we will continue to speak to you over the visuals that are coming in right now. Ajay, also my colleague, is joining us from Ayodhya right now. Ajay, as we can see, it's a beautiful sight out there. A record-breaking Deepotsav, and also the Maharti has been performed with 1,100 devotees gathered there at the Saryu Ghats tonight.
बिल्कुल घाट पर आरती, और ये घाट के एक हिस्से पर ही हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं किस तरीके से ये पर्व का माहौल है। महाराज जी, क्या लग रहा है देख के, आज क्या भाव आ रहा है मन में?
भाव तो एकदम लग रहा है क्या ऐसा हम कभी देखबे नहीं किए थे।
500 साल बाद ये दिन आया है।
हाँ, दिन आया है।
भगवत भजन कर रहे हैं, भगवत भजन में क्या भाव आ रहा है मन में?
मन में तो बहुत बढ़िया आ रहा है, खुशहाल आ रहा है। इतना भजन करने में नहीं था, मन करता था, उतना भजन अभी करते हैं।
देख के लग नहीं रहा है आकाश गंगा से सितारे उतर आए हैं। क्या साधु संत आज बात कर रहे हैं?
लगभग करता है।
देखिए, साधु संत है, अपने मनों का भाव जाहिर कर रहे हैं। और जरा एक बार फिर से आपको तस्वीरों में दिखाते हैं घाट को किस तरीके से सजाया गया है। ये घाट का एक हिस्सा है, सरयू नदी के तट के पास बना हुआ ये हिस्सा है, जहां पर जो ये लगाई गई हैं तमाम आप तस्वीरें देख रहे हैं, जहां पर दियों को सजाया गया है। इन दियों को देखकर क्या भाव आपके मन में आ रहा है? आप लोग आए हैं यहाँ पर, कितना देखने में अलग लग रहा है। कहाँ से आए आप लोग?
सर, यही अयोध्या के रहने वाले।
क्या भाव आ रहा है मन में इन दियों को देख के?
सर अच्छा लग रहा है।
आप आगे आइए, बताइए, अच्छा लग रहा है?
बोल रही हैं। जी सर, बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है।
जब से दीपोत्सव मनाना शुरू हुआ है अयोध्या वासियों के लिए, तो कितना कुछ, प्रभु श्री राम भी कहते हैं कि अवधपुरी मम प्रिय नहीं सोऊ, भगवान को ही इतना अवधपुरी आपका प्रिय है। आप लोग कैसे देख रहे हैं आज के इस पर्व को?
सर, मैं 3 साल से बट यहाँ रह रही हूँ, भीड़ की वजह से सर मैं नहीं आ पाती थी।
भीड़ कुछ कम है ऐसा लग रहा है?
नहीं सर, भीड़ कम नहीं है, बस साथ मिला लोगों का, इसलिए चले आए। अकेले की वजह से सर नहीं आ पा रहे थे।
और ये दिए इतने जल रहे हैं, कैसा लग रहा है देखने में?
सर बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है।
बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है। तो देखिए, स्थानीय लोग हैं, अपने मनों के भाव को भी जाहिर कर रहे हैं किस तरीके से हर छोर पर, जिस तरफ जिस दिशा। आप बताइए, क्या लग रहा है देख के? कहाँ से आए?
मैं वेस्ट बंगाल मेदिनीपुर से आया हूँ।
मेदिनीपुर से आए हैं। आपके यहाँ तो बड़े धार्मिक पर्वों पर तोड़ फोड़ और तस्वीरें देखने को मिलती है, यहाँ कैसा लग रहा है देख?
बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है, बहुत बढ़िया लग रहा है, निजों को बहुत भगवान लग रहा है। जी, बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है। हम परिवार सब आया है, 10 आदमी आया है, बच्चा सब आया है।
अच्छा।
हाँ।
अच्छा।
ये प्रदीप दिया जलाया, खूब अच्छा लगा।
आपने भी जलाया?
हाँ, हमने भी जलाया, बच्चा भी जलाया, मेरा मम्मी भी जलाया।
चेहरे पर कैसी मुस्कान है, और ये मुस्कान ही पूरी कहानी बयां कर रही है कि कितना मन में अगाध आस्था, प्रेम और समर्पण आज के दिन को लेकर है। अद्भुत छटा आज यहाँ पर देखने में अयोध्या को मिल रही है।
Absolutely, Ajay Dubey getting us the live visuals, and of course the excitement amongst the devotees who have thronged to the Saryu Ghats and the grandeur there celebrated. Viewers, I believe if Mr. Dushyant is with us, Mr. Dushyant, of course, as we see. All right, we will continue to get you more voices from Ground Zero, viewers. What we know is that the record has been attempted. 1100 devotees participated in the biggest Saryu Aarti also this night. And Ajay continues to get us latest from Ground Zero. Ajay, of course, it has been a dazzling Deepotsav. Of course, there is a lot of excitement amongst the people, a lot of excitement. And this really, shows that what really Ram Lala means, what the festival of Diwali means, the sentiments, the enthusiasm, the emotions that are, connected with this very festival of the country. And it is part of our rich heritage, of our cultural traditions, and the same goes for Lord Ram and his legacy that is finally getting its rightful place today. All right, we seem to have problem with the network over there. Ajay will try and connect with him. But as you can see, viewers, the colorful visuals, the glittering Ayodhya is right now on your screens. The various acts that have been performed, the skits, the Ramayana that has been performed, enacted at Ram Ki Paidi. It's always a very colorful occasion whenever you go to Ram Ki Paidi in the evening. It's very beautiful. It's always lit up. There is a light show. There are Ram bhajans played, Ramayana that is depicted on the walls there, on that structure you see right now where Jai Shri Ram is etched beautifully and illuminated. And Jai Shri Ram, of course, is the slogan that is reverberating across the temple town of Ayodhya as we speak. Remember, 1,100 devotees there gathering for that Mahasaryu Aarti. Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath also performed the Maha Aarti today along the ghats of Saryu. And many cultural performances also taking place at Ram Ki Paidi. Viewers, we will continue to get you the latest inputs from Ground Zero, but we will be sipping to a very, very short break right now. Don't go anywhere, as this is one of the most spectacular display of the faith of the Sanatanis, of faith of those who believe in Lord Ram and India's heritage. Stay tuned.